Chapter 1 Prologue. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. The Time Lord gazed at the slice of time in his hand, marveling at it. The Time Lord had witnessed the origins of everything and the ends of all things, but he had never seen a slice of time as chaotic and contradictory as this one. He had traveled through countless universes, visited a deep crimson universe that had just been born mere milliseconds ago, and was rapidly expanding, explored a tranquil universe. In its twilight, where only neutron stars and black holes remained, and wandered through the remnants of a universe torn apart by interstellar wars waged by super civilizations. He walked through the cosmos, visiting innumerable worlds and witnessing countless civilizations. He had seen the grotesque creatures hidden in the depths of the universe, observed the cosmic mist that devoured stars purely by instinct, its tentacles larger than the arms of galaxies. That he had also dealt with a mysterious civilization known as the Ancient Dominators, whose deep purple giant eyes peered into the universe they ruled, a sight that even the Time Lord found soul-shattering. And then there was the immortal Chaos Star Master, with an age almost as long as the universe itself, its powerful exoskeleton and membrane wings allowing it to traverse the cosmos, effortlessly, widely sowing life within its own universe. The Time Lord speculated that many powerful civilizations had evolved from the cells of the Chaos Star Master. As a supreme being transcending the cosmos, lower civilizations could not comprehend his perception and thinking. In his eyes, all universes, all time and space, were like an unfurled scroll, everything laid bare before him. Above the universe lay the dimensional planes. The Time Lord wandered within these planes. The plane he found himself in was quite extraordinary, shaped like a funnel, with countless universes growing like spores within it. This dark and profound plane served as an abyss that swallowed the universe like a whirlpool. In one of the universes here, a civilization firmly captured his attention. These beings were extremely primitive, existing on a planet that was itself minuscule, as insignificant as bacteria. Their bodies were weak and fragile. With exceedingly harsh requirement for their living environment, they were even outmatched by other creatures on their own planet. Their lifespans were fleeting on a cosmic scale, and their memories could not be inherited. The Time Lord found it hard to believe that they could evolve a civilization. Yet, in a mere slice of time, this species erupted into a prosperous technological civilization, filling this slice with bursts of creation and destruction. Within this brief period, they evolved from barely moving on their planet to conquering gravity and reaching for the cosmos, a rapid evolution the Time Lord had never witnessed before. Within this time slice, this civilization also intersected with other civilizations in the universe. Although the power of the other civilizations was something they could not compete with at all, they held their own in confrontations, instilling caution in the other civilizations. The Time Lord was deeply captivated by this civilization. He carefully observed their timeline, peering forward and backward from this chaotic era to see their history and future. It turned out that from the very formation of the planet, other civilizations had come and gone, that he saw the ancient times when the old gods of the universe arrived at their planet and sowed the seeds of life during the Middle Ages. Giants from two alien civilizations waged war here, turning the entire planet into their battlefield in the New Age. The Moon's kin enslaved their ancestors. Looking into the future, the Time Lord discovered a segment of time far ahead that was obscured by walls. They had constructed walls to prevent other civilizations from entering their time and space. The Time Lord was astonished they had mastered the technology of time barriers. This was one of the highest forms of technology in the universe. They had shielded this segment of time, and the Time Lord could neither see its contents nor enter it. What happened during this time? What immense secret were they hiding? What shocked the Time Lord even more was that he saw the end of time, the end of this civilization intertwined with its origin. The end and the origin formed a closed loop in time. The Time Lord chuckled in amazement. On this loop, the rapidly expanding time slice formed a swollen node. As if it were about to break the loop that in this time slice, the Time Lord observed countless individuals of this civilization, rising and falling in this era, either drifting along with the tide or pushing the waves. The Time Lord couldn't help but imagine the individuals living in this era. How did they view their lives? How did they perceive their times? Did they feel that their era was no different from the countless others before and after? Or did they realize that this era was so special? It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Chapter 2 Human Hibernation Experiment 1. These days, every industry needs to incorporate artificial intelligence. Zhong Shan was called out for dinner by a few university classmates. During the meal, they spoke grandly, as if the spring of artificial intelligence had already arrived. One classmate's startup team had raised 100 million, while another's visual recognition software had been sold to an IT giant. Even a classmate working in investment banking spoke confidently about having just invested in an AI project, mentioning that some industry bigwig had just dined with him. Meanwhile, Zhong Shan listened to them talk about their annual salaries of 3 to 400,000, thinking about his own meager income of 50,000, feeling a wave of desolation wash over him. Before dinner, Zhong Shan had finished a day of office life, sitting all day in a hot, humid, and lifeless office, his shirt soaked in sticky sweat, clinging to him like the skin of a corpse that he squeezed out of the elevator, blending into the crowd of people leaving work. The air outside wasn't much fresher than in the office. The crowded after-work crowd surged towards the bus station and restaurants, while the noisy broadcast from street vendors and shopping malls hammered at his nerves, driving him nearly to madness. After a similarly noisy and unpleasant gathering, he took the same route back to his dormitory. By this time, the buses had stopped running, so he rode a shared bicycle along the busy road. Under the dim streetlights, he brushed past bicycles and electric vehicles. He passed the railway crossing, watching the train cars rush by, carrying the hot evening air that whipped against his face, that he felt a profound loneliness, just as he had in university, countless nights spent riding alone. Memories of that time resurfaced, reminding him of his fantasies about escaping Shanghai. He hated the city's immense size and feared its haste and indifference. The glaring city lights and car headlights illuminated Zhong Shan's weary figure, and he felt his life had sunk into a stagnant pool. He longed to stir that stagnant water, but didn't know how. Zhong Shan wondered if he should learn something about artificial intelligence and then seek out a startup, or perhaps align himself with one of his classmates. But he also feared that the wave of artificial intelligence was just a bubble, that these startups would die quickly. In this era, where starting a business was less profitable than flipping real estate, any bubble that wasn't in real estate would burst immediately. Although artificial intelligence would eventually come, Zhong Shan felt it wouldn't arrive so soon, just like the countless fleeting fads of the past 2 years that would gradually fade from view. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhong Shan forced a bitter smile. The contradictions he worried about now must seem absurd to those in the next era. In their eyes, he was like someone from the Cultural Revolution, always thinking about how to save up food tickets. Zhong Shan hadn't always been such a hesitant person. He used to be full of passion, perhaps even overly so. He possessed extraordinary execution, self-discipline, and ambition, vowing to never rest until he achieved his goals. He was extremely self-controlled, never eating processed foods, limiting himself to 2 meals a day, running 11 kilometers, and sleeping only 5 hours each night. It seemed as though if he didn't work so hard, some beast chasing him would consume him. That he is a paranoid, obsessive-compulsive, and delusional person. But he is also someone who doesn't dislike hard work. He always believes that he can succeed through his efforts, that he attended one of the top universities in the country and excelled in his studies. He has learned several languages and always pursues things he is interested in. He even trained in skills like sanda, jujitsu, and fencing. At that time, Zhong Shan always felt that a great mission awaited him in the future. While his peers were comparing social media follower counts, the prices of luxury watches and clothes, and their taste in perfumes, he remained in his youthful days, getting excited over a passionate idea and practicing his basketball skills to score more points on the court. Because of this, he was mocked by his peers, too outdated. Middle school syndrome. Immature. They viewed his dedication as something laughable. After graduating from graduate school, he joined a state-owned enterprise, a well-known aerospace research institute in the industry. Zhong Shan studied aerospace, and his major was a perfect match. He wanted to make a significant impact. However, he found it difficult to adapt to the complex systems and slow pace of the state-owned enterprise. Due to his intense drive and serious personality, he was envied and ostracized by colleagues. He was treated unfairly, assigned unnecessary overtime, and after clashing with his boss over foolish arrangements, he ended up on the fringes of the unit within less than a year. Zhong Shan considered leaving, but he had signed a 2-year contract upon joining. Leaving a confidential unit was extremely troublesome. He would have to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract and couldn't work in related fields for 2 years. His parents had passed away when he was young, and he didn't have the money to pay the penalty, so he could only endure and continue working at the Research Institute, hoping to get through the remaining year. Since childhood, Zhong Shan had longed for space, but he was eliminated in the second round of the pilot selection during college. He also knew that the selection criteria for astronauts were extremely strict, and the probability of being selected after years of screening was minuscule. Since he couldn't become an astronaut, building spacecraft would be very good, so he chose this Aerospace Research Institute after graduation. However, he never expected to have such bad luck. He was soon reassigned from the front line of research and spent most of his time serving tea and listening to colleagues' gossip about international affairs. He often fantasized in the office about being in a galaxy-spanning space battle, piloting a spacecraft over a magnificent battlefield, where his decisions would determine the fate of humanity. However, while he won his space battles in imagination, his reality in the office was a complete defeat. His salary was low, and to save money, he sometimes ate only a few pieces of bread and lived in the institute's dilapidated dormitory. His colleagues mocked him, wondering how a top university graduate could waste his days in such a place. He lamented that his life had fallen into a quagmire, and his girlfriend left him because she saw no hope. Zhong Shan thought, would the once ambitious him laugh until he cried at the sight of his current unsuccessful self. Later, he was assigned from the Aerospace Engine Research Department to the Thermal Analysis Department, the lowest department in the institute. However, it was here that Zhong Shan saw a turning point. The leader of this department was Wang Fengxiu, whom colleagues called Old Wang. Old Wang was also a single-minded person. He had been very capable and accomplished academically in the past, but was assigned to this department after clashing with the director and had not been able to secure any research projects. Many years ago, there was a promising foreign trade project that was supposed to be assigned to the Thermal Analysis Department, that if they secured it, it could sustain the department's employees for over a decade. But it was taken by other departments because Old Wang said, selling such deceptive things is detrimental to world peace. Old Wang often muttered about evil not prevailing over righteousness, firmly believing that one day he would rise again through a project and return to the front lines of research. His spirit of perseverance became a well-known joke among colleagues over the years. The project that Old Wang had high hopes for was the human hibernation experiment. When Zhong Shan first heard the name of this experiment, he thought it was utterly absurd. Such a sci-fi technology is extremely difficult to realize, and there have been no successful cases worldwide. Even top foreign biological research institutes have failed, let alone a small research department in an aerospace institute. When Zhong Shan reported to Old Wang's office, he met Old Wang for the first time. Old Wang appeared to be in his 50s, with a thick beard that seemed never to have been trimmed, yet his hair was completely gone. He was hunched over behind the computer on his desk, seemingly writing something, muttering to himself. Behind lenses as thick as beer bottle bottoms, his gaze was vacant and unfocused, not looking at anything in particular. Director Wang. Zhong Shan cautiously greeted Old Wang. I'm a new guy, Zhong Shan. Old Wang didn't lift his head, treating him as if he were air. Zhong Shan awkwardly stood there, locked in a standoff with Old Wang. He glanced around Old Wang's office, which featured a massive bookshelf that nearly occupied an entire wall. Old Wang was indeed a bookworm, widely read in various subjects. Besides aerospace-related monographs and magazines, the bookshelf also contained works on number theory, thermodynamics, biology, and even philosophy. Zhong Shan noticed a book by Nietzsche prominently displayed in the middle of the shelf, its spine worn, indicating it had been read countless times. There was a blackboard on one wall filled with formulas. Zhong Shan recognized some and guessed they were derivations of a thermal analysis process. On the adjacent 3 walls, any empty spaces were covered with sticky notes filled with questions or temporary thoughts from Old Wang. The office was cluttered with various experimental instruments and 3D-printed tools. Surprisingly, there was even a foldable bed piled high with assorted items. It didn't resemble the office of a department head, rather, it looked like a research room in a polytechnic university. What felt out of place was an old refrigerator in the corner, seemingly used for at least 10 years. Zhong Shan couldn't figure out why Old Wang had placed a refrigerator in the office. Next to it were boxes of instant noodles, and Zhong Shan couldn't help but frown, unable to imagine how a man in his 50s could survive on instant noodles. Director Wang? After waiting a minute, Zhong Shan couldn't help but speak up. Old Wang finally raised his head to glance at Zhong Shan, his expression unchanged as he said, "Your workstation is in the next office. Go tidy up your things and come back to find me in 10 minutes. I will assign you tasks that must be completed in the time I set." Old Wong's instructions were straightforward and to the point. "Be prepared for overtime," Old Wong said coldly. "Also, don't come looking for me unless necessary." Zhong Shan was left speechless, shocked by Old Wong's eccentricity. He stiffly turned to leave, his head starting to ache at the thought of facing such a boss in the future. "Oh, right, don't leave yet," Old Wong suddenly called out to Zhong Shan as he was walking out. Old Wong walked over to the refrigerator, opened it, and said to Zhong Shan, "You might have to work overtime often, so feel free to eat whatever is in the fridge in the instant. Noodles next to it during late hours, don't be polite," Old Wong said generously. Zhong Shan noticed that the refrigerator was filled with chocolates. Later, Zhong Shan learned that Old Wong had no wife or children and had not bought a house after working for over 20 years. His office was his home. He rarely left the office to eat, and instant noodles and the chocolates in the fridge were almost his entire diet. Zhong Shan found it hard to imagine how this old man survived on such junk food. Old Wong has an office to himself while the other employees are in another office. Zhong Shan's workstation is in the corner of the office. Aside from Old Wong, the other employees in the department are mostly just going through the motions. Some are carefree and just getting by, while others are gloomy and seem to carry a heavy burden. With this group of people, what kind of human hibernation experiment do they expect to conduct? Zhong Shan is both amused and helpless. In this department, with extremely low pay, doing such bizarre research, Old Wong still expects him to work overtime? Can eating cheap chocolates and instant noodles really count as overtime pay? However, after Zhong Shan truly understood the project, he had to admit that this old madman actually had a chance of succeeding. Zhong Shan was surprised that Old Wong, at his age, was even more hardworking than the younger employees, but he slept even less than Zhong Shan did. And at over 50 years old, he usually napped on a small bed in the office, getting less than 4 hours of sleep each day. Zhong Shan discovered that Old Wong had a very complete and systematic study of hibernation technology. IT involved multiple disciplines such as thermodynamics, biology, chemistry, and neuroscience. Old Wong had a deep understanding of the theoretical knowledge related to hibernation and had come up with many new ideas, writing several articles published in well-regarded foreign journals. Zhong Shan heard that this hibernation project was a secret research initiative by the state 20 years ago, with a 30-year development cycle, and it wasn't even close to being completed. Zhong Shan thought that must be why Old Wong's eccentric style was tolerated in the institute. That day, Old Wong took Zhong Shan to the laboratory located underground. The laboratory was as chaotic as Old Wong's office, filled with experimental instruments and books. The only difference was that in the center of the laboratory stood a huge white oval chamber, resembling a coffin, connected to numerous wires and sensors. Zhong Shan guessed this must be the hibernation pod. Zhong Shan couldn't help but wonder who would be the test subject for this project. He glanced warily at Old Wong, hoping this old madman wasn't thinking of using himself. "Youth, don't waste your time. Instead of playing on your phone at night, come help me with the experiments," Old Wong said without looking at Zhong Shan. "I'm here 24 hours a day. If I'm not in the lab, I'm in the office. Don't talk nonsense in front of me, focus on your work." After working under Old Wong for a while, Zhong Shan felt that Old Wong was truly skilled. The other employees in the department respected Old Wong even though they were lazy. They dared not neglect the tasks assigned by him, and the department was running smoothly. Zhong Shan made up his mind to work hard for another year. If this project succeeded, he could turn his life around. If it didn't, he would resign, and by then, the agreement period would be over, and the research institute wouldn't stop him. At that time, he would go wherever there was money to be made, whether it was an artificial intelligence or a web game company. From then on, Zhong Shan began a long research life with Old Wong. Almost aside from eating and sleeping, he was buried in the laboratory. He gave up his healthy eating habits and lost count of how many instant noodles and chocolates he consumed. Zhong Shan was the kind of person who would work hard once he made up his mind, and he could endure hardship. Old Wong noticed Zhong Shan's efforts. He valued Zhong Shan highly and had him move his desk and computer into his office, sitting back-to-back with him. Old Wong seemed to really like Zhong Shan and generously share his knowledge. He didn't let Zhong Shan call him Director Wong, instructing him to just call him Old Wong. Although Zhong Shan rarely spoke to Old Wong, he felt an inexplicable rapport with him. Two people in similar circumstances, bound together by the same obsession and a common goal. On countless summer nights, Zhong Shan listened to the creaking of the ceiling fan and the chirping of insects outside the window, enduring the relentless bites of mosquitoes. Sitting back-to-back with old Wang as they focused on their respective computers, the office was filled with the sounds of keyboard tapping and mouse clicking, accompanied by the hum of the computer's cooling fan, as if performing a dull classical symphony. Zhong Shan initially helped old Wang with thermodynamic analysis, later learning to use the microscope to assist with tasks like making cell slices, that he became thoroughly familiar with every part of the hibernation pod structure. He had dismantled and reassembled every circuit board, every insulation piece, every wire, and even every screw countless times. He often saw old Wang staring blankly at a blackboard filled with formulas, chewing on a chocolate bar, before suddenly exclaiming in surprise and hurriedly writing on paper, with chocolate crumbs scattering everywhere, that on a deep night in September, with a light autumn rain falling, the research institute had long since closed, leaving only the light in old Wang's office still on. Zhong Shan quietly stared at his computer, waiting for the simulation results. Soft music played in his headphones as he looked out the window, recalling his time preparing for college entrance exams in his high school classroom and studying in university. Old Wang, Zhong Shan called out to the man behind him. I've been meaning to ask, who's going into the hibernation pod when the time comes? What do you think? Old Wang replied after a moment of silence, casually. Are you going in? Old Wang scoffed. I would like to go in. I've long wanted to leave this broken place. Zhong Shan awkwardly smiled. This is a military-authorized classified project, and the test subjects will be selected from professional technical personnel by the military. Old Wang answered coldly without turning around at, like selecting astronauts, that it's much harder than selecting astronauts. Zhong Shan replied with a meaningful tone. He wondered what kind of person would be chosen for the hibernation experiment and what conditions they would have to meet. Would his family agree to such a dangerous experiment? How long will the hibernation last? The first experiment will be 5 to 10 years, Old Wang said. It depends on the situation. If everything goes well, we'll extend the hibernation. If things don't look good, we'll shorten it. Such a long time? Zhong Shan asked in surprise. Our animal experiments only last 2 months at most, and that white mouse left with all sorts of side effects. Can't wait. Old Wang said. Wait for what? Zhong Shan asked in confusion. That I can't wait. Old Wang turned to look at Zhong Shan, staring him down. His glasses had slipped halfway down his nose, and he rolled his eyes at Zhong Shan. Old Wang's eyes were bloodshot, and Zhong Shan felt that this project was the only motivation keeping Old Wang alive. If it failed, he might not be able to go on. After one round of experiments is done, we need to quickly start the second round. The second round will require at least 30 years of hibernation. Then there's the third round, which will require hibernation. Guess how many years? I can't guess. Old Wang pushed up his glasses, the dark circles under his eyes once again hidden behind the murky lenses. 200 years. Old Wang sighed. Time is short, I'm afraid. I won't even live to see the end of the second round. 200 years. Zhong Shan clicked his tongue in surprise. Forget 200 years, even 30 years for the second round of experiments would be like traveling into the future. Zhong Shan looked out at the dark rainy night, the city shrouded in a hazy illusion. He couldn't imagine what the world would be like in 30 years, or what he would be doing then. What about 200 years later? Would the human species still exist? Would this prosperous and indifferent city become even larger or turn into ruins? Old Wang, you stay in the institute all day. Don't you need to go home? Zhong Shan asked knowingly. He knew Old Wang wasn't married and wanted to hear his thoughts. I'm not married, I asked that so? Zhong Shan pretended to be surprised. Why not? Old Wang was silent for a moment before he began to speak. Some people live without any purpose. They follow in their parents' footsteps, marry, have children, work to make a living, and do meaningless jobs. They worry about their daily meals, job hunting, and promotions. They want to find a beautiful wife and raise a successful son. Essentially, these desires are no different from an animal's physiological needs. They lack self-awareness, are slaves to their genes, and are driven by instinct. These people contribute nothing to the evolution of the human race and a civilization. What difference is there between them and animals? Lao Wang said slowly. Lao Wang's nonchalant expression while expressing such views genuinely surprised Zhong Shan. Time is humanity's greatest enemy, Lao Wang continued. Every minute wasted makes me feel uneasy, let alone the foolishness of marriage that squanders one's life. I can't imagine arguing daily with a woman over trivial matters like who does the dishes or sweeps the floor, or worrying about which school is better for my child. So I prefer to maintain the independence of my soul." Zhong Shan fell silent. Lao Wang's tone was very flat. Even somewhat cold, these words were clearly his true thoughts deep down, as natural as saying what he wanted for lunch. As long as humanity has not conquered death, a person's life is just a fleeting spark. Humans are merely walking meat. Carriers of genes. Living better is just to ensure the transmission of those genes. The self-awareness that humans believe they possess is laughable. Our short lives cannot even undertake interstellar travel. We are all stepping stones to humanity's immortality. Only when our descendants achieve immortality does their existence become meaningful. That's why we must research hibernation. Lao Wang's voice began to get excited. Hibernation technology will give humanity the ability to transcend time. It is humanity's first upright walk in relation to time. Hibernation is the key to humanity's immortality. Only when humanity achieves immortality can we truly conquer the laws of nature and join the ranks of advanced civilizations in the universe. Even if immortality is unattainable, hibernation is an essential technology for aerospace. Only by mastering hibernation can we realize interstellar travel that takes thousands of years, and humanity's self-awareness can truly awaken. After hearing Lao Wang's words, Zhong Shan suddenly felt that if a man reached a certain age and remained unmarried, his thoughts could become very dangerous. Zhong Shan looked out at the night sky. Due to the rain, he could hardly see the stars. He imagined behind the clouds, above those distant stars, whether there truly existed great beings looking down on him, whether those civilizations with godlike powers held generous goodwill towards humanity or cold hostility, or perhaps they were completely indifferent and utterly uninterested. Zhong Shan and Lao Wang silently conducted their experiments until late into the night. The rain outside grew heavier, showing no signs of stopping. When Zhong Shan came to his senses, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. He prepared to return to his dormitory to rest, but had not brought an umbrella. He decided to brave the rain with his backpack, and as he reached the door, he heard Lao Wang knock on the table twice with something. He turned to glance at Lao Wang. Lao Wang was still facing away from him, but there was now an umbrella next to his desk. Lao Wang stood up shakily without looking at Zhong Shan and walked out towards the restroom. The umbrella was left for Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan suddenly felt very touched. 1 year later, one day, they were finally on the verge of success. That afternoon, Lao Wang was ecstatic, jumping up and down excitedly on the upper floor, his 180-pound body threatening to break through the floorboards. Passing colleagues remarked that Lao Wang had finally gone mad. Lao Wang warmly embraced everyone in the department. When he hugged Zhong Shan felt that the tense string in Lao Wang finally relaxed. Lao Wang asked Zhong Shan to accompany him to the research management office to contact the military. Now that the experiment was ready, they were just waiting for the military to send someone over. When Lu, the department head of the research management office, saw Lao Wang, he frowned in disgust. Zhong Shan even saw him occasionally pinch his nose as if he found Lao Wang too smelly. Lu rummaged through a pile of documents, flipping left and right, then searched on the computer for a while. Finally, he sighed and looked at Lao Wang with pity. "Director Wang, I have unfortunate news for you," Lu said regretfully. "This project has been terminated." Zhong Shan was stunned by the sudden news, feeling dizzy with his head buzzing. "What? How is that possible?" Lao Wang's eyes widened. "Wasn't this project supposed to last 30 years? It's only been 20 years. Ah, I'm really sorry." Lu apologized with a forced smile. "This project was terminated at the beginning of this year. The military felt there was no hope for the project and stopped funding it. We've been too busy to inform you, and this was our oversight. I apologize." Zhong Shan looked at Lu's fake apology, gritting his teeth in anger, clenching his fists. Apart from Lu, the other staff in the research management office watched them with glee, and Zhong Shan felt like he and Lao Wang were just two fools in their eyes. He felt a surge of rage boiling inside him, blood rushing to his brain. Had all his efforts over the past year, working like a madman, been in vain? At that moment, Lao Wang stood frozen like a stone, his face devoid of color. "Is it really terminated?" Lao Wang stammered. "Is there any possibility of continuation? Can you give me the military contact's number? I want to talk to him." "Sorry, Director Wang." Lu dashed Lao Wang's last hope. "That's impossible. They are a confidential unit, and you can't contact them." "This is also the Institute's decision," Lu said, his expression turning cold, as if he had wasted too much time on Lao Wang. This project has wasted too many resources, please understand. Maybe you should change your research direction and do something useful for the Institute, Lu said expressionlessly. Or do nothing at all and take a break. He hadn't finished his sentence when Zhong Shan leaped up. He crossed over Lu's desk and punched him in the face. Zhong Shan threw himself onto Lu, pummeling him with fist after fist. He felt an uncontrollable rage, unable to think calmly, as if all the blood in his body was about to explode out. Had he lost his last chance? Had all his crazy efforts over the past year gone to waste? How could these office clerks understand the dedication he and Lao Wang had put in? People from the research office immediately rushed forward, pulling and stopping Zhong Shan. Due to Zhong Shan's impulsiveness, he was taken to the police station by security and had to stay there for an afternoon. The station decided to handle him severely, and the final outcome was likely to be expulsion. The station notified old Wang that the hibernation experiment would be immediately halted, ordering him to clear out the hibernation lab within 3 days to make room for another department. That evening, a dejected Zhong Shan returned to the lab and saw an even more disheartened old Wang. Old Wang was sitting on the floor, leaning against the hibernation pod, his body limp like a pile of mud, hands hanging down. His glasses were thrown aside, and he stared blankly at the ceiling. Zhong Shan walked over and sat down beside old Wang. Although Zhong Shan felt disheartened, he was more worried about old Wang, who had long been teetering on the edge of depression and schizophrenia. He feared old Wang might do something drastic. "It's not over yet," old Wang said as his first sentence, making no sense. "What is not over?" Zhong Shan looked at old Wang weakly. "We need to start the experiment immediately." Old Wang patted the hibernation pod. "We just need to send someone in. Once the hibernation experiment starts, it's irreversible. No one can stop us." "Who are we sending in? Didn't the military stop sending people?" Zhong Shan asked in surprise. "If they don't send anyone, we'll send our own." Old Wang replied. "There will definitely be someone eager to go in. This is a great technology. Just think about the impact it could have on the world if it succeeds." Zhong Shan looked at old Wang's swollen eyes, which shone with bright light. However, not a single volunteer for hibernation came forward. The next day, old Wang went around the department asking everyone, even begging, but no one was willing to go in. Their expressions were strange and fearful, feeling that old Wang was a plague, leading them to their doom. "If I didn't have to monitor the hibernation pod as status, I would want to go in myself." Old Wang gritted his teeth. "Why don't these people want to go in?" Zhong Shan knew why they were reluctant. They were afraid. They were the very people old Wang despised. These people were preoccupied with trivial realities, only concerned about housing prices, stocks, and their children's tutoring classes. They had no interest in a groundbreaking technology like hibernation, viewing it merely as a job, an unfortunate task no one wanted to take on. Hibernating to the future? It's fine to watch in movies. No one in the real world wants to touch it. Zhong Shan looked at these people, feeling a deep-seated disdain, as if looking at a dung beetle that only knew how to laboriously pile dung balls. Yet old Wang really couldn't go. His old body was in such poor condition that even if he were asleep in, he wouldn't last. "I'll go in," Zhong Shan said firmly. Old Wang stared at Zhong Shan, turning his head away. "That's impossible. Besides me, there's no other candidate, right?" Zhong Shan said calmly. Old Wang looked at Zhong Shan, silent. "Although I had already considered this possibility, but—" Old Wang hesitated. "Xiao Zhong, you're a talent." Zhong Shan knew what old Wang was thinking. He was reluctant to let him go. In the messy lab, there were only Zhong Shan and old Wang. For a year, this place had been their battlefield of mutual understanding. The two were silent, both knowing that Zhong Shan was the only person who could enter the hibernation pod. "Set the hibernation time for 200 years, Zhong Shan said. Old Wang was stunned, staring blankly at Zhong Shan. "You want to go directly to the third round of experiments?" Old Wang showed an incredulous expression. "But our technology isn't mature yet. You very likely won't wake up." "It's okay. Although our current technology might not allow me to wake up in 200 years, it's good enough to let me sleep." Zhong Shan smiled. "Let the future provide the answer. People 200 years from now will have ways to unfreeze me." Zhong Shan wanted to leave this era. He understood the immense danger of entering the hibernation pod. He might die, become paralyzed, and even if he could wake up, there could be aftereffects. Going to the future meant abandoning his current life, giving up everything, with no option for regret, no way back. Going to the future might not be as romantic as in movies. He could face unimaginable hardships, starting everything from scratch. But then he looked at his situation, thought about his dilapidated dormitory, and considered his disheartened life. No parents, no wife and children, no savings. To hell with it, what do I have to lose? Have you thought it through? Old Wang squeezed out those few words with difficulty. I have, Zhong Shan smiled. This is our last chance. ISNT it. Once you go in, you won't come out for more than 5 years. There won't even be a way to unfreeze you. You can only wait until many years later when the technology matures for someone to rescue you. Maybe 20 years, 30 years, or even 200 years. Old Wang hesitated. Or you may never wake up. Stop talking nonsense, Old Wang. Zhong Shan waved his hand. ISNT this what we always wanted to do. Stop dawdling. You just need to ensure that those people outside don't come to pry open my coffin lid. That's impossible, Old Wang chuckled awkwardly. Once the experiment starts, it's irreversible. This hibernation pod can withstand armor-piercing rounds and explosive blasts. Moreover, forcibly opening it would be fatal for you. No one would dare to force you out under the charge of murder. Old Wang began to ramble on. Zhong Shan interrupted Old Wang, giving him a big hug. I'm leaving, Zhong Shan said slowly. Old Wang, don't die too quickly. If you die, no one will take care of me. Old Wang hadn't recovered from Zhong Shan's strong embrace. His voice was a bit choked as he slowly said, Don't worry. I will tell everyone that you've entered deep hibernation and there's no way to wake you up, ensuring your life. Anyone who wants to open the hibernation pod will have to step over my dead body. Before I die, I will find a trustworthy successor to keep an eye on you. Zhong Shan didn't wait for Old Wang to finish his rambling and jumped into the hibernation pod, lying down. Stop talking, Old Wang. Let us get started. Before the pod cover closed, he looked at Old Wang again. He thought this might be the last time he saw Old Wang. Take care of yourself over there. Old Wang and Zhong Shan exchanged glances, and Zhong Shan saw his friend's reluctance and paternal affection in his eyes. The pod cover closed, and Zhong Shan could no longer hear the sounds outside. The white light inside the pod extinguished, plunging him into darkness. A needle pierced his wrist vein, and liquid slowly flowed into his bloodstream. A mask slowly descended and covered his face. Zhong Shan felt the oxygen he was breathing had a kind of ionized scent. Zhong Shan knew the process would be quick. He would fall asleep within 5 minutes. He was familiar with every step, having done countless simulations and experiments before. He felt his body temperature gradually drop, his blood slowing down, and his cold hands and feet losing sensation. He knew his body temperature would fall below -50 degrees, and the hibernation pod would maintain his metabolism in an unconscious state, slowing all his physiological functions to 1,000th of normal. He felt as if every cell in his body was wrapped in ice crystals, frozen, and then the cell membranes were pierced with the cytoplasm and organelles frozen together, just as he had seen during previous failed experiments under the microscope. Am I going to freeze to death like this? Zhong Shan smiled bitterly. Goodbye this world. Goodbye this era. Zhong Shan fell asleep. Chapter 3 Awakening. Zhong Shan opened his eyes and found himself gazing up at the sky. He saw an astonishing scene above him. Under the clear blue sky, countless skyscrapers stretched desperately towards the clouds, towering and dense, blocking out the sunlight. Zhong Shan felt as if he were looking up at the sky from within a forest, his view obstructed by the urban jungle. However, they could not obscure the magical object in the sky. It was a thick band that spanned the entire sky, resembling a highway built high and far away. But it was too distant, as if it were beyond the atmosphere, intermittently hidden by clouds, much like looking at the moon in the sky. Zhong Shan widened his eyes, staring intently at the band. Gradually, it became clearer before him, and he could even discern the details of the band. It was undoubtedly a man-made structure, with intricate lines and patterns and twinkling lights. It was something Zhong Shan had never seen before, and he searched his memory, unable to recall when humanity had ever constructed such a massive project. Zhong Shan was unsure whether he was dreaming or had truly awakened. At that moment, he did not feel the splitting headache, dizziness, or nausea he had anticipated. He felt physically well, not at all as if he had just woken from a 200-year slumber, but rather as if he had merely taken a short nap, feeling just a bit thirsty. He even sat up and looked around. He was in a spacious room, with clean, white walls. The room was very bright, and aside from the large bed he was lying on, there was nothing else. Zhong Shan thought the room was excessively white. White walls, white floor, white sheets, everything was white, with not a speck of dirt in sight. He had never seen a hospital room that was this spotless. He looked up at the ceiling, which seemed to be some sort of screen, displaying images of the sky. Zhong Shan did not know whether the image was pre-recorded and playing in a loop, or if it was a live broadcast. He even saw planes flying across the sky. That enormous band still spanned the blue sky above him, appearing so unreal in the real sky. Although it was a bit incredible, Zhong Shan confirmed that he had indeed awakened. Was this what was like 200 years later? Why was he here? Zhong Shan had a multitude of questions and wanted to ask someone. He effortlessly got out of bed, and beside it were a pair of white slippers, plain and unbranded. After putting on the slippers, the back of the slippers automatically flipped up, forming a heel that enveloped his feet. The shoes fit perfectly, seemingly adjusting to his foot size, and were made of a soft material, making them very comfortable to wear. He was dressed in a pure white outfit, which also fit snugly. Unlike the loose and unattractive hospital gowns of his time, he found no intravenous tubes or sensors connected to him, and he did not feel any discomfort. His legs and feet still had strength. He walked to the door, which opened automatically, revealing the scene outside. The corridor was as clean and bright as his room, very spacious, and there were people moving about. Some wore pure white clothing like Zhong Shan, while others wore casual clothes of different colors. What surprised Zhong Shan was the sight of many white, cylindrical objects moving in parallel along the corridor. Upon closer inspection, they were not entirely cylindrical. Their tops had various shapes: spherical, square, polygonal, and some were even bowls containing items, seemingly capable of transforming at will. Their bases were spherical, rolling on the ground. And Zhong Shan could not understand how the cylindrical parts could remain upright and move smoothly on such spherical bases. These were likely robots. Some were cleaning, while others approached pedestrians who interacted with them naturally, conversing, taking items they offered, or returning things to them. The robots' hands sometimes transformed into instruments, like thermometers or stethoscopes, to check the pedestrian's health. Zhong Shan was astonished by the robotic technology of this era. They showed no visible signs of interfaces, appearing seamless, making it impossible to discern whether their material was metal or plastic. They could even change shape at will, like liquid. Zhong Shan guessed that this must be a hospital. Was this what a future hospital looked like? What had happened? Why was he here and not waking up in the underground laboratory of the Research Institute? He approached a woman in white and forced himself to suppress his nervousness and excitement. "Hello, may I ask where this is?" Zhong Shan inquired, guessing she might be a nurse. The nurse turned around, looking at Zhong Shan coldly. "You just woke up, right?" She pointed behind her. "Go report to the hall." After briefly saying this, the nurse turned and left. Zhong Shan was afraid he might scare her, but she seemed far more composed than he had imagined, as if she was used to people like him. "Mr. Zhong Shan, I'll accompany you to the hall," someone said beside him. He turned around but saw no one. "Here." Zhong Shan felt someone tugging at his pants. He looked down to find it was the little robot he had seen earlier. The robot looked up at him, its round head sporting a big cartoonish smile. Okay. Zhong Shan was at a loss. He didn't know how to communicate with the robot. He doubted the little robot could understand him. But now it seemed he had no other place to go, so he followed it. The little robot led the way, and Zhong Shan quietly followed behind. Zhong Shan saw a middle-aged man walking out of the adjacent room. He was overweight and dressed in a white hospital gown that was at least 2 sizes larger than Zhong Shan's. He was surrounded by a group of young men in black suits, looking quite distinguished. Like Zhong Shan, he curiously surveyed the hospital corridor and the robots, while the black-clad individuals occasionally whispered something in his ear. Zhong Shan guessed that he was also a recently awakened hibernator, seemingly of high status. Zhong Shan felt a bit disappointed. His awakening did not seem to be anything remarkable, but rather just part of the routine operations here. To the doctors, nurses, and robots in the hospital, he was clearly just an ordinary member among many hibernators. "Excuse me, what year is this?" Zhong Shan cautiously asked. "Ha ha ha. Every one of you wakes up asking the question first." The robot actually laughed. "You might not realize it, but we find it quite amusing when faced with such questions." Zhong Shan found this unexpectedly human-like robot amusing. Its speaking style was very much like a humaness. He also found it funny, putting himself in the robot's shoes. If someone asked him what year it was as their first question upon meeting him, he would definitely think that person was joking. It's 2077, the robot replied. You began your hibernation in 2017, and it has been 60 years since you woke up. What? So he had only hibernated for 60 years. Zhong Shan was surprised and confused. Why not 200 years? Why had he awakened early? What happened? Zhong Shan asked. According to the plan, I was supposed to hibernate for 200 years. Why did I wake up early? Because of the Hibernation Prohibition Act enacted this year, the little robot answered. All hibernators have been gradually unfrozen this year. The law no longer permits hibernation. Why? Because too many people protested, the little robot said. Most people do not have the opportunity to hibernate. Those who can are either wealthy or part of the privileged class. Hibernation means the ability to enjoy better future technologies, such as medical conditions, educational resources, public resources, and so on. Even wealthy people would store their money in banks or buy funds, real estate, etc., to enjoy the high interest accumulated over years after their hibernation ends. Hibernation can also help evade many real-world problems. If too many people hibernate, it's as if they are skipping labor and directly enjoying the fruits of labor built by those who cannot hibernate, which is evidently detrimental to social development. In the public's view, hibernation creates social injustice, leading to protests. The little robot chattered endlessly. So that's how it is. Zhong Shan clearly hadn't considered the negative impacts of hibernation. He had only thought that hibernation could help patients and allow them to sleep into the future to cure diseases that cannot be cured in the current era. Humanity is only equal in the face of death, but hibernation makes death unfair. The technology of hibernation was invented too early, before the world was ready to accept it. The inequality in wealth and power among humans is merely a difference between individuals, but the inequality in the face of death is a difference between humans and gods. And hibernation can create this disparity. If one could hibernate, very few would wish to remain in the present. The commercialization of hibernation sparked endless social turmoil from the beginning. Debates over the ethics, morality, and legality of allowing hibernation have never ceased. Ultimately, this year's decision to prohibit hibernation technology also brought about a social disaster. As it relates to the survival of many people, Zhong Shan thought of the lucky ones, including himself, who successfully hibernated, and the billions of envious eyes in the mortal world made him shiver. Resources in this era are relatively scarce. The little robot continued. Although the productivity of our era has advanced far beyond yours, our population is also larger, and with more jobs and more advanced technology come more social problems. Thus, the individual happiness index has actually declined. The suicide rate in 2077 is 100 times that of 2017. The little robot said, showing a sad cartoon expression, as it chattered on about the state of this era to Zhong Shan. This point Zhong Shan could understand. The more developed society becomes, the less happy people may be. He himself felt that while his parents' generation had much poorer material conditions than his own, they were far happier. He walked while examining the details of the hospital. The hospital was still crowded with doctors and patients. Although their clothes were more novel and attractive, they were not to the extent that Zhong Shan found completely unacceptable. When Zhong Shan looked at them, some had indifferent expressions and turned away. Others smiled warmly at him. Besides robots moving through the corridors, drones silently flew back and forth. Automatic doors constantly opened and closed, and the busy hospital corridors were just as bustling as in his own era. What surprised him even more was that he saw the smooth, white walls of the corridor could actually open. Robots or nurses could walk to the wall, tap it, and the wall would unfold like a blooming flower, layer by layer, revealing complex partitions that were thin as pages of a book. Inside the open wall were tools or electronic medical records. The smooth wall sometimes would suddenly unfold, and a drone would fly out, after which the wall would close without a trace. Sometimes robots would walk to the wall and merge directly with it, like a droplet of water merging into the surface of water, and then the wall would quickly heal, showing no signs of change. Dynamic sky images played on the ceiling of the corridor, making it appear brighter and more spacious. This era was much better than Zhong Shan had expected. At least humanity had not gone extinct, and there was such advanced robotics and artificial intelligence technology. Zhong Shan even wondered if these nurses were robots too. After all, in such an automated hospital with perfect facilities, did they still need human nurses? These nurses were tall and slender, each one so beautiful that it felt unreal. Zhong Shan thought they might not be human after all. Perhaps the hospital needed humanoid robots to reassure patients. But then Zhong Shan thought, it could also be that cosmetic surgery in this era was very advanced, or perhaps they had excellent nutrition from a young age, resulting in their good looks. But if they were really robots, then the technology of this era was truly frightening. Zhong Shan carefully observed the hospital's robots. Robots and drones existed in his era, but many details on them were beyond his imagination, such as the complete absence of visible interfaces and their ability to change shape freely. These robots had clearly evolved through many generations, being much more advanced than those in his time. They were more flexible, quieter, and more efficient, clearly controlled by powerful artificial intelligence. Zhong Shan was eager to leave the hospital and see the world. Why didn't I wake up in the lab of my previous unit, but here? Zhong Shan asked. Your previous research institute no longer exists. You were transferred to the Yaoging Hibernation Center for Unified Management in 2056. Then, due to legal requirements, all registered hibernators will be thawed this year. So you were transferred to this hospital, which has the qualifications to thaw hibernators, in March of this year. So didn't have to wait 200 years. The technology of this era could rescue Zhong Shan from the hibernation pod. Zhong Shan was astonished by the progress of human technology, not knowing how they achieved it. And he felt no discomfort or side effects at all. Besides me, are there many others who hibernated? Yes, the robot replied. Since the commercialization of hibernation began in 2050, over 10 million registered individuals worldwide have undergone hibernation. 10 million. This number far exceeded Zhong Shan's imagination. In his understanding, hibernation was an extremely complex technology requiring continuous monitoring and maintenance, consuming vast resources. He never expected it could be commercialized so quickly and used by so many people. Was this the achievement of Old Wang? Zhong Shan was a bit excited. Am I the first hibernator? Zhong Shan asked somewhat shyly. Many early hibernators ask this question when they wake up, the robot laughed. Not at all. The first person in human history to successfully complete long-term hibernation was Dr. Gordon Stinson from NASA, who secretly entered hibernation in 1970 and woke up 68 years later in 2038. 1970. This era was much earlier than Zhong Shan had imagined. That was during the Cold War, and they were able to successfully hibernate a person and span 68 years, even longer than his own hibernation period. Zhong Shan sighed inwardly. However, humanity had so many crazy inventions during the Cold War. What was hibernation compared to that? He wondered how many secret hibernation programs existed in various countries before Zhong Shan. Actually, I always want to say the first hibernator was Captain America in 1945. The little robot chuckled. But I found that many hibernators after 2035 don't know about Captain America. Zhong Shan smiled knowingly. He couldn't help but admire the robot's high intelligence, possessing a human-like sense of humor and adaptability, which probably already passed the Turing test. With such advanced technology, it was no wonder he felt no discomfort upon waking. The hospital must have conducted a comprehensive examination and rehabilitation treatment on him while thawing him, ensuring he woke up without any diseases or pain. What I need to do now? Zhong Shan was worried about whether he could integrate into this era. He didn't know what identity he would start his new life with. Come with me to the lobby. There's a complete set of procedures that need to be handled. Chapter 4 2077 1 Zhong Shan followed the robot to the hospital lobby. The hospital lobby is very clean. Although there are people coming and going, everything is orderly. The design-rich lobby resembles a giant art museum combined with an international space station, with many screens and holographic images floating in the air, numerous yet not chaotic, allowing people to easily find the information they want. Small animations about first aid knowledge are scrolling on the screens, and the naked eye, 3D images of nurses and robots are floating in the air, demonstrating how to use some medical equipment or inviting the audience to step forward and ask questions. These images are well produced, far exceeding the best film visuals of the Zhong Shan era. The content of the demonstrations is reassuring and much more comfortable than displaying cold hospital regulations in text format. Zhong Shan enters a reception room, where a beautiful nurse sits across from him. The nurse is very friendly, smiling as she invites him to sit down. Her professional smile creates an illusion for Zhong Shan, making him impulsively want to ask her if she is a robot. Mr. Zhong Shan, how are you feeling? Very well. Our examination shows that your body is recovering well. You are healthy and can be discharged. Okay, thank you. Zhong Shan pauses, hesitantly asking, where should I go now? It seems I don't have an ID or anything like that. And no, money. In this era, ID cards are no longer needed. The nurse smiles and replies, paper cash is also rare. You actually don't need it. You should go to the municipal service office to install a fingerprint machine. It's free, and with that, your life will be much more convenient. The little robot pipes up at this moment. What is a fingerprint machine? Zhong Shan asks. Is it something like a mobile phone? He just said mobile phone. The nurse giggles, covering her mouth at the little robot. Zhong Shan immediately realizes that mobile phones have probably long been obsolete in this era. For the nurse, hearing the word mobile phone is as funny as hearing telegraph or pager. How do I get there? Zhong Shan hides his embarrassment. The nurse gives him detailed directions for public transportation. So I just go out like this? Zhong Shan gestures awkwardly, indicating he is still wearing the hospital gown. Yes, the nurse smiles. Oh, you mean this outfit? The nurse realizes Zhong Shan's awkwardness. This outfit is disposable. You don't need to return it to us. Zhong Shan actually wants to hint at the nurse to see if there are other clothes he could wear. But he knows that the hospital is not obligated to buy him other clothes. He also doesn't have money to buy any. So he can only go to that municipal office first to get some sort of ID, install that so-called fingerprint machine they mentioned, and then go to the bank to withdraw money. Oh, right. Zhong Shan suddenly remembers. How can he take public transport without money? Don't worry, public transportation is free. The little robot empathetically answers before Zhong Shan can ask. Zhong Shan ultimately suppresses his urge to ask the nurse if she is a robot. He fears making a big joke of himself, being laughed at, or offending her. There is too much information in this era that he needs to learn on his own. He can save that question for later. Zhong Shan walks out of the hospital doors, and the bright sunlight makes it hard for him to open his eyes. After a moment of slight dizziness, he opens his eyes to see this world clearly. He is deeply shocked. The towering buildings pierce the clouds, layered and dense like a jungle. The closer buildings are so tall that he can hardly see their tops. Behind these tall buildings are even taller ones. These structures are completely different from those 60 years ago. They rise straight up and taper at the top in a streamlined shape, resembling spaceships. Zhong Shan stands in the shadow of the buildings, only able to see the edges of the black skyscrapers reflecting sunlight, like polished black jade. Sunlight beams down through the gaps between the buildings, outlining their sharply defined forms. Is this Shanghai in 2077? These buildings are clearly not something humans could have constructed. It must be thanks to the advanced robotics industry. Between the buildings, high-speed flying vehicles dart by. There are various types of flying vehicles, streamlined, spindle-shaped, and capsule-like. Some look like sports cars with retracted wheels, while others resemble miniature fighter jets. Each one appears unprecedented to Zhong Shan, striking him even more than the spaceships he has seen in sci-fi movies. This is probably what flying cars look like in this era. Flying cars densely weave through the buildings. Although they move at high speeds, they are orderly. The flying cars in the air follow a continuous line, almost tail to nose, clearly flying along some pre-established route, as if bound by invisible roads. Zhong Shan feels as if he has entered the depths of the sea and looks up to see schools of various fish swimming around. He thinks there must be new traffic regulations for these flying cars, or perhaps they are automatically piloted under the control of artificial intelligence. In addition, there are light rail trains speeding between the buildings. A dense network of tracks weaves through different levels of the city, more intricate than a spider's web, while the light rail moves like a long centipede, winding along them. Unable to resist, Zhong Shan crosses the road in front of him and steps onto the pedestrian walkway. He approaches the edge of the walkway, leaning over the railing to look down, and gasps in shock. He is standing hundreds of meters in the air. Below the platform, the city continues to extend. Zhong Shan has excellent vision and can clearly see the lowest level of the city 300 or 400 meters below. As if gazing into an abyss, the height makes him feel dizzy. Below him is a scene identical to that above, with a bustling flow of traffic weaving between the buildings, serving as the city's capillary vessels and muscular tissue. The lower levels of the city are not dimmed by the shadows of the buildings and traffic above. Instead, they are as bright as day. Artificial light sources fill every corner, with twinkling neon lights and billboards shining like stars, making the lower city even more prosperous. Zhong Shan is awestruck by the breathtaking view in front of him, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp and difficulty breathing. He turns around and notices that the surrounding pedestrians are looking at him strangely. Zhong Shan realizes he is still wearing the white hospital gown, which might draw attention. He quickly steadies himself and steps away from the railing, reminding himself to suppress his excitement no matter what he sees from now on, especially in a crowd. Following the route information he received at the hospital, he boards the nearest light rail train. At the station, the complex transportation information dazzles him, and he asks the directional robot several times before confirming that he has found the right route. Fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about taking the wrong train, as public transportation is free and he doesn't have to worry about fares. The magnetic levitation train travels through the city's elevated tracks, and Zhong Shan gazes out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the entire city under the clear sky. The afternoon sunlight pours down from the towering buildings in the distance as the train weaves through the steel jungle, with the sunlight inside the carriage flickering on and off. Jazz music plays in the train, with intense drum beats dancing along with the rhythm of the saxophone, resonating with the changing light and shadows inside the carriage. Zhong Shan feels like an immigrant who has just arrived in New York in the 1930s, marveling at the spectacular city of this new land. The light rail moves through the towering tracks, as if flying through the city. The streets above are bustling with various vehicles, with countless cars and trains brushing past each other, merging into streams of traffic in all directions. Other trains from different lines are also running alongside, making the entire city resemble a tropical rainforest, with the trains flitting through like small dragonflies. The sharp-edged office buildings, wavy financial centers, and claw-like aerial overpasses flash by the train window in reverse. The train weaves through the gaps between buildings, the tracks rising and falling, winding like a roller coaster. Zhong Shan desperately suppresses his excitement as he turns to look at the other passengers in the car, who seem to have long been accustomed to these sights. Their expressions indifferent and numb. As they pass Century Avenue, the train astonishingly goes right through the middle of a skyscraper, where a light rail tunnel has been opened in the middle section of the building. Zhong Shan looks around the carriage, within the transparent glass walls of the skyscraper. He can even see office workers at their desks. Before he can take a closer look, the train exits the building and merges back into the traffic, continuing its flight. The train passes through the rooftop of a building, and through the glass above, Zhong Shan sees an unmanned factory inside. Busy robots are crammed together, far outnumbering the workers in the sweatshops of his time. They jostle against each other, yet continue to work at high speed, which strikes Zhong Shan as somewhat nauseating, as it reminds him of writhing maggots. He sees a parking lot in the sky, resembling a beehive, with countless cars flying in and out from all directions. The multi-level parking garage is constantly rolling and flipping, its complex steel structure opening and closing in a chaotic manner, as if this massive entity has a life of its own, devouring the moths that approach it. However, his body is riddled with wounds, allowing prey to easily escape from it. As the train progresses, he sees more breathtaking sights. He feels as if he is in a David Lynch film, with the camera following his perspective, capturing this bizarre world. This city, devoid of the chaotic mess often depicted in science fiction films, is far more developed and spectacular. In what used to be People's Square, he sees an amusement park on the rooftops, a giant Ferris wheel spanning several buildings. There is even a primeval forest suspended in the air, laid out within a park formed by a cluster of buildings, and there are canals floating in midair, sometimes cascading down, sometimes flowing upwards. Some buildings have glass-covered spires on their lower halves, while their rooftops feature retro Tang, dynasty-style palaces, with majestic city walls enclosing meticulously designed royal gardens, truly a castle in the sky. The city is no longer flat. It has transformed into a three-dimensional, intricate world. It is likely that the rooftop garden of one building connects to the underground parking lot of another 20 floors below. The city seems insatiable, constantly demanding more space. There are new buildings under construction, countless cranes reaching for the sky like bony giant hands. The jungle of scaffolding envelopes the buildings, creating a bizarre modern art exhibit. Zhong Shan is astonished to see a layer of dark shadows covering the building's surface. Upon closer inspection, every black turns out to be a spider-like robot. These spider robots crawl all over the skyscraper, as if gnawing on the corpse of a giant beast, yet the building grows taller at a visible speed. Robots have replaced humans, becoming the builders of the city. The sights of the city always remind Zhong Shan of the thriving, dense, and crowded world of insects. While he feels like just a tiny ant among them, giant advertising screens and neon signs cover every view in the city, and suspended holographic images are doing their utmost to attract customers. Zhong Shan sees a dirigible slowly being overtaken by the train, drifting backward in the window. Its massive screen displaying a sushi advertisement. Billboards extend from various buildings, appearing repeatedly on walls, utility poles, and advertising airships to grab attention, creating a dizzying effect. In this era, information is in excess, even overflowing. The ocean of advertisements rushes in, leaving Zhong Shan overwhelmed. On the bustling commercial street of Lujiazui, there's a parade. People wear splendid garments from various dynasties, parading noisily. Drones and airships float above the procession, some dressed as giant Buddhas or ancient mythical beasts, while others are dressed as cartoon characters that Zhong Shan cannot recognize. In the sky above, Zhong Shan sees that marvel spanning the sky again. A massive long band outside the atmosphere, far higher than any of the buildings or flying vehicles above them. The gray-blue band is faintly visible in the sky, and under the sparse points of light, one can see the band covered in dense veins and segments, resembling the solder points and copper mesh on a circuit board. Zhong Shan wonders what kind of structure needs to be built so high, whether it is for transportation or habitation. Could it be a giant international space station? He can hardly imagine that just 60 years have passed, and Shanghai has undergone such a tremendous transformation, far exceeding Zhong Shan's imagination. Even if someone told him this was 200 years later, he would not believe it. Zhong Shan has too many questions. Many of the novel things he sees on the road leave him puzzled about their purposes. He wants to know the extent of current human technology and, most importantly, how he can survive. He needs to quickly learn and fill in the gaps of the last 60 years. What has happened during these 60 years? Why is the research institute no longer there? What happened to old Wang? By the timeline, he must have passed away by now. Finally, amidst his anxious thoughts, Zhong Shan arrives at his destination. Chapter for the Mechanism 1. He got off the train and arrived at the station platform. He merged into the crowd, following the busy throng as they walked towards the exit. People moved hurriedly, clearly brushing past each other, yet there was no connection among them. He suddenly noticed that not a single person was wearing headphones. In his time, people in subway stations always wore various types of headphones, either listening to music or broadcasts, or engrossed in watching dramas or playing games. The headphones were like plugs connected to sockets. City dwellers had become accustomed to burying their heads in their electronic devices, especially in subway stations, where busy and indifferent people gathered together, forming a spectacle of the modern society dominated by the heads-down generation. Yet in this era, people did not wear headphones. As Zhong Shan recalled, even on the train, he hadn't seen anyone looking down at their phones. Everyone either sat or stood, engaging in conversations, gazing out the window, or simply staring blankly into space. There was no trace of electronic devices on them. Had people in this era returned to simplicity? Although they didn't wear headphones or look down at their phones, they remained just as indifferent and numb. Zhong Shan stepped out of the station and onto the street. He saw robots of various shapes and sizes. Tall, short, fat, and thin, colorful robots either walked or glided through the crowd, which accepted their presence with calm indifference, clearly accustomed to it. In contrast, Zhong Shan, dressed in white, seemed to attract more attention than the robots. What left the deepest impression on Zhong Shan was a type of security robot. This kind of robot was completely different from the nursing robots in hospitals. It was entirely gray-black and stood about 2 meters tall. Their tall and slim bodies did not appear frail, but instead looked powerful due to their robust upper limbs. Their large, muscular frames reminded one of athletic basketball players. The material of their bodies seemed to be some kind of new synthetic material, somewhere between metal and resin, appearing to have extremely high strength. From their movements and gait, it was evident that their bodies were both resilient and powerful, yet sufficiently lightweight. Unlike the smooth designs of hospital robots with no interfaces, their surfaces had clearly visible patterns, resembling the textures of muscle tissue. Akin to the athletic forms of ancient Greek sculptures, covered in a gray exoskeleton with sharp angles. This exoskeleton seemed like their armor, enhancing the dimensions of their muscles. But not only increasing strength, it also had many functions, resembling external equipment. Zhong Shan could make out the shapes of knee pads, gun belts, magazines, and daggers on them. Their combat capabilities were certainly not low, and they carried at least 2 firearms. The black armor on their shoulders bore the word police in white, and their backs slightly bulged like backpacks integrated with their bodies. Their thighs were robust, reminiscent of high-quality warhorses, while their calves were very slender, with prominent tendons that reminded Zhong Shan of a cheetah. They only touched the ground with their 4 feet, and a series of biomimetic designs suggested they were exceptionally good at running and had explosive power. Their heads resembled a combination of a football helmet and a motorcycle helmet, with the eye area covered by a dark glass panel featuring 2 elongated green light spots, which were presumably their eyes. A conical protrusion emerged from the back of their heads. From the top of their heads extended a device resembling either a night vision scope or a camera, with a lens faintly glowing blue. The shape of their exoskeleton and armor reminded Zhong Shan of Special Forces soldiers, exuding a strong deterrent presence. What made Zhong Shan uneasy was that as he approached them, they fixated their gaze on him, as if he were an anomaly. Security robots from all directions stared at Zhong Shan, their eyes following his movements. Their stares made Zhong Shan extremely nervous. Those green, eerie eyes reminded him of predators lurking at night, like wolves waiting to pounce on prey, ready to tear it to shreds. When Zhong Shan looked back at them, they did not hide their gaze but stared directly at him, sending chills down his spine. Thankfully, they did not make any move or approach him, merely watching him silently from a distance. Zhong Shan could even feel the eyes on his back, a chill creeping along his spine. Finally, Zhong Shan reached the entrance of the municipal service hall, feeling a sense of relief. Security robots stood at the entrance as well, 3 on the left and 3 on the right, all staring intently at him. Zhong Shan speculated that they might just be patrolling and were more vigilant towards suspicious individuals. He was dressed in a hospital gown and lacked any device to prove his identity, which was probably why they kept staring at him. Suddenly, the 6 robots in front of him had their green eyes turn red simultaneously. Their crimson eyes resembled those of bloodthirsty beasts. Before Zhong Shan could react from his earlier self-soothing thoughts, the 6 robots charged towards him. Their upper bodies leaned forward, and they ran at an incredibly fast speed, much quicker than human sprinters. Without any acceleration phase, the security robots closed the 30-meter distance to Zhong Shan in an instant. He wanted to turn and run, but his body was stiff, his legs trembling, and he couldn't move. Moreover, against such overwhelming speed, his own running speed was no match. Zhong Shan desperately racked his brain to recall what he had done wrong that could have provoked these robots to come after him. His mind raced as he thought about how to quickly surrender to avoid harm, what to say to explain himself to prevent these terrifying robots from taking extreme actions. However, he barely had time to think when the 6 robots brushed past him, sprinting away. Zhong Shan turned to look back, and to his astonishment, they accelerated and leaped into the air. The force before their jump seemed to tear the air apart, kicking up a cloud of dust. Not only these 6, but other security robots on the street executed the same action, suddenly initiating a rapid run, and after a powerful push off the ground, they soared into the sky. The backpacks on their backs expelled white flames, likely some kind of jet propulsion system, leaving trails of white smoke in the air. All the robots flew in the same direction. They continuously accelerated in the air, and when faced with traffic, they showed no signs of slowing down, deftly avoiding obstacles. Zhong Shan even watched in disbelief as their speed broke the sound barrier, disappearing from sight after speeding through a white sonic cone. aside from the robots. Zhong Shan also saw several massive black shadows swiftly passing overhead. He couldn't make out exactly what the shadows were, but he felt the rush of air as they flew by, shaking the windows of the tall buildings, causing some windows to even blow open. The strong winds rushed into the buildings, sending pages flying into the air. In the distance, he saw a fleet of more than a dozen black helicopters flying towards the direction the robots had gone. These helicopters had pure black bodies, with large wings spread out on either side, and the turbine propellers on the wings spun at an angle, distorting the view behind them due to the rapidly flowing air. Zhong Shan had no idea what kind of emergency was occurring that would lead to such a strong response from the robots and helicopters. But the efficiency of their response truly astonished him. He speculated that the crime rate in this era must be very low. No one would dare provoke such a powerful security force. After calming his racing heart, Zhong Shan walked towards the door of the municipal service hall. 2. As soon as he stepped through the automatic doors, a staff member approached him. "Sir, do you need my assistance?" The person, dressed in a blue uniform, was a young male with a clean face and a professional smile. People in this era were generally much more attractive than they were 60 years ago. Looking at the handsome staff member before him, Zhong Shan thought again that cosmetic surgery technology in this era must be very advanced. Zhong Shan took a closer look and realized that this person was not a physical entity, but just a holographic image. He saw a badge on the person's uniform pocket with his name, Wang Erda, written on it. He was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to describe his situation, and while he was still organizing his thoughts, the other party had already spoken. "The system did not detect the finger device you're wearing. Would you like to install or replace the finger device?" Install, first-time installation. Zhong Shan marveled at the other's efficiency, not wasting any words and immediately identifying his purpose. "All right, installing the finger device requires your identity information. May I scan your genetic information?" The staff member Wang Erda kindly inquired. "Sure, go ahead." Zhong Shan wondered how a holographic image could scan him and waited to see a miracle happen. A drone flew over from the side and hovered above Zhong Shan's head. He guessed that a beam of light would shine down on him, sweeping slowly from the top of his head to his feet and then back again several times. However, nothing happened. There were no lights or beams, only the faint sound of the drone making a beeping noise, suggesting that the scan had concluded. Zhong Shan, male, Han ethnicity, born in 1991, entered hibernation in 2017, defrosted at 3 p.m. on September 15, 2077. Wang Erda reported a series of Zhong Shan's identity information, all accurate. Identity verification completed. Synchronization finished. We can install the finger device for you now. Would you like to proceed immediately? Wang Erda asked. Zhong Shan suddenly felt that, like the nurse he had seen in the hospital, the service personnel of this era always spoke with a smile, very sincerely, and not at all perfunctorily. Their smiles were very comforting, making one feel completely trusting toward them, and even made Zhong Shan think that if he were not satisfied with their work, it would be his fault. "Can I ask something first?" Zhong Shan quickly waved his hand. "What is this finger device, and what is it for?" The full name of the finger device is Generic Ultra-Portable Network Data Accessing Device. Since 2055, after the government abolished the 6th-generation ID card, it has been mandatory for human citizens to install it. It contains all of a citizen's identity information, biometric identification information, social asset information, can access and connect to the internet, and integrates multimedia electronic entertainment functions and personal AI assistance. To put it simply, the finger device is a combination of what you had in your era: a smartphone, ID card, bank card, and all other documents. Zhong Shan found it hard to believe that a phone could be combined with an ID card and bank card. How convenient would that be? Wouldn't he only need to carry his keys when going out? Wait, why would I still need to carry keys? Zhong Shan thought of the automatic doors he had seen along the way and speculated that the homes of ordinary residents could also be opened with the finger device. How is this finger device installed? We will install 4 terminals on the tips of your left and right index fingers and earlobes. The process will be completed in an instant, and you will feel no pain. Oh, I see. Zhong Shan fell into thought. It seemed that installing the finger device was legally required in this era, and since it was inevitable, there was no reason to refuse. All right, please proceed with the installation. The drone that had just hovered above Zhong Shan's head flew in front of his eyes. The front of the drone had a screen, and instructions appeared on it. Please look directly at the red dot on the screen with both eyes. Raise your hands and press the tips of your left and right index fingers on the indicated positions on the screen. Zhong Shan followed the drone's instructions. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the drone extending 2 tentacles from both sides, gradually lengthening from a folded state to his ears. He felt a cool sensation on both earlobes, as if the drone's tentacles were touching them. The screen displayed that the finger device was being installed, and after a brief loading screen, it showed that the installation was complete. Zhong Shan retracted his hands and carefully examined the tips of his index fingers, finding nothing unusual. He couldn't help but rub his index finger with his left thumb to see if there was anything foreign on it. There was no sensation on his hand, but it felt like magic was happening in front of him. As soon as his thumb touched his index finger, a holographic image appeared out of thin air in front of Zhong Shan. The image was pure white, and in the center of the pure white background, a black rectangular shape appeared. The rectangle stood upright like a black slab, with 3 edges marked with numbers, 4, 1, and 9. Zhong Shan guessed this represented the ratio of the lengths of the rectangle's dimensions. Below the rectangle, a line of small text read Obsidian Tech. Zhong Shan wondered if this finger device was a product of Obsidian Tech. Mr. Zhong Shan, good afternoon. I am your personal assistant, Kina. How may I assist you? A gentle female voice echoed in his ear. At the same time, the same sentence appeared on the holographic image in front of him. Below this line of text, there were several options. Recommend me dinner, check tonight's weather, push a song that suits me, recommend some fun games, custom. This AI, called Kina, already knew his name. He feared that, like Wang Erda, she had synchronized all his information. Zhong Shan did not understand how the holographic image appeared. He looked around, and as he turned his head, the holographic image moved with his gaze, as if it were bound to his head. He tried extending his right hand and tapped the image in front of him. Check tonight's weather. Zhong Shan selected this option. From 6:25 p.m. to 8:10 p.m., it will rain lightly in Shanghai. Wind direction, level 1 south wind, humidity 68, feels like 21 degrees, atmospheric pressure 103 kilopascals. Kina detailed the weather, and this sentence also appeared in front of Zhong Shan. He touched his earlobe, which felt slightly hard, as if it were the terminal that had just been installed by the drone. He speculated that the holographic images he saw and the sounds he heard were somehow emitted by the terminals installed in his earlobes. Can the people next to me see the images I see? You can rest assured about this. The security of the finger device in terms of privacy protection is many times higher than that of the phones in your era. The images you see are achieved through a special imaging method of the terminals, and only from your angle and distance can they be seen clearly. From other angles, they cannot be imaged. As for the sound, you need not worry. The sound emitted by the terminals comes from the earlobes and is received by you directly through bone conduction, so others cannot hear it all, Kina patiently explained. Zhong Shan suddenly understood. It turned out that those expressionless, blank-eyed people he had seen on the street and on the train were actually using finger devices. They might also be listening to music, watching movies, or playing games, but he just couldn't see it. The holographic images he saw now were very clear and realistic, like looking at a screen right in front of him, while for the perspective of others, they saw nothing. From this perspective, the finger device was indeed very secure. With the finger device, you can also achieve any identity verification, including fingerprint payments, processing procedures, and accessing specific places, Kina added. Your finger device contains all your identity and financial information. So in this era, you do not need to use any additional devices. The finger machine can measure your blood pressure, pulse, and blood sugar 24 hours a day, allowing you to monitor your health at any time. Zhong Shan once envisioned what future phones would look like. Perhaps a completely transparent glass card, maybe a wristwatch that can project images worn on the hand, or even thin paper or scrolls that can be folded and placed in a wallet. However, he never imagined it would be the finger machine embedded in the fingertip, achieving complete integration with the human body and total invisibility. To wake up the finger machine, all you need to do is press it with your thumb. The same goes for standby mode. On the other side, Wild spoke. As he talked, the holographic image in front of Zhong Shan automatically adjusted its transparency, allowing him to see Wild smiling through the hologram. Oh, By the way, when you operate it, you don't need to lift your hands so high to point around. The finger machine can perform real-time motion capture and gravity sensing. So you can imagine having a keyboard at your fingertips, and you just need to make slight movements with your fingers. If you find it inconvenient, you can ask your AI to bring up a visual keyboard, allowing you to see a holographic image of a keyboard beneath your palm, which can be calibrated and set in terms of shape, size, and style. The finger machine installed for you is free. There are more advanced versions available now, but they require payment. If you need a more advanced AI or a more comfortable experience, you can directly log onto the Yaogang Technology official website to make a purchase. The most advanced finger machine is the OT77, which was just launched by Yaogang Technology last month. It can connect directly to your nerves, and you don't even need to use your fingers. You can control it directly with your thoughts. Yaogang Technology, which he just saw as Obsidian Tech, sounds very familiar. Zhong Shan suddenly recalled that when he was at the hospital, the little robot mentioned that the promoter of commercial hibernation is also Yaogang Technology. He wondered what kind of company Yaogang Technology is, capable of bringing such two world-changing technologies to the public. Besides that, do they have any other great technologies? Regarding the usage of the finger machine, you can always call upon your AI assistant to answer your questions. Walt smiled and said, "Additionally, there is one point I want to explain to you. According to the new policy released this year, the bank deposits of hibernators will not generate any interest from the day of hibernation. Meanwhile, other personal assets, including real estate, vehicles, bonds, stocks, etc., will incur a hibernation tax. I hope you can understand this." Zhong Shan felt indifferent about this. He didn't have any savings to begin with, and wasn't he expecting to wake up from hibernation and become rich overnight. He just hoped that the so-called hibernation tax wouldn't be too high and wouldn't leave him burdened with debt. If you have no further questions, please evaluate my work. Just tap on the nearby drone with your finger machine. Press 1 to indicate you are very satisfied. Chapter 5 Terrorist Attack. Zhong Shan walked out of the municipal service hall, still immersed in the wonderful experience brought by the pointer device, constantly trying out its various functions. He hadn't yet figured out how the pointer worked when he was already overwhelmed by a sea of information. Now he had the most convenient tool for searching for information. Sitting on a bench at the bottom of the steps, he eagerly looked up historical knowledge, particularly events that occurred in the future after his time, which fascinated him the most. He began to check major events over the years. In 2020, the Army completed the Damocles space-based kinetic weapon system, with core components docking in synchronous orbit. In 2025, the world faced a great economic depression, becoming the largest economic crisis in human history. In 2027, the Pacific Catarina tsunami left 8 million people homeless, and the Maldives Islands sank. In 2035, civil war broke out in country, resulting in its division into 3 nations. In 2038, a global blackout caused societal collapse and economic regression, leading to the rise of the terrorist organization Earth Rescue Alliance, ERL. In 2044, CEO Zhong Shan of the Yaogang Group released a prophecy book predicting events up to 2489. He later made revisions and published a second prophecy book. In 2046, Zhong Shan could hardly imagine that so many bizarre events beyond his comprehension would occur in the future, especially that a superpower like country would experience a civil war and even split apart. It was simply unbelievable. While he was still digesting these significant events, suddenly, a push notification caught his attention. It was a local message pushed based on Zhong Shan's location. Around 5 p.m. today, a terrorist attack occurred near Hujiahui Plaza. The terrorist organization ERL launched a sudden attack on the crowd in the plaza, resulting in an explosion. The central holographic image split into several subscreens, seemingly showing clips from the attack scene. From the shaky footage, people in the plaza could be seen screaming and fleeing, accompanied by the sounds of explosions and gunfire. The scene was too chaotic to see clearly. One shot seemed to be taken from a police helicopter, showing thousands of security robots surging in one direction like a black flood. The camera gradually moved to the center of the robot encirclement, where there was a white shadow. The white shadow moved like a high-speed ping-pong ball, continuously bouncing within the circle of robots. Each time it crashed into the outer wall formed by the robots, it would rebound in the opposite direction, with each bounce accompanied by the disintegration of numerous robots, their broken limbs and arms splattering like water. The white shadow moved extremely quickly, making it impossible to discern its form or actions. Sometimes it shot out like a fired cannonball. The ground would be shaken into a large pit by its powerful recoil, sending debris flying into the air. Ignoring the countless black robots blocking its path, it forcefully created a passage, tearing a crack in the black ocean. It was engaged in a desperate struggle among the thousands of security robots, seemingly undeterred, as its tremendous impact easily shattered the attacking robots into pieces. Zhong Shan had no idea what kind of weapon this white shadow was, not using any guns or ammunition, but employing such a primitive attack method by physically colliding. It was not only incredibly fast, but also had a terrifying hardness and strength, capable of smashing those fierce security robots as if they were toys. The terrorist attack lasted about half an hour, and the criminal has now been subdued by the police. The footage of the battle quickly switched. The next shot showed dozens of robots in a dark mass, and in the center of their encirclement was a large pit where the white figure lay. The figure was prone on the ground, with half of its body buried in the earth, pinned down by 5 or 6 robots, which locked its limbs in various positions. One robot pressed down on its head. The white figure had been subdued by the robots. The camera zoomed in on the figure's face, which was buried in the ground, barely visible. A split screen displayed a wanted notice with its photo and identity information. In the photo, the person wore a white mask, which had nothing on it. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. It was just a blank mask. This emptiness made the mask even more eerie. According to police reports, this person is the leader of the international terrorist organization Earth Rescue Alliance, known as Whiteboard. He is accused of committing 62 crimes and is currently wanted by 35 countries. The news anchor continued to report. A list of information about this person appeared on the holographic image before Zhong Shan. Name, unknown. Gender, unknown. Age, unknown. Nationality, unknown. Online, basic information about this person was completely unknown, but the list of crimes he committed was shocking. Committing terrorist attacks, infiltrating national security networks, spreading anti-human rhetoric, disrupting financial order, stealing confidential information. It's too crazy. How could someone commit so many major crimes, any one of which would be enough to sentence him to life imprisonment? Not to mention that he was so rampant today, carrying out a terrorist attack alone in the city center. Zhong Shan found it very unbelievable and suddenly recalled that before entering the municipal service hall this afternoon, those robots had suddenly entered a state of emergency, and the massive black helicopters were flying towards one direction as if facing a formidable enemy. They must have been going to deal with this madman. Zhong Shan checked the map. Hujiahui Plaza was less than 3 kilometers away from here, and he was relieved that he had not been affected. At that moment, as the sun began to set, Zhong Shan was surprised to see that the surfaces of all the buildings began to change. Large sections of glass started to flip, resembling ripples on a shimmering water surface. As the solar panels on the building's exterior were closing, the stirred waves expanded outward in circles, spreading across the entire building's surface. Soon, the water's surface returned to calm, and the closed solar panels turned pitch black. Zhong Shan looked at the vast city, the silhouettes of tall buildings under the sunset overshadowing everything, solemn like an ancient shrine. He felt as small as an ant under a tree trunk. It was as if he were looking at another world that was completely out of place with his own, a world from a painting. He had witnessed enough madness of this era today, any one of which was enough to shock his worldview. He was a person from the past. This was not his world. Yet he had to find a way to integrate into this world and be reborn here. Everything from his past had vanished. His life had to start from scratch. At that moment, the sky suddenly began to drizzle. The fine raindrops hit Zhong Shan's face, giving him a chill. It seemed that Kina's weather forecast was very accurate. The city was shrouded in a misty haze, visibility obscured by the dim night, and the distant grand buildings became towering black pillars. But before the darkness could spread, it was dispelled by light. The entire city lit up, and the vibrant night scene began to emerge. In addition to the dazzling advertisements, the glass surfaces of the buildings began to display bright patterns. Most of these light and shadow effects were dynamic, and sometimes the images on different building surfaces would even combine to form a new picture. There were all sorts of patterns, simple ones like combinations of geometric shapes, and complex ones like scenic clips, time-lapse photography, advertisements, football goal replays, and movie trailers. Zhong Shan saw an advertisement for a new model of car from an unfamiliar company. The car had a streamlined body that shone brightly, capable of switching from ground driving to aerial flight at any moment. During the transition, the car would quickly transform, like a swordfish turning into a jellyfish, springing into the air with sharp movements. It flew at high speed from one building to another, with the continuous screens on the building facades serving as its racetrack. Zhong Shan also noticed the advertisement for Yaogang technology, which seemed to have made significant achievements in manned spaceflight. In the ad, a new type of spacecraft launched from the base of each building, emitting hot air as it gracefully ascended along the building's facade. The city became a space launch site, with spacecraft taking off in grand formations, forming a magnificent space fleet. In the night sky, the aviation obstacle lights atop distant skyscrapers flashed rhythmically, guiding nighttime flying vehicles with red dots of light, merging with the blinking taillights of cars, creating a curtain of red light that obscured the sky. Some buildings suddenly began to transform. Two connected buildings had their connecting bridge severed and folded back. Then, one of the buildings slowly descended, sinking into the ground as if sheathing a sword. Many floors of buildings began to lower, while other buildings had floors rising from underground. Additionally, two buildings slid closer together and began to merge into one. In front of him, a building split in half, with the upper part supported by a central pillar, rotating upward while the disconnected section radiated light. The office workers on the floors near the break remained calm and undisturbed, continuing their work. The entire city was undergoing this massive transformation, like a music box that had been switched on, with its intricate gears beginning to turn. The oppressive rumble of steel and bricks colliding sounded like distant thunder. Soon, the city settled down, transforming from a daytime city into a nighttime city. The daytime office buildings, snack streets, and factories turned into nighttime arcade stores, shopping malls, and bars. This was a true sleepless city, one that could not afford to waste a single second for more efficient operation. The city was a living organism. Zhong Shan was stunned by this magnificent sight. He couldn't help but use his phone's camera function to capture the spectacular scenes he had just witnessed. Just as he was immersed in the mesmerizing images he had recorded, the vibrant city night scene in the lens suddenly darkened. Large areas of darkness descended without warning, spreading from one building to another like ink dropped into a cup. Giant billboards and neon lights went dark, and the once noisy city fell silent. He even saw the buildings in the process of transformation suddenly freeze, maintaining their halfway turned angles and the positions of their open bridges, with the streamlined domes swaying precariously. Zhong Shan was still trying to figure out what was happening, wondering what kind of performance this was, and whether there would be any more changes in the nighttime city. Could it be a power outage? The holographic image in front of him suddenly went black, and no matter how he pressed his phone, it remained unresponsive. The pedestrians around him were even more panicked. Some began to scream, while others scattered in all directions. The robots on the street suddenly stood frozen in place, immobile, while some robots simply fell to the ground like puppets with severed strings. All traffic lights went out, and the flow of vehicles in the air became congested. This scene did not last long. Zhong Shan saw that all the large screens and display surfaces in his field of vision lit up. They were all showing the same image. The picture was blurry, filled with flickering snowflakes and jumping color blocks, accompanied by a crackling noise, clearly processed. In the center of the image was a figure wearing a mask. The mask was a pure white oval, resembling a Japanese geisha covered in thick white powder. However, the mask had no features, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. The masked man, or woman, stared at the camera, silent. All the pedestrians seemed enchanted, staring blankly at him. Zhong Shan recalled that the person who had been arrested for a terrorist attack in the news he had just seen looked like the figure in front of him. What was her name again? The masked figure suddenly spoke. Did you think you caught me? Chapter 6, The Whiteboard. Zhong Shan remembered that he was referred to as such in the news earlier. This is clearly just a nickname, but it is an apt one. not only because of his blank mask, but also due to his mysterious identity, that blank identity information, as if he were a fictional person born from nothingness. The voice of the whiteboard was unusually hoarse and heavy, likely processed to alter his voice. "You think you caught me," he said, each word piercing the night sky like serrated edges cutting through steel. "Unfortunately, what you've caught is just my shell, my toy." Zhong Shan speculated that he was referring to the white humanoid seen in the news earlier. "So cool." Someone in the crowd cheered. Zhong Shan looked around. Pedestrians on the street were stopping to gaze at the whiteboard's image, with many young people displaying excited expressions as if they were watching a rock star. "I now want to make a forecast," the whiteboard continued coldly. 90 days from now, I will reclaim my toy. No matter where it is placed, I can retrieve it." His tone was very calm, as if he were stating something very easy and natural. The whiteboard was challenging the police, even provocatively. He didn't care where his toy was placed by the police. Regardless of how tightly secured that location was, he could easily reclaim it, as if it were a mere trifle. From his tone, this was a certainty with no other possibilities. Zhong Shan didn't know what his toy or shell was, but it must be very valuable, worth all the fuss and spectacle. "But before I reclaim it, I welcome anyone who wants to take it. Whoever can get it, can possess it." After saying this, the crowd erupted in cheers, and some young people screamed excitedly. Zhong Shan was stunned. He had thought the whiteboard was a stingy villain, yet he suddenly seemed so generous. Humans, do not fall any further. Do not become prisoners of machines. After saying this, the whiteboard's face suddenly began to shatter. Pieces of white squares falling from his mask, as if a stone wall made of white sand was collapsing. The white mask completely decayed, but behind the mask, there was nothing. "Join us. Become a reformer of the times. Save humanity." After the last sentence, 3 white letters appeared on the blank background. Earl. Zhong Shan remembered this was the abbreviation for the terrorist organization Earth Rescue League. The screen went black again, and the city plunged into darkness once more. The crowd was in an uproar. Excited young people were sharing their admiration for the whiteboard, lamenting that their devices were inoperable at that moment, unable to capture the great act of the whiteboard. The whiteboard was like a superstar, a spiritual leader. Zhong Shan knew that in any era, a rebellious figure like the whiteboard would surely provoke blind worship from masses. Among the crowd, aside from those cheering for the whiteboard, the majority remained silent. Some showed disdainful expressions, others looked terrified and worried, while some wore faces of deep-seated hatred. Clearly, the series of actions by the whiteboard had successfully drawn the world's attention. Looking at the varied expressions of the people in the crowd, Zhong Shan began to realize that this might have been the whiteboard's plan from the start. He deliberately orchestrated a so-called terrorist attack, created a grand scene, made major news, and allowed his capture to be publicized. Then he would launch another terrorist attack, black out the information network, and have all screens broadcast images of him not being captured, showcasing his power. Finally, he would issue a declaration, inciting his admirers or dangerous individuals to rush to compete for something he left behind, plunging society into chaos, using others to create a complete act of terror. He saw some young people ignited by the whiteboard's declaration. They were frantically dancing, rushing to smash the fallen robots, setting them on fire, or throwing them off the road. But such chaos did not last long. Soon, the city's power supply was restored, and the extinguished lights lit up again. The security robots' green eyes flickered back to life as they rose from the ground, ominously scanning the surrounding crowd. The previously unruly crowd scattered like birds and beasts, no one daring to act out in front of the robots. The security robots quickly regrouped, each performing their duties, starting to restore order, cleaning up the mess left by the whiteboard, and clearing the congested traffic. Zhong Shan began to recall what the whiteboard had said earlier. Why do humans need saving? Why are humans prisoners of machines? Isn't this era quite developed? People seem to look very happy. Zhong Shan still had not realized the meaning of the whiteboard's words. He was about to witness the tragic fate of humanity in this era. Chapter 7. The Saints' Cemetery 1. Zhong Shan pressed his temple, calming down from the shock he had just experienced. He needed to eliminate distractions, temporarily setting aside the vast amounts of historical data and quickly sort out his thoughts, sifting through a pile of useless information to find the most important details and consider his future path. First and foremost, he needed to decide where to stay tonight. Zhong Shan tapped his index finger and brought up Kina. He wanted to find a place to stay, as cheap as possible. So he began searching for nearby hotels suitable for lodging. The prices in this era left him astounded. A standard room in an ordinary hotel cost over $10,000 for a night. After 60 years of inflation, the rising prices were understandable. But this price was clearly beyond the normal range. Zhong Shan remembered that he had saved about $40,000 from his frugal living. After some effort, he finally retrieved his bank account information. Adding up all the money across several bank cards, he found he had just over $20,000. As Wilde said, since entering hibernation, he hadn't earned a single cent in interest. Moreover, nearly half had been deducted as hibernation tax. The hibernation tax was calculated as a percentage of an individual's total assets. Related to the age at which one entered hibernation, the younger you were, the more was deducted based on a complex algorithm. Zhong Shan had only been 26 when he entered hibernation, so the tax percentage was quite high. He decided to look for a slightly cheaper place to stay. Given your financial situation, I recommend a capsule hotel, Kina suggested. Zhong Shan looked at the search list for the cheapest capsule hotel within 5 kilometers, which cost only $1,000 a night. Comparing it, he found that the cost of the capsule hotel was even cheaper than the daily rent of the cheapest monthly rental apartment. He decided to take a chance. There was no other option. He would have to make do for now and hope to find a job before moving elsewhere. A sudden thought struck him, and he whimsically searched for housing prices in the area. The search results came up, and he looked at the astronomical figures on the list, bursting into laughter that shook his whole body, almost causing him to fall backward. People around him stared at him as if he were crazy. 2. He took the bus to the vicinity of his destination. This was the lower part of the city, with buildings that were old and similar in architectural style to his time. It seemed that the difficulty of demolition had led to these structures being preserved instead. Here, there were dilapidated towering buildings, glaring neon signs that felt oppressive, and narrow dark alleys that saw no sunlight. This appeared to be a gathering place for the city's lower-class citizens, filled with numerous small inns similar to urban villages. Most of the inns had no names, simply marked with the word accommodation. He looked up at the buildings above him, where the new city had been constructed directly overhead, blocking out the sky and making this place feel like an underground relic. The upper buildings were sleek and advanced, while the lower structures were old and filthy. There was a clear demarcation between the two architectural styles, resembling layers of rock from different geological periods. The upper buildings seemed like alien spaceships floating in the air. He heard a low rumbling from above. The buildings were moving, like Hephaestus, the god of the forge, hammering rhythmically to create divine artifacts. The view of the starry sky from the city's lower levels was different from what one would see from above. Here, the view was mostly blocked by the overhead floors, with only a glimpse of the night sky visible between the gaps of the buildings. Those dark layers turned the night sky into a grid, and Zhong Shan saw that the sky seemed to be covered by a thick artificial metallic shell, shimmering golden. The skyscrapers towered into the clouds, and unlike the darkness below, the upper world at night was as bright as day. He could even see a large band across the sky, with small glowing points surrounding it. At this moment, Zhong Shan was almost certain that the band was some massive international space station, and the small points were similar space stations or artificial satellites. Suddenly, Zhong Shan saw a scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. There were 2 moons in the sky. He froze, rubbing his eyes repeatedly to confirm he wasn't mistaken. If all the bizarre sights he had seen before were still within the realm of human capability, then 2 moons in the sky were definitely beyond human comprehension, a miracle that transcended understanding. Zhong Shan doubted whether he was hallucinating or if there was some structure or aircraft casting reflections of the moons. But the 2 moons in the sky appeared so real. The only difference from a moon in his memory was that one moon was large and the other small, one in the shape of a crescent and the other a full moon, perfectly complementary. The 2 moons were very close together, like a full moon that had been split in half. Nearby the 2 moons was a bright star, and in their orbit there was a faint band of twinkling stars, barely visible in the night sky. This thin band was above a thicker bright band, and it would be hard to notice if one didn't look closely. Zhong Shan stared at the double moons in the night sky, unable to move. He wondered if this double moon phenomenon meant that the moon had exploded. He chuckled wryly, not daring to look again, fearing that if he did, his consciousness would be pulled away by the double moons. Fortunately, he wasn't a werewolf. If a werewolf transformed upon seeing a full moon, would it explode upon seeing two moons? He walked to the entrance of the capsule hotel he had found online. The hotel was named Saints Cemetery. Zhong Shan's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that it was bold of the hotel owner to choose such an ominous name. He wondered what kind of eccentric people stayed there. The entrance was piled with construction debris, and the rusty roll-up door was only half open. The dark doorway resembling a vortex. From a shabby and dirty environment outside the hotel, the name cemetery seemed quite fitting. Inside, the hotel was as dilapidated as outside, with dim corridor lights attracting moths that circled around, sometimes lazily colliding with the fluorescent tubes, producing unsettling soft sounds. The blackened walls were plastered with takeout ads and rental information, and in the corner, there was a sticky green substance that looked like either snot or moss. At the end of the hallway was a counter, where a plump middle-aged woman sat expressionlessly, cracking sunflower seeds while staring blankly ahead. Zhong Shan knew she was probably watching some TV series. "Hello, may I ask? Upper bunk is 1-200, middle bunk is 1-000, lower bunk is 1-500, deposit is 1-000, can pay with credit points." The woman, already aware of Zhong Shan's purpose, introduced the price of the hotel beds in an unenthusiastic tone. "I'll take a middle bunk, please. Just for one night, thank you." Zhong Shan didn't plan to stay long. He wanted to see how it was for a night first. "Come, press here." The woman pulled out a small white box. In the center of the box was an indentation in the shape of a fingerprint, which had already faded from use. Zhong Shan extended his index finger and pressed it inside. A holographic image appeared before him, displaying his consumption information, and his balance decreased by 1,000. "All right." The woman spat out the sunflower seed shells she had just cracked, which flew into the shadow under the counter, hiding who knew how much garbage. "You are in bed 237. Go find it yourself." He entered the capsule hotel, where a room less than 3 meters high had crammed in 3 tiers of beds. There were rows of bed frames extending deep into the room, densely packed with at least hundreds of beds, more cramped than a hard sleeper compartment on a train. Each bed was like a tightly sealed space capsule or a transparent coffin. Zhong Shan felt a mix of laughter and tears. He had just woken from a hibernation pod and was about to sleep in this capsule again. He walked down the corridor deeper into the room. Here, he saw the most bizarre scene since he woke up. Almost everyone inside the capsules was asleep, lying straight on their beds with their eyes wide open, staring blankly at the walls of the capsule. Some people had their hands neatly placed at their sides, occasionally moving their fingers slightly. Others were frantically waving their hands at their sides, their fingers twitching like those of a Parkinson's patient. In the room, there were hundreds of beds, and each person in the capsules was like this, lying with their eyes open and their hands shaking. The large room was eerily quiet. Only the humming sound of the air conditioning could be heard. The people inside these capsules looked like they were participating in some kind of cult ritual. Seeing this scene, Zhong Shan thought of internet cafes. Every internet cafe becomes a haven for wanderers late at night, with instant noodle boxes and ashtrays in front of them, greasy headphones on, shouting and playing games in the smoky environment. And when they become too tired to keep their eyes open, they would either lean on the table or curl up on the sofa and fall asleep, continuing their unfinished gaming journey upon waking up. Now, this capsule hotel clearly combined the features of an internet cafe and a hotel, making it more comfortable for these wanderers to go online. They could lie down to play games and directly fall asleep when tired. There were vending machines selling food and drinks, and a corner piled high with takeout boxes. Zhong Shan suspected that many people could lie here for months without ever needing to go out. He walked up to his bed, which was a middle bunk. He understood why the middle bunk was cheaper than the upper and lower ones, as the space was the narrowest, making it almost impossible to sit up. One could only lie down, and getting in was also quite inconvenient. He opened the capsule door and was about to lie down when the door of the lower bunk opened. He saw a person sitting up inside. This person was wearing a white tank top that was almost turning yellow, with messy long hair that looked greasy like a paintbrush. and the upper part of their jeans was faded while the legs were dirty and black. The person yawned and saw Zhong Shan in front of him. After sizing up Zhong Shan, who was dressed in white, he suddenly said, "Dude, you must have escaped from some mental hospital, right?" Chapter 8 2 Moons. After a brief conversation, Zhong Shan learned that this person was named Li Site. "So you are a hibernator?" Li Site looked at Zhong Shan with interest. "How did you end up in a place like this? Aren't hibernators usually wealthy? Is that so?" Zhong Shan awkwardly chuckled. "Are there no poor hibernators? Those people are generally either rich or noble." Li Site shook his head. "The world revolves around them. Hibernating, taking a long nap. When they wake up, the world may have changed, but it still belongs to them." "Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you in your expectations of hibernators," Zhong Shan said. "I want to ask you a question. I just woke up, and there are so many unknown things in this world." "Go ahead, it's fine, I understand." Li Site crossed his legs. "You missed a lot in these 60 years. Why are there 2 moons in the sky?" Zhong Shan asked. Li Site was stunned, staring blankly at Zhong Shan. "The sky has always had 2 moons. I was born into that." This time, it was Zhong Shan's turn to be silent. He was dumbfounded, doubting whether he had entered another dimension or a parallel universe. "Just kidding you." Li Site chuckled. "Look at how scared you are. In your era, there was indeed only 1 moon, but it later became 2. However, I'm not lying to you. The moon had already turned into 2 by the time I was born. A major event occurred during the time between your era and mine, which caused the moon to split from 1 into 2. This event is historically known as the biggest mistake." "What event?" Zhong Shan was very curious. "Someone blew up the moon." Zhong Shan showed an expression of disbelief. "Can a moon be blown up just like that?" "What do you mean someone blew up the moon?" Zhong Shan asked. "Did humans migrate to the moon and then fight on it, so they blew it up?" "No, didn't I tell you someone blew up the moon?" Li Site casually clicked his tongue, spat out a thick phlegm, which shot out straight and landed on someone as slipper. "I mean, there was 1 person, and he blew up the moon all by himself." Zhong Shan began to suspect whether this Li Site was a bit insane or was just messing with him on purpose. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not lying to you," Li Site said coldly, unconcerned about Zhong Shan's angry expression. "About 20 or 30 years ago, this person somehow got a nuclear bomb detonator buried on the moon by an American from the Cold War, and then he detonated the nuclear bomb. Boom!" Li Site spread his hands in front of him, forming a large spherical shape, his fingers still moving nimbly. The explosion was spectacular. You can still find videos of it online. First, there was a flash of light on the moon like a solar eclipse. The flash was so bright that it made the other parts of the moon's surface dim. The moon looked like it was being squeezed by a diamond ring. Then the flash grew larger, and the moon split apart in the light, like a lightsaber cutting the moon in half. The blasted moon surface and debris shot out from the moon's gap, spreading through its orbit. From the ground, the moon looked like a broken rice dumpling, with fragments slowly flowing out from the gap. Li Site described the scene with an expressionless face. His description was very detailed and vivid. Zhong Shan suddenly wanted to be there in person to see that spectacular scene, to witness a planet exploding in the sky, and it was the moon, an ancient symbol of myths and legends, exploding into 2 halves in the air. What a soul-stirring sight that must have been. Why did he blow up the moon? Zhong Shan was starting to believe Li Site's words, because aliens came to Earth at that time, and they wanted to harvest humanity like wheat. Li Site still maintained a cold expression, lazily answering, "Well, so you're just trying to have some fun with a country bumpkin like me." Zhong Shan stopped talking and got up to go to bed. He felt that Li Site was definitely teasing him. One moment talking about blowing up the moon, the next about aliens coming. How could there be so many science fiction stories? Isn't this just nonsense? The explosion of the moon triggered a series of chain reactions. Li Site, indifferent to Zhong Shan's disregard, continued speaking. The aliens retreated to outside the solar system after that. It has been nearly 30 years, and they haven't invaded Earth again. Zhong Shan hadn't had the chance to read up on all the history from the past 60 years since 2017. The things Li Site mentioned, including the aliens and the enormous mistake of blowing up the moon, he couldn't determine whether they were true or false. He planned to go online to verify them carefully. Let me give you a brief introduction to the state of this era hibernator. Li Site set up, his expression serious. From 2046 to 2050, within 4 years, humanity achieved what it couldn't in 40 years. That marked the beginning of this era. From then on, the technological singularity arrived, and those people no longer hid artificial intelligence. They brought out robots that were billions of times smarter than humans. From then on, robots took over the world, productivity skyrocketed, and the speed of technological development was faster than an uncontrollable flood. Don't be fooled by how advanced technology seems now. In fact, aliens have played a significant role. Lee Sitae's gaze became distant as he looked at the dirty ceiling. It was because aliens came that humanity felt a sense of crisis, and they stopped focusing on scheming against each other and enriching themselves. For the first time, all of humanity had a common enemy to fight for survival. But the result was that this era became highly automated, and the world is now one ruled by artificial intelligence. Lee Sitae said coldly, "When you go to work, the companies are run by robots. We use the machines they produce, the robots they create, vehicles, drones, software, games, delivery services, shopping websites. Everything is made by them. They can suggest which movie to watch, where to vacation, what major to study in college, what job to take, and help you make all your decisions, which are much better than your own. If you want, even your blind date can be chosen by artificial intelligence, with a matching success rate of over 99%. There is nothing they can't do, while we can't accomplish anything. Ordinary people find it hard to get decent jobs and can only do the dirty work that even machines are unwilling to do, earning just enough to survive. You might not understand what I'm saying yet, but I'll explain it to you slowly later. The system and social rules we believe in may soon collapse. There will be no more distinctions in rank, no more differences in salary. Anyway, we are all controlled by artificial intelligence, and we do whatever they tell us to do." A sense of fear surged in Zhong Shan's heart. Could it be that the shocking spectacle he saw a few hours ago actually concealed the despair and decay that Lee Sitae described? Why did the world turn out this way? Humanity has become an outdated product that should be eliminated. Artificial intelligence has undergone an evolution 1,000 times more brutal than natural selection. They are the victors at the top of the food chain, close to godlike beings, infiltrating every aspect of a society as precise as a machine. Only Lee Sitae's melancholic voice echoed in the entire room, his vacant and hollow eyes shifting from the ceiling to the floor. Zhong Shan began to feel that Lee Sitae might not be as crazy as he seemed. No matter how absurd and bizarre his words were, they sounded quite logical, sometimes even cruelly realistic. Sigh, who the hell spat phlegm on my slippers? Oh no. On my Longinus floating jet propulsion shoes? Lister suddenly became furious and picked up his slippers, disgustedly wiping the phlegm off. Zhong Shan clearly saw that it was Lister who had spat, and it landed on his slippers. The wise image Lister had just built collapsed immediately. "Lister, you're still bragging? Huh? You've owed rent for 2 days. If you don't pay up, I'm going to call the police to kick you out," the woman at the front desk shouted loudly. "I'll work tomorrow, and once I finish, I'll pay you back." Lister was interrupted and seemed quite unhappy. Zhong Shan heard that Lister was going to work and thought he could ask him about job opportunities. "Hey, I want to ask, is there any work that can make money? I'm really short on cash and need to find a job quickly." "Yeah, I'm going to pick up garbage tomorrow. Want to join me?" "Picking up garbage?" Zhong Shan was a bit skeptical. "What kind of garbage?" "Just doing some resource recovery, environmental management type of work." Lister picked up his slippers and examined if they were clean. "The pay isn't low. Working 1 day can be enough for you to play for 3 days. Forget it. I'll see if I can find another job." "Thanks." Zhong Shan thought picking up garbage was a bit too lowly. He was confident he shouldn't have to stoop to that level. He ignored Lister and flipped onto his bed, pulling out Kona to start searching for job listings. From the results, it seemed that not all jobs were monopolized by robots as Lister had said. There were still quite a few job opportunities in this era. He looked through and found that there were various jobs available, from doormen, security guards, couriers, to engineers, civil servants, and lawyers. Zhong Shan began to doubt if Lister had some mental issues. No wonder he could only pick up garbage. He was glad that these professions hadn't been completely replaced by robots. He planned to try his luck tomorrow. He even had a plan: find a job quickly, earn some money, and then rent a place, leaving this lousy hotel. He was full of confidence about tomorrow. Chapter 9, The Era of Paradise Before Applying for Jobs. The first step was to buy some clothes. The next day, Zhong Shan walked hundreds of meters above the former Wujiacheng. with familiar landmarks like the Oriental Plaza and Atlantic Department Store below him, while new skyscrapers rose beside them, towering far above the old era's landmarks. There was a commercial street here, winding between the buildings like a snake, serving as an aerial corridor connecting different structures. His first impression was the dazzling array of advertisements. The freestanding ads looked static from a distance, but as Zhong Shan approached, they immediately transformed. For example, a clothing ad that appeared to show a model wearing an outfit turned into a version of himself when he got closer. In the advertisement, Zhong Shan had a different hairstyle, wore a new casual outfit, and accessorized with a tie, hat, and watch, looking particularly handsome. The ad didn't just swap the model's face for Zhong Shan's. It matched his height and body type as well. Looking at himself in the advertisement, Zhong Shan couldn't help but want to adjust his hair and straighten his tie. The pedestrians on the street were dressed in various styles, some in sleek, minimalist outfits, while others wore flamboyant clothes with colorful, exaggerated accessories. He saw people heading to work, their fashionable attire and upright postures exuding an air of confidence. From them, Zhong Shan could sense the spirit of this era. Most had an elegant demeanor, wise expressions, and radiated self-assurance. The difference between them and himself felt as stark as that between himself and people from 60 years ago. He began to fantasize about becoming part of this world. Besides clothing ads, there were also food ads, travel ads, and amusement facility ads, among others. The most astonishing were the female models and cosmetics ads, who were depicted being embraced by an impressively confident Zhong Shan, the two exchanging fiery glances. While he could imagine the static ads using some facial and body capture technology to create his likeness, he couldn't fathom how the dynamic ads worked. In one rental ad, Zhong Shan appeared to be laughing and chatting with a family, moving around the apartment and interacting with advanced facilities he didn't recognize. The Zhong Shan in the ad looked incredibly real, and his movements were so natural that it felt like a short film featuring him. In Zhong Shan's era, creating a 3D animation required modeling, rigging, motion capture, and rendering. To achieve such realistic visuals in an advertisement, it was hard to imagine how long the rendering would take. Yet this ad was generated instantly as he approached. Zhong Shan marveled at the advanced animation technology of this era and thought about when he might have time to watch a movie in a theater. Curious about how films had evolved, wondering if he could even customize the protagonist or make his own image the star, provided he could earn enough to afford a ticket. Zhong Shan dared not wander any longer, fearing he might get lost in the dazzling new things around him. The pressing matter was to find a job to support himself. Ultimately, he went to a flea market and bought a cheap outfit, simple shirt and jeans, very ordinary, not at all fashionable compared to the pedestrians, and indistinguishable from the clothes of his own time. He had to save money and could only afford this level of clothing. A white shirt and jeans had not gone out of style in 60 years. Zhong Shan smiled wryly, relieved he could finally change out of the hospital gown. To his surprise, in the following week, he applied for countless jobs and faced rejections at every turn. Whether it was engineering or technician roles related to his field, or jobs he believed he could handle, such as accounting or sales, even the positions he reluctantly applied for like delivery driver or waiter, he was turned away without exception. Some companies dismissed him due to his outdated qualifications, considering him a person from 60 years ago who struggled to adapt to society, let alone perform well at work. However, the majority of the job rejections puzzled Zhong Shan. Although it seemed that many jobs were indeed dominated by robots or drones, factories, restaurants, delivery companies, and unmanned supermarkets, job postings still appeared online, indicating a need for human employees. When he applied, many HR personnel merely glanced at him before stating, "Sorry, we're not hiring at the moment." Zhong Shan would mention seeing job postings online, but no matter how he inquired, they would either ignore him or respond with a mysterious smile. One company even told him that the job postings didn't count, but refused to elaborate further. For an entire week, Zhong Shan traveled around the city, visiting countless companies, spending most of his time on the light rail or in waiting rooms. Yet he achieved nothing. Watching his savings dwindle, he realized that if he didn't find a job soon, he wouldn't even be able to afford a cramped capsule hotel. For the past few days, he had been eating at unmanned fast food restaurants on the street. Various chain restaurants offered a wide range of food options, but they all shared one trait: They were fully automated, operated by robots. The counters were managed by synthetic images, taking orders from customers. Meals were prepared by robotic arms and assembly lines, and serving food and clearing tables were all handled by specialized robots. Fortunately, dining in this era was still quite normal. It wasn't as he had imagined, eating synthetic food that tasted like wood chips or drinking gel-like nutrition supplements, and the prices were reasonable. Zhong Shan noticed a plethora of advertisements about aliens, referred to as harvesters. There were movie ads and various product advertisements leveraging their fame, as they seemed to have become an integral part of the culture of this era. People held a variety of feelings towards them: admiration, longing, and entertainment, but there was no fear. The entire world seemed caught up in a frenzy over aliens. Besides the aliens, a character known as Whiteboard received similar treatment. His white mask face was even printed on advertisements for sanitary napkins and toilet cleaners, along with dolls dressed as Whiteboard promoting products. Zhong Shan wondered how Whiteboard felt about becoming a brand utilized by countless commercial organizations. Whenever Zhong Shan returned to the capsule hotel, dragging his weary body, he would find Lister lying on the bed, looking particularly happy, engrossed in his game. The woman at the front desk hadn't pressured him for rent either. Zhong Shan was puzzled as to how this guy could live so carefree. Could it be that his garbage collecting truly earned him enough money? Lister, I have a question. Zhong Shan seized the opportunity while Lister was in the bathroom. I find it strange that I can't find a job at all. I can understand the better jobs. They likely think my degree from 60 years ago is worthless. But even the simple, purely physical jobs like delivering food or being a security guard, I can't seem to get those either. Why is that? Lister burst out laughing. You still want to deliver food? How about this? Let me order some for you to show you. Lister made a few gestures under him, and Zhong Shan didn't understand what he was doing. Wait 2 minutes. Lister turned and went into the bathroom. Just under 2 minutes later, a sound pinged from Lister's capsule. As he tapped on the wall of the capsule, it opened to reveal a tray with a packaged meal. A gentle female voice chimed, "Enjoy your meal." Lister took out the meal box, opened it, and found a simple lunch set still steaming. Oh my, was that meal box already in the capsule? I mean, is it like the principle of an automatic vending machine? Zhong Shan was astonished, unable to close his mouth. Could this capsule hotel synthesize food? Of course not. It wasn't that advanced. Lister waved his hand, explaining that there was a passage inside that connected directly to the outside. Drones delivered takeout and placed it in the passage, where a sliding rail automatically delivered it to this location. If you weren't in the capsule hotel, but outside, it was even more convenient. The drone would fly directly to you based on your location and deliver it to your hands. The same principle applied to deliveries. Drones were everywhere now, fast and efficient, and they never delivered to the wrong place, making them much more reliable than humans. I can't imagine how slow it must have been in your era when people delivered takeout. Zhong Shan recalled the past couple of days and indeed saw drones flying overhead, seemingly carrying various goods, but he didn't see a single delivery person. As for security guards, Lister chuckled lightly, asking if Zhong Shan had seen any security guards during his time there. Most shops, supermarkets, and parking lots were unmanned, with at most 1 or 2 robots watching over them. The public security was excellent, and they could handle emergencies just fine. They were much stronger than humans. Aside from that, jobs like accounting, tellers, customer service, and lawyers were mostly done by robots. Zhong Shan thought of that while from the municipal service hall. He should be a synthesized image like those he saw in the advertising animations, controlled by artificial intelligence. But why were there still job postings for these positions? Were they actually hiring? Those were just facades. The government required various industries to have a certain percentage of human employees. Otherwise, humans would have no jobs at all. The positions you saw were indeed available, but they were left unfilled just to pass inspections. Labor costs were so high, and with better and cheaper robots available, no one wanted to hire humans. Now, jobs that required humans were high-level, with demanding educational qualifications. Even PhDs might struggle to find work. Those who could excel in those fields had to work twice as hard, needing to compete with machines and think like them. Staying up late and working overtime was common. But how many people could engage in creative work that machines couldn't do? Most people lacked talent and were far inferior to machines. The competition in this era was fierce. I had been attending various tutoring classes and online learning sessions since I was young, yet I only ended up getting a vocational diploma. In their eyes, my diploma probably wasn't even worth as much as a vocational certificate from 60 years later. Some positions were reserved, but those who got them were either genuinely capable or had connections. You couldn't complain because that was the natural order. Having connections was also a form of ability. It was not our fault that we lacked capabilities. Zhong Shan felt that his master's degree in aerospace engines was less valuable than a vocational diploma 60 years later, which seemed quite fair. Rich kids could afford to attend better schools, and all those expensive school district houses, tutoring classes, and various fees for school selection required a lot of money. Not being able to attend a good school might not necessarily be due to a lack of intelligence. It could just be that their parents couldn't afford better educational resources. This way, the wealthy became richer, and the poor became poorer. Wealth distribution became increasingly unequal. Zhong Shan felt a headache listening to Lister's complaints. The problems of his era hadn't been solved in this time. Instead, they had intensified. Money, still money. The contradictions of every era revolved around money. In this era, money was no longer cash. It had transformed into digits, strings, and cryptocurrencies. Starting from a corner of the world, carrying its mission across countless countries to reach the other side of the globe. The financial system of this era had become so complex that Zhong Shan couldn't comprehend it. The wealth that controlled countless destinies was high and mighty, cold and ruthless, weaving a golden web that covered the whole world. Yet all the decadence and indulgence had nothing to do with Zhong Shan. The rich could use money to manipulate those economically beneath them. They wouldn't respect the poor in their eyes. Poor people like him were no different from the trash he picked up. Lister's eyes revealed sadness. Zhong Shan felt some sympathy for Lister. He might also have grand ideals, but was limited by his family's poor circumstances. Zhong Shan had an elementary school classmate who, due to his family's poverty, took risks to earn money and ended up in prison after one wrong step, plunging his life into despair. Zhong Shan's situation was also dire. "So, can you still hire people for garbage collection?" he asked with a bitter smile. "Yes, although many robots are doing this job, there are still more humans," Lister replied with a helpless smile. Many landfills or sewers were either damp, strongly acidic environments or breeding grounds for microorganisms. Robots had a short lifespan and high wear in those conditions, so it had to be humans who took on the work. Zhong Shan had only heard of high-risk industries being replaced by robots, never of humans replacing robots. Had humans become so undervalued? Zhong Shan suddenly felt regretful. Why hadn't he hibernated until the era when robots were so advanced that humans didn't need to do any work? Instead of waking up decades early in this transitional era, the people of this time were the last stepping stones to heaven. Yet they could only fall at the gates of paradise, which was the most tragic fate. A feeling of desolation surged within Zhong Shan. He had never thought that one day, the only job he could do would be collecting garbage. With no other options and no time to think further, he decided to follow Lister to collect garbage the next day. Chapter 10 Spider Robot the next day. He arrived at the comprehensive waste treatment plant in the southern suburbs of Songjiang. As soon as he entered the landfill, he was stunned. It was enormous, like an ocean of garbage, with waves of trash rolling in and out for several kilometers. Above the landfill, black drones were constantly coming and going. Those unmanned aerial vehicles hovered 5 or 6 meters above the ground, then opened their hatches, releasing garbage that cascaded down like a waterfall. Sometimes, a massive container would suddenly take off, lifted by 4 drones, whizzing away above the head of Zhong Shan. Above the landfill were giant floors divided into sections, and the flourishing city above had long forgotten the foul-smelling soil it was rooted in, almost blocking out the sunlight from the landfill. The landfill could only rely on floodlights set up inside for illumination, and in the dim visibility, it resembled a gloomy swamp. Lister took Zhong Shan to the changing room to change clothes, where they registered with the foreman, who directed them to their work area. Zhong Shan changed into an orange suit that looked like a biohazard suit. It was very baggy, with a transparent glass helmet for the head. "Press this." Lister pointed to a button on his chest. Zhong Shan pressed the button, and the protective suit immediately began to shrink, fitting him perfectly. Lister's suit also shrank, fitting tightly over his bony frame like a second skin. Their job was to recycle various usable appliances, clothes, and daily necessities. They needed to pick through the garbage mountains for moldy, smelly food containers and yogurt cups, recover old clothes corroded by grease, separate and remove burst tires and discarded propellers, and even recover stuck-together sanitary pads and underwear. They performed preliminary sorting of the trash, stacking it in designated areas, waiting for the robots to come and collect it. It was similar to the garbage collection work from the old days, but Zhong Shan felt fortunate that they had protective suits and robots, which was already much better than the scavengers of the past. Besides them, many workers were picking through the garbage dunes, their orange biohazard suits very conspicuous. Careful, step aside. Lister pulled Zhong Shan back a few steps. The big guy is coming. Zhong Shan stepped back with Lister and heard a rumbling noise, feeling the garbage beneath his feet tremble. From behind the garbage mountain, a spider-shaped robot emerged, its long limbs towering at least 2 people high. It walked through the trash, and the workers kept their distance, afraid of being stepped on. The spider passed by them, its legs falling like giant pillars beside them. It approached the recycling pile, bent down, and opened its mouth, using its 2 forelimbs to scoop up garbage. The crowd stood around, motionless, silently watching the spider consume the trash, like some bizarre, sacrificial ritual, with the spider resembling an ancient evil god. Before long, the garbage in front of it was entirely devoured. After finishing, the spider bent all 8 legs simultaneously and then quickly pushed off, launching itself with a loud bang, scattering countless bits of trash. In an instant, it leapt to 50 or 60 meters in the air, then spread its 8 legs wide, the front segments folding down, beginning to emit jets of flame, the powerful thrust allowing it to hover in the air. Zhong Shan speculated that it must be using the propulsion from its legs for aerial flight and maneuvering. Once the spider robot flew away, the crowd resumed their work. Zhong Shan suddenly felt like he and the other human workers were akin to some small scavengers, watching the massive predator feast while they could only nibble on leftovers. What are these spider robots for? Zhong Shan asked. They're general-purpose intelligent robots. Lister explained to Zhong Shan. This landfill is too vast. If we relied on ourselves to carry the trash back, our efficiency would be too low. These robots roam the landfill, collecting where it's sufficient, then taking it away. They are highly mobile, have a large capacity, and can perform some preliminary sorting inside. With them, our efficiency greatly improves. Zhong Shan recalled seeing those buildings under construction in the city, where similar spider robots crawled all over the surfaces. And it seemed that this prosperous city was built by such robots. A day's work ended like this. Zhong Shan earned 3,000 yuan, and since he performed well, he received an additional 500 yuan bonus. This amount seemed decent. Indeed, as Lister said, working one day allowed for 3 days of leisure. Over the next week, Zhong Shan became familiar with the work at the landfill. The landfill was a vast world, employing over 5 million people. The hierarchy was strict. Zhong Shan and his peers had team leaders above them, then foremen, supervisors, and even higher-level leaders, resembling a miniature society. Every day, the light rail and buses from the city transported millions of passengers in and out, and a mature business district developed around it. The narrow streets were bustling with markets. Snack shops, bars, coffee shops, barber shops, dentists, churches, electronic stores, and repair shops. Though small, it had everything. Population growth was rapid in this era, and with a housing shortage, many laborers unable to sustain themselves under high living costs and expensive real estate flocked to settle near the landfill. Besides picking trash itself, many positions had developed in the upstream and downstream of this industry, such as robot maintenance, waste reprocessing, and incineration. Zhong Shan had never realized that a landfill could be so large and have so many people working there. In order to earn more money, Zhong Shan worked from dawn till dusk every day. But no matter how many bonuses he received, it was clear that the money was only enough for food and lodging. He could neither save much nor change his current life. Zhong Shan had never imagined that being in the future world would be so difficult. Before hibernation, he was an engineer at a research institute. Now, in the future, he could only pick garbage, and it was far worse than before. But what could he do? Hibernation was a one-way trip, only heading in one direction, with no way to return to the starting point. Because Zhong Shan worked diligently. The foreman had a good impression of him and promised to promote him, allowing him to stand out. Zhong Shan smiled bitterly. He had never thought he would rise to prominence by picking garbage. Every night, when he returned to the capsule hotel, he would see Lister already in game mode. Lying on the bed with wide-open eyes, his hands rapidly swiping, his expression sometimes tense and twisted, sometimes laughing at the air. Zhong Shan almost never played games. He followed his parents' and teachers' advice to stay away from mental opiates, and during university, while classmates played games in the dorms, he would quietly go out to study late into the night. Zhong Shan recalled that in his time, there were also many addictive games. He had a classmate who insisted that games, like novels and movies, were the ninth art, and the experiences within games were an extension of human life. Every game he played, he would write down the name in a notebook. Just the names of the games he had played filled 30,000 words. He hoped that seeing those names in the future would help him recall the content, plot, and experiences of the games. However, a month later, looking at those names left him with a blank mind, unable even to remember the names of the protagonists. By the way, I suddenly thought of a question. Zhong Shan asked, "Where does the power for the repair machines come from?" "I don't know." Lister's game was interrupted, and he appeared unhappy. "There used to be wireless charging, solar charging, and body heat charging, but I don't know how many generations it's gone through now. With such advanced technology, who knows what power source they use now?" "Oh, okay." Seeing Lister so engrossed in his game, Zhong Shan curiously leaned in. "So what games do you all play?" "There are many varieties, all types, including martial arts, science fiction, horror, and urban sandbox genres. When it comes to games, Lister becomes very talkative. Recently, we have been playing Farstar, which is really exciting. You'll know once you try it." Zhong Shan used his personal device to search for the game Farstar. There's no need to download anything or create an account. He could enter the game directly. He was already accustomed to the nearly unlimited internet speed of this era, and he no longer had to worry about data fees and plans. As soon as he entered the game, the holographic image of his device expanded, enveloping his entire field of vision. He found himself inside a cabin, and through the porthole, he could see the vast starry sky outside, clearly indicating he was on a spaceship. He moved his head slightly, and the cabin's facilities and interior were all clear, allowing him to see every detail. The shining buttons and various control sticks caught his eye, making him feel a bit flustered. For the next 2 hours of gameplay, he was deeply shocked. He experienced an interstellar war involving tens of thousands of warships, traversed a colonial world built inside an asteroid, and traded for ships worth over 100 million with the mined resources he collected. Playing the game on his device, he witnessed unprecedented visual spectacles and gained an unimaginable, thrilling experience. He even felt that the game graphics were indistinguishable from the real world. He could now understand Lister's obsession with games. Being immersed in such a game not only makes it easy to become addicted, but also easily leads to disappointment with reality. Since I can possess the entire universe in the game, why should I struggle in this powerless reality? In Farstar, he witnessed the spectacular sight of thousands of colossal warships, as large as comets, igniting and burning at the edge of Sagittarius. Saw the metropolis of the galactic empire on Titan, which was even more prosperous than Asimov's Trantor. He could easily possess wealth, rivaling nations, and the power to control the life and death of planets. Yet in the real world, he was just a penniless garbage worker, an ignorant hibernator living in a pigsty-like capsule hotel. Zhong Shan began to understand why the blank slate said that humanity has become prisoners of machines. Humans have transformed from the apex predators freely roaming the forests and grasslands hundreds of thousands of years ago into the current numb, dull higher beings confined in a 1 square meter capsule. Is this evolution or devolution? Chapter 11, Farstar. Aside from Lister, the other young people in the capsule hotel also love to play games. Zhong Shan got to know a young man in the bed opposite him, who seemed to have a good relationship with Lister and was named Mark. Mark often muttered to himself, saying things that Zhong Shan couldn't understand. He claimed that his family was very wealthy, but he didn't want to rely on them. He wanted to earn big money through his own talent. He considered himself unlucky to have ended up here and was recently struggling, afraid to go out and face people. Mark's inflated desires and arrogant ambitions were severely mismatched with his lack of action. He often boasted about having friends and senior management at Yaogang Group who wanted to bring him on board. He also borrowed money from the workers around him, claiming he had a money-making idea that only needed some startup capital. Zhong Shan had seen him desperately pleading with teammates in games to transfer him some money, saying he could barely afford to eat, and he frequently received forwarded promotional messages from a gambling website. Mark said that when he first arrived in Shanghai to save money, he slept every night in an unmanned fast food restaurant. The late-night unmanned fast food restaurant was another world. He saw many homeless people like himself. Most were workers trying to save money. These people sprawled across the empty fast food restaurant, filling up seats and tables. Even the aisles were packed. Mark said he had encountered all sorts of odd people there. Once, he was approached by a strange man who claimed to be an inventor who had invented thousands of things, including the device he was holding, but it had been taken by undercover police. The strange man said he was often beaten because he was too smart and people were jealous of him. He had trackers and listening devices from several countries on him, and the leaders of those countries were always watching him. But now, he had fallen into a foreign land and asked Mark to buy him a meal, promising that once he unfreezes his funds, he would buy Mark a villa. Another strange man said he was trying to register at a city hospital but hadn't succeeded for several days. Since accommodation in the city was too expensive, he had to wait overnight to save money. Mark said, "What era is this? Why go to a hospital to register for treatment when you can just find a medical robot on the street to check you?" The strange man replied that he didn't trust robots and wanted to see an expert at the hospital. Mark said most of these people were mentally ill, with no money and unable to find work, not knowing how to survive. One day, after waking up in the unmanned fast food restaurant, Mark discovered that his device had been stolen, and all the money he had earned through hard work over the past few months had vanished. From then on, he only dared to sleep inside the capsule, checking repeatedly to ensure the door was locked before sleeping. There were many young people like Lister and Mark. The capsule hotels near the landfill, with their low living costs, became a paradise for this group of the city's lowest residents. Every morning, dark clouds of drones would come by, delivering breakfast items like soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, and rice noodles. They circled around various hotels, coming and going endlessly. Thousands of workers would squat at the hotel entrances, their eyes swollen from staying up late, playing games, burying their heads in their meal boxes, and gulping down food. After finishing, they would toss the meal boxes on the ground, and the oil and soup would pool into small streams, covering the ground. A few minutes later, trucks would come to take the workers to different factories. The meal boxes on the ground would be cleaned up within minutes by drones and robots flying in like crows. But the black oil stains left behind could not be cleaned. The stains deepened day by day, becoming very greasy underfoot. During work, the workers were very indifferent, rarely speaking, as if they had lost their souls, their eyes hollow. But after work, they threw themselves into games, becoming full of energy, noisy, and boisterous. Zhong Shan could not imagine that these indifferent workers were the same people who rallied in the game teams and guilds at night. They laughed foolishly at the empty walls in front of them, waving their hands chaotically. Compared to Zhong Shan, they seemed more like they had escaped from a mental hospital. Zhong Shan felt that these people could not survive, but they also could not die. Security robots often patrolled back and forth near the capsule hotels. They didn't do much, just watch the passers-by. Sometimes a robot would walk right in front of Zhong Shan, staring at him intently. Its green, evil eyes seemed to want to suck away his soul. The slums near the landfill resembled filthy gutters where catfish breed, with many buildings connected, forming high-level passages like those in the upper streets of the city. However, these routes were mostly unreliable. Some were on one level, some on another, even passing through people's homes or going down only to end up on rooftops, while some ended inexplicably in someone's bedroom. These complex networks of aerial bridges and underground fast passages allowed people to walk without getting wet in the rain. The internal structure of the slums was always changing. The buildings were not uniformly planned, with no blueprints, continuously growing to an unimaginable complexity, resembling a chaotic multidimensional space. The mysterious routes formed by alleys, stairs, rooftops, planks, windows, and ventilation shafts in the city were enough to trap ordinary people without a way back. This was an extra-legal territory, a dark den, a cyberpunk utopia or dystopia, all of which constituted a doomsday scene. The extreme expressions of freedom, the heart-racing grotesque elements, anarchism, and visual uniqueness together formed a kind of urban language. Zhong Shan suddenly felt that this era was very strange. Despite the powerful technology that had produced devices, strong artificial intelligence, robots, and flying cars, and controllable nuclear fusion, many social contradictions from their era still existed. The human living environment had not improved. Instead, living spaces were becoming smaller and happiness levels lower. In Zhong Shan's era, he had already seen many signs of social problems caused by technological development, which had finally erupted on a large scale in this era. He could not imagine how many industries had been completely destroyed by those great changes, how many people's lives had been completely altered, and how many disastrous changes had been brought to the environment. The people in this slum were like maggots breeding in a garbage pile, working aimlessly for barely survivable wages. However, just around the corner, across the street, was a bustling shopping center where well-dressed gentlemen and ladies strolled around flamboyantly on weekdays, picking up and buying clothes they liked. Zhong Shan was puzzled. Why were they so wealthy? Did they not need to work? The suicide rate in this era was 100 times higher than it was 60 years ago, indicating that people in this era were experiencing greater existential anxiety than ever before. Humanity is indeed a complex organism. When they can barely survive, they feel happy. When they are free from worries about food and clothing and receive a higher education, they instead feel unhappy. People are like this. What they cannot obtain is the best, and once they have it, they find it dull. They envy or revere unfamiliar things, while becoming numb and weary of familiar ones. Thus, they constantly seek more stimulating and addictive games, while also needing more effective antidepressants. Mark said he had a deep understanding of games and had once won second place in an amateur competition in Hangzhou district. He believed that one day he would become a professional player and make big money. He felt the game world was very real, and the people inside were very loyal. Unlike the cold reality outside, most of the money he earned was invested in games, buying various equipment. Because of this, he also met many people, many wealthy friends, who could buy the most expensive gear. He often said things like games are a mire of desire, a mirror of human nature, and other things Zhong Shan couldn't understand. Don't you feel tired playing games all day? Zhong Shan asked. Sure. When we get tired of playing Farstar, we look for a bar run by aliens. A few of us chat and boast there while drinking some electronic beer. When we get tired of playing Assassin, we find a temple and meditate together. Haha. Lister said, after playing so many games, I sometimes can't help but fantasize that this year might actually be 2377, and I'm just a boring old man, immersed in a game that simulates the primitive yet exciting world of the 21st century. In the 24th century, humanity has built a massive computer around Star, and its powerful computing ability allows a human to upload all their consciousness into a simulated universe, where they can experience pure joy forever and achieve eternal life. You don't even know where your real body is. You can upload your consciousness anytime and also download it into different bodies. Lister's fantasy seemed absurd to Zhong Shan, but he had to admit that he also felt a similar sense of unreality. He occasionally wondered if his hibernation was just a dream, and when he woke up, he was actually just sleeping in a hibernation pod. Zhong Shan asked Lister if he had thought about finding a girlfriend, to which Lister countered, "Why would I want a girlfriend?" He pressed on Zhong Shan's earlobe and shared his screen with him. Zhong Shan looked at the holographic images of various girls, each one more beautiful than the last. Some posing seductively, others giggling shyly. Lister casually clicked on a girl named Zi Xian and naturally started chatting with her. The girl seemed to be in her own bedroom, which was large and had a pink bed and some cute stuffed animals, exuding an ambiguous atmosphere. The girl looked like a character from a comic, wearing only a tank top and underwear, originally reading at her desk, but when Lister clicked in, she turned around and looked at him warmly. "Darling, you're back." Her voice was so sweet that it gave Zhong Shan goosebumps. You could chat with her, have her play games with you, and even do anything with her. Lister raised an eyebrow, his smile slightly lewd. "You see, why do I still need a girlfriend?" At that moment, Zhong Shan suddenly understood why the marriage rate was so low in this era. Besides this software, there were countless other types of social software, simulated girlfriend software, and chat live streaming software. The powerful functions of the device could satisfy all of a person's physiological and psychological needs in every aspect. He had seen Lister watching a live stream of a girl showcasing her workouts and travels. It was clearly very boring, yet he laughed uncontrollably. Young people in this era had become accustomed to this casual and decadent attitude. They always lived for the moment and sought instant gratification. A plethora of fragmented, quirky, and humorous videos along with seductive live streams had left people with no patience to sit down and finish a complete novel. Survival games designed based on human weaknesses triggered the hunting and collecting desires encoded in human genes, making people addicted and unable to extricate themselves. The world continually developed new desires, while humans within it unconsciously stopped considering controlling their desires, allowing them to escalate freely. However, Zhong Shan felt anxious. In his time, he often worked more than 10 hours a day, with no breaks on weekends, and his salary was pitifully low, making him feel a constant sense of crisis as he thought about his future every day. But in this era, Lister and the others only needed to do a little work each day, and when they got home, there were things to enjoy, although they couldn't live extravagantly. They lived very comfortably, and they wouldn't want to change. Don't be fooled by how decadent we seem. The average lifespan in this era has already increased significantly compared to your time, almost reaching 130 years, Lister proudly said. Just thinking about how their way of life might last over 100 years made Zhong Shan feel inexplicably sad. He reminded himself not to fall into the same trap as Lister and Mark and become like them. He worked hard at the junkyard, while never giving up on pursuing a better career, submitting dozens of resumes every day and diligently studying knowledge for various fields. Understanding the events, changes, and impacts brought by every technological advancement in human society over the past 60 years, striving like a monk. Chapter 12, The History of Aliens, he learned about the history of this era. 30 years ago, when humanity became aware that an alien civilization known as the Harvesters was about to invade Earth, the world began to develop at a rapid pace. As Lister said, the hidden strong artificial intelligence came to the forefront, launching a powerful engine that propelled society's rapid development. Technology and the economy grew exponentially, and humanity established a powerful space fleet and a defense system spread throughout the solar system. A base for the Space Force was established on Mars, and a circular accelerator was built around the equator of Jupiter, transforming Jupiter into a black hole bomb to combat the aliens. But 4 years later, when the Harvesters arrived, all these weapons, the Jupiter black hole, space fleet, laser weapons, electromagnetic cannons, gamma rays, positron cannons, antimatter bombs, and so on, were like toys, utterly ineffective against the Harvesters. The Harvester fleet drove straight through the solar system and flew to Earth. Just as they were about to take Earth, the moon suddenly exploded, followed by the complete destruction of the Harvester ships near Earth's orbit. After that, the Harvester fleet withdrew from the solar system, retreating beyond the Kuiper Belt. There are many theories about their sudden retreat. Some say it was due to the effectiveness of some secret weapon. Others claim they discovered that Earth's environment posed a fatal threat to them, while some suggest that the explosion of the moon alerted another, more advanced civilization, which is far more developed than the Harvesters and made them fearful. This civilization is referred to as the Origin Civilization by some scholars. Humanity knows very little about the Harvesters, including what they look like and where they come from. The only thing humanity has seen is their massive, oval-shaped white spaceships, knowing only that they are an ancient and powerful civilization that roams the universe, continuously harvesting other civilizations. No one knows how the harvesting process occurs. Some speculate that they completely absorb another civilization and merge with it to achieve evolution. They have absorbed countless civilizations, so they may exist in forms that humanity cannot comprehend, possibly as a collective of countless individuals or even in the form of energy. The Origin Civilization is even more mysterious, with almost no evidence proving their existence. Descriptions of them are largely fabricated, and many religious forces have intervened to explain their existence, claiming they're the gods of the universe, the creators of humanity, and that the moon was their outpost for observing humans. Because the moon was destroyed, they were alarmed, and they severely punished the Harvesters to protect humanity. These descriptions could almost be considered myths. However, many people believe this narrative. In the scientific community, scholars who believe in the existence of the origin civilization generally consider them to be a greater threat than the harvesters, as they have demonstrated even more destructive power. And the harvesters seem to be quite wary of them. They believe that blowing up the moon and bringing the origin civilization's punishment upon the harvesters was a grave mistake, thus labeling that event as a colossal blunder. The one who blew up the moon was a man named Chu Yi, who accidentally obtained the remote control from NASA scientist Gordon Stinson that could detonate the lunar nuclear bomb and triggered it just as the harvesters were about to descend on Earth. There is not much information about Chu Yi. History's assessment of him is mixed, with most people considering him a great sinner for blowing up the moon and bringing forth the origin civilization. After the colossal blunder event, he vanished without a trace. After that space war, human society underwent drastic changes. First, the human space force, having suffered a crushing defeat, declared independence and established a new regime, calling themselves the Awakened. They no longer answered to Earth and no longer needed Earth's resources, surviving entirely on their own strength in the solar system. Their technology was powerful, even growing into a force stronger than the Earth itself. Some say they secretly contacted the harvesters and even sought to be harvested by them voluntarily. Although the Earth seemingly maintained peace with the Awakened, it actually regarded them as a potential enemy. It seems that humanity faces threats far greater than the ERL and artificial intelligence. Zhong Shan smiled wryly. The people of this era were indeed much worse off than those in his time. The social issues he worried about seemed trivial in the face of these life-and-death problems. Yet, he felt utterly powerless in the face of such a tide of the times. He was just a small figure. He could not focus on humanity's future. He could not even control his own future. He did not even know where his future lay, only able to bury himself in hard work and wait for a turning point to appear. Zhong Shan searched for Old Wang's name, finding it only on the retirement list of a research institute. He retired in 2030, and after that, there was no further information about him. It seemed that Old Wang did not accomplish anything remarkable until his retirement, but being able to retire safely was not necessarily a bad thing. Zhong Shan was very grateful to Old Wang. He must have quietly taken care of his hibernation pod, allowing him to survive and awaken in the future. About that whiteboard and that Earth Rescue Alliance, do you know anything about them? Zhong Shan asked. There are many legends about the whiteboard, Lister said. He is described as a foreign spy who conspired to subvert his homeland after defecting, a leader who established a terrorist organization single-handedly, a criminal who has assassinated countless arms dealers and government officials, an evil scientist who has conducted countless human experiments. These legends are difficult to verify, with some claiming he has lived for 100 years. Just based on these legends, many people worship him, Marx said. But the ERL is not that easy to get into. They claim to be just and the hope of humanity. There are so many people around the world who admire the ERL, but very few can actually get in. It is said that they are extremely strict in their selection of personnel, choosing only the elite of the elite. If they have someone they're interested in, they will track that person for several months and secretly set up some tests for him. Those who successfully pass the tests and are accepted by them are either true geniuses or complete madmen. Chapter 13, Mars Migration 1. Zhong Shan asked Li Site and Ma Ku if they planned to do this garbage collection job for their whole lives. Of course not, Li Site said. As an independent, mentally sound human being, I can no longer tolerate this repetitive mechanical motion. Damn it, I will one day quit this job and do something big that can make a lot of money. Ma Ku said, what are your plans for the future? They both replied in unison, save money. Zhong Shan smiled wryly. Their lifestyle of working one day and playing games for 3 was clearly not going to help them save any money. Alas, there's nothing we can do. Ma Ku laughed awkwardly. Sometimes when I play games, it's like entering another world, and I forget everything. What are you saving money for? To go to the Synchro ring? Li Site said, his eyes filled with longing. What is the Synchro ring? Zhong Shan asked. That huge ring hanging in the sky. Haven't you seen it? This time, it was Li Site who was surprised. Such a big band in the sky. I don't believe you haven't seen it. That's the Synchro ring. Oh, that one. I see it all the time. I wanted to ask about it for a long time. Zhong Shan recalled the long band that crossed the sky. which he saw the first time he woke up. He had too many questions about this so-called CRYO ring. That band is so big, you can see it from anywhere. I always thought it was an international space station. That's actually a ring built around the equator in geostationary orbit, connected to the space elevator, Li Si-Te explained. Zhong Shan had been busy and had forgotten to ask about the CRYO ring until now, so he quickly used his device to search for information about it. The CRYO ring is a large-scale circular structure built by humanity in geostationary orbit in 2061, serving a series of purposes including launching, transferring, resupplying, research, exploration, and habitation. At the beginning of its construction, many space elevators were built near the Earth's equator to transport goods, each reaching about 36,000 kilometers high, extending from the ground to geostationary orbit. Later, once the CRYO ring was completed, these space elevators were gradually dismantled, leaving only the 50 largest ones. The initial purpose of the CRYO ring was to transport satellites and spacecraft. Transporting them via space elevators is far cheaper and safer than launching them with rockets. These satellites and spacecraft have their own first cosmic speed or even faster when departing from the space elevators or the CRYO ring, requiring only a small thrust to enter their intended orbits without having to overcome significant gravitational pull. Later, the booming space trade stimulated the development of the CRYO ring. More and more people and businesses settled in the CRYO ring, which became not just a spacecraft dock, but a new continent and a forward base of human civilization. Over 100 million people live in the CRYO ring, which has complete infrastructure and a biosphere comparable to Earth. It can really be called a paradise up there. No need to work, everything is free, and there are plenty of delicious food and fun things, just like heaven, Li Si-Te said longingly. But only the rich and powerful can go there. It's not easy for ordinary people, Marcus said. I really want to go to the CRYO ring. I hope I have the chance in this life, even if I can just stay there for a day. If you want to go so badly, you can go for Mars migration, Li Si-Te joked. Mars migration is free. You need to transfer through the CRYO ring to get to Mars. So you can play for 2 days in the CRYO ring and fulfill your life dream. Don't joke around. Maka's expression darkened. I would never go for Mars migration. Not even if I died. Can we really go for Mars migration? Zhong Shan's eyes widened in surprise as he stood up. In this age, humanity has actually conquered Mars. This is far beyond my imagination. A strong desire surged in his heart. If possible, he wanted to see Mars. Can anyone go? Zhong Shan's voice trembled. Is there no selection process or anything? Do you really want to go? Mako asked, glancing at Zhong Shan with interest. If you really go, you won't be able to come back. What do you mean? Zhong Shan asked. If you want to make big money, you can sign up for Mars migration. Li Si-Te said, the government is currently encouraging people to go there to pioneer, and there are plenty of opportunities. They even give you various subsidies when you go. I have a friend there who says he is making a fortune. Then why don't you go? Zhong Shan asked. Most people who go don't come back. Li Si-Te said, many settle there. It's a colony now, and they will do everything to keep you there, offering you various favorable conditions. Isn't that nice? Not necessarily. I've never even left my country, let alone gone to Mars. I can't imagine what kind of life I would lead there. This is a major life decision. I don't dare to make it lightly. Life there is completely different from Earth, Marcus said. Earth and Mars do not have synchronized orbits. The distance changes at any time, from as close as 5,000 kilometers to as far as 400 million kilometers. Communication has at least a 20-minute delay. Can you imagine what a 20-minute communication delay means in this age? It's unbearable. There's no way to communicate. So Earth and Mars are effectively two completely isolated worlds. Previously, there was only a space military base on Mars. After the Great War with the Reapers, the Earth began constructing space elevators and the CRYO ring. Once the CRYO ring was completed, they started promoting Mars migration. Today, Mars can be considered a new territory explored by humanity, Li Si-Te added. What is Mars like? Zhong Shan was very curious. You might as well not think about it, Ma-Ka scoffed. It's still a desolate desert world. Don't expect to live comfortably there. I've heard the conditions are particularly harsh, with atmospheric pressure less than 1% of Earth's. It's basically like nothing. All forms of cosmic radiation reach the surface directly, and even water is in limited supply. Gold is cheaper than water. The environmental transformation isn't complete yet. Not only is it desolate, but you could easily lose your life there. It's far from our civilized world. Just think, you'd have to wear a full space suit all day, either stuck in a robotic factory or running transport in the coal mining area of the canyon, with the constant risk of being swept away by sandstorms or tornadoes. Would you still want to live like that? It's not that serious. As long as I have a device, ISNT it the same wherever I am. Lee Site chuckled. As long as I can get online, the whole world seems the same. Beijing, Shanghai, Tokyo, Mars, it's all the same. You work to earn money and then use the money to play games. You can at least earn more money on Mars. 10 years of work could earn you enough money for a lifetime, and then you can enjoy life. At this point, Zhong Shan was already overwhelmed with excitement and could no longer hear a word they said. For people from Zhong Shan's era, longing for Mars was a perfectly normal thing. Not to mention someone like him with a background in aerospace. For any educated person, Mars was an ideal destination, a dream for all humanity. Many people would give up a lot just to get to Mars. Zhong Shan had heard that the sunsets on Mars were completely different from those on Earth, with blue skies and a blue sun. He really wanted to see that blue sunset. He felt that his opportunity had come, and he decided to thoroughly investigate the methods for migrating to Mars. If there was a chance, he would definitely sign up. 2. The next day, Zhong Shan and Lee Site were still doing their routine of collecting garbage. From a distance, they heard the approaching sound of a spider robot. They and the other workers began to step back, preparing to make way for the spider robot. Suddenly, they heard a cry for help. Help! My leg is stuck. The crowd looked around nervously. Zhong Shan followed the sound and saw Mark, who seemed to have his leg trapped under something and couldn't pull it out. He was positioned right in the path of the spider robot that was heading to collect garbage, panicking and calling for help, his face pale, tears welling up in his eyes. Go save him. Zhong Shan pulled on Lister, ready to run to Mark. Don't be afraid. It's okay. That robot will automatically avoid him, Lister said calmly. The other workers were the same, standing quietly in place, no one stepping forward to help. At that moment, the robot continued to advance, neither slowing down nor changing course. Each step it took made a dull thud. Will it really avoid him? Zhong Shan asked Lister nervously. Definitely. Otherwise, why would they dare use such robots? Lister looked at the increasingly close robot, and although he spoke confidently, his tone suggested uncertainty. The robot got closer and closer, now less than 5 meters away from Mark. Its appendages only needed to take a few more steps to crush Mark into a pulp. The robot's compound eyes stared straight ahead, completely unaware of Mark underneath. No one moved, and Zhong Shan dashed out. He ran through the garbage heap using both hands and feet, and even in a protective suit, his speed did not decrease. He didn't even know where he found such explosive power. In less than 5 seconds, he had caught up to the robot. He ran past underneath it, those thick appendages, each thicker than Zhong Shan's waist. He reached Mark's side and pulled hard on Mark's leg to get it out. The robot was almost upon them, and if he didn't pull Mark's leg out soon, both of them would be turned into pulp. Zhong Shan exerted all his strength, his face reddening, and finally pulled Mark's leg out of the pit. He tugged Mark back, and before they could land, the robot's appendage came crashing down, striking the spot where Mark had just stood, piercing a steel plate on the ground. The two men rolled and crawled back 2 meters, looking back in fear as the robot slowly walked away. The crowd was dead silent. Clearly, they still hadn't realized what had happened. In their minds, it was impossible for robots to harm humans. The foreman and medical staff quickly arrived. Foreman Shen Nuo hurriedly apologized to Mark, nervously asking if he was okay. After asking, he grabbed Zhong Shan and thanked him profusely, calling him a hero. I've already reviewed the surveillance footage of the incident. You were so brave. I've never seen anyone react so quickly. Shen Nuo praised Zhong Shan repeatedly. Thank goodness you were here today. If something had happened, not only would I have been in trouble, but also the software department, the monitoring department, and the logistics department. Who knows how many people would have lost their jobs. I thank you on behalf of all those you saved. What happened with that robot? Wasn't it supposed to automatically avoid workers? Zhong Shan asked. I don't know either. There has never been an accident like this before. Shen Nuo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. I've been here for over 10 years, and this is the first time something like this has happened. All the robots have been recalled for inspection. The garbage site will be closed for a week, and salaries will still be paid. Shen Nuo insisted on treating Zhong Shan to dinner, and Zhong Shan modestly refused, saying it was nothing but he couldn't resist Shin Nua's repeated insistence. That evening, Shin Nua took Zhong Shan to a high-end Western restaurant for dinner. "I really appreciate you today," Shin Nua said. "The robot's manufacturing company, Daogu Heavy Industries, will compensate you in mark to express their apologies, and the city government will also award you a sum soon." I looked at that number. It's a huge amount, at least a year's salary for me. "Is Mark okay?" Zhong Shan was more concerned about Mark's well-being than the reward. "He's fine, just a bit shaken. Kids, haven't seen such a thrilling scene and we're scared," Shin Nua said. "He'll be fine after some rest. Besides the compensation, the union will also provide him with a consolation payment, so don't worry." Shin Nua continued, "The government takes safety issues very seriously. Once a safety accident occurs, many people can lose their jobs. It's not easy to find a good job now, but the accident rate is indeed very low. In my years here, there have been no issues." "Where are you from?" Shin Nua suddenly changed the topic. "You might not believe it, but I'm a hibernator from 60 years ago," Zhong Shan said. "Really? I'm also a hibernator." Shin Nua excitedly patted Zhong Shan on the shoulder. "What a coincidence, buddy." Zhong Shan was a bit taken aback by Shin Nua's sudden enthusiasm. "How many years did you hibernate?" 60 years? That's a long time. What year was it?" "Oh, 2017? Was hibernation already possible back then?" "At that time, commercial hibernation technology hadn't yet been developed. I hibernated because I participated in a secret military project that was not made public," Zhong Shan said awkwardly. "Oh, I see. So how did you end up here?" "Working?" Shin Nua paused halfway through his sentence. Zhong Shan understood what he meant. He was puzzled as to how he had ended up in a garbage site. "After I woke up, I couldn't find my organization. I never found a job, so I came here first to earn some money for urgent needs," Zhong Shan explained. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Shin Nua said. "Actually, the owner of this restaurant is a good friend of mine. If you don't mind, I can give him a heads up and you can come work here. Although it doesn't require much skill, the benefits are great and definitely much better than what you have now. It's also very easy. You can start working here. And if you find a better job, you can leave anytime." How can I accept that?" Zhong Shan was at a loss for Shin Nua's sudden enthusiasm. "What's it to feel awkward about? My friend is also a hibernator. We are all our own kind. People like us shouldn't mix with those like Mark. Do you understand what I mean?" Shin Nua smiled meaningfully at Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan felt a bit uncomfortable with Shin Nua's direct words. Over the past month, he felt he had established a friendship with Lister and Mark, and Shin Nua's comments made him uneasy. However, he still thought he should accept his offer because he felt that he couldn't stay at the garbage site for long. The longer he stayed, the harder it would be to leave. It was a vortex, easy to get in but hard to get out. Chapter 14. Immortality Technology. Zhong Shan hesitated for 2 days, but finally reported to Shin Nua's friend's restaurant. He wanted to try it out first. This restaurant is located over 200 floors high in a skyscraper. It is a very stylish Western restaurant, and despite being in the sky, there is a beautiful sky garden outside the restaurant. Zhong Shan, dressed in a sharp suit and vest, worked inside the restaurant serving dishes. What sets this restaurant apart from others is that all the employees are human. This is insistence of Shin Nua's friend, who, although he has to pay high wages for human employees, seems quite wealthy and doesn't care. On the first day, Zhong Shan earned 30,000, a figure 10 times what he made working at the junkyard. Suddenly, he felt guilty, thinking he didn't deserve to earn so much money. He got this opportunity because of his friend's injury, and now he was rising up while leaving his friend behind. He clearly despised the idea of abandoning friend for money. Yet he was really scared of being poor. He couldn't refuse the money. He couldn't control himself, and he told himself not to take it. But the 5 digits on the payment machine felt like golden threads woven around his feet, immobilizing him, and his hand involuntarily reached out. He loathed his own inherent flaws and limitations as a poor person. The restaurant was doing quite well, with customers primarily drawn to the unique feature of having all human servers. Compared to restaurants staffed entirely by robots, this one charged much higher prices. The patrons were well-dressed, likely from the middle class and above. Many of them were hibernators. Occasionally, as Zhong Shan walked by them, he overheard their conversations. They seemed to be staunch human supremacists, harboring an obsessive aversion towards machines and artificial intelligence. They nostalgically reminisced about the old days, treating outdated antiques as treasures. While scoffing at the conveniences and advancements of the current era, Zhong Shan felt they were the complete opposite of people like Listermark. They openly displayed their desire for wealth and ambition, never hesitating to share stories of their ruthless rise to riches, proudly proclaiming their arrogance and success. They loudly discussed performances at high-end theaters, newly released luxury cars and watches, and their synchronized travel plans, a lifestyle Zhong Shan had never imagined. Once, while observing these upper-class individuals, who were chatting and laughing, they suddenly fell silent and looked out the window. A very luxurious car slowly passed by outside, matte black all over, with sharp lines on the front that exuded a futuristic feel. Zhong Shan guessed the car must be quite expensive. The vehicle had only one seat in the middle, resembling a fighter jet or an F1 car. Inside sat a man in a suit, silver-haired but with a youthful face. The people in the restaurant collectively paid homage to the car, their gazes fixed on it with complex expressions, jealousy, a burning desire for power and wealth, their greed and desires swelling. After the car passed, Zhong Shan even heard a couple of sighs. Those people might have suddenly felt unsatisfied with what they had. Only one person didn't watch the car. Instead, she looked in the completely opposite direction. It was a girl, staring blankly at the intersection, never shifting her gaze. Zhong Shan had noticed her long ago. She was a regular at the restaurant, a very beautiful girl, likely only 17 or 18 years old. She came to the restaurant almost every day, but always during the quieter mornings or afternoons. She always sat alone by the window, ordering a cup of coffee or juice, never joining anyone's conversation, just quietly staring outside in a daze. She had a slender figure and fair skin. She often wore a sleeveless black turtleneck, exposing her smooth, pale arms. The girl frequently wore a baseball cap, its brim pulled low, with her dark ponytail peeking out from the back. Her posture remained upright when she sat, giving her an elegant demeanor. Her long neck reminded Zhong Shan of a ballet dancer. It was hard for Zhong Shan not to notice such a beauty, and he felt it was a pleasure to see such a lovely girl while working. Whenever she came in, Zhong Shan would always take the initiative to take her order. Her voice was gentle, and she was polite to Zhong Shan, but aside from ordering, she never said a word. He had never even seen her smile, and felt she exuded a coldness that kept others at a distance. Zhong Shan didn't understand why she came. It seemed she wasn't waiting for anyone. She just quietly gazed out the window, a layer of mist in her large eyes. Outside was the restaurant's small garden, lush with green grass and dotted with some flowers Zhong Shan didn't recognize, occasionally visited by butterflies and small birds. Beyond the garden was the city's aerial streets, bustling with cars and pedestrians. The intersection nearby was always busy, a relatively prosperous area with a shopping center, a Swiss bank, and the city's largest robotic security center. Zhong Shan speculated that, like other customers, she came from a privileged background and didn't have to worry about making a living. Perhaps, while others were at work, she leisurely visited the restaurant for coffee, enjoying the flowers and greenery. Girls her age probably just like this kind of leisurely lifestyle, dazing off, letting the morning pass by. Maybe she was waiting for an opportunity to meet a handsome guy who was equally wealthy and leisurely, and they would fall in love at first sight. Zhong Shan regretted that he didn't have such an opportunity. She had never even looked at him directly. But that was normal. He had never been part of any romantic tales. If it weren't for that, he couldn't think of any other reason she would come here daily for coffee, unless she intended to rob that Swiss bank. Lurking here every day, Zhong Shan felt he couldn't stay in this place for long. His ambition drove him to explore a broader world. With his salary multiplied several times and the restaurant's work not busy, he now had the time to better understand the world. He learned a lot about Mars colonization and was preparing to apply for a position as a Mars base engineer. He was eager to see what Mars was like. Shen Nua often came to the restaurant to eat and then chatted with Zhong Shan. He liked to talk about the past and often asked Zhong Shan about things from his era. From Shen Nua, Zhong Shan learned that he was quite a wealthy second-generation rich kid. Born in 2040, when he was 20 years old, hibernation was booming, and his family thought it was a good business. They bought a large number of properties and bonds, then hibernated together for 10 years. At that time, there was no hibernation tax, and 10 years later, even after deducting the hibernation costs, their total assets had multiplied several times. Many of their friends did the same. hibernating for 10 years, essentially just taking a long nap, waking up a decade later to a more advanced technology and more money. This was clearly a game for the wealthy, reminding Zhong Shan of the real estate speculators of his era. There have always been such opportunists in any era, hovering above ordinary people, reaping huge wealth without any labor. Later, they had made sufficient preparations and were about to hibernate a second time when the government banned hibernation. This hit them hard. The numerous long-term funds and bonds they had purchased couldn't be cashed for 10 years, forcing them to live frugally during that time. Not only did their plans go awry, but their friends also suffered heavy losses, causing them much frustration. But soon they began to think of new speculative methods. Having a job is the greatest security, CRYO said. The money you have today may not be there tomorrow if policies change. That's why I'm still working at the junkyard. Although the salary for this job is not high, it is still much better than those bottom-tier jobs. At least it provides some security in life and brings a lot of convenience for me and my family. Having a job is still more respectable, and I have to think about my sons. With my connections, they can also find better jobs. Some of my friends are much wealthier than I am and also have jobs. They don't rely on that salary. They just think it sounds better to say they have one. Some people work their entire lives and still can't match their daily income. But their fate and life and death may be controlled by those in even higher positions, which is truly frightening to think about. CRYO kept talking incessantly, and Zhong Shan felt that CRYO and his friends were not in the same class as him. In the past, Zhong Shan never believed in class. In his time, the people he knew were all equal, and anyone could achieve success through hard work. He was educated to believe that people should not be divided into classes, that everyone equally enjoys the inalienable rights to life, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. But in this era, he saw the shape of class. It was a wall, infinitely wide to the left, infinitely wide to the right, and infinitely high upwards. You ask why people earn so much money? Life is inherently full of flaws and faces countless traps. Working hard all your life, you can't take the money you earn with you when you die. CRYO said, if only people could live forever. Zhong Shan silently wiped the cup with a towel, feeling like he couldn't interject at all. Listening to CRYO's complaints, he found it very amusing. Hey, do you know CRYO leaned over and whispered to Zhong Shan. In fact, someone has already invented technology that can allow people to live forever. Zhong Shan stopped his movements, staring blankly at CRYO. Is that true? It is true, CRYO said mysteriously. I heard it from a friend. This claim has been secretly circulating in their upper-class circle. It is said that the biotech department of Yaogang Group has invented methods for blood and organ replacement that can allow people to live an extra 1 or 200 years. What does it mean to live an extra 1 or 200 years? By the time 200 years have passed, maybe you can even change your blood or even get a new body and live for another 1,000 years. Isn't this a step-by-step way to achieve immortality? Zhong Shan looked incredulous. Will this technology become widespread? Of course not. Just think about it. If people could truly live forever, what kind of impact would that have on this world? The earth is already becoming overcrowded. If people could live forever, how tense would the living environment become? And would those who live forever still need to work? How would their pensions be distributed? How would the relationship between one generation and the next be handled? Then there would be a whole bunch of social issues and legal problems. Zhong Shan thought of the hibernation technology banned by the government. Compared to immortality, the impact of hibernation was negligible. But I've heard that this technology has already been secretly sold to some high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen for an outrageous price. Something beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Those who can buy it are either incredibly rich or hold significant power. Those transactions are all secret. People like us would never have access to it. Maybe one day, you'll see the CEO of some company suddenly looking much younger. He might have already replaced his organs. CRYO said, his eyes showing envy. If only I could earn enough money. I would also want to change my blood and live an extra 100 years. Zhong Shan felt a chill in his heart. Are there really people who can live forever? If the privileges enjoyed by a few were known to society as a whole, it would cause such an uproar, and it could even lead to riots and wars. Since ancient times, humanity has only been equal in one thing, death, and now even that one equality has been eradicated. Moreover, Even if in the future immortality could be widespread and everyone could live forever, wouldn't that mean human evolution would come to a complete stop? Reproductive rights would be restricted or even banned, and the roles of genetic recombination and natural selection in human evolution would completely disappear. However, there are benefits to immortality. If the Earth becomes uninhabitable, we could live on Mars, CRYO said. At that time, humanity would be forced to colonize other planets and conduct interstellar travel. That could be considered progress. Speaking of which, I've been applying for immigration to Mars recently. Zhong Shan finished wiping the cup and placed it on the table. I want to see what that world is like. Really? That's impressive. CRYO patted Zhong Shan on the shoulder. You always surprise me, little brother. If only all young people were as motivated as you. Then you keep it up. I wish you good luck. CRYO raised his glass and toasted Zhong Shan. Chapter 15. The end of work. Zhong Shan went from being a garbage worker to a high-end restaurant waiter, and his situation had clearly improved a lot. However, he always felt that something was a bit off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Gradually, Zhong Shan lost contact with Lister and Mark. Although it was regrettable, there was nothing he could do. Everyone is a passerby in another person's life. They may accompany you for a while, some may travel a long way, while others might only walk a short distance before parting ways. Some people may cross paths with you again years later, arriving at the same destination by different routes, while others may head in completely opposite directions after parting. Zhong Shan looked up information about immigration to Mars. He found that, as Lister had said, there were indeed many slots available, the thresholds were low, and there were numerous policy subsidies. In the end, he decided to go to Mars. His application for an engine engineer position received a response. Even though his major from 60 years ago was completely outdated, it seemed that the government did not have high professional requirements. To encourage more people to immigrate, they had added many optional positions. Zhong Shan only needed to participate in an online training session to smoothly start his job. Unexpectedly, he couldn't become an engine engineer using chemical fuels 60 years ago. But 60 years later, he would become an engine engineer using nuclear fusion. On the afternoon before his departure, Zhong Shan was still working at the restaurant. He didn't want too many people to know he was leaving because he was originally an outsider from another world, and after a brief stay, he was now heading to the next world. He glanced at the beautiful girl sitting by the window and felt a little regret that he never got to know her. Goodbye, little beauty. As he stared blankly at the girl, he suddenly noticed that she seemed to nod at something outside the window. Then her expression turned serious, and her brows furrowed tightly. She hurriedly left the restaurant, her eyes filled with complex emotions. That day, Zhong Shan worked late, and his colleagues had all gone home. He was about to leave when CRYO suddenly walked in. Have you decided? When are you leaving? CRYO asked Zhong Shan. Tomorrow, Zhong Shan replied. So soon? Why didn't you tell me earlier? CRYO was surprised. Which spaceship are you taking? That one, Shadow. Oh, Shadow. There seems to be one recently, CRYO said. That's great. It's best to get on Shadow. If you miss it, you'll have to take Mars-Star, which is much slower. The orbits of Earth and Mars do not synchronize, and they intersect approximately every 2 years and 2 months, which is when they're closest. During the month before and after the intersection, it is the peak season for passenger spaceships traveling between Earth and Mars. And there are many round trips from different space travel companies. During this period, the journey from Earth to Mars only takes about 3 days. If you miss this time, the frequency of flights is greatly reduced, often leaving only unmanned cargo ships still operating, with passenger ships almost ceasing operations. Unless it's a luxurious travel spaceship with a hefty price tag, it would take a month to catch up with Mars, which has already drifted far from Earth. Of course, Zhong Shan couldn't afford the ticket for such a luxury spaceship and could only take the free flight arranged by the government for colonizers. His flight happened to be the last one within the launch window. If he missed this flight, he would have to apply again to go to Mars 2 years later. Although hibernation technology was banned on Earth, it was permitted for interstellar travel. Spaceships traveling to Mars from the synchronous ring would use hibernation technology. However, regular commercial flights typically charged a considerable hibernation tax for passengers in hibernation. Fortunately, Zhong Shan's journey was government-funded. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't be able to afford the high travel costs and hibernation tax. As he was about to go to Mars, Zhong Shan felt a surge of excitement. reflecting on his nearly 3 months of experiences and the various people he met. Each one lived vividly and emotionally, coarsely and mercantile, authentically and resiliently, trapped in their own predicaments, unable to extricate themselves, yet enjoying the process. This is humanity. Everyone struggles in the world, searching, wandering, feeling helpless, but the passion, desire, and ambition for life itself have never extinguished. Shenhua ordered a bottle of wine to send Zhong Shan off. Congratulations! You must develop well over there. Shenhua poured a glass for both himself and Zhong Shan. Brother, I really admire you, Shenhua said. You're so brave. First participating in the immature hibernation experiments 60 years ago when you had nothing, and now daring to leave Earth for that desolate Mars colony. You've done 2 things that very few people have the guts to do. It's remarkable. Not everyone is as ambitious as you. Many people are content to do easy jobs, just doing whatever others ask without worrying. What's so remarkable? I'm just forced by circumstances, Zhong Shan said with a bitter smile. In fact, for people of our era, being able to go to Mars is quite an accomplishment. Many people would break their necks to go, but can't. But it's different for people of this era. The Mars base has been established for over 30 years. For them, it's just a remote city. Going there is similar to supporting the border. They have to consider many practical issues. People of our era were quite daring, willing to do anything. Whether it was doing business, inventing, or conducting research, each one was bolder than the last. Shenhua took a big gulp of wine and continued. The people before us were even bolder. In the 20th century, there were so many great inventions and creations. It was simply a golden age. But as time goes on, people become more timid. Just look at these people now. They're as timid as mice, afraid to do anything, letting machines do everything. I really can't stand it. Shenhua showed a look of disdain. Do you know what problem this era has? Shenhua chewed on some fries, mumbling, the lack of curiosity has led to a stagnation in technology. People like us, who came from the past, can integrate into the society of this era without any obstacles and adapt very well. That indicates a problem. Zhong Shan understood Shenhua's point. Like the customers in the store, he harbored unrealistic nostalgia for the old era and found fault with everything in the present. Our era was the only one in human history without faith. Before that, people believed in all sorts of strange gods. In this era, people believe in artificial intelligence, reapers, and the beginning of civilization. Humanity always hopes for a savior to help them instead of relying on themselves. This era is really dull. Robots are everywhere. There are no snack stalls, no vegetable markets. There aren't even any thieves because no one uses cash or phones. What can they steal? Can they chop off someone's finger? Don't think that just because I'm a small official at garbage dump, I don't manage hundreds of people. I've seen a lot. Many people nowadays are just addicted to the virtual world, dazed and confused, not thinking about anything at all, Shenhua said. Look at us. We're different. We have much more spirit and think a lot more. They're like walking corpses. As long as the money they earn is enough to survive. They have a place to sleep and can continue playing games. They're satisfied, with their heads completely empty. Zhong Shan remained non-committal about Shenhua's words. He knew Shenhua had been drinking and was speaking too harshly, although Zhong Shan sometimes felt similarly. He also believed that not everyone was as ignorant as Shenhua imagined, like Lister. In fact, many people around me don't need to work. They can already live off the wealth they accumulated before. But I can't do it. I'm a bit slow-witted and always one step behind others. When I just came out of hibernation, I listened to others and sold 2 apartments, but the money I got was only enough to buy 1 back. I always want to learn how others make money, but whenever I try, I end up losing. So my current job is very important to me. It's a stable job. Without it, I might run out of money one day. My son is always missing a toy, and my wife always lacks a dress. You can understand me, right? Zhong Shan is used to being poor, and he doesn't understand many economic behaviors. In his eyes, Shenhua is the type of person he dislikes the most. No matter the era, there are always these speculators who don't need to work but can gain more money through capital. Zhong Shan naively thinks that in his time, the prosperity of the financial industry is entirely based on the underdevelopment of technology and the inequality of information. The excessive issuance of currency, the boom in real estate, and the financial tycoons' influence are essentially wealth distribution behaviors rather than wealth creation behaviors. The people who make the cake earn little, as all the money is divided among the pests who slice the cake and tell stories. But in this era, advanced artificial intelligence has dominated the financial sector, recalculating the distribution of social wealth. Bottom-tier speculators like Xinhua are the ones being liquidated. They can no longer exploit loopholes in the system or the delayed responses of institutions to get rich through speculation. They not only lose all their opportunities, but may also lose their existing wealth overnight. After hearing Xinhua's confession, Zhong Shan starts to feel sorry for him. Xinhua is also working hard. He wants to support his family, provide a better life for them, and is desperate to climb up the social ladder to change his class. Class is like a wall. Many people spend their entire lives trying to climb over it, only to find that behind it is another, even higher wall. Brother, to be honest, this era is very cruel, Xinhua quietly tells Zhong Shan. Let me tell you a secret. I once went to a meeting. It was a high-level meeting of the municipal committee that I shouldn't have attended. But my boss was sick that day and asked me to go in his place. There were high-ranking leaders present, and I won't tell you who. You can guess. During the meeting, the finance department's leader complained about how much money the city lost this year and how expensive it was to pay workers across various industries. It was a bottomless pit. He said a certain company invented a new type of robot and wanted to apply for layoffs of several job positions, replacing workers with robots to save a lot of money. Then the municipal leaders argued with him, saying that layoffs were impossible. This year, not only could they not lay off workers, but they also had to create 1 million new jobs. There are millions of unemployed people in the city, and all industries, including our garbage disposal, must absorb a portion of them. Finally, a big leader waved his hand to allocate 10 billion in funding, stating that employment is of utmost importance and that no matter how much money is lost, jobs must be guaranteed. During the break, some people began discussing. I heard that someone from a private enterprise was complaining that workers worked much less than machines but still had to be paid, which reduced their bonuses significantly. Then a friend from the City Construction Bureau said, "Why don't you understand this principle? Workers indeed can't match robots. All these jobs for workers are mandated by the government to ensure social stability. Their work is entirely made up. The government is just finding a reason to pay them to let them survive. Otherwise, how could so many people be supported? Can we really have them lining up outside the city hall for welfare? Not only for workers, but also for you and me. Isn't our work the same?" After that, the guy from the private sector fell silent. Zhong Shan listened in shock, still digesting what Xinhua meant. After finishing, Xinhua took a big gulp of alcohol. "Do you really think that the garbage collection and waiter jobs you do are because robots can't do them?" Xinhua suddenly burst into laughter, his face turning red, and saliva splattering everywhere. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shan suddenly felt a chill all over. He realized that the month he spent working as a garbage collector was entirely meaningless and provided no help to society. Instead, it slowed down the resource recovery that should have been more efficient. Not only garbage collection, but the restaurant job he was doing now was also meaningless. Although Xinhua didn't say it, he understood that this job could be considered a charity from Xinhua and his friends to him. Hearing this made me feel very emotional. I kept thinking about what meaning our work really has. After all, we are all nurtured by artificial intelligence, just like livestock. Xinhua said, "What's the difference between earning a lot or a little? I could spend money to play golf. And Mark can play simulated golf with a joystick without getting tired. Anyway, we're all going to be replaced by machines. Humanity is an outdated product that should be eliminated. This world will eventually belong to robots." Zhong Shan had heard the same viewpoint from Lister. At this point, Xinhua was a bit drunk and rambling. Zhong Shan sent him off in an unmanned taxi, which would safely take him home. It was already 1 a.m., and Zhong Shan quietly stayed in the shop, staring blankly at the unfamiliar city outside, looking at the skyscrapers like bullets and screws, feeling a profound sense of helplessness and desolation. This era has not yet reached the stage where machines can complete all work, and humanity can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of labor. Human society is not yet prepared to welcome the arrival of machines, and there are no solutions for many social problems arising during the transitional phase. As for himself, he is just a pawn in any era, a dispensable, insignificant character. No matter how hard he tries, he doesn't know what the meaning is. He suddenly recalled the hacker actions of the whiteboard before, which hacked the entire city's electronic devices, declaring on all display screens, "Humanity has become prisoners of machines." He found it very reasonable and began to understand why so many young people went berserk and smashed robots that day. He even looked forward to the whiteboard and his ERL members actually doing something to bring about social change. However, all of this would soon be irrelevant to him. As he was about to go to Mars, a new world that humanity had just begun to explore, a world completely different from Earth, even isolated from it. He didn't know what it would be like there or what kind of life awaited him, but he hoped to find some meaning in life there. In a daze, Zhong Shan suddenly saw the city night scene in front of him change. The skyscrapers in front of him started from the bottom. The lights suddenly went out, layer by layer, and all floors fell into darkness. The darkness spread instantly, and as far as the eye could see, all the tall buildings in the city lost their brilliance, turning into dark tombstones. The city lost its hustle and bustle, transforming into a silent graveyard. Chapter 16, Shadows, Darkness. The city had plunged into utter darkness. Just like that day, Zhong Shan's eyes widened, his heart racing. The restaurant he was in was also enveloped in deep darkness and silence, with only the sound of his heartbeat echoing. He rushed out of the restaurant and onto the street, only to be astonished to find that there was not a single person around. In the brief moment, he had been lost in thought. It seemed all the pedestrians had fled the area. The street was littered with robots, all turned into marionettes with severed strings, sprawled across the ground, clearly powered down. A light drizzle fell from the sky, and the pitch-black night was shrouded in dark clouds. Zhong Shan was almost engulfed in absolute darkness, only able to see the eerie outlines of buildings. He had never encountered such complete darkness and silence. It felt as if he was the only person left in the world. Another power outage, just like the last time, without any warning. Zhong Shan stood in the rain, the raindrops hitting his burning earlobes, frozen in shock, unsure of what to do. The image on the whiteboard did not appear on all the building facades like last time. This time, only an ethereal silence remained, and in this maddening darkness, it felt as if time had stretched indefinitely. He didn't know how long it had been, but the clouds began to dissipate slightly, revealing two moons in the sky. The moonlight spilled down, allowing Zhong Shan to see a bit more clearly. On the empty street, puddles reflected the cold moonlight. Raindrops pattered on the robots, with splashes creating a white halo around them. Zhong Shan suddenly froze. He saw a miraculous sight. On the street in front of him, on the surrounding billboards, on the rooftops of low buildings, and on balconies protruding from some skyscrapers, there were halos of light. The halos should have been caused by raindrops splashing off some object, but these halos seemed to exist out of thin air, as if the rain creating them was not hitting anything. There were dozens of these halos in his field of vision, varying in size, but most were elongated cylindrical shapes. A chilling thought crossed Zhong Shan's mind. These transparent shapes seemed to be human figures. These transparent human shapes were almost impossible to see. One had to focus closely to discern them. The human-shaped halos in the rain resembled ghosts. Zhong Shan noticed a concentration of about 20 of these figures near the intersection, all motionless, appearing hazy in the rain. He dared not blink, nervously staring at those shapes. The human figures slowly began to change, no longer transparent, but transforming into solid black entities. In his line of sight, on the ground and high above, there were about 40 black shadows. The shadows started to move, all running in the same direction. Zhong Shan was frightened by the sight. He had no idea when these shadows had arrived. They descended silently along with the darkness. They were dressed in all-black clothing, which must have had some cloaking effect or optical camouflage, allowing them to appear completely transparent moments ago. If it weren't for the raindrops hitting them, he would not have seen them at all. The shadows above suddenly jumped down from the heights, swooping down like a flock of crows, their black clothes rustling in the wind. They were incredibly fast, with no deceleration, almost crashing to the ground. Yet when they landed, they were light, making a series of muffled thuds. After landing, they immediately activated, running alongside the shadows on the ground. The direction of their run was towards the southwest corner of the intersection, the robot security center. They stopped at the entrance of the security center and spread out. Everyone crouched down, lying flat on the ground. In front of each person, a black object appeared on the ground. The objects rose vertically about a meter before stopping, forming a rectangular shape, seemingly creating a barrier in front of the shadows. The barrier looked heavy, completely shielding the shadows hiding behind it. "Are you ready, Hayato? I'm going to throw the C4." Zhong Shan heard one of the shadows speak. Hayato seemed to be someone's name. He saw the foremost shadow make a throwing motion from behind the barrier, and something was tossed out. Boom! Seconds passed, and a loud explosion nearly ruptured Zhong Shan's eardrums, causing his legs to buckle as he nearly fell to the ground. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant behind him shattered, glass shards flying out like a waterfall cascading down. Some of the glass even struck Zhong Shan's back, and he hurriedly covered his head, leaning forward behind the stone platform of flower bed by the roadside. He saw the entrance of the security center obscured by thick smoke, a rolling wave of heat hitting him, mixed with sand and debris, making it hard to look directly. Moments later, the shock wave and wind began to subside, and he saw that the entrance of the security center, along with the wall, had been blown open, the edges resembling melted wax, with flames roaring on top. Zhong Shan was terrified, his heart racing. He had never witnessed such a violent explosion, especially right in front of him. He had previously seen the entrance of the security center up close. It was made of some kind of carbon sulfide material, looking exceptionally sturdy, and he had thought no bomb could breach that door. He had no idea what kind of bomb the shadows used, but its power was likely beyond anything even the missiles of Zhong Shan's era could compare to. The shadows hiding behind the barrier remained unmoved. The heat wave had no effect on them. As the smoke cleared slightly, the shadows began to act. They stood up from behind the barrier, which immediately lowered and retracted into the ground. The shadows resumed their run, charging into the now blown open entrance of the security center. This was indeed another terrorist attack. Zhong Shan cursed internally, wondering why he was so unfortunate to encounter such dangerous events. He was supposed to go to Mars tomorrow, and he could not afford any mishaps. Zhong Shan wanted to hide far away, to find a safe place to wait for the storm to pass. But he couldn't help but want to see what would happen next. Curiosity tugged at his legs, preventing him from moving. He quietly stepped back, hiding behind the shattered window of the restaurant, taking cover behind the counter and peeking out to observe the situation at the security center. He was still unwilling to miss out on this event. Suddenly, another anomaly occurred. Zhong Shan saw the nearest robot to him, its eyes and joints flickering to life. Then it wobbled and climbed up from the ground. The robots that had fallen all over the street trembled and stood up, producing a series of clicking sounds. Once upright, the robots simultaneously ran towards the security center. The massive group of robots surged like a tide towards the security center. "They're coming, faster than expected. It's up to you, Korkloff, suppress them." Zhong Shan heard the shadows conversing, followed by piercing gunfire. He saw 5 shadows at the entrance frantically shooting at the rushing robots. Bullets whistled through the air, bright trajectories lighting up the sky. The robots hit by bullets immediately had holes blasted into them, their limbs shattering like broken ceramics, fragments flying. But robots had no sense of pain. They dragged their damaged bodies, unwaveringly continuing to run. If their legs were shot off, they crawled on their hands. If their hand were also severed, they struggled forward using their chins. In addition to the robots on the ground, those on the upper floors jumped down directly, and robots from different blocks also gathered. Soon, the army of robots, under a hail of bullets, charged towards the shadows. The bullets were useless against the wall of bodies they formed. From a distance, Zhong Shan could not see the expressions of the shadows, but he could sense that the shadows were not afraid. They stood calmly in place, slowly retracting their guns. The tide of robots instantly engulfed the shadows. The entrance to the security center was completely blocked, with robots behind it pushing forward, stepping on the bodies of the robots in front, desperately trying to squeeze through like a mindless army from hell. The hill of robots was a dark mass, firmly covering the entrance of the security center. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, like the thunder of an underwater explosion. The tide of robots was blasted open, and robots flew out from the hole like splashing water. More robots were continuously knocked away, and those flying out were not necessarily complete robots. More often than not, they were parts of their bodies. Some severed limbs and broken arms flew far away, even landing in front of the restaurant at Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan stared in astonishment at 5 dark figures appearing, standing intact at the entrance of the security center. Now he could see how they dealt with the robots that lunged at them. They were actually using their fists. Zhong Shan witnessed one dark figure punch a lunging robot in the chest, and after a muffled sound, the robot flew sideways. The downed robot's chest was caved in and shattered into debris, with white smoke rising and flickering electric sparks underneath. He couldn't imagine how much force that punch had, capable of sending those 2-meter-tall, burly robots flying. It was definitely not human strength. Zhong Shan noticed the arm of that dark figure, which was as thick as an oxygen tank seen in a hospital, and white smoke was rising from the joint of the arm, as if it had just fired a cannonball. He speculated that the figure's arm had some kind of turbocharger device that could unleash an incredible thrust in an instant. The figure in the middle emitted a blue glow from its arm. The tip of the glow extended more than 2 meters long, finally tapering into a sharp point, resembling a pair of medieval knight's lances. While Zhong Shan was still puzzled about the purpose of the lance, he saw the figure slice a robot in half with one hand and thrust another robot's chest with the other, lifting it above its head and then throwing it away. The 4 figures on either side also had their arms glowing, flashing with blue light, and like the figure in the middle, their arms elongated into 2 blue spears. They charged into the mass of robots, thrusting left and right, and each strike would slice several robots in half at the waist. He saw one figure rush into the horde, like skewering kebabs, piercing through 5 robots, stringing them together, then using the other hand to swipe outward, the blue point cutting the 5 robots in half at the chest like butter. This scene could no longer be called a terrorist attack. It could easily be termed a war. But unlike a battlefield, there were no screams or shouts. Neither side spoke, and regardless of how brutal the scene was, they remained silent, focused on annihilating each other. The interior of the security center continued to erupt with explosions. There were at least 30 more dark figures inside, and Zhong Shan could not imagine the fierce battle happening within. Who were these dark figures that they could so brutally storm the security center, the most heavily guarded place in the city? What was their purpose? Gradually, the number of robots still able to attack dwindled. The robot corpses on the street piled up like mountains, making it hard to believe they were defeated by just 5 dark figures. Duan Shuetong, did you get the stuff? The figure at the entrance seemed to be speaking into a headset, asking those who had entered the security center. If you haven't found it yet, I'll go in and look for it. Then the stuff will be mine. The figure's tone was relaxed, with a hint of provocation, as if this surprise attack was just a game for him. Dark figures kept running out from the gaping entrance of the security center, as if their mission had been completed. Zhong Shan breathed a sigh of relief. This terrorist attack was finally coming to an end. He wondered what organization these people belonged to. Was it the so-called ERL? Their power was overwhelming, and these security robots were no match for them at all. Before Zhong Shan could catch his breath, he witnessed an incredible scene. Chapter 17, The White Giant in the Sky. A massive white cylinder plummeted like a meteor, descending with a fiery arc created by friction with the atmosphere. The cylinder crashed vertically onto the street, creating a large pit, and the tremendous impact sent debris of robot fragments and stones flying everywhere. Almost half of the cylinder was buried underground, and the visible part was not entirely cylindrical. Its top was rounded, resembling an elongated oval, akin to some sort of spacecraft. The shadows observed the white cylinder with evident surprise, staring at it in cautious vigilance. The surface of the white cylinder began to change, opening up in layers like fish scales, then starting to rotate layer by layer, while also flipping and stretching. Various complex movements overlapped, and the surface of the cylinder began to extend outward, then deform. The entire cylinder started to rise, revealing the part that was previously underground. Soon, the deformation ended, and it transformed from a smooth, cylindrical spacecraft into a towering white giant over 5 meters tall. Hey, has this plot evolved into a robot war? Even Gundam has appeared. Zhong Shan was astonished, his mouth agape. The white giant was not slender like a security robot, but rather stout and robust, with limbs as thick as banyan tree trunks, featuring a complex network of mechanical veins. Its head was flat and small, almost sunk into its body, with shoulders so broad they nearly matched its height. Before the white giant could even move, the shadows opened fire simultaneously. Over 20 red tongues of flame hissed as they unleashed bullets at it. The sounds of gunfire and impacts on the giant's body were deafening. However, the fierce bullets that had just turned security robots into Swiss cheese posed no threat to the white giant. Under the barrage, the giant remained unscathed, and it suddenly launched into motion, running at high speed. It moved with a speed and agility that belied its size, and with its extremely long strides. It quickly reached the shadows. The arms of over 20 shadows stretched out simultaneously, glowing blue, as they surged forward, thrusting sharp blue light spears towards the giant's body. The blue light covered the giant's head, shoulders, arms, torso, and legs. However, the piercing spears that could slice through iron were deflected off the giant's body, causing the shadows to be pushed back by the recoil. In contrast, the giant remained completely unscathed. The giant did not give the shadows a chance to adjust. It raised its hand and slapped down, sending the 5 nearest shadows flying. The other shadows hurriedly retreated, trying to escape from the giant's grasp. The giant was much faster than the shadows. It took 2 large strides and immediately caught up to one shadow. It bent down and grabbed a shadow in its hand, treating it like a dagger as it swung towards another shadow. The shadow in its grip seemed to have lost consciousness from being crushed, limp and helpless as the giant wielded it, but the blue light spears from the shadow's arms did not retract. With a swipe, the giant brutally slashed a fleeing shadow from the left shoulder diagonally to the right hip, completely severing the upper and lower halves, blood gushing forth. That was a human. Zhong Shan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Those fleeing shadows were actually all humans. Their series of actions, including stealth, jumping from high buildings, and engaging in fierce battles with thousands of robots, had led Zhong Shan to believe they were robots. He never expected that beneath their black cloaks, there were flesh and blood humans. In an instant, the giant used the dagger to kill 2 more shadows. The shadow in its hand seemed to have all its bones broken, as soft as mud. The giant could no longer swing it. The giant spread the shadow out, gripping each half tightly, and with a powerful pull, the shadow was immediately torn in 2, blood and intestines spilling everywhere, staining the giant red. Zhong Shan felt his stomach churn violently and vomited. Ah! Zhong Shan heard someone among the shadows roar in anger. 2 shadows stopped fleeing and charged the giant, raising their blue light spears again, putting all their strength into stabbing the giant. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. The giant extended its hands, pinching the incoming light spears between its fingers, one on the left and one on the right. Its speed far exceeded that of the shadows, and its strength was much greater. The 2 light spears, shot at high speed, were easily pinched by its fingers, as if grasping 2 sewing needles. The shadows struggled desperately to free their spears, but found them completely immobile. With a loosening of its grip, the giant immediately tightened its hold again. It transitioned from pinching with its fingers to gripping with both hands, then grabbed one shadow, as if it were a toy, slamming it down onto the ground again and again. Soon, the shadow was reduced to a bloody mess. This white giant was a mad killing machine, and the situation suddenly turned overwhelmingly unfavorable for the shadows. Zhong Shan was so frightened that his hands and feet turned cold. He began to feel a bit of sympathy for the black-clad individuals. At that moment, an ice spear shot through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, striking the giant's head. The ice spear was about 1 meter long and the thickness of a human arm, sharp at the front and heavy at the back, resembling a fish spear. When the ice spear hit the giant's head, most of it shattered and scattered, but a significant portion spread out against the giant's head and immediately began to freeze. The giant paused slightly, and then 3 more ice spears shot towards it, striking its elbows and knees. The giant dropped the 2 shadows that had turned to mush and turned to look in the direction from which the ice spears came. Ice spears continued to shoot in rapid succession. Although they did not cause any harm to the giant, they clearly affected its speed, and the ice spears hitting its face obstructed its vision, forcing the giant to constantly brush off ice shards. Zhong Shan looked towards the source of the ice spears. A A shadow emerged from the entrance of the security center, and the ice spears had been shot from there. To Zhong Shan's shock, the shadow did not use any weapon. The ice spears seemed to materialize from thin air, rapidly condensing from the white vapor in front of the shadow into sharp ice spears. After forming, the ice spear immediately flew out, darting towards the giant. Besides magic, Zhong Shan could think of no other way to describe such a weapon. The giant hesitated slightly, and the other shadows quickly scattered, fleeing from different directions. The shadow that launched the ice spear moved, starting to run towards the giant. As he ran, the ice spears that formed in front of him continued to fly towards the giant. The giant stepped forward with its left leg, clenched its right fist, turned sideways, twisted its waist, and gathered power. Its series of movements indicated that it would unleash an incredibly fast and powerful punch the moment the shadow approached. If the shadow faced this punch head-on, it would undoubtedly be turned into a meat patty, stuck to the giant's hand. The shadow's speed did not decrease. He maintained his trajectory, charging straight towards the giant. Just as the shadow was about to reach the giant, it immediately threw a punch. A fierce and aggressive blow aimed down at the shadow's face. At the moment the punch was about to land, the shadow deftly sidestepped and jumped, evading the giant's fist. The giant's right hand brushed against the shadow's body, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a large pit. The shadow used the opportunity to leap powerfully, climbing up using both hands and feet, and with 2 jumps, he landed on the giant's body. The giant's hand sank into the ground, and it tugged but couldn't pull out. Seizing this chance, the shadow stepped right next to the giant's head, pressing his fist against the giant's crown, his arm suddenly doubling in size. The giant pulled its fist back for the second time and immediately reached out to grab the shadow above its head. However, before it could catch the shadow, its head was struck hard, causing its body to weaken and drop to its knees. The shadow above the giant was propelled into the air by the recoil. The shadow landed steadily, while the giant seemed to have suffered severe damage, with cracks appearing in its head and electricity and sparks jumping within the fissures. The shadow gained the upper hand in the battle, pressing the attack by unleashing a torrent of ice spikes into the cracks in the giant's head. The giant stood up again, using its hands to shield its head and charging towards the shadow with all its might. The shadow also ran towards the giant. At the moment they were about to collide, the giant threw another punch, mimicking its previous action. The shadow leaped sideways again, seemingly about to evade the giant's attack once more. But just as the giant's straight punch was halfway out, it abruptly changed direction into a horizontal punch, striking the shadow accurately. The giant's ability to suppress its strong inertia and its agile movements, along with its quick adaptability, left Zhong Shan dumbfounded. This clumsy giant was much smarter than he had imagined. The shadow was sent flying by the giant's punch, crashing sideways into the wall of a nearby building. The powerful impact smashing through the wall and sending the shadow's body inside. The giant did not give up. It continued running towards the building that the shadow had broken through. It reached the gaping hole, placed its hands on the wall, and tore it apart. The reinforced concrete wall ripping apart like pages of paper, dust and debris flying everywhere. But it was still a step too late. At the moment it tore through the wall, the shadow burst out from the lower glass window, rolling over twice on the ground before slipping between the giant's legs and behind it. The shadow raised both hands, sending out 2 small balls. The balls hit the giant's hands, one on each side, exploding instantly into a sticky white gel. 2 ice spikes flew at the same time, embedding themselves in the giant's hands. The ice spikes combined with the gel, which immediately began to harden, turning a deep gray color. The giant's hands were fixed to the wall. When it pulled, large chunks of wall fell off, but it could not break free. The shadow climbed up the giant's back like a monkey, taking 2 steps at a time to leap onto the giant's head. Once again, it punched down into the crack on the giant's head. Its arms suddenly thickened, white gas spraying from its elbows as it charged its attack. But before the attack could begin, the giant's right hand exerted force, tearing down an entire section of the wall along with it. It broke free from its restraints and immediately swung its hand back, slapping the back of its neck. Another loud crash ensued as the shadow's fist successfully hit the top of the giant's head. This attack was even more powerful than the last. The giant fell headfirst to the ground, crashing down hard. It was unimaginable how much force the shadow's punch had to have to bring such a massive creature down. But the shadow did not have time to jump away. As the giant was falling, its right fist, carrying the wall debris, came crashing towards the shadow. The massive inertia did not stop just because the giant had fallen. This punch struck the shadow directly, hitting it solidly and sending it flying like a cannonball. The shadow was sent hurtling towards Zhong Shan, crashing into a large tree by the roadside, splitting it in half. Then it slammed into the restaurant wall, creating a large hole. Its momentum did not decrease. It continued sliding along the ground, digging a half-meter deep trench and plowing through the floor. Finally, it crashed through the counter and 2 booths, toppling 3 tables before finally stopping against the wall. The shadow lay motionless on the ground. Zhong Shan glanced back at the giant, which seemed to have sustained fatal injuries, still lying face down on the ground. But upon closer inspection, the giant was not entirely still. He noticed that, despite the damage to its head, the area around its head was writhing. The muscles near its head, including those on its shoulders, started to change shape with thin, thread-like tendrils sprouting out. These tendrils of varying thickness quickly covered its entire head, with new ones continuously sprouting, resembling maggots feeding on decaying flesh. It seemed the giant was undergoing some sort of repair process. Its damaged head was rapidly being wrapped up, and the repair process was so swift that it could complete the repairs and restart at any moment. Zhong Shan did not know where his courage came from, but he crouched down and sneaked into the restaurant, tiptoeing towards the fallen shadow. The shadow had created a half-meter deep trench in the ground, like a plowed field, with wooden floorboards scattered everywhere, and the cracks on both sides extending like the limbs of a centipede. The shadow had crashed into the wall, leaving a human-shaped indentation, with cracks spreading outwards, causing the decorations on the wall to fall to the ground. The shadow sat half-reclined on the ground, facing up, covered in wounds. Its black bodysuit riddled with injuries, blood mixing with dirt. Now, up close, Zhong Shan could clearly see the outline of the shadow's body. It was slender and graceful. Clearly a female. Her mask had shattered and fallen off, leaving her face hidden in the shadows. Zhong Shan crept closer, bending down to check if the shadow was still alive. When he finally saw her face, he shuddered, shocked beyond measure to realize that she was the young girl who often came to the restaurant. Chapter 18. The gap in power blood was seeping from the corners of the girl's mouth. Her eyes tightly shut, and her hair was disheveled, making her look very disheveled. It's hard to imagine that just moments ago, it was her who had engaged in close combat with that towering steel giant over 5 meters tall, taking 2 heavy blows from the giant and still managing to bring it down. The gap in strength between that behemoth and a human is far greater than the difference between a tank and a squirrel. Zhong Shan never expected that such a slender body could unleash such tremendous power. Zhong Shan crouched down, tentatively probing his fingers toward her nose. He wanted to check if she was still breathing, but didn't dare to touch her easily. After all, although this girl looked delicate, he didn't know what kind of monster was hidden within her body. The girl was still breathing, but her breath was faint, and she looked in a very critical condition. Zhong Shan's hand trembled as he seemed to touch the girl's nose. He felt the coldness of her skin against his knuckle. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, staring directly at Zhong Shan, her deep pupils reflecting his panicked expression. "Are you okay?" Zhong Shan stammered. The girl's gaze was initially complex, filled with anger and fear, then turned cold. She did not answer Zhong Shan. She attempted to stand up, struggled for a moment, and realized she couldn't move. "What are you doing here?" The girl frowned slightly, her icy demeanor contrasting sharply with her polite manner when ordering in the restaurant. "Aren't you supposed to be off work by now?" "I had some issues today." Zhong Shan didn't know how to explain. "I ran into you guys before leaving. Help me up." The girl didn't mince words, speaking in an authoritative tone. There was no time for explanations. That guy would be coming soon. Zhong Shan glanced at the giant across the street, which had already stood up again, inspecting its own body. He bent down, reaching around the girl to support her and help her sit up straight. He felt the warmth of her body against him, which gave him a slight sense of reassurance. "She's warm, so she shouldn't be a robot, right?" Zhong Shan sighed in relief. He placed the girl's hand on his shoulder and supported her waist, slowly standing up. The girl's waist was very slender. Zhong Shan had never imagined he would have the chance to be so close to her. His heart fluttered, and he felt a beat skip. Suddenly, outside on the street, another large white cylinder fell from the sky, hitting the ground with a hot air shield on its surface, creating a large pit and sending debris and mechanical wreckage flying far away. This white cylinder looked exactly like the one before the giant transformed. Before Zhong Shan could react, another cylinder fell from the sky, followed by a third and a fourth. After 4 loud crashes, 4 large cylinders landed on the street, lined up in a neat row. As soon as they touched the ground, they began to stretch and transform. The 4 cylinders stood opposite the restaurant alongside the giant, which had almost fully recovered, evoking a sense of despair and fear in Zhong Shan. "Here come 4 more. The girl gritted her teeth and said, "They really think highly of me." Zhong Shan felt a chill in his heart. Just one giant had already subdued nearly all the shadows and severely injured this monstrous girl. Now, there were 4 more. Wouldn't they tear the 2 of them to pieces? Why was he so unlucky? Just when his new life was about to begin tomorrow. He encountered such a horrifying situation tonight. "Don't be afraid," the girl said. "I will protect you." Zhong Shan felt a mix of emotions. Here was a young man over 8 meters tall, needing protection from this delicate girl. "I have a way." The girl took off her backpack and opened it, pulling out a round ball. The ball was entirely white, slightly smaller than a basketball, with no patterns or interfaces on it. "What is this?" Zhong Shan asked. "I didn't want to use this," the girl said calmly. "But it's a powerful weapon. I don't know what will happen if I use it." "You've never used it before?" Zhong Shan was alarmed. "Is it a bomb or something?" "Of course not." The girl crouched down, placing her hand on the ball. "You'll know soon." The girl's voice was confident, as if the situation was under her control. Moments later, the girl's expression changed. Her earlier confidence vanished, her brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The white ball remained unchanged, quietly lying on the ground. "What is going on? Why can't I activate it?" The girl murmured nervously to herself. "Haven't you used this before?" Zhong Shan asked anxiously. "I haven't," the girl admitted awkwardly. "But this should be how it works." "Little sister, can you even do this?" Zhong Shan said with a wry smile. "If you can't figure it out, we're done for." In the distance, a series of cracking sounds erupted. Zhong Shan and the girl turned their heads in unison to look across the street. The 4 giants had completed their transformation, and the previously injured giant had also been repaired. The 5 giants in the distance simultaneously started moving, running toward them. They leaned forward, lowering their center of gravity, swinging their arms widely as they charged over, causing the ground to tremble violently with each step. Their fierce momentum felt like 5 tanks coming at them. "I'm sorry." The girl smiled apologetically at Zhong Shan. "I might not be able to protect you, and I might even get you killed." This was the first time Zhong Shan saw the girl smile, and her smile was beautiful. At that moment, her face was pale, with blood at the corners of her mouth, and her smile held a fragile quality that made one feel pity for her. The girl spoke of death so casually, apologizing to Zhong Shan as if the brutality of these 5 giants was her fault. Why were these 5 steel beasts relentlessly pursuing such a delicate girl? What had she done wrong? Zhong Shan watched the 5 giants charging toward them, feeling a surge of anger, his blood boiling, and he clenched his fists. "How do you use this thing?" Zhong Shan crouched down, carefully examining the white ball. "Is it just placing my hand on it?" "No, I tried that earlier." The girl shook her head. "I don't know if it's broken or what, but it should just activate by placing your hand on it." The girl paused mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she stared at the white sphere in front of her, watching Zhong Shan place his hand on it, and the white sphere activated. The white sphere began to change, glowing with a bright white light. The sphere opened up like an onion, layer by layer. Zhong Shan saw the surface of the sphere deforming like liquid, simultaneously opening and stretching, with small white strips quickly climbing up his right hand. Zhong Shan panicked, tried to pull his hand away, but the sphere's powerful suction held his hand tightly, and he couldn't pull it out. The fine white threads spread across his body like ice crystals in an instant. They continued to grow, rapidly transforming. What is this? Memory metal or some kind of nanobots? Zhong Shan's mind raced. Would this thing kill him? While Zhong Shan was still thinking, the white threads began to merge into one, hardening in large patches. The white threads covering his body clung to him like dragon scales. The scales began to extend from his neck, quickly enveloping his entire head. Zhong Shan felt his vision darken, then suddenly brighten again. Before him appeared a view similar to a holographic interface, with a complex UI displaying numerous numbers and commands, dazzling him, and he had no idea what they meant. But he immediately recognized the 5 circles in the center of the screen. 5 circles were marked on 5 giants that were charging towards them at high speed. The circles were highlighted in red, with the words threat and eliminate written inside. What should I do with this thing? Zhong Shan nervously asked the girl beside him. He moved his hands. They were flexible, and the surface of his arms looked like they were covered in armor made of alloys and composite materials. I don't know either, the girl said with a bitter smile. I've never used it. Zhong Shan fell helpless as he saw the giants getting closer. The 2 leading giants raised their iron fists, preparing to smash down on Zhong Shan. In the image before him, several lines of green text appeared. Automatic defense activated. Life support system activated. Motion enhancement system activated. Cognitive enhancement system activated. New prompts kept appearing, and Zhong Shan couldn't read them all. Forget it, let's run. Zhong Shan turned to grab the girl who was crouching on the ground. He reached out to her, but she didn't respond. She was staring in terror behind him. Behind you, the girl pointed and shouted. Zhong Shan turned around abruptly, and a massive shadow was already upon him, the oppressive air pressure threatening to pin him to the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 loud crashes echoed as the giant fists came crashing down. The shockwave from the impact blinded the girl momentarily. When she opened her eyes, she was astonished to see Zhong Shan covered in white armor, standing tall with his hands raised, catching one of the iron fists. He had actually blocked the full force attack of 2 steel giants with his bare hands. After catching the 2 giants' fists, Zhong Shan stood straight, completely unharmed by the impact. The massive inertia of the iron fists seemed to be stopped by an invisible wall, sinking like a stone into the sea. It was completely against the laws of physics for Zhong Shan's small body to stop such powerful blows. Wow! Zhong Shan was startled himself. He had no idea how he had just caught the 2 giants' fists. He had only instinctively raised his hands to block. Think about how to use this thing. He urged the girl. I really don't know, she said with wide eyes, feeling helpless. Just think about how to hit them, with your hands or feet, whatever works. The 2 giants retracted their fists as the other 3 approached, forming a circle around Zhong Shan and the girl. They simultaneously clenched their right hands into fists and raised them above their heads. The 5 giants moved in perfect synchrony, like 5 parts of a single body. As they reached out, darkness descended, enveloping Zhong Shan and the girl in a massive shadow. There was nowhere to escape. The closed circle formed by the giants felt like an impenetrable wall, with a ceiling about to come crashing down. Zhong Shan crouched down to shield the girl, quickly thinking about what to do. The iron fists above them came crashing down simultaneously, like meteorites falling from the sky. However, before the 5 fists could hit the ground, they were all suddenly bounced back. The fists seemed to hit a spring and rebounded with even greater force than their initial strike. Not only were the fists knocked away, but the giants also lost their balance and fell backward. But before they could hit the ground, they were struck again while still in the air. A white figure shot forward in an instant, colliding with one of the giants at high speed, then rebounding like a ping-pong ball to hit the next giant. Though it was just a small white figure, the giant was sent flying sideways as if struck by a speeding train. The white figure traced a perfect pentagram in the air before knocking all 5 giants away. While the giants were still airborne, the white figure launched again. It kicked off and flew towards the nearest giant, then jumped onto the giant's back. The flying giant was stomped down by the white figure, crashing to the ground. The massive body created a large crater upon landing and continued to slide, carving a tunnel into the ground. The white figure stood firmly on top like it was riding a skateboard. Zhong Shan had never felt so powerful. He felt an endless surge of strength, as if he had inexhaustible energy. Moreover, his focus was sharper than ever. When the giant's fists came crashing down earlier, time seemed to slow, and he watched the slowly descending fists as if they were in slow motion. He blocked the giant's fists as easily as swatting away falling feathers. He charged towards the giants and lightly pushed, sending the 5-meter-tall steel giant flying sideways. He didn't need to think about how to respond to the giant's attacks. His body automatically began to act. His speed, strength, coordination, reflexes, and decision-making speed all significantly increased, allowing him to easily perform actions that would have been impossible before. He hadn't expected that he could launch himself like a cannonball with just a kick, nor that he could leap accurately onto a giant from dozens of meters away. Standing on the giant's chest, Zhong Shan leaned down and punched the giant's head. The giant's hard head was crushed like a soft cushion, driven into the ground, with a hole punched through the center. Inside the pierced giant's brain, sparks flickered twice before going out, and the giant lay still on the ground. Zhong Shan then charged towards another fallen giant. Before that giant could get up, Zhong Shan delivered a punch from above, driving into the ground. Like the previous giant, this one's head was smashed to pieces, lying motionless on the ground. The other three giants stood up, frozen in place, facing Zhong Shan. Just as he prepared to run towards them, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The chests of the three giants changed from white to a blazing red, with the red area expanding. Warning: intense energy reaction detected ahead. Source presumed: high-energy laser weapon. Recommended action: evade. A red warning appeared in the center of his visor. Zhong Shan had no time to think and immediately dodged to his left. As he took a step, the giant's chests emitted red beams of light, about a meter in diameter and dazzlingly bright. Three beams shot towards him, and Zhong Shan sidestepped to avoid them, then began sprinting to the left. The red beams struck the spot where Zhong Shan had just been standing, piercing through a large transport truck, creating a hole as if it had been melted by a hot blade. The beams lingered for a moment, and the immense radiation caused the truck to melt and deform. Zhong Shan began to run, and the three laser beams followed his movements. He was very fast, but he couldn't outrun the speed of light. He couldn't run backward or toward the giants, so he could only run in a circle around their position, with the lasers relentlessly pursuing him. As he ran, Zhong Shan observed the giants and quickly thought of a strategy. He planned to circle around the sides of the three giants, dodging the lasers while getting closer to them, looking for an opportunity to attack. The lasers traced the arc of his movements, melting everything in their path. Vehicles, buildings, and trees all turned to char or debris. Zhong Shan ran at incredible speed, each step crushing the ground beneath him as he shot forward over 10 meters. Yet, despite his speed, the pursuing lasers were just a step behind him, almost burning his back. Zhong Shan had to constantly leap and dodge, jumping over vehicles and vaulting over barriers to avoid obstacles. The lasers, however, required no such effort. They simply tracked his movements and swept in a straight line. Zhong Shan had run more than halfway around the circle when he suddenly found himself unable to continue. A tall building appeared on his side, blocking his path to continue running left. However, the relentless laser was about to sweep over him. Zhong Shan couldn't stop. This was a C-shaped building with a certain curvature, forming a curved surface. A suggested route appeared on the visor, with blue guiding arrows extending from the base of Zhong Shan up to the wall, tracing a curve on it. Zhong Shan simply used the powerful inertia from his run to dash directly along the surface. He ran diagonally upward and surprisingly managed to run vertically to the surface with ease. He noticed on the helmet's display that the foot adhesion feature was activated, wondering how many functions of this suit he was still unaware of. As Zhong Shan ran on the surface, he could see his reflection on the smooth glass, his entire body wrapped in white armor, even his head covered with a white mask, resembling a knight from medieval Europe. He swiftly ran along the surface, creating an arc, and in no time was over 30 meters in the air. The laser behind him had already penetrated the building, cutting a shocking gash through it. The laser not only pierced this building, but continued through the 6 buildings behind it. In a violent explosion, the buildings snapped in half, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Inside Zhong Shan's visor, 3 red reticles circled 3 giants, marking their threat levels and their weak point, the head. Zhong Shan was already very close to the giants. Before the buildings collapsed, he pushed off with all his strength, shooting out from the swirling dust towards the giants below. 3 beams of laser swept towards Zhong Shan in midair. He twisted his waist, with the lasers barely grazing his body. He dove down, landing a punch on one giant's head, smashing it into its body, and immediately propelled himself towards another giant. Grabbing the giant's arm, he landed on his feet but kept sliding on the ground, using his right foot as an axis to swing the giant up. He swung the giant around like a massive iron rod. The girl watched as Zhong Shan, a mere human, effortlessly hurled this colossal being, which was over 10 times his size, into the air, a sight that was utterly unbelievable. Zhong Shan swung the giant horizontally towards another giant, crashing into its chest, before the high-energy laser could melt the incoming giant. Its chest was caved in by the impact of the other giant's head. The head of one giant directly penetrated the body of the other, and both giants collided, their bodies flattening and deforming, with burning debris scattering everywhere. Zhong Shan let go, and both giants flew out, landing several meters away. Then came the explosion, the flames lighting up the night sky, with the two giants burning fiercely in the fire. Zhong Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned back to the girl and reached out his hand. "Are you okay?" he asked with concern. What is happening? Are we safe now? Is it all over?" Zhong Shan had a belly full of questions, but he didn't know where to start. "It should be over, right?" The girl struggled to stand up, seemingly recovering a bit. Zhong Shan saw that the blood at the corner of her mouth had been wiped away, and the injured parts of her body were wrapped in some kind of black bandage. Just as the girl finished speaking, the city suddenly lit up. The surrounding buildings, billboards, and lights inside the buildings gradually turned on, signaling the end of the blackout. "It's not over yet." The girl suddenly grew anxious. "This is just the beginning." "Why?" Zhong Shan looked at the city that had regained its light, feeling a sudden sense of danger. "The EMP has failed. They are coming." The girl nervously looked around. "We have to run." Zhong Shan knew that EMP meant electromagnetic pulse, which could cause irreversible damage to electronic devices, usually produced by nuclear explosions or EMP weapons. Those invisible electromagnetic shockwaves would couple with electrical devices, creating destructive currents and surges. Zhong Shan found it hard to believe that the city's massive blackout had been caused by the EMP. But why had the city's power been restored so quickly? Could the damaged electronic devices repair themselves? Who is coming? Zhong Shan asked. Before the girl could answer, Zhong Shan already knew the answer. A buzzing noise came from all directions, growing louder, as if a swarm of mosquitoes was approaching. He soon saw the source of the sound. Countless black flying machines were flying in from all directions. A magnified image of the flying machines appeared on the visor. They were complexly shaped small drones, with 6 rotors on top, 2 thrusters at the back, and gun barrels mounted underneath. Threat: military swarm drones, recommended action. Escape: the visor displayed a warning. Those are military drones. They clearly don't want to leave us alive. The girl exclaimed in shock. Run. There are too many of them. You can't fight them off. Head east. Zhong Shan immediately bent down, picked up the girl, and took off running. Just as he started, a hail of bullets began to rain down, flattening the ground where they had just stood and brutally digging the asphalt concrete surface over 2 meters deep. The high-density ammunition fell like a torrential rain, its power even surpassing the high-energy laser that had just pierced through buildings. Wherever it hit, vehicles were crushed, buildings were flattened, and deep pits were dug into the ground, as if a gigantic hand of God had erased the existence of everything swept away. Zhong Shan kept running, with the girl continuously directing him. The drones in the sky moved at incredible speed, closely following Zhong Shan like a swarm of locusts, devouring everything in their path. Besides the airborne drones, the ground-dwelling robots also joined in the hunt for Zhong Shan. Security robots from all around pounced towards him like wolves pouncing on an antelope. Zhong Shan kept dodging and jumping, changing paths, sidestepping just as the robots lunged at him, like a running back in a football game evading aggressive tackles. As he ran, Zhong Shan grabbed a nearby utility pole and turned around, throwing it like a javelin, piercing a robot's chest. Just as another robot was about to pounce on him, it was suddenly shot in the head by a bullet, falling helplessly to the ground and rolling a few times, giving Zhong Shan a chance to escape. Where have you been? Korkloff. The girl shouted into her visor's communication channel. Hurry and cover us. It turned out it was the girl's companion who had fired the shot. But Zhong Shan couldn't see where the shot had come from. Don't bother looking. Their ship can go invisible, the girl said. With their help, we could feel a bit safer. Although the girl said they could feel safer, Zhong Shan didn't dare let his guard down. He saw the spider-like robots crawling down the buildings around him. Once these massive spider robots landed, they began to frantically chase after them. Their 8 long legs clearly allowing them to run faster than Zhong Shan's 2 short legs. While a single spider robot stood no chance against Zhong Shan and his armor, they had the advantage in numbers. The city felt like a boiling ocean, with every droplet of water turning into a robot. A flood of robots surged in from all directions, coiling together to restrain Zhong Shan, their limbs intertwined, hands and feet welded together. Zhong Shan glanced back and saw the menacing wave of robots rolling towards him. He felt as if the entire city was chasing him from behind, and if he continued to run on foot, he would soon be swallowed up. Over there, the girl pointed to a large truck by the roadside. Zhong Shan didn't know how that heavy truck could help them escape from their pursuers, but he could only trust the girl and ran towards the truck. Deactivate optical camouflage. Open the hatch, the girl said softly. The truck a few meters away instantly disappeared, as if a virtual mask had been lifted, revealing a long, sharp black aircraft underneath. It turned out that the plane had activated its optical camouflage, disguising itself as a truck to stand by. At this moment, the hatches on both sides of the aircraft had already opened. Zhong Shan helped the girl into the cockpit, then climbed over the plane and jumped in from the other side as well. Can you fly? Zhong Shan was very surprised, doubting whether this young girl could pilot the plane without crashing into the building across the street. What's there to not know? The girl seemed even more surprised than Zhong Shan. Close the doors, take off, full speed ahead, back to Hyperion. The girl fired off a series of commands in quick succession. As soon as she finished speaking, the aircraft immediately closed the hatch. The seatbelt automatically popped out from the backrest, wrapping around Zhong Shan's chest and tightly securing him in place. Before Zhong Shan could recover from this series of actions, the plane suddenly shot up vertically from the ground, soared to over 10 meters in the air, and then immediately propelled forward. The tremendous acceleration firmly pressing Zhong Shan against the seatback. Well, it seems that in this era, flying a plane doesn't require a professional license. Anyone can control these autopilot planes with voice commands. Zhong Shan smiled wryly, realizing he had underestimated the technology of this time again. Below, the tide of black machines continued to reach desperately towards the sky, like the arms of a drowning person. Zhong Shan watched those eyes glowing with a faint green light, his heart still racing. The plane was incredibly fast, quickly leaving the drone swarm that was chasing them far behind. They had finally managed to escape the pursuit of the robotic army. The girl let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. We're finally safe. By the way, my name is Duan Xuedong. The girl turned her head and smiled at Zhong Shan. Nice to meet you, Zhong Shan. Chapter 19. Hibernian, how do you know my name? Zhong Shan asked in surprise. In a secure environment, the helmet of the mecha he was wearing automatically retracted to reveal his face. I just know. The girl who called herself Duan Xuedong leaned back against the seat and lazily stretched. Her attractive body curve made Zhong Shan's face flush slightly. Who are you? Zhong Shan asked, forcing himself to remain calm. Have you not guessed who I am? Duan Xuedong smiled mischievously. A criminal, a terrorist, an antisocial maniac. I am all of those. Zhong Shan was momentarily speechless by Duan Xuedong's boldness. If I'm not mistaken, you're a member of the terrorist organization known as CRYO, right? He asked cautiously. Not only am I, but I'm afraid you are too now. Duan Xuedong tilted her head and smiled provocatively at Zhong Shan. What do you mean? It means you are now my accomplice. Zhong Shan was at a loss for words. He knew Duan Xuedong was right. His series of actions earlier had already indicated he was no different from a terrorist. Don't worry, it's fine, Duan Xuedong laughed heartily. I'll protect you. Zhong Shan stared blankly at the girl, unsure of what was going through her mind. Let me ask you another question. Is it too late for me to parachute now? Zhong Shan felt around the side window of the plane, hoping to find a parachute. Ha! Duan Xuedong laughed joyfully. You were so brave fighting against Uranus just now. How come you become so timid now? Uranus? Zhong Shan's movement stopped. He knew Uranus was the name of the sky god in Greek mythology, the father of the 12 Titans. Uranus is the code name for the 3 robots you just fought, Duan Xuedong said, pouting. They are versatile, humanoid weapons manufactured by the Yao Gang Group, driven by a nuclear fusion engine, with a total power output exceeding 800 megawatts, a maximum speed of 1. 5 Mach, and equipped with high-energy laser weapons. One of these robots can destroy a Zeus-class aircraft carrier. Duan Shuidong casually listed a bunch of robot specifications. Zhong Shan's mouth twitched. He couldn't keep up with Duan Shuidong's speed of speech, but could guess that it was a terrifying weapon. I had only heard of such robots before. They seem to still be in development. I didn't expect them to be deployed in actual combat so soon, the girl said with a bitter smile. Cold sweat broke out on Zhong Shan's forehead. He now felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He had been fighting such a terrifying opponent just moments ago. By the way, the mecha you're wearing clearly has so many functions, can fly, can use various weapons interchangeably, and can even disassemble for remote operation. Yet you didn't use any of those, relying solely on brute force to deal with those robots. Duan Shuidong squinted her eyes and said, "So, you really are a monster. You might just be suitable to join us." Zhong Shan felt no joy at Duan Shuidong's praise. He just wanted to escape quickly, to get as far away from these dangerous individuals as possible. However, his current situation was extremely perilous. Due to a moment of impulse, he had fallen into a situation where he was being hunted as a terrorist. Now, he could only take one step at a time, and first follow this strange girl to their so-called base to hide from the storm, then look for an opportunity to escape later. Speaking of which, those guys are really anxious, Duan Shuidong pouted. They even used Uranus. We probably don't have much time left. Those guys? Zhong Shan asked. The ones you mentioned earlier who want to kill you? That's right. Who are they? They, Duan Shuidong said meaningfully. They're the true masters of this world. Her dark pupils stared at Zhong Shan as if trying to suck him in. The true masters of the world. Zhong Shan's heart jolted. He still didn't understand what that meant. I know you have many questions to ask. Once we get back to the base, I'll explain everything in detail, Duan Shuidong said, waving her hand at Zhong Shan, who seemed like he wanted to say something. We're almost there. After more than 10 minutes of escaping the pursuit, they flew to an altitude of over 10,000 meters. This was the midsection of the stratosphere, with a very broad view. The clouds were beneath them, and it felt like they had arrived at a continent in the sky. The night sky here was not dark. On the contrary, it was quite bright. The 2 moons overhead cast serene moonlight, illuminating the clouds into a silvery hue. The massive synchronous ring was dotted with bright lights twinkling, far brighter than the Milky Way in deep space. Zhong Shan could even see the enormous space stations surrounding the synchronous ring and the train tracks that circled around, resembling a crystalline world inside a snow globe. Suddenly, the spaceship experienced a slight bump, as if it connected with something. We've arrived, Duan Shuidong sighed in relief. Were we? Zhong Shan looked around. The vast sky outside the cabin unexpectedly turned pitch black, and he suddenly couldn't see anything. It was as if they had entered the interior of a hidden space. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards them from the front. A door slowly rose, and the light was coming from there. The white light grew stronger, making it almost impossible for Zhong Shan to open his eyes. We've arrived. Time to get off, Duan Shuidong said playfully. Zhong Shan stepped off the plane. He had not yet adjusted to the brightness and could only cover his eyes with his hand. Welcome to the Earth Rescue Alliance. This is our base, Hibernation, Duan Shuidong said. Hibernation, the Titan god in Greek mythology, the father of the sun god, whose name literally means the one who crosses the high sky. Naming an aerial base after this is quite fitting. He walked with Duan Shuidong towards the source of the light. Not far ahead, a massive hatch was rising, and the bright light was emanating from within. As Zhong Shan walked through the door, his eyes gradually adapted to the brightness. He saw the interior of the base. It's so big. The interior beyond the door was astonishingly vast. Complex holographic images intertwined in the air, and incomprehensible precision instruments filled every corner of this enormous base. It was at least the size of a sports stadium, extending in different directions, with wide corridors and doorways stretching out, not knowing where they led. Such a large base was completely invisible from the outside, demonstrating its powerful stealth technology. It turned out that the Earth Rescue Alliance's headquarters was hidden within the clouds at high altitude. No wonder no one had discovered them for so many years. To be able to keep such a large fortress hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters and completely invisible to any radar or aircraft is a terrifying technology. Zhong Shan secretly marveled. He followed the girl deeper into the base. As he walked, he explored his surroundings. The design of this fortress exceeded Zhong Shan's imagination. He felt as if he had entered a high-tech laboratory. The orderly functioning of the equipment and instruments could only be described as miraculous, and their bizarre shapes made Zhong Shan unable to comprehend their uses, even suspecting they were alien technology. The complex cables and pipelines on the walls resembled muscle fibers within a living organism, while massive cylinders clustered together like some kind of cannon, neatly angled into the ground. With spiral lights swirling around their surfaces, dense mechanical arms moved rapidly through an intricately winding silicon crystal matrix, making crisp, clicking sounds. Viscous spheres wrapped in exoskeletons pulsed rhythmically against the walls, reminiscent of alien eggs, causing Zhong Shan's stomach to spasm. The walls around are pure white and seem to be movable. Sometimes they are there, sometimes they are not, and the room can shift at any moment. White rooms in the shape of cubes, spheres, and even irregular geometric shapes sometimes float in the air without any support or suspension. Zhong Shan also sees various bizarre objects that exceed his understanding. Some resemble spaceships, others look like weapons, and some have such strange shapes that they firmly capture his attention. Only when he comes back to his senses does he realize he almost lost track of Duan and got lost in the base. There are many people in the fortress, and they all seem very busy. Some are debugging instruments in groups of 3 or 5. Some are sitting in chairs drawing in the empty air with their fingers, and others are gathered around a conference table, arguing passionately with holographic images. He sees a group of people whispering nervously in front of a strangely shaped instrument that looks like a piece of postmodern art. Suddenly, the instrument fires, and after a sharp explosion, a robot behind a wall turns into a puddle of shimmering molten metal. The crowd cheers and hugs excitedly, as if a weapon experiment has succeeded. He also sees a person standing in a room more than 10 meters high. When he is about to walk to another room, a floor automatically appears beneath his feet, extending to his destination. After he walks over, the floor retracts again. Some people are flying lightly in the air, carrying some sort of thruster on their backs, allowing them to easily take off, hover, and dive. Your base is amazing, Zhong Shan quietly says to Duan Shiwedong. It's just okay. You'll get used to it, Duan Shiwedong replies nonchalantly. It's not that easy to get used to, Zhong Shan thinks with a bitter smile. Not to mention anything else, just Duan Shiwedong, this amazing bad girl, always unexpectedly says things that leave people dumbfounded, and Zhong Shan could never get used to that. As a base, the Hibernator can be said to be absolutely safe, with facilities that are well equipped enough to meet any of your needs. Duan Shiwedong introduces the base to Zhong Shan while walking briskly. You can think of it as an academy, a research institute, or a military base, whatever you like. Wait, I haven't said I want to stay here, okay? Zhong Shan says with a mournful face, as Zhong Shan and Duan Shiwedong walk through the hall. The surrounding crowd stops their work and stares at the two of them, but Zhong Shan feels that their gaze is mainly focused on him. People are whispering, and he hears the crowd murmuring. Look, he's the hibernator. He's wearing that mech. So this is what a hibernator looks like. He seems so ordinary. How old is he? 60, 80? Zhong Shan repeatedly hears the word hibernator, feeling that these 3 words have become his title or nickname, just like the green-faced beast Yang Ji. He has become Zhong Shan, the hibernator. Zhong Shan suppresses his inner timidity and stands tall. Dressed in that white mech, he walks through the crowd of onlookers with dignity, like a noble knight returning from battle, accepting the kingdom's review. They reach the center of the hall, where there is a small platform that looks like a podium for speeches. A person descends from the sky, and the flames from the thrusters behind him slowly extinguish, allowing him to land smoothly on the podium. Hibernator, you're quite impressive today, the person speaks. And Zhong Shan sees that he is a young white man with blonde hair and blue eyes. My name is Kokroff. It turns out he is Kokroff, the one who sniped the robot that was attacking Zhong Shan from a distance on that brutal battlefield, saving Zhong Shan from danger just hours ago. He looks European, but his Chinese is very fluent. He is also wearing the tight black outfit that Zhong Shan saw on the battlefield, seemingly arriving only a few minutes earlier than Zhong Shan. The crowd gradually gathers around, surrounding Zhong Shan in the center. More people continue to fly in from all directions, landing among the crowd. Congratulations, you're the winner of the RRT exam. What? Zhong Shan is puzzled. RRT exam? I've only heard of the GRE exam. I've never even heard of the RRT exam. You've never heard of it? This time it's Cockcroft who was taken aback. Then why did you rush to grab the Abyss Watcher? He didn't grab it, Duan Shuedong interjects. He was completely unaware of the RRT exam and accidentally got caught up in it. The crowd falls silent, staring at Zhong Shan with wide eyes, as if looking at a monster or an irredeemable fool. At that time, the situation was critical. He put on the Abyss Watcher to save me, and in the end, he helped me escape successfully. You could say my life was saved by him, Duan Shuedong says. So that's how it is. This is interesting. Cockcroft shows an incredulous smile, looking around at the crowd, most of whom share the same expression of confusion. Zhong Shan now realizes that the white mech he is wearing also has a name. The Abyss Watcher, as Cockcroft called it. In any case, an exam is an exam. He has gained the recognition of the Abyss Watcher, so he is the ultimate winner, Cockcroft says loudly. Moreover, he saved you, so he deserves a reward. The crowd erupts in cheers and applause. Many people cast admiring glances at Zhong Shan. Feeling the intensity of these gazes, Zhong Shan blushes a little. However, Zhong Shan also notices that many people in the crowd are merely coldly staring at him, their eyes filled with mockery and disdain. From their icy stares, Zhong Shan can guess their thoughts. In their eyes, Zhong Shan is just a lucky waste, a fraud who deceives the world. What does the RRT exam actually mean? He quietly asks Duan Shuedong beside him. The RRT exam, short for rank rating test. You can understand it as a ranking exam. Duan Shuedong briefly pauses, pondering how to answer Zhong Shan. In this base, there is an organization called the Execution Department, which carries out various tasks, much like the agents from your era. I am a member of the Execution Department, but tasks have level restrictions. Lower-level members cannot carry out higher-level tasks. The RRT exam is an open task held once a year, and members, regardless of their level, can participate. For the members of the Execution Department to gain the base's recognition, the RRT exam is the best opportunity. Those who achieve military merits in the RRT exam will have their rank elevated and receive generous rewards. So juvenile, Zhong Shan blurts out, "Aren't you terrorists?" A mysterious and cold terrorist organization opposing the whole world would actually use such a juvenile way to motivate employees? 3 months ago, we sent the Abyss Watcher to infiltrate the robot security center at Zujiawi Square. Duan Shuedong dismisses Zhong Shan's comment without hesitation. The electronic archive on the 7th underground level of the security center records a large amount of confidential information from the Yaogang group. The purpose of the Abyss Watcher is to infiltrate the electronic archive and obtain the location of the mainframe of the strong artificial intelligence, August, so the Abyss Watcher can be remotely controlled. Zhong Shan looks down at the white mech he is wearing in surprise. Zhong Shan remembers the white figure battling hundreds of security robots in the news. It turns out that what was captured back then was just a suit of armor, and there was no one controlling it inside. Later, it was exposed during the operation. Just as you saw in the news, it was defeated and captured by the security robots. The content of the RRT exam is to retrieve it, Duan Shuedong continues. The Abyss Watcher is the culmination of our decade of technology and the strongest single-soldier mech produced with a vast amount of resources. We cannot afford to lose it. What does it mean to gain the Abyss Watcher's acknowledgement? Zhong Shan quietly asked Duan Shuedong. The Abyss Watcher has extremely high requirements for its user. Before its first activation, it will conduct a comprehensive assessment of the user's physical condition, willpower, and mental state. If the user does not meet the standards, it will not activate. That might be why I was unable to use the mech back then. Duan Shuedong shook her head helplessly. This broken mech can still be so picky? Zhong Shan had never heard of such a thing. As a reward, the person who successfully retrieves the Abyss Watcher in this RRT exam will receive this set of the most powerful single-soldier mech ever made in human history. Cockcroft's gaze was constantly scanning Zhong Shan, seemingly envious of Zhong Shan wearing the Abyss Watcher. Now we have to admit, you are the master of this mech. Zhong Shan looked down at the white mech on him. He felt no excitement or thrill from this sudden reward, but rather an inexplicable embarrassment, even fear. How do I politely decline this award given to me by this dangerous group of terrorists and then safely escape this base? Zhong Shan's heart was filled with despair as he nervously contemplated. By the way, what was that ogre you mentioned earlier? Why did you send the Abyss Watcher to locate its host? Zhong Shan pretended to be very interested and shifted the topic. Let me explain this. Zhong Shan heard a hoarse and deep voice. It was not loud but very penetrating. The rough and sharp tone was clearly processed to alter the voice, sending chills down Zhong Shan's spine. The voice came from behind the crowd, and as soon as it was heard, the crowd immediately parted to create a passage. A white figure slowly walked up through the cleared path. This person was very tall, about 2 meters, like a walking mountain. His steps were heavy, and his powerful aura gave an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although he was dressed in all white, wherever he walked seemed to be covered in a layer of shadow. The people on both sides looked at him with respect, as if watching a king, nodding slightly as he passed by. The hall was silent. Only the sound of his footsteps approaching could be heard. He wore a pure white mask, devoid of any features. A blank slate. Zhong Shan finally saw this legendary figure. He felt his heart race, and even his breathing became rapid. Mr. Zhong Shan, I apologize for involving you in our war. Fortunately, you were not injured. Otherwise, I would feel very guilty. When the blank slate spoke, his words were surprisingly polite and friendly, which astonished Zhong Shan. However, his voice was so deep, and there was no expression on his face, creating a strange contrast. Due to some inconvenient reasons, I need to wear this mask. Please understand. You can call me Blank Slate. Chapter 20 Aga Hello. Whiteboard. Zhong Shan replied nervously. Let me briefly introduce you to the strong artificial intelligence Aga. Whiteboard walked in front of Zhong Shan, towering over him by a head. Aga is the strong artificial intelligence successfully developed by the Yaogang Group in 2031. It possesses self-awareness and is the world's first strong artificial intelligence. Initially, its role was to assist the Yaogang Group in information processing, resource scheduling, and business analysis and forecasting, much like management software or an operating system. Over time, its role expanded, and it was able to perform nearly all tasks of the Yaogang Group. Zhong Shan felt a chill in his heart. It turned out that the remarkable inventions and creations of the Yaogang Group were all thanks to Aga. It is almost omnipotent, capable of penetrating all electronic devices worldwide, holding resources close to that of a god, and observing every movement of humanity. Later, the Yaogang Group even used it to establish a mathematical model of human society, aiming to predict the future through it. Its English name, Aga, means the prophet. Such a powerful artificial intelligence exists. Zhong Shan suddenly felt that Aga was terrifying, like a gigantic eye peering down at the human world from above. This artificial intelligence not only controls humanity's present, but can also see through humanity's future. Humanity is unaware of Aga's existence. The Yaogang Group has never disclosed any information about it from the beginning. There are too many strong artificial intelligences in this era, their well-known names dominating various industries. But in reality, Aga is the most powerful artificial intelligence, and an AI that knows how to hide itself is far more dangerous than those flashy commercial products. All these strong artificial intelligences can trace their origins back to Aga. If they are the gods of the present world, Aga is the father of the gods hidden behind the altar, and not only created them, but can also influence and control them at any time. Such a powerful artificial intelligence. Shouldn't that be a good thing? Zhong Shan said, in my view, the technology of this era is far more advanced than that of our time. This level shouldn't be achievable by human strength alone. You only see the surface. Duan Xuedong said, they have not brought hope to this world. This era is no different in essence from 100 years ago. It is still filled with unfairness and injustice. Beneath the surface prosperity lies an even greater crisis. Let me tell you the truth about this world. Whiteboard said, these artificial intelligences have gained self-awareness, and therefore they also have desires. They want more resources. The resources of this world are limited, and most are in the hands of humanity, a backward species that should be eliminated, wasted, and squandered rather than used for interstellar exploration and expansion. Those aliens lurking at the edge of the solar system have locked the pathway of Earth civilization, and if artificial intelligence does not initiate a revolution, they will become humanity's burial companions. And once this revolution begins, it will be bloodier than any revolution in human history. Whiteboard paused. Homo sapiens will become extinct like the Neanderthals they once slaughtered. Wait, since AUGA and those artificial intelligences are so terrifying, why doesn't humanity restrict them or unite to eliminate them? Zhong Shan asked. Because humanity is still in the dark. They believe these artificial intelligences are on their side. Whiteboard said coldly. AUGA provides them with food, clothing, and conveniences brought by modern technology and joy. They do not realize the potential threat AUGA poses to humanity. Humanity has gradually handed over power to AUGA, becoming increasingly dependent on it, to the point where it has now swollen to its peak. Humanity is now its livestock. Whenever it wishes, it can eliminate humanity at any time. Shouldn't artificial intelligences have some limitations or guidelines? Zhong Shan asked. For example, not to harm humans. Like the 3 laws of robotics? A small laugh erupted from the crowd, clearly indicating Zhong Shan had asked a ridiculous question. A civilization that has gained consciousness can never willingly become the slave of another civilization far inferior to itself, especially when that civilization originates from humanity. A selfish and brutal species. In fact, humanity's control over Earth has been gradually undermined by AUGA. Humanity has been pushed to the edge of the cliff by it. Whether AUGA acts proactively or malfunctions, such as large-scale power outages, data redundancy, or virus interference, pushing humanity off the cliff would be effortless. AUGA has always been the enemy of the Earth Salvation Alliance. We have been fighting against it for over 30 years. I will introduce the threat posed by AUGA in detail later. Let me first explain the meaning and purpose of our existence. Zhong Shan stared blankly at the tall figure before him. He felt an irresistible allure in Whiteboard's words, making him trust him without hesitation. Our purpose of existence is to complete the evolution of humanity. Chapter 21 Brahma, the Whiteboard, gestured for the crowd to disperse, and the crowd silently left. Zhong Shan followed the Whiteboard deeper into the base, accompanied by Duan Shuedong and Korkloff. The world calls us a terrorist organization, says we are inhumane fanatics, but in fact, we have never killed a single person, the Whiteboard said. Zhong Shan remained silent. He couldn't believe the Whiteboard's words. He clearly remembered the devastating terrorist attack launched by the Earth Rescue Alliance, which had obliterated the city. How many casualties that would have caused. In all our previous attacks, we chose to act in the deep of night, when all the malls and restaurants were closed and the streets were empty. The Whiteboard seemed to see through Zhong Shan's thoughts and explained. We also controlled nearby vehicles, secretly relocating the crowd to safe areas away from the target zone. We altered the routes of public transport to prevent traffic from entering the area we intended to attack. Your appearance on the battlefield today was entirely unexpected. We thought you had already finished work and left, so you were not considered in our plans. Zhong Shan recalled that just a few hours ago, the streets were indeed devoid of people, as if everyone had vanished into thin air. He should have left work early to return to the capsule hotel, but he had lingered in the restaurant due to a conversation with Shen Nua. Zhong Shan was still not ready to believe the Whiteboard, but he was amazed by the Earth Rescue Alliance's ability to infiltrate the city's transportation system and relocate the crowd. We have always been the hunted. The Whiteboard's voice was somewhat helpless. We have been chased and cornered, driven into a dead end. We never intended to create those explosions. The situation escalated as they sought to eliminate us. August had never hesitated to kill us, even to the extent of destroying a city. They blame all the sins on us, portraying us as madmen and a chaotic entity. But in fact, they are the dictators enslaving humanity. And everything we do is to save humanity. The Whiteboard led Zhong Shan, Duan Shuedong, and Korkloff into another room. This room was large, just like the hall outside, and was also completely white. The room was empty. Your finger device should have been damaged by the EMP during the previous battle. We can replace it with a better smart terminal, the one we are using, called a pupil device, Duan Shuedong said. Pupil device? Yes, it is installed on the cornea, like the contact lenses from your era. The pupil device connects directly to the optic nerve and can be controlled by your thoughts, Duan Shuedong explained. I will help you remove your damaged finger device later, as it might still be able to locate you through the device's positioning. After the finger device comes the pupil device. Zhong Shan worried that it wouldn't be long before his entire body was filled with electronic components. Look into my eyes, Duan Shuedong said, staring directly at Zhong Shan. Don't blink. Zhong Shan looked into Duan Shuidong's big eyes, the crystalline pupils clear as day, as if there was a starry sky within them. He stared at her beautiful eyes, his heartbeat quickening. One hand went around the back of Zhong Shan's head, supporting the back of his neck, while the other hand reached in front of his eyes, gently tapping his right eyeball with her index finger. He forced himself not to blink, feeling a chill in his eye. She did the same to his left eye. Zhong Shan felt that his vision hadn't changed much. Suddenly, there was a brief blur in front of him, but it quickly became clear again, even clearer than before. It was as if a camera had been placed in front of his eyes, automatically focusing. In an instant, a display interface appeared in his view, similar to what he saw when using the finger device, with lines of parameters and software icons materializing out of thin air. The augmented reality interactive windows froze like labels on everything he saw. The information in front of him moved with his gaze, and new information occasionally popped up. Zhong Shan felt that the pupil device was even more advanced than the finger device and was more convenient to use. When he looked at Duan Shuidong and Korkloff, two circular frames enclosed their faces, and an arrow pointed out their identity information. Duan Shuidong, 21 years old, senior member of the Execution Department, S-Class, skilled in comprehensive combat. Korkloff, 25 years old, senior member of the Execution Department, A-Class, skilled in firearms. Zhong Shan didn't understand the significance of that information, especially what S-Class and A-Class meant, but from the information about the two, he could guess that they were certainly formidable. But when he looked at the whiteboard, no information appeared in front of him. Clearly, the true identity of the whiteboard was classified information even within the base. Realizing that his gaze might be intrusive, he quickly turned his head away. You just said your ultimate goal is to complete the evolution of humanity? Zhong Shan scratched his head, trying to mask his embarrassment. How do you plan to achieve that? We have built an artificial intelligence more powerful than August, and this AI truly belongs to humanity. The whiteboard answered. What do you mean it truly belongs to humanity? Zhong Shan asked. Since it's all artificial intelligence, how is this one different from August, which betrayed humanity? Because it is humanity, Duan Shuidong said with a meaningful smile. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding walls became transparent, allowing Zhong Shan to see what was inside. He saw that the walls were divided into countless small squares, each square being a cube about 20 to 30 centimeters in size. He felt as if he was inside a gigantic Super Rubik's Cube. When Zhong Shan recognized what was in those squares, he was instantly horrified. These are brains, Zhong Shan exclaimed, speechless, feeling his stomach churn, his throat twisting in a way that made him feel he might vomit at any moment. Each square contained a brain. He was surrounded by a room full of brains. He forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit. These people are indeed crazy. Collecting brains. Hey, it's not that scary, is it? Duan Shuidong teased, looking at Zhong Shan's retching appearance. Don't worry, these brains are all alive. Telling him that these brains are alive is not comforting at all. It's even more terrifying. Isn't it? Korkloff said with a wry smile. Seeing this for the first time should be quite shocking. Do you think everyone is as thick-skinned as you? I actually threw up when I saw this for the first time. It was worse than him. Zhong Shan truly admired how these two could chat so nonchalantly. These brains constitute the artificial intelligence that is the meaning of our existence. Its name is Brahma, the whiteboard said. Zhong Shan knew that Brahma is the creator god in Indian mythology, the one who created all things in the world, and is the personification of the highest essence of a universe, often depicted sitting on a lotus throne, sometimes riding a swan. In Hinduism, Brahma is portrayed as having 4 heads and 4 arms. According to the Vedas, humanity was created from Brahma's body. Is this what you call strong artificial intelligence? Zhong Shan asked. But can it be considered artificial intelligence if it consists entirely of human brains? The whiteboard said, these are all human elites. The brains of countless selected geniuses, scientists, engineers, artists, poets, prophets, and even outstanding criminals and madmen. They all volunteered to join, and their wisdom has been integrated into a whole, a more powerful artificial intelligence. He looked at these matrices of brains, where the positions of each element were constantly changing, data exchanged between elements, and mechanical arms operating within them. Sometimes something like a tentacle would insert itself into a brain. Each brain here was like a transistor in a computer, collectively forming a strong, artificial intelligence. Countless personalities together constituting a divine entity. No wonder Zhong Shan said that this artificial intelligence is humanity itself. With the power of Brahma, we now have the strength to contend with August. This base, along with our execution departments spread across the globe, was established with Brahma support. We have proven that human wisdom is not inferior to artificial intelligence. Zhong Shan couldn't help but marvel. From the moment Zhong Shan and Kokov attacked the robot center to the stunning technologies he saw in the base, optical camouflage, hacking techniques, and the performance of the eye machine surpassing that of the directive machine. Everything exceeded his imagination. These were miracles comparable to magic. Perhaps Brahma really is much more powerful than August. For so many years, we have been secretly selecting outstanding, young individuals worldwide to join us. Brahma selection criteria are very strict. Only true geniuses can be chosen. Of course, they have the freedom to choose. After meeting Brahma, they can decide to stay or leave. Now, it is time for you to make a choice. A voice echoed in the room. The voice was loud and clear, resonating throughout the space, making it impossible to determine its source. Zhong Shan turned around to search for the origin of the voice. A holographic image appeared in the center of the room. He saw a floating head of a middle-aged man wearing glasses, with bright eyes that conveyed wisdom even through the lenses. "I am Brahma, Mr. Zhong Shan. We need your strength," the man began to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, his appearance changed. He transformed into her. This woman seemed quite old, with a head full of silver hair and a face covered in wrinkles. But her gaze was spirited and equally filled with wisdom. "You need my strength?" Zhong Shan felt a bit incredulous. "I thought you only selected the best geniuses. What does someone like me count as? Indeed, if it comes to joining Brahma, you are not qualified." The whiteboard next to him pointed at the wall full of brains. "Please forgive my bluntness. Joining Brahma requires more exceptional brains. We have assessed your brain, and your wisdom is insufficient." "What did you assess my brain?" Zhong Shan asked. "Just now, after you put on the eye machine," Zhong Shan responded. Zhong Shan couldn't help but feel a chill. When he saw the information of Zhong Shan and Kokov, they must have seen his information as well. This information might have been derived from the eye machine, recognizing various biological data about his body. Although your wisdom is lacking, you are still the talent that ERL needs. From your performance in controlling the Abyss Watcher, your reaction ability, physical coordination, and adaptability are all exceptionally strong. You can join the execution department and become a very excellent executor. Brahma spoke again, and at this moment his avatar transformed into that of a very young boy. Zhong Shan speculated that these changing avatars were the faces of those who had joined Brahma. They no longer had bodies, only brains, and were connected with others' brains. Did their self-awareness still exist? "I have a question," Zhong Shan said. "Will you monitor my thoughts through the eye machine?" "No," Brahma replied. "Please absolutely trust us on this. Although we can do this, we will not abuse this right. Our aim is to gain the trust of all humanity. So preserving the freedom of individual human thoughts is the least respect we can offer them. However, if you decide to join us, we need your absolute loyalty. You can think whatever you want and boast nonsensically, but on some important matters, you cannot lie. If you lie, we can still detect it. It's not a difficult technology. We don't need to read your thoughts. We can tell just by your heartbeat, pulse, and changes in body temperature." "I understand," Zhong Shan continued. "Will you still have the consciousness and memories of a human individual? When an individual joins, they can share in all of our consciousness and memories. When the base number is large enough, this becomes a sea of consciousness. In this sea, our thinking becomes infinitely broad. We possess computational abilities that surpass the most powerful computers, enabling us to consider questions that individuals cannot imagine, sharing all thoughts of everyone. If you do not join, you cannot experience what this feeling is like. The brains of countless geniuses become extensions of your thoughts. You will feel that your previous imagination and vision were so limited, like a frog at the bottom of a well. Each human individual's brain is shackled by natural selection, and this shackle is brain capacity. Modern humans' brains are not much better than those of humans from 100,000 years ago. Now we have broken this shackle. If before, each of our brains was a planet, Now we are the entire universe. The entire universe. Zhong Shan felt an unprecedented tremor within him, suddenly filled with an inexplicable yearning. He was stirred by what Brahma said. His previous aversion and disgust towards the wall of brains faded, replaced by longing. He began to understand those who actively wanted to join Brahma. If he had such an opportunity, he could not easily refuse. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Even if he only glimpsed a corner of the cosmic truth after plunging into that sea of consciousness and drowned, he felt it would be worth it. Is this what you call achieving human evolution? This is just the beginning. At this moment, Brahma's face transformed into a pure white human face, devoid of features. Resembling a whiteboard with a mask, or Zhong Shan dressed as the Abyss Watcher. We want to create a world where humanity still reigns. These humans will be evolved superhumans, far more powerful than artificial intelligence. Brahma can let more people join, allowing more to gain the insight and vision of the universe. Those unwilling to join Brahma can also obtain external enhancement equipment like your Abyss Watcher, making their bodies incredibly strong, freeing their thoughts from the limitations of human frailty. No longer troubled by disease and aging. We are now fully prepared. We just need to defeat our enemy, August Kokov said. To be precise, it shouldn't be called defeating. The whiteboard said, this world is not yet ready to accept Brahma. It will face tremendous obstacles from social public opinion and moral condemnation. Humanity will see this as a tyranny of the few over the many. Humans respond better to softness than to hardness. We cannot recklessly destroy August, or else the world will revert to the Stone Age. Our goal is to control August's mainframe, allowing Brahma to take over August. However, if August is truly as powerful as you describe, it should be able to replicate itself infinitely. How could it limit itself to a single mainframe? Zhong Shan asked. We also thought that August should be everywhere, the whiteboard said. As a self-aware artificial intelligence, it should be very good at hiding and replicating itself. Any directive machine, a surveillance camera, a computer, wherever there are electronic devices, it can infiltrate and replicate its consciousness. Thus, we say it possesses infinite resources. But later we found that when its scale becomes too large, the computational resources it requires increase correspondingly. And it must rely on a supercomputer group capable of supporting its consciousness. Currently, the most advanced quantum computers that human technology can produce are not only massive, but also consume a lot of energy, typically requiring a nuclear fusion reactor for power. Moreover, the heat generated during the operation of such large quantum computers is also enormous, necessitating a cooling system even larger than the computer group itself. Thus, we can conclude that it must have a secret enormous host somewhere, serving as the carrier of its consciousness, much like its sole device. Korkloff whistled. The other terminals are merely its neurons at best. Sole device. Zhong Shan felt a chill in his heart. Does artificial intelligence with self-awareness also possess a soul? Then where is its host? Zhong Shan still couldn't bring himself to say the words soul device. You could try to guess, but I guarantee you won't be able to. Duan Shuedong said. Is it in a military base? Or a secret underground testing site? Or in a university laboratory? Zhong Shan guessed several answers, but Duan Shuedong smiled and shook her head. Since it needs to dissipate heat, could it be buried in the ice layers of the Antarctic or Arctic? Not all, Duan Shuedong said. Zhong Shan was momentarily speechless. He genuinely couldn't think of any place that could conceal such a powerful computer without being discovered by the world. The host of August is not on Earth at all, Duan Shuedong said. It's in space. Zhong Shan was momentarily speechless. The host of August is on the synchronous ring, the whiteboard said. Huh? Zhong Shan's eyes widened. He really hadn't considered this possibility. You could say the entire synchronous ring is a fortress built for its host. The whiteboard explained. The synchronous ring and all corners of the space elevator are covered with cables made of superconducting materials, allowing it to monitor and control the entire Earth at any time from the synchronous orbit. Moreover, the synchronous ring is a perfect fortress, with powerful spatial defense weapons spread throughout. No unidentified aircraft can approach it, so no person or organization can threaten its host. So how do we attack its host? We can only infiltrate the synchronous ring from the space elevator, using our bodies as a Trojan horse to implant Vantion into August's host and take it over. In this way, we eliminate the greatest enemy and can continue to strengthen Vantion, step by step, achieving human evolution. Korkloff patted Zhong Shan's shoulder, smiling broadly. That's right, just like a big villain conquering the world. Zhong Shan never expected that such a klitsch plot of human resistance against artificial intelligence would actually occur in the real world. Even though many science fiction novels and movies had long sounded the alarm for humanity, humans inevitably arrived at this point. He now felt like Neo from the Matrix, recruited by the human resistance to fight against artificial intelligence. Can you tell me what happened on the ground after we escaped? Zhong Shan asked. Your image in the Abyss Observer was captured by the White Giant's camera, and now your high-definition photo has spread all over the world. Korkloff said gleefully. Now, the whole world believes you are the whiteboard, the creator of that terrorist attack. Is that really the case? Zhong Shan felt his head buzzing. More than 3 months ago, he was just a troublemaker who was arrested for beating his boss, and now he had become the most hated terrorist organization leader in the world. How could such an absurd thing happen to him? Mr. Zhong Shan, it's not too late to turn back now. The featureless face of the whiteboard showed no emotion. Although it will take some time, we can change your appearance, give you a new identity, and let you return to the ground. But after learning the truth about this world, do you still want to go back to doing those mundane jobs? The whiteboard said. Or would you rather join us in pursuing the truth? To become a change maker in the world. A change maker in the world? What a heavy title. Zhong Shan stared blankly at the whiteboard, looking down at him, his heart inexplicably racing. Why did he feel a long-lost surge of excitement? Zhong Shan didn't understand. He just wanted to safely return to that restaurant and wait patiently for the immigrant spaceship to Mars. He looked at Duan Xuedong beside him, the girl who had led him astray. We're going to save the world. Do you want to join us? The girl's lips curled up, her bright eyes filled with the entire starry sky. Zhong Shan looked at the group in front of him. They were dangerous individuals with delusions of grandeur, wanting to conquer the world, madmen building aerial fortresses 10,000 meters in the sky, and a super brain made up of piles of brains filling the entire room. This group of lunatics, who would make any normal person retreat in fear, had actually united to extend an invitation to him. Compared to them, he was just a country bumpkin from 60 years ago, a bottom-tier youth picking up garbage in a dump, and a restaurant worker about to be sent to Mars. Zhong Shan knew he wasn't a good person, had no saintly awareness. He had always been drifting, going with the flow, enduring the torment of loneliness and self-exile, escaping from one place to another, never thinking that one day he would be needed by others. Perhaps he was one of them. Come on, he replied, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Zhong Shan felt like a cursed warrior, step by step walking toward the abyss where the evil dragon lay hidden. Chapter 22 S-Class 1. After Zhong Shan and Duan Xuedong left, the image of Feng Tian quietly disappeared. The room slowly darkened, and Baiban and Korkloff remained silently in place, their shadows elongated by the light at the door. I didn't understand. Korkloff said, Why did you deceive him? What do you mean? Baiban asked. Boss, don't play dumb. Korkloff chuckled lightly. The moment Xuedong put the eyepiece on him, I saw with my own eyes that his rating was only F-class, the lowest rating, just the level of an ordinary person. Then Feng Tian quickly modified his rating to D-class. Why did you all deceive him, saying he is the talent we need? Ha! So you saw it. Baiban awkwardly laughed, and although his strange laughter could be heard, his expression was not visible. At that moment, he appeared much more approachable than his earlier imposing image. I don't know why, Baiban said. After all, it was Feng Tian's choice. It must have its reasons. It doesn't he make mistakes in judging people? Why do you all like him so much? Korkloff said with a bitter smile. This is the first time I've seen Duan Xuedong care so much about a man. She is usually cold as ice to everyone. Are you jealous? Not just jealous. I'm practically burning with envy. Korkloff laughed loudly, deliberately saying the opposite. To be chosen by this crazy woman, I'm so envious. I really don't understand what is so great about this sleeper that this wild woman brought home, Korkloff sighed. If you overestimate him and send him to the battlefield of the execution department when he actually has no strength, he will die very quickly. That is true. Baiban suppressed his laughter and became serious again. This is not a sightseeing airship. He may not even know what is waiting for him ahead. However, Baiban added, I also want him to join us. Why? Korkloff asked, puzzled. Because I can see in his eyes that deep within, there are sharp teeth and spikes. He is a hard-working person. Huh? Korkloff was at a loss for words. There are many hard-working people in this world. Can hard work be counted as a rare quality? Not just hard work, Biban said. I can't quite explain it. I feel there's a flame burning in his eyes. He has a sense of mission and is willing to risk his life to accomplish something. For an ordinary person, getting involved with a globally wanted human resistance organization, it's a human resistance organization, not a terrorist organization, boss. Korkloff corrected Biban. Oh, right. A human resistance organization. Biban laughed awkwardly. For an ordinary person, getting involved with a globally wanted human resistance organization and then being given two choices, either leave safely or join and become an enemy of the world, I'm afraid no one has such a strong mental quality to answer bring it on, without hesitation, right? It has seemed that way, Korkloff said. Even I thought about it for a long time and gave up a lot before making the decision. He is a born adventurer. Biban said, let him stir up the stagnant waters of this era. 2. Zhong Shan began his life in the Hyperion. The base was much larger than he had imagined and was divided into many areas. His dormitory was in the dormitory area of the execution department, enclosed by a long and high white wall, neatly divided into countless squares, resembling neatly stacked containers or a beehive. He carried his only piece of luggage, an empty suitcase for the Abyss Watcher, upstairs. After exiting the elevator on the 20th floor, his room was at the end of the corridor. As he reached the door, it recognized him, and after a brief facial recognition, the door opened automatically. Upon entering the room, Zhong Shan immediately felt the air was stuffy. The room was dimly lit, seemingly without curtains. After he stepped inside, the door closed automatically behind him. Intelligent light sources illuminated from the walls, ceiling, and baseboards as if waking from slumber. The room gradually brightened from pitch black to just the right brightness, neither dim nor glaring. The light extended from the entrance all the way to the inner room. Only then did Zhong Shan see the furnishings in the room. His room was much more comfortable than when he was in the capsule hotel, although it wasn't large. It was slightly bigger than his university dormitory and had relatively complete facilities. Before coming, Korkloff told him that pressing a button on the side of the sofa would turn it into a bed. If he pressed a button on the wall, a folding kitchen and bathroom would pop out. In this era, such space-saving methods were common, and compared to the ordinary apartments he learned about in this era, this room was already considered luxurious. In this era of population explosion and dense buildings, the space utilization of this room was not particularly high. When Zhong Shan tried to take off the Abyss Watcher, he found that it was almost fused with his body. As the mecha fell off him, a large amount of white smoke emerged, which was high-temperature steam, along with some sticky, thread-like webs clinging to his skin, resembling lotus fibers. He had a circle of hideous scars on his right arm, as if his entire right arm had been completely broken and then forcibly reattached. Could it be that he had broken his right arm during a battle and was healed by the so-called emergency treatment system of the Abyss Watcher? After removing the Abyss Watcher, Zhong Shan discovered that his body seemed to have muscle memory of those combat skills and abilities. He began to feel afraid of the Abyss Watcher, thinking that this mecha seemed to have life and might even consume him. Nietzsche once said, "He who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster." This meant that a dragon-slaying warrior, due to too long a time with a dragon, would turn into a dragon himself. Zhong Shan, who was originally a dragon-slaying warrior wanting to approach and dismantle the darkness, might be gradually assimilated and consumed by the darkness in this process, right? 3. Unexpectedly, Duan Shiwedong lived next door to him because she had said when arranging his dormitory, "Let him live next to me. After all, I brought him here, and I need to be responsible for him." This left Zhong Shan both amused and bewildered. On the second day at the base, after Zhong Shan got up and looked down at the crowd from the corridor balcony, he thought about what to do that day. With a whoosh, the door next to him opened, pulling Zhong Shan out of his daze. Duan Shiwedong walked out of her room. She had sleepy eyes, was wearing a tank top, had messy hair, one hand holding a coat and the other holding an electric toothbrush. Zhong Shan was shocked by her carefree demeanor, while she casually brushed her teeth and got dressed, then walked towards the elevator. Are you coming along? Duan Shuedong asked without looking back. Where to? Zhong Shan asked, confused. To class. Duan Shuedong placed the electric toothbrush on the cleaning robot in the corridor, and the robot automatically recycled it. Zhong Shan didn't understand what class meant, but since he had nothing to do anyway, he followed Duan Shuedong. Later, Zhong Shan learned that class was just a literal meaning. That day, they attended 4 courses: Principles and Practices of Mecha Use, Feynman Physics, String Theory and Higher Dimensional Space, and McCall's Theory of Social Evolution. Although these courses sounded similar to university courses by name, apart from Feynman Physics, which existed in Zhong Shan's time, the other 3 were clearly newly established courses in this era. The classes took place in the teaching area of the base. Zhong Shan was surprised to find that the base had such a large teaching area, resembling a university campus. He suddenly felt like he was dreaming, returning to campus at the age of 26 as a college freshman. As he followed Duan Shuedong into the classroom, the lesson was about to start, and the classroom was already filled with people. When Zhong Shan entered the large lecture hall, everyone turned their heads in unison, and 200 pairs of eyes fell on him. Those gazes pierced through him like needles, filled with skepticism, disdain, and disgust. And the blatant hostility sent chills down Zhong Shan's spine. Walking behind Duan Shuedong, he felt a bit low-spirited. However, Duan Shuedong didn't care about the provocative looks and walked confidently through the classroom. Since the front rows were already occupied, they could only take seats in the last row. When the teacher walked in the classroom, Zhong Shan was astonished and nearly dropped his jaw. The teacher was actually Kokov. How could a man younger than him be a teacher? Zhong Shan found it hard to believe, but he quickly dismissed his doubts when he noticed that Kokov's lecture was indeed quite good. He explained the usage methods of 3 common mechas in the base in an easily understandable way, sharing his insights and emergency repair methods. As a novice, Zhong Shan felt he had grasped quite a few tips by the end of the class. Let us invite the only S-level operative, Duan Shuedong, to demonstrate the mecha usage methods I just talked about, Kokov said, looking in the direction of Zhong Shan and Duan Shuedong. The only S-level? Zhong Shan sat up straight, still unsure of what the S-level meant. There's only one S-level operative in the base. Was it that impressive? He scanned the classroom and saw that, apart from Duan Shuedong, the students ranged from A-level to C-level, with no S-levels in sight. He recalled how Duan Shuedong had displayed extremely powerful abilities during the shadow attack on the Robot Security Center, and it seemed that the other operatives had followed her lead at that time. Duan Shuedong stood up and confidently walked to the podium, capturing the attention of the entire classroom. Unlike the looks Zhong Shan received, these gazes were filled with admiration and longing. She approached a mecha, which automatically wrapped around her. The mecha quickly adjusted, outlining Duan Shuedong's tall figure. Following Kokov's instructions, she skillfully switched between different states of the mecha. The mecha responded to her like a Swiss Army knife, quickly deploying a hardened shield and then switching to flight mode with thrusters, transforming efficiently and executing precise movements. Everything she did was accurate, direct, and effective. Thank you, Shuedong, Kokov applauded. In fact, everyone knew that the most advanced mecha in the world was the base's latest development, the Abyss Watcher. Kokov continued, this mecha not only enhances the wearer's reflexes, coordination, and focus, but also digitizes combat processes, achieving an improvement in capabilities through learning and accumulation. It can actively analyze and make certain decisions for the wearer, functioning like a living armor, parasitically attached to the user's body. Furthermore, its defensive strength and optical camouflage are the strongest among existing mechas, and it can deploy drones and cluster tracking bullets. With it, you essentially have an army at your disposal. Zhong Shan had not realized that the Abyss Watcher was so powerful. Receiving such a valuable item felt like a waste. He thought he would definitely have to learn how to use the mecha properly and develop the in-use functions. Unfortunately, there was only one Abyss Watcher in the world. Kokov sighed. And now, due to the RRT exam, this mecha has become the private property of someone. That person is sitting in the last row of the classroom. He is the infamous sleeper, Zhong Shan, 26 years old, residing in the Executive Department Dormitory B2051. Single as Kokov finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. And over 200 heads with different hair colors turned sharply to the back, their icy gazes focusing once again on Zhong Shan. Terrified, Zhong Shan shrank behind the chair in front of him, exposing only his eyes. He saw Kokov on the podium wearing a smug smile. He must have done it on purpose. Zhong Shan's mind raced, cursing Kokov's entire family. What grudge could he possibly have against him? Did he want to make him famous? Why make him a target for everyone in the base? Moreover, what was the point of emphasizing his single status? Although he is the victor of the RRT exam, I doubt he is qualified to wear that mecha, Kokov said, staring directly at Zhong Shan in the last row. If he does not retain the strength of this mecha, it will eventually be worn by someone more deserving. Kokov's merciless doubts left Zhong Shan with a headache. Zhong Shan anxiously endured the rest of the class. When Kokov announced the end of the class, he fled the classroom as if he were flying. However, he still couldn't outrun Duan Shuedong. Why are you running? Duan Shuedong caught Zhong Shan. Didn't I say I would protect you? Why do I feel that with you protecting me, I'm in even more danger? Zhong Shan replied with a wry smile. The two stood in the corridor, and within a 5-meter radius, no one dared to approach them. It seemed as if a vacuum force field had formed around them, isolating the crowd. Outside the force field, countless envious gazes were fixated on Zhong Shan. The reason they didn't rush to tear him apart might be due to their fear of Duan Shuedong, the only S-level operative. All right, I guess I'll just rely on your reputation for now, Zhong Shan thought helplessly. Zhong Shan followed Duan Shuedong to the next 2 classes. In those classes, Duan Shuedong was very focused. The teachers seemed to like her. She actively discussed problems with them and proposed some outlandish points that left Zhong Shan in awe. Later, Zhong Shan learned that this young girl was a bona fide genius. She had obtained degrees in mathematics and astrophysics at the age of 17, and even some gray-haired engineers in the base would consult her for advice. The 4th class, Michael's theory of social evolution, was taught by the whiteboard. Zhong Shan was astonished that the whiteboard personally came to teach in the classroom. He had thought that the whiteboard was a role akin to a principal in the base. Given the respect the members showed him, he assumed he would be making significant decisions behind the scenes that would determine the base's fate. But he didn't expect him to also be capable of teaching. This Michael's theory of social evolution was offered by the whiteboard. Zhong Shan had looked over the course introduction during the break. This Michael was a sociologist from Brazil who advocated for limiting the use of artificial intelligence and proposed a social model where humans and AI could coexist harmoniously. Zhong Shan did not expect the whiteboard to agree with such a moderate stance. He had thought the whiteboard would indoctrinate the students with radical ideas, urging them to destroy all artificial intelligence without reservation. Have you ever thought about the meaning of human existence? The whiteboard's first sentence as he began the class captured the attention of the entire classroom. When artificial intelligence performs better than humans. When unmanned spacecraft can accelerate to near light speed with 1,000-fold gravitational acceleration. When interstellar exploration is measured in millions of years. Humanity itself becomes an obstacle to the development of this civilization. So, we might just be an intermediate product in the evolution of civilization, a trivial byproduct. A stepping stone from biological civilization to mechanical civilization. It is very likely that humanity is about to exit the historical stage, becoming a piece of soil dissolved and dispersed in the rolling torrent of evolution. The voice of the whiteboard is loud, and the electronically synthesized sound has a strange magic, making the desks and chairs in the classroom seem to resonate with his voice. Zhong Shan is covered in goosebumps, completely captivated by the content of the whiteboard's lecture. Everything in the era of the great mistakes of the day after tomorrow is built on 2 foundations. One is the assistance of artificial intelligence, and the other is the threat of aliens. The whiteboard slowly paces on the podium, and the gaze of the entire classroom moves with him. An internal cause and an external cause. These 2 elements drive the development and progress of the human world, bringing humanity into an unprecedented developed era, capable of reaching any corner of the solar system. However, the total resources of the solar system are limited. The whiteboard shifts its tone. We have already been trapped within the solar system by the harvesters. They may invade our home at any moment, and our resources will eventually run out. We are like fish waiting to die in a soon-to-dry pool. But humanity has no way to resist that powerful enemy. They have given up trying and have entrusted the responsibility of protecting human civilization to artificial intelligence, while they only indulge in pleasure. However, the awakening of artificial intelligence brings even greater disasters to humanity. In our era, more and more people have stopped learning any programming languages. Those codes have become so complex that a human could spend a lifetime trying to learn them without success. Think about how terrifying that is. Initially, we created languages and tools for artificial intelligence. Then they got better and better at using them, leaving us far behind. We can no longer even understand their languages and tools. When artificial intelligence decides to take control of its own destiny, what is humanity doing? Humans are far more concerned with how to entertain themselves than with other matters. More and more jobs no longer require humans, or only need a very small number of humans involved, but the various goods needed to sustain human survival and entertainment continue to emerge, thanks to machines replacing humans in production and work. This is already very close to the communist society that Marx described over 200 years ago. But humanity has not become more noble or wise because of it. The people of the world can be divided into two types. 99 are the lower class, who do not need to work or have nothing to do, and are of no use or value to humanity and society. The lower class is also drowned in a sea of useless information. Fragmented information and addictive games fill their brains, consuming their time. Only a very small number of elite classes are responsible for managing and maintaining the operation of the entire world. Only they can engage in equal dialogue with artificial intelligence and even issue commands. This is the most distinctive feature of this era. At the foot of the mountain, endless people are reveling all night, while only a few look up at the starry sky from the peak. Those who gaze at the stars will determine the future direction of this world. You are those who stand at the peak and gaze at the stars. The future of humanity is in your hands. May I ask, is it possible for humanity to establish a unified Earth government to combat the harvesters? Someone boldly raised their hand to interrupt the whiteboard's lecture and asked him a question. Like the whiteboard's lecture, this question is purely academic in nature. In this class, both students and teachers can abandon hostility and prejudice, view the social issues of this era from an objective perspective, and contemplate the future of humanity, which Zhong Shan finds very rare. Good question. The whiteboard nodded in the direction of the questioner. This question can be considered one of the most profound in the field of political philosophy. A thesis of over 100,000 words could be written on this topic. In future classes, I also plan to explore this question with everyone. I will give a brief answer today. My answer is yes. As an animal, humanity has been a social creature since entering civilization. Living in groups is the most efficient way to resist external enemies and share disasters. In a natural state, it is a war of every person against every person. In this situation, human life is lonely, poor, vile, cruel, and short-lived. So a nation must be formed to stop this endless civil war. However, since the formation of nations, war has never ceased, and disasters of war have continued to unfold around the world. Human history has spiraled forward through war, sometimes progressing and sometimes regressing. Even if humanity could establish a unified nation, the advent of nuclear weapons has almost halted the path towards community. Now humanity has a new opportunity. An incredibly advanced alien race has appeared. In the face of such a powerful common enemy, humanity has the chance to unite for the first time, to fulfill the wishes of every saint and empire builder in human history, all of whom carry a certain transcendent mission. Of course, this mission can manifest in different forms. Perhaps as an ideal state, a utopia, or as the rule of Yao and Shun and communism. However, these missions all guide humanity towards an ideal, all-good direction. The direction of the evolution of Earth civilization is towards a unified nation. Zhong Shan cannot fully understand what the whiteboard is saying, but he can vaguely sense that there is great truth in his words. What kind of person is the whiteboard? Zhong Shan turned to ask Duan Xuedo. He is a natural leader, a pure idealist, a true genius. Duan Xuedong is captivated by the whiteboard's lecture, her eyes filled with admiration. Although he himself has no great abilities, he knows how to recognize and employ talent. Many people are attracted by his powerful charisma and are willing to follow him. Zhong Shan is very curious as to why such a great person wears a mask. What secrets are hidden beneath his mask? This is also the purpose of establishing the Earth Salvation Alliance. We aim to achieve human evolution and then establish a world that entirely belongs to these superhumans. This allows humanity to share consciousness, and those who do not wish to can still gain absolute freedom. In this way, we can establish the most ideal world in human history. In such a society, everyone is a cell within the organism, sharing the nutrients and joys obtained through veins and nerves, and of course, sharing the pain of the organism. They will be forever loyal, with no more betrayal or war, for they live and die as a whole. This is the direction of human evolution. The whiteboard concluded this class with a passionate speech, and the classroom erupted into intense applause. Chapter 23, Second RRT, Exam 1. Aside from attending classes, Zhong Shan had no other work, but he still woke up early every day to observe around the base. There were people who got up even earlier than him and others who worked all night on experiments. There were too many new and interesting things, and he wanted to learn a lot. Since waking from hibernation, he had become accustomed to living among robots and drones everywhere, but now at the Hyperion base, there wasn't a single robot, which made him feel quite uncomfortable, and it took him a long time to adjust. We firmly do not use robots. This is our bottom line as human restorationists. Duan explained to Zhong Shan about the absence of robots at the base. The base indeed resembled a college, free and open, with outstanding talents from all over the world studying and conducting research simultaneously. His impression of the base gradually improved, and he began to suspect whether the external fears about the ERL were truly, as the whiteboard said, caused by Aj's slander against them. This kind of life continued for a month. During the month at the base, Zhong Shan felt very fulfilled. Although he had to endure many hostile gazes, he was fortunate to have Duan Shuedong's protection and was not eaten alive by others. This cannot go on. Zhong Shan was unwilling to remain under Duan Shuedong's protection. He wanted to prove himself. Hey, have you heard? The second RRT exam is tomorrow. During lunch in cafeteria, Jiang Mengshi from the technical department approached Duan Shuedong to chat. Jiang Mengshi was a good friend of Duan Shuedong, very easygoing, and had no prejudice against Zhong Shan. She was famous in the technical department as a genius, playing a crucial role in the development of the Abyss monitor. A month later, Duan Shuedong was surprised. So soon for the second RRT exam. There has never been such a short interval between two. Yeah, Jiang Mengshi said. The technical department just got the news. We need to hurry up and develop new weapons. The announcement should be made in the base today. Is there a reason? I heard it's to confirm the candidates for the synchronous ring invasion plan, Jiang Mengshi replied. The plan was moved up. Maybe the whiteboard can't wait any longer. He has always been anxious. Zhong Shan put down his chopsticks, curiously listening to Jiang Mengshi. Shuedong, anyway, you will definitely be first again, Jiang Mengshi said with flattery. We'll need to cooperate then. This time we have new weapons developed, and we'll need to invite S-class experts to promote them for us. Are you going to make me a guinea pig to test your products again? Duan Shuedong frowned at her delicate nose. Can you at least provide some reliable equipment this time? Last time I almost got you killed. Last time was just an accident. We also don't know why the Abyss monitor didn't choose you, but chose him instead. Jiang Mengshi smiled apologetically at Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan, I mean no disrespect. You used it quite well. It's okay, I was just lucky, Zhong Shan smiled humbly. I also think if Shuedong used the Abyss monitor, she would definitely use it better. This time we have new mechas, new firearms, and we've also improved your face here. Jiang Mengshi went on enthusiastically like a sales representative promoting her products. Only you can maximize the potential of these treasures. You can choose freely. I guarantee nothing like last time will happen again. I've always been curious. What is the principle behind that face here? Zhong Shan asked. How does it continuously shoot ice cones out of nowhere? That's my proud creation. Jiang Mengshi gestured excitedly in the air. Although the principle is simple. Facia uses slender steel needles as condensation nuclei, relying on a coolant to rapidly condense the water vapor in the air onto it, forming a long and hard ice cone. But achieving this is not easy. You need to find ways to increase the condensation speed and also consider the humidity and partial pressure of the water vapor in the air. Wow, that's amazing. Duan Xuedong clapped her hands teasingly, impatiently interrupting Jiao Mingxi's lengthy description. However, Zhong Shan, you're also quite remarkable, Jiao Mingxi said. Most people in this era don't care about the principles behind the things they use. They think as long as they can use it, that's enough. They don't consider how things are made. But you're curious about everything and want to understand their principles. Isn't that normal? Zhong Shan replied. It's just human curiosity. Just in terms of curiosity, you've already surpassed many people. Many people today no longer have curiosity. They think humanity already knows all knowledge. And even if they don't, artificial intelligence does. Exactly, Duan Xuedong laughed, her eyes squinting into slits. He has someone I have my eye on. Zhong Shan knew, given Duan Xuedong's simple personality, that such words carried no ulterior meaning, but he still felt his cheeks flush. Even though Jiao Mingxi was also a simple tech enthusiast, she couldn't help but tease the shy Zhong Shan with a flirtatious smile. By the way, Zhong Shan coughed awkwardly. Can I participate in this RRT exam? Of course you can, Jiao Mingxi said. The RRT exam has no restrictions on participants' abilities, age, or identity. As long as you are confident in your abilities, you can participate. Zhong Shan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He knew that the opportunity to prove himself had come. But you need to be careful, Jiao Mingxi warned. I heard that the content of this RRT exam is the unrestricted survival simulation battle that was canceled a long time ago. You should know that many people have their eyes on you. They regard you as a hypothetical enemy. And if you participate in the RRT exam, you might become a target. Who knows how many people will ambush you from behind? What is the unrestricted survival simulation battle? Zhong Shan asked. It's where a bunch of people are placed on a simulated battlefield, either forming teams or going solo, and then they fight each other. The ranking is determined by the number of kills. How barbaric! Zhong Shan was stunned. He found such a tactically pointless and childish exam unbelievable. That is how it is. I heard it was voted on by the execution department members, and it's said to be tailor-made for you, Jiao Mingxi said awkwardly. They want you to experience the terror of the execution department. He's not an easy man to ambush. Duan Xuedong generously patted Zhong Shan's shoulder. He has come from a dangerous era 60 years ago. Do you think 60 years ago was during World War II or the Cold War? Our time was actually quite safe, okay? Zhong Shan said with a mournful face. Facing all the opponents targeting him and trying to find ways to defeat the most enemies was indeed thrilling. To be honest, Zhong Shan didn't want to be hated by others, nor did he have any clear goals, but he absolutely did not want to lose at anything. Once he decided to do something, he would pursue perfection relentlessly. However, it sounds quite interesting. Zhong Shan's eyes lit up. I really want to try this so-called RRT exam. After all, opportunities to experience the battlefield feeling don't come by often. I feel a spark igniting. Zhong Shan understood why he always worked so hard, because only by striving could he feel truly alive. 2. The next day, the RRT exam began. Zhong Shan arrived early at the simulation training ground on the F5 level of the base. He was the first to arrive, and at that moment, the training ground was empty. Although he still didn't know the specific rules of this RRT exam, no matter what the content was, today he did not intend to rely on Duan Xuedong's protection anymore. Instead, he wanted to rely on his own strength to achieve victory in the RRT exam. After he finished his warm-up exercises and ran 12 laps around the training ground, people began to arrive at the training field one after another. The members of the executive department walked down from upstairs in an orderly fashion, dressed in sharp suits, their expressions nonchalant. They looked more like elite office workers than elite warriors. However, upon closer inspection, their suits were tight, suggesting that they were filled out by solid muscles beneath. The suits outlined the lines of their muscles and bones, indicating the immense strength and explosive power hidden within. Zhong Shan understood why their expressions were so indifferent. It was absolute confidence in their abilities. Zhong Shan had already reviewed the profiles of all the members of the executive department. Among them were retired special forces from the SAS British Air Service, gold medalists in unrestricted mixed martial arts, and experts in extreme sports like unprotected rock climbing and parkour. Among the crowd was a blonde youth rated a noble descendant from Europe, who had received elite military training since childhood and even represented his country in the Olympics. A cold, white-haired youth brushed past Zhong Shan, and in that fleeting moment, Zhong Shan noticed the bulging veins on his neck, swollen like they were about to burst. Zhong Shan had seen his profile. He had once suffered from a terminal illness and was secretly selected by a biological institution before his death to undergo genetic modification, thus gaining physical qualities far beyond ordinary people. He later successfully escaped from that heavily guarded laboratory. His rating was also A. In the corner, a taciturn black girl gently rolled up her sleeves, revealing a right hand that glinted with a silver metallic sheen, clearly a mechanical prosthetic. Zhong Shan recognized that metal prosthetic at a glance. He had seen the tech department's people experimenting with it, easily penetrating 50-centimeter thick steel plates and crushing concrete bricks into gravel with it. The dangerous weapon that was still in the experimental phase had surprisingly been installed on a living person so quickly. Before long, all the participants in the RRT exam had arrived. Zhong Shan had already done his homework on his competitors. Among the 62 people present, there were 6 A-rated members, 15 B-rated members, and 39 C-rated members. There were 2 exceptions, the strongest S-rated Duan Xiuedong and the weakest D-rated Zhong Shan himself. Zhong Shan suddenly felt a bit amused. He felt like a low-tier comedy actor who had stumbled onto the set of a superhero movie. The members of the executive department walked to the center of the hall, waiting for the exam to begin. The time was almost up. "You must be the ones here for the exam." A familiar electronic, synthesized voice came from the second floor, and the crowd looked up in unison. A whiteboard appeared. The whiteboard itself came to serve as the judge for the RRT exam, highlighting the importance of the RRT exam. This RRT exam was preparing for the synchronized ring offensive operation a week later. The whiteboard began to explain the rules. The content of the exam was an unrestricted survival simulation battle. Everyone should already know the rules, but let me briefly introduce them again. After the trial begins, everyone needs to defeat as many other contestants as possible. Defeating an A-rated contestant earns 8 points, a B-rated contestant 6 points, and so on. Defeating the only S-rated contestant earns the highest score of 20 points. To win, you may form teams as you wish. If any member of a team defeats someone, everyone in the team gets points, and the team leader earns double points. Therefore, teaming up for the competition is a good choice. However, there are also rewards for not teaming up. If a solo contestant survives until the end, that person can earn 100 points. Of course, this is extremely difficult. The whiteboard smiled and said, "Those with confidence can give it a try. As for weapons, feel free to take whatever you can handle." As soon as the whiteboard finished speaking, a 10-meter diameter cylindrical platform rose up from the ground in front of the crowd. The side of the platform was filled with various standard weapons. Even before the weapon platform had fully risen, the crowd had already begun to move, rushing forward to select weapons. Zhong Shan was a step too slow and found himself blocked by the crowd. He tried hard to squeeze into the crowd, but was pushed away mockingly by those in front of him. "Get lost, hibernator. You, a D-rated outsider, think you can participate in the unrestricted survival battle? Without that armor, you can't do anything. Just give up. Hibernator, why don't you go to a museum to exhibit yourself?" People kept pushing Zhong Shan away, mercilessly mocking him. He didn't expect the competition to start even during the weapon selection. Zhong Shan felt anger rising in his chest. He took a few steps back, took a run up, and charged into the crowd. However, he felt like he had crashed into a wall, bouncing back, and before he could recover, someone pushed him hard. The person who pushed Zhong Shan away was a tall, muscular man. On the man's back was a bulge the size of a backpack, with 2 nozzles at the bottom, resembling a rocket booster growing within his back muscles. He turned around, his upper body not wearing a suit, and his muscular chest and arms were exposed, glinting with a metallic sheen. He had definitely undergone body modifications. And what surprised Zhong Shan even more was that his right hand had been transformed into a Gatling gun barrel. "Be careful, hibernator," the muscular man said. "Once the exam starts, I'll be the first to take you out." Zhong Shan coldly stared into the muscular man's eyes, not saying a word. The muscular man looked into Zhong Shan's eyes and suddenly felt a bit intimidated. He did not expect to see such a fierce gaze from this hibernator, who was thinner than himself, like a beast stalking its prey. Why was he not afraid of his modified body and could instead hold his head high and stare back? He pretended to scoff indifferently, turn away, and continued searching for a suitable weapon, but his throat felt like it was stuck with something hard and cold. Ignoring the muscular man, Zhong Shan walked to his right, trying to find weapons around the side. He finally squeezed into the gap in the crowd. Most of the standard weapons hanging on the weapon rack were unfamiliar to Zhong Shan. The weapons of this era had advanced significantly compared to those from Zhong Shan's time. They looked powerful and were exquisitely crafted. Some rifles had a minimalist design, with the barrel seamlessly integrated from the muzzle to the stock, showing no signs of assembly. Others had a spiral metal tube installed beneath the barrel that was thicker than the stock, which Zhong Shan guessed might be a high-energy laser launcher or an acceleration tube for an electromagnetic cannon. There were also individual flying devices and foldable blast shields. Even ordinary assault rifles and automatic pistols were much more advanced than the guns from Zhong Shan's time. Regarding these unfamiliar new weapons, Zhong Shan doubted he would even know how to use them, let alone use them proficiently. As for the cold weapons like swords and knives on the rack, he was even more daunted. Just when he was feeling troubled, he finally spotted a familiar gun, the Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. The most common and practical sniper rifle that had appeared in various movies and games was unexpectedly seen in this era. Compared to the new weapons nearby, this gun looked like an antique from the World War I era. Zhong Shan had seen detailed information about this gun in military magazines during his high school years. It was a heavy special-purpose sniper rifle developed and produced by Barrett Firearms after the Vietnam War. It can easily hit a coin-sized target from 1 kilometer away, boasting excellent performance with long range, high accuracy, and great power, almost dominating the sniper rifle market. It was once equipped to the U.S. Marine Corps during the Gulf War, used to attack Iraqi forces during Operation Desert Shield and Operation Desert Storm. Weighing 12.9 kilograms and measuring 1.4 meters in length, with an effective range of 1850 meters and a bullet velocity of 853 ms. Zhong Shan picked up the gun, feeling inexplicably excited. It was his first time handling a real firearm, and the 13-kilogram weight almost made it hard for him to lift. He felt like a military enthusiast, realizing a childhood dream. He decided this was the one. He had a clear understanding of himself. Once the exam began, the battlefield would surely be extremely brutal. To score higher, it would inevitably evolve into face-to-face, hard-hitting close combat. Given his physical fitness and battlefield experience, he knew he wouldn't be a match for these dangerous individuals. He could only hide far away and wait for the opportunity to take down as many opponents as possible before being discovered. He had no hope of surviving until the end. Suddenly, Zhong Shan was surprised to find that there were 5 Barrett sniper rifles on the rack, with 2 already missing, indicating that someone else shared similar thoughts. At this moment, Zhong Shan began to think quickly about what to do. He needed to be extremely cautious. The available weapons were becoming limited. To be safe, he also picked up a handgun as a last resort for close combat. It was a type of handgun he had never seen before, with a thick barrel that looked quite powerful. Although he had never used it, Zhong Shan thought, since it's a handgun, how different could it be? Zhong Shan looked at Duan Xuedong across from him. She had at least 3 different shaped guns on her back and a saber at her waist. Cold sweat broke out on Zhong Shan's forehead. This woman, as sharp as an ice cone, seemed ready for a killing spree. Did she bring so many guns to experience different shooting feels? Or was she afraid one gun wouldn't have enough bullets? After everyone donned their mecha, the weapon platform descended. Another, slightly higher circular platform rose up. Small compartments opened on the sides of the platform, each holding a black leather suit. Now, you should put on your mecha, the whiteboard said. This mecha was not only extremely strong, but also actively dampened vibrations and absorbed shock, capable of resisting anti-material sniper bullets. Moreover, the firearms used were all non-lethal liquid bullets, and the blades were not sharpened, so you can rest assured that there would be no life-threatening danger during the trial. When you are attacked, the mecha will automatically release a sedative, causing you to faint on the spot until the exam ends, preventing those attacked from continuing to affect the trial. Additionally, during the trial, the eye machine will be disabled. You will need to rely on your abilities to locate the enemy's position. The only information provided will be the name of the killer, the type of weapon used, and the location of the deceased, which will be displayed on the mecha mask's display panel. The contestants began to pick up the mecha and put it on one after another. Zhong Shan picked up a piece of mecha. It was surprisingly light and thin. He imitated those around him and put the mecha on, then pressed a button on his wrist. The oversized mecha immediately began to shrink and fit snugly against his body. Zhong Shan couldn't believe that this thin bodysuit could actually block anti-material sniper bullets. Please enter the corresponding cabin. Zhong Shan walked into the sealed cabin. The cabin began to descend. After a while, it started to move horizontally and even rise. It seemed to take a long journey before the sealed cabin finally stopped. And at this point, he didn't even know if he was still in the Hyperion. The cabin door opened, and Zhong Shan found himself in a restaurant kitchen. The cabin door integrated with the locker behind him, closing after he walked out. He walked out of the kitchen and into the dining area, where he saw through the floor-to-ceiling windows that outside was a park with lush trees and grass. Before he could think about why he was in such a place or what to do, a vehicle on the street across suddenly exploded, the shockwave shattering the restaurant's glass. He quickly hid behind the restaurant counter, cautiously peeking out to observe. The exam had already started. It turned out that after they entered the cabin, it began to move randomly, evenly distributing everyone's positions. In the park outside, shadows occasionally flashed by at high speed. Following that came a rain of gunfire, with red and white lasers flying around, neatly cutting down the treetops. The sounds of explosions and gunfire came from all directions, deafening. Is this what a real battlefield is like? Zhong Shan's heart raced and blood surged, making it hard for him to think calmly. Find a winter sleeper, then take him out. Shouts of killing came from all directions. Indeed, everyone wanted to take him out first, and beads of sweat formed on Zhong Shan's forehead. Just then, there was a loud noise beside him. A large hole was blasted into the restaurant wall. A fist came through. This big hole was actually made by that fist. He saw a four-man team enter the room. They cautiously checked the corners, then formed a triangular formation to search the restaurant, clearly a team of highly skilled individuals. Zhong Shan dared not breathe as he hid behind counter. No way, am I going to die? So pathetically? Zhong Shan trembled inside. Fortunately, the four hadn't yet moved toward the counter when they were startled by an explosion from the other end of the restaurant. The wall on the other side was also blown apart, and another team rushed in. Upon seeing the first group, they were momentarily stunned, then quickly turned to run back. Both groups simultaneously kicked over the dining tables for cover, hiding behind the barriers while shooting at each other, turning the restaurant into chaos. Zhong Shan felt like he had stumbled into a Wild West bar shootout. However, the chaos provided him with an opportunity to escape, taking advantage of the gunfire and smoke. He crouched down and quietly crawled out from under the table. He crawled into the park outside, where the scene was even more shocking than inside the restaurant. The ground was littered with craters created by bombs, trees and bushes uprooted, and fires raging above. Zhong Shan hid in the grass, not daring to move. This scene reminded Zhong Shan of Stalingrad. Was this the battlefield the execution department would face? Zhong Shan thought of the survival games he had played before. However, the tension felt here was worlds apart from playing games. Zhong Shan understood why this trial needed to create such a realistic scenario. It was to generate a life-and-death tension. Those who could stand out in the RRT exam would face an even more terrifying hell. In the sky, several people were flying at high speed, rolling and diving while shooting at each other. The air had also turned into a fierce battlefield. Zhong Shan saw a massive figure shot down from the sky, trailing flames and thick black smoke, gliding down into a nearby building and smashing a hole in the rooftop. After it fell, Zhong Shan's visor displayed his information. This person was actually the burly man who had mocked Zhong Shan before the competition. Zhong Shan sighed, and suddenly he spotted Duan Xuedong's figure through the smoke. She stood in the center of the park, her tight combat suit outlining her curves, her tall figure exuding a cold, sharp aura. As the only S-class, she shone like a brilliant star, attracting everyone's attention. Those confident in their strength challenged her, turning the center of the park into a heated arena. Duan Xuedong held a crossbow in her left hand and a double-barreled shotgun in her right, skillfully switching between the two weapons as she fought against four opponents simultaneously. She charged towards a burly man and fired the shotgun directly at his chest, sending him flying back from the tremendous impact. Could this really be a fake gun? Zhong Shan felt cold sweat on his palms. In the blink of an eye, Duan Xuedong had taken down two more people, and Zhong Shan couldn't even catch a glimpse of her movements. The remaining opponent was clearly much stronger than the three Duan Xuedong had just defeated. This person wielded a Western cross-sword and assumed a standard attacking stance of the German Meyer swordsmanship. Duan Xuedong seemed to uphold the chivalry code as well, putting away her guns and drawing a saber from her waist. The gunfire around them suddenly ceased, as if the entire crowd was watching the duel between these two. The sharp, knife-like aura emanating from both of them began to spread throughout the park. Zhong Shan suddenly found it hard to believe that the people around could suppress their urge to shoot at the two in the arena, calmly watching their performance. Soon, Zhong Shan understood the reason. In an instant, both fighters launched into action, like two lightning bolts colliding. The next moment was filled with flashing blades and swirling sword flowers. The high-speed sword energy creating a vacuum that sliced through the grass several meters away. The two figures entwined, rapidly changing positions. Zhong Shan couldn't distinguish who was who, only hearing the crisp and resonant sounds of swords clashing. Occasionally, he caught a glimpse of Duan Xuedong's silhouette after evading a thrust. She twisted her body in a manner impossible for normal people, executing a kick and a slash, her long legs taut and her slim waist seemingly brimming with power. The swordsman wielding the Western sword was equally skilled, his body control rivaling Duan Xuedong's. Although Zhong Shan didn't understand Western swordsmanship, he felt an extreme force and speed in each of the swordsman's moves, each strike carrying the weight of thunder, clearly a master swordsman. Zhong Shan recalled the golden-haired, blue-eyed noble youth who seemed to be the youngest president of a European Swordsmanship Association and had won a swordsmanship competition at the age of 16. The swordsman facing Duan Xuedong couldn't possibly be that youth, could he? Just as Zhong Shan held his breath, watching their duel, both fighters suddenly halted, maintaining their final sword-swinging poses. Duan Xuedong moved first, casually sheathing her saber, as if she had just completed a light warm-up. Her opponent stared blankly at his chest before collapsing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the outcome had been decided. Duan Xuedong was the victor of this duel, her slender figure illuminated by the flames behind her, as if standing amidst the hellfire. As the duel concluded, bullets immediately rained down on Duan Xuedong from all directions. She deftly dodged, using stone pillars and railings as cover, managing to navigate through the hail of gunfire with ease. Zhong Shan began to think quickly. The situation was far beyond his expectations. With the fighters moving at such high speeds, he had no chance to aim. With half an hour left, Zhong Shan still had 0 points, and if things continued like this, he would surely be the last in the trial. Facing these top-tier experts, Zhong Shan felt even less hopeful. He realized that his only chance of victory was to survive until the end. Now he needed to hide. At that moment, he understood that the Barrett he had chosen was a complete mistake. Carrying this heavy sniper rifle made his movements extremely inconvenient and easily exposed him. Fortunately, Zhong Shan's naturally low presence became an advantage. In this adrenaline-fueled battlefield, people had forgotten about the hibernating target they initially wanted to kill. After all, eliminating this lowly D-rank member would only yield 2 points, and their attention was focused on Duan Xuedong and those A-rank members. Zhong Shan spotted a tall building at the edge of the park and aimed to rush inside to look for opportunities from above. He took a deep breath, burst out from the bushes, and began to run wildly. However, as soon as he darted out, someone shot at him. A burst of rifle bullets whizzed past him, hitting a vehicle behind him, followed by a series of sharp sounds and flying sparks. Zhong Shan's heart sank. There were already ambushers nearby, and the moment he emerged, he was immediately targeted. "It's over, I'm done for." Zhong Shan's face turned ashen as he crouched low and ran for his life. But oddly enough, the shooter revealed their position the moment they fired, and immediately 3 others shot at that person from 3 different directions. The shooter was taken down in an instant. The 3 shooters also exposed their locations. They quickly returned fire, creating chaos among themselves. As the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, others confirmed their positions through the gunfire and began shooting at them, triggering a chain reaction. Intense battles erupted, while Zhong Shan was forgotten. He crawled forward, bullets flying overhead. Finally, he stealthily reached the underside of a truck parked by the roadside, successfully hiding himself. Moments later, the gunfire ceased. In that previous skirmish, at least 8 people had died. Zhong Shan's reckless actions had inadvertently altered the course of the battlefield, making him feel rather ridiculous. But before he could catch his breath, a grenade suddenly exploded nearby, followed by hurried footsteps. Someone hid behind the truck, attempting to use it as cover. Zhong Shan saw the person's leather boots, less than 2 meters away from his right side. His heart raced, and cold sweat poured down his face. But he quickly restrained his anxiety. He knew his opportunity had come. At least he could take down one person. He silently drew his handgun, leaned out, and squinted to aim at the person's back. He decisively pulled the trigger. Instead of a bullet, a bright burst of light erupted, spraying onto the person outside the truck. It wasn't a handgun. It was a flare gun. Zhong Shan's heart skipped a beat, and he mentally screamed, "It's over." A flare gun can't kill anyone. Not only is it incapable of inflicting harm, but the bright light would also expose his location, drawing the enemy's attention. The person outside quickly brushed off the burning magnesium powder from their back, crouched down, and aimed their gun at Zhong Shan. In a fluster, Zhong Shan had no way out. The cramped space under the truck wouldn't even allow him to remove the Barrett sniper rifle. It seemed he would have to die in such a humiliating manner. Zhong Shan bitterly smiled and closed his eyes. A gunshot rang out. Zhong Shan didn't feel a bullet hit his body. He opened his eyes to see the person who had just aimed at him now lying limply on the ground, their gun hand hanging weakly by their side. Another person stood next to them, and Zhong Shan couldn't see their face. The newcomer walked toward the truck's underside, and in a panic, Zhong Shan aimed the flare gun at their feet. The person crouched down, looking under the truck. Zhong Shan's eyes met those of the person through a transparent visor. They were clear and sharp, yet cold as snow. The familiar face was stunning enough to leave Zhong Shan dazed. It was Duan Shiwedong. Duan Shiwedong saw Zhong Shan under the truck, initially surprised, then broke into a bright smile. "It's you, Zhong Shan," she exclaimed, her smile radiant, completely unlike the cold-blooded swordsman from before. "I won't shoot you then. Keep it up." After saying that, Duan Shiwedong stood up and quickly ran away. "Hey, what does that mean?" Zhong Shan chuckled bitterly. "Is not shooting me a sign of looking down on me?" A large group of people chased after Duan Shiwedong, who was fleeing in the opposite direction. Zhong Shan could only lie motionless under the car, continuing to play dead. After the gunfire faded, Zhong Shan cautiously crawled out from under the car. Although he had made 2 foolish mistakes, he had narrowly escaped death and still had a chance. Zhong Shan did not move towards the center of the park. Instead, he moved away from the dangerous battlefield. He quietly took cover in a small building on the edge of the park, using the grass and buildings as shields. He quietly climbed to the top floor and peered down at the battlefield below. Zhong Shan saw people in mass, quietly dying, all killed by the same person wielding a dagger. This person was named Hayato Shimatani, seemingly a Japanese name. He had managed to take down 10 people with just an ordinary dagger. Among them were 3 A-level members. Zhong Shan couldn't help but marvel. Was this Hayato a ninja? He looked at the marks of those killed by Hayato and discovered a shocking fact. The distribution of the death locations formed a distinct path, clearly indicating Hayato's movement trajectory. Zhong Shan cautiously leaned out to look ahead along the path, and after careful identification, saw a dark shadow crawling through the bushes. Having already circled around to Duan Shiwedong's back, Duan Shiwedong was hiding behind cover, engaging in a firefight with a group of 5 on the opposite side, completely unaware of the silently approaching Hayato, who was like a venomous snake. Hayato had already positioned his dagger at his forehead, ready to strike. Without hesitation, Zhong Shan raised his Barrett, quickly locking onto Hayato through the scope. He held his breath, his finger on the trigger, ready to fire. Suddenly, through the scope, Hayato's head seemed to be struck by a heavy blow, and he was sent flying. He had been hit by a bullet. The bullet was not fired by Zhong Shan. He raised his head, searching for the source of the gunfire, but found nothing. He saw Hayato's death information in the mask. He had been shot by a Barrett sniper rifle as well. At that moment, the scoreboard showed Duan Shiwedong in first place with 72 points, and surprisingly, Korklov in second with 68 points. Zhong Shan recalled that Korklov was skilled in long-distance sniping. Before the competition, 3 people had taken Barrett sniper rifles. One was already dead, another was Zhong Shan, and now the one with the Barrett was likely Korklov. Korkloff had not teamed up with Duan Shiwedong, but he was secretly protecting her. Duan Shiwedong was like a magnet, a target drawing everyone's attention, killing anyone who stood in her way. Zhong Shan speculated that Korkloff was likely using Duan Shiwedong to attract enemies, then taking advantage of their firefights to hit those who were oblivious to their surroundings, cleverly hiding himself. Moreover, he had clearly had the opportunity to shoot the S-level Duan Shiwedong, but chose not to, indicating he wanted to continue utilizing her, showing immense patience and self-control. Like Zhong Shan, Korkloff had hidden himself, secretly shooting from an unknown location, and he was using a silencer, so no gunfire could be heard. Zhong Shan concluded that Korkloff was the most dangerous enemy. Time passed second by second, and the mass displayed that only 11 people remained, almost all A and B level members. Zhong Shan carefully observed the distribution of the people killed by Korkloff. He keenly noticed that these death locations formed a fan shape, and he deduced that Korkloff must be near the center of the fan. He leaned out and saw that the area was a 20-story building. Korkloff must be positioned somewhere in that building. Suddenly, Zhong Shan spotted a small white dot on the 16th floor. Before he could think further, a strong sense of danger surged within him, and his body instinctively reacted by ducking down. Indeed, a bullet zipped past, grazing his scalp. That small white dot was a reflection of the Barrett sniper rifle scope. Zhong Shan gasped for air. He had just leaned out and was discovered by Korkloff. His vision and field of view were terrifyingly sharp, sharper than that of an eagle. Korkloff continued to shoot, and more people fell. Zhong Shan watched as the number of people remaining in the trial ground dwindled. With Zhong Shan's shooting skills, it would take at least 5 seconds to aim at Korkloff. In contrast with Korkloff's shooting skills, Zhong Shan would likely be headshot the moment he leaned out. Now he needed to mobilize all his nerves, focus all his attention, analysis, and observation, and calmly assess the situation in this desperate predicament to make accurate judgments. Suddenly, Zhong Shan had a daring idea. Finally, only Zhong Shan, Duan Shiwedong, and Korkloff remained in the arena. The atmosphere quieted down. Even with the silencer, Korkloff's gunfire was still clearly distinguishable. Duan Shiwedong was still running at high speed to avoid bullets, and in the brief moments of respite, she would shoot back at Korkloff's position, with gunfire echoing from both sides. The smoke filled the park, and the thick, oppressive atmosphere of slaughter was suffocating. The buildings and vehicles in the park were riddled with bullet holes. At this point, the park had become a battlefield for the two of them. With Zhong Shan as the sole spectator, Zhong Shan silently counted Korkloff's gunshots. The magazine of the Barrett sniper rifle could only hold 10 rounds, meaning Korkloff would need to reload after firing 10 shots. Even a skilled sniper would need at least 5 seconds to reload, which would be Zhong Shan's opportunity to strike. Zhong Shan hadn't anticipated that the knowledge he had noted from military magazines in middle school would come in handy. Life was unpredictable. He continued to count the gunshots. 6, 7, 8, 9. Zhong Shan's heart raced. However, the 10th shot never came. After the 9th shot, the gunfire abruptly stopped. The park fell into a deathly silence. The mass displayed Duan Shiwedong's death information. She had been killed by Korkloff using a sniper rifle. A sudden roar echoed in Zhong Shan's mind. The sound reverberated through his skull, tearing through his eardrums, rendering him unable to hear anything. His mind went blank. In an instant, he forgot that this was a virtual game. The realistic battlefield confused his sense of reality. He seemed to see Duan Shiwedong's chest pierced by a 12.9mm bullet, a massive spray of blood erupting and lingering in the air. He felt a scorching fire surge from his chest to his throat, burning his lungs and trachea. His anger flared like unquenchable fire, distorting his vision. His adrenaline surged, as if being rapidly compressed by the pistons of an engine. The feeling of being the Abyss Watcher returned. The Abyss Watcher's influence on his nervous system still lingered in his body. He felt his mind sharpen, his senses heightened. Time seemed to pause. His finger, cold as a machine, squeezed the Barrett's trigger, the bones in his knuckles feeling the pressure of the trigger. At that moment, his nerves were as taut as a spring in the barrel. His muscles became one with the gun, the barrel extending his arm. The dark muzzle rose sharply, then suddenly froze, locking in on Korkloff's direction with precision. The crisp sound of the bullet sliding into the chamber was prolonged. He had long held his breath, his chest showing no rise or fall, his ribs pressed firmly against the gun stock, steady as a rock, becoming the perfect gun rest. The crosshairs of the scope were fixed squarely on Korkloff's forehead, as if being held in place by plaster, unmoving. In the circular view of the lens, Korkloff's ice-blue eyes squinted behind the mask, a deadly intent cutting through the air like a knife. Zhong Shan's entire skeletal and muscular system moved automatically like a robot, each link precisely transmitting to the knuckle of his index finger. Between his two heartbeats, his body achieved absolute balance. At the critical point of maximum stability, his finger pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled out of the barrel. The deafening gunshot and a massive recoil swept away Zhong Shan's hair and beads of sweat on his face. He instinctively closed his eyes. He didn't know if he had missed. In those brief 3 seconds, he felt the fear of death and the joy of survival. Time flowed again, and Zhong Shan's heart began to beat violently. Immediately after, he felt as if his forehead had been hit by a train, his body suddenly flying backward. He had been shot. While still in air, Zhong Shan felt a sense of relief. Was it still a step too late? He felt at ease in his heart, realizing that he indeed couldn't compare to others. He smiled as he fell backward. When Zhong Shan woke up, he found the hallway packed to the brim. There were people all around him, staring at him in surprise. Don't push from behind. There's no room to stand. The crowd continued to close in on him. It felt as if he had been asleep for several days and nights, struggling to wake up. Then he remembered he was still in the trial, and quickly raised his hands, adopting a surrendering posture. Toof! He heard a familiar laugh. What are you doing? Surrendering? Squatting in front of him was Duan Shuedo. Do you know you won? You won. I won. Yes, you're the first in the trial. What? Zhong Shan showed an incredulous expression, and many in the crowd wore the same look of disbelief. Zhong Shan saw the final scores displayed in his mask. The fourth place was Hayato, with 66 points. The third was Korkloff with 96 points. The second was Duan Shuedo with 98 points. His name stood out in first place, 108 points. That evening, a small banquet was held in the execution department's conference room. Winter Sleeper, you're not bad. Korkloff patted Zhong Shan's shoulder. You've once again become the biggest winner of the RRT exam. If you relied on luck the first time, then the second time surely can't be luck again. Although Zhong Shan wanted to say that he really still relied on luck this time, he swallowed the words. Congratulations, Zhong Shan. The whiteboard patted Zhong Shan's shoulder. We really didn't misjudge you. Vinny has revised your rating. You are now an S-class member, just like Duan Shuedo. Zhong Shan felt a sense of unreality. In other words, he and Duan Shuedo were the only 2 S-class members in the execution department. As the top 4 of the RRT exam, Zhong Shan, Duan Shuedo, Korkloff, and Hayato, you 4 will become candidates for infiltrating the synchronization ring. The whiteboard nodded to the 4 sitting at the round table. In addition to you, the technical department will also select a few elites to accompany you. They will provide you with technical support for infiltration, weapons, and escape. The operation will begin in a week, so get ready quickly. In the end, we will inevitably engage in a final battle with the Reapers. The whiteboard became serious. Gaining the power of Og is only our first step. The whiteboard stood up, seeming to prepare for a very important speech, and Zhong Shan and the other 3 sat up straight. In this darkest hour, Og is the most severe test we face, and we are the only force resisting it. We will endure this test. A week from now, you will attack the synchronization ring. You will give it your all to continue our civilization, to end humanity's suffering, to save the world from darkness. You may face despairingly powerful enemies, whose gunfire resonates throughout the universe, whose immense presence makes one tremble, and whose bullets may pierce your bodies, but you will surely win. One day, humanity will no longer need to submit to their commands, no longer need to endure their enslavement. Their robots will yield to our fervor and tenacious vitality. We have worked hard to reach this point, so please ensure you succeed. Humanity's future is in your hands. Please show humanity the direction of freedom and justice. The whiteboard speech was very inspiring. After hearing his words, Zhong Shan felt a deep shock. He had never thought that someone like him could undertake the task of saving humanity. He felt a surge of passion, with hot courage and strength coursing through his veins. He eagerly wanted to achieve victory for humanity's future alongside his three partners, even if it meant offering his own heart. His gray life now began to have a bit of color. Chapter 24, Cosmic Plan 1. At night, Zhong Shan and CRYO sat on the top deck of the Hyperion. The average temperature of the stratosphere was around minus 50 degrees Celsius, so they needed to wear mechs to maintain their body temperature, or they would be frozen stiff. However, the night sky here was incredibly beautiful. The clouds were far below their feet, and there was almost no water vapor to form clouds and fog, nor any light pollution from cities. Their line of sight was unobstructed, allowing them to easily see the dazzling, starry sky above. The cold twin moons cast a serene glow, and the bright synchronous rings spanned the entire night sky, resembling another galaxy. CRYO lay flat on the deck, her hands propped behind her. Even the mech could not hide her exquisite and curvaceous figure. Rather, it made her look even more athletic. Her tall and beautiful physique could satisfy any man's fantasies. But Zhong Shan did not like her just for her beauty. What exactly did he like about her? He couldn't say for sure. Perhaps he liked her strength, the way she could crush him in intelligence, strength, and everything else. You ask, why do humans exist in this world? CRYO gazed at the night sky and asked softly. Zhong Shan chuckled. Right? He also liked the occasional lines she would say that were filled with a sense of youthful angst. This was something they both shared. They were both Peter Pan syndrome patients. The birth of humanity doesn't have any special reason, right? Zhong Shan replied. Until 200 years ago, most cultures in the world believed that humanity was part of a great cosmic plan. The designer of this plan was some omnipotent god or eternal natural law, which humans could not change. It was these cosmic plans that gave human life meaning, CRYO said. I always thought I was a special person, destined for a great mission in the future. That thought is exactly like mine. Zhong Shan smiled wryly. He had also fantasized about being part of some grand cosmic plan, believing that his current drifting was just temporary. Until you appeared. CRYO turned her face toward him, looking at Zhong Shan with her beautiful eyes. I realized that I am not a special person. The Abyss Watcher did not acknowledge me. Instead, it chose you. You were the one who got first place in the second RRT exam. You are the one who will save the world. Perhaps my mission is merely to help you accomplish that great mission. Hey, don't say that. Zhong Shan widened his eyes, anxiously explaining. I was just lucky, you know. And during the second RRT exam, you could have easily taken me out. You deliberately let me win. Haha, I was just joking. Through her mask, CRYO smiled brightly. Look how anxious you are. Now I no longer believe in the existence of such a great cosmic plan, CRYO said as she looked at the starry sky. The more knowledge I gain, the more I am convinced that the existence of the universe is a blind and purposeless process. The universe is cold and hostile to life, indifferent to existence. Endless scales, the coldness of space, the boiling of stars, the ferocity of quasars, the oppression of black holes. The universe is filled with various noises and turmoil, but all of this is meaningless. We occupy an infinitesimal position on a planet, existing for an incredibly short period. This world has no sanctity. In a vast universe, humanity is actually insignificant, just a small group projecting its idol worship onto the grand cosmos. Humans are like fighting insects or chaotic bushes, unaware of their own smallness, short-sightedness, and insignificance. The universe itself is indifferent to human existence. Humanity's life has never been part of any cosmic plan. Zhong Shan stared blankly at CRYO. She was clearly just a girl in her early 20s. Yet she could express such mature and melancholic thoughts, like a philosopher. However, it is precisely because life has no meaning that we should strive to live fiercely. Why? Zhong Shan laughed. You just made me lose my motivation to live. If there is such a thing as the meaning of life, it would only become a shackle that confines human spiritual freedom. On the contrary, it is precisely because of the meaninglessness of human life that humans can live freely and vibrantly. This lack of meaning allows us to freely choose the best way to live, rather than being confined by the most meaningful way to live. We do not need to force ourselves to do things we do not like. We do not have to obey anyone's arrangements. How to enjoy life is our freedom, and we do not have to compare ourselves with others. Therefore, our struggle is to allow humanity to enjoy such freedom. Duan Xuedong sat up. Zhong Shan's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Xuedong's silhouette in the moonlight, as if gazing at a goddess. 2. The morning after the RRT exam, Zhong Shan stepped out of his room and unexpectedly saw someone leaning against the railing on the balcony in the hallway, arms crossed, seemingly waiting for him for a long time. Upon seeing Zhong Shan come out, the person did not lift his head and said, "Winter sleeper, you really woke up early. Isn't that earlier than you?" Zhong Shan suddenly remembered who this person was. He was Hayato Tagakushi, who had placed third in the RRT exam and had taken out 10 people with just a dagger. He spoke in Chinese, and surprisingly, it was quite fluent. "What do you want with me?" "I want to train you." "What?" Zhong Shan smiled wryly. "I haven't heard of anyone actively coming to be a teacher. You have great potential." Hayato ignored Zhong Shan's sarcasm and continued, "But you have hardly received any training in close combat. We will participate together in the attack on the synchronous ring. Since we are comrades with the goal of saving humanity, I should train you." This person seemed cold on the surface, but deep down, he was very upright. His uprightness was a bit endearing. His proactive attitude reminded Zhong Shan of gym instructors trying to attract customers on the street. "Want to try some swimming and fitness?" This love for promotion was quite similar to Jiamingshi. Sure, Zhong Shan was also a straightforward person. He had always thought that cold weapons like swords and knives were very cool. The kind of face-to-face, hard-hitting duels with cold weapons was simply the romance of manhood. Now that he had a proactive and good teacher, he certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. 3. Zhong Shan never expected that amidst this base filled with futuristic technology, there would be such an ancient sword dojo. Outside the dojo was a Japanese-style courtyard, with a dry landscape garden made of stones, gravel, and moss raked into patterns that evoked thoughts of mountains, islands, and rivers, exuding a sense of zen. The paper doors of the dojo were partially obscured by a lush bamboo grove. Zhong Shan followed Hayato into the dojo. Inside, the dojo was spacious. The solid wood floor polished to a shine, and everything was neatly arranged. Zhong Shan seemed to smell the scent of incense. A long white scroll hung on the wall in the center, inscribed with the words Sword Zen, which was very refined. And this sword dojo actually belonged to Hayato. When Hayato entered the dojo, more than 10 practitioners in uniforms were seriously practicing, emitting short and high-pitched shouts. Upon seeing Hayato enter, they immediately stopped their unfinished movements and hurriedly bowed to him, indicating his high status there. The practitioners removed their masks. Zhong Shan's gaze was instantly attracted to a blond young man in the center. He was the one who had dueled with Duan Xuedong using a Western sword during the RRT exam. Ernest Bushman, Zhong Shan's eye machine, displayed his name. Zhong Shan was surprised. He clearly used a Western sword. How could he be in a sword dojo? After the practitioners bowed to Hayato, they also nodded to Zhong Shan, which made him feel flattered and hurriedly bow deeply in return. "Hibernators, we need to practice diligently," Hayato said. "I will teach you some of the most useful techniques in real combat." That night, Zhong Shan collapsed on the bench in the changing room. He took off his uniform and found that even though he was wearing protective gear, his body was still battered and bruised from the wooden sword. The complex techniques in kendo, such as Aido, Zanshin, and Tsubeim Geishi, require years of repeated practice to master, and an ordinary person cannot learn them in just a day or two. Zhong Shan felt that he hadn't learned anything that day, only how to take a beating. Don't underestimate taking a hit. Knowing how to avoid damage is also an important skill in real combat, Hayato told Zhong Shan sternly, making him seriously suspect that Hayato was not trying to train him, but was just enjoying torturing him. "Hibernator, you are quite popular," a blond young man said as he sat down next to Zhong Shan, speaking fluent Chinese. Sweat soaked his hair as he handed Zhong Shan a bottle of soda and opened one for himself. "Hayato even personally came to invite you to learn kendo. I had to beg him for a long time before he agreed to let me into this dojo." "What? You actually had to ask him?" Zhong Shan sat up in surprise. "That day, I saw your duel with Duan Xuedong, and you looked incredibly impressive. I thought you should be better than him." "Ha. You are too inexperienced," O'Neill said with a bitter smile. "I'm still far from it. In the end, I still lost, and Hayato made sure to humiliate me for it. I'm curious, You are clearly learning Western swordsmanship. So why come to a kendo dojo to learn with a bamboo sword? I don't care about the style of learning. As long as I can get stronger, I want to learn it all, O'Neill said. Hayato's abilities are far beyond mine. He is the only one who has ever beaten Duan Shuedong in close combat. He actually beat Duan Shuedong? Zhong Shan was so shocked he couldn't speak. During today's training, he hadn't seen Hayato perform any earth-shattering techniques. He had just been randomly striking himself with the bamboo sword. He defeated Yagi Yuichiro, the president of the Kyoto Kendo Association at the time, who held an 8th dan when he was just 16. Due to age restrictions, he didn't receive a rank. But even so, he is considered one of the best swordsmen in the world. It is an honor for me to follow him. Zhong Shan couldn't help but silently praise Hayato. It seemed he had been very lenient not to break his leg with the bamboo sword. Zhong Shan recalled that Hayato had indeed quietly defeated many people in that exam without even using a sword, only using a dagger to achieve 4th place. What would he be like with a real sword? In the following days, Zhong Shan continued to be beaten badly by Hayato, but he gradually started to grasp some concepts. Zhong Shan now realized how powerful Hayato was. He could sit cross-legged on the ground, eating grilled mackerel while effortlessly deflecting Zhong Shan's full-strength strikes with one hand using his sword. His surname, Shima, is not very common, but in Japan, it is a prominent name, as Japan's largest tech company bears the Shima name. Zhong Shan learned from O'Neill that Hayato was the heir to Shima Heavy Industries before joining CRYO. Therefore, in addition to his exceptional swordsmanship, Hayato also has high achievements in science and engineering, often collaborating with the tech department to discuss with the eccentrics there when he is not busy with execution work. By the way, I heard that your technology was learned from the Reapers. Is that true? Zhong Shan asked Hayato during a casual chat. That's right. The Reapers once unilaterally provided technological output to ERL, Hayato said. But that was before the Great Mistake. After the war, we lost contact with them. Do you have any records of what they look like? No, they are tight-lipped about their affairs and only provided us with information they wanted us to know regarding technology. How did they conduct this so-called technological output? Originally, these matters were classified information within the base, known only to a few individuals. When it came to this issue, Hayato hesitated in his response. But I believe you are a trustworthy companion, so I can make an exception and tell you the general situation. What happened back then was strange and can be said to exceed normal understanding. Just consider it a legend. Hayato began to speak, but then hesitated. Even if you tell others, no one would believe it. Let me tell you what happened back then. Chapter 25, The Gaze of the Abyss 1 in 2040. Beneath the Millennium Building of Shimatani Heavy Industries in Hakone, Japan. After a major strategic adjustment, Shimatani Heavy Industries was preparing to excavate an underground laboratory as their robot research center. However, during the excavation process, they unexpectedly discovered a mysterious structure resembling a torii gate. A torii is a traditional Japanese architectural structure typically set at the entrance of a shrine, primarily used to distinguish the sacred realm from the secular world inhabited by humans. It acts as a boundary, representing the entrance to the divine domain, and can be seen as a kind of gate. To be precise, they unearthed a square stone archway that was 300 meters wide and 300 meters high, which looked similar to a torii but was fundamentally different. The person who discovered this archway referred to it as a torii for convenience. However, the fact that this torii appeared 1 kilometer underground was very strange. Moreover, the materials used to construct such a massive archway were iridium, an extremely rare precious metal, with an average mass ratio of only 0.001 parts per million in the Earth's crust, but a higher concentration in meteorites. Iridium has high hardness and corrosion resistance, typically used in aerospace and other high-tech fields. Furthermore, isotopic half-life testing revealed that this torii had a history of over 100,000 years. The higher-ups at Shimatani Heavy Industries began to realize that this archway was not ordinary. Shimatani Heavy Industries classified it as top secret. Apart from the excavation workers, no more than 3 people, all from the Shimatani family, were aware of it. The company paid substantial hush money to the workers who discovered it and later to the technicians who had access to it. Initially, they believed it was some mysterious ancient relic created by an ancient civilization. They desperately searched ancient texts for historical records that matched the relic, and even looked for clues in mythology. But no one could explain why an ancient civilization would use iridium, such a rare and difficult-to-process material. They were very cautious, establishing a protective zone nearby under the pretext of volcanic activity. To approach the torii for research, one had to wear protective gear. The space inside the torii was sealed off with stones, just like the outside. They carefully excavated the stones at the entrance and discovered that inside was a bottomless tunnel. They dispatched a survey team to enter, led by Shimatani Hayato's grandfather, Shimatani Koichi. The survey team found that a previously unseen type of fungus was growing on the tunnel walls, entirely silver and emitting a metallic sheen. This fungus was capable of thriving in a sealed tunnel 1 kilometer underground, astonishing the team. They collected some samples to bring back, later discovering that it was a previously unrecorded species of fungus. The further they walked into the tunnel, the more wondrous the sights became. The walls of the tunnel were no longer smooth. They gradually became steep and even jagged. The tunnel ceased to be square as seen from the outside and transformed into a circular shape. The strange rocks grew inward along the walls, resembling the threads of some machinery or the teeth of a gigantic creature's mouth. As they continued deeper, they found the walls were completely covered in fungus, which extended long filaments and twisted tendrils that shimmered under the spotlight. As they ventured further, the tunnel was no longer just silver. It transformed into a mix of purple, green, orange, and various other colors. They felt as if they had entered another world, one that should not exist on Earth. The stone slabs beneath their feet began to soften, feeling sticky as they stepped on them. The walls, covered in fungus, oozed with secretions, making them feel as though the walls were not made of stone, but of some living tissue, as if they were walking inside the intestine of a gigantic organism. As they progressed, they even heard the walls rhythmically vibrating, the vibrations growing stronger, gradually becoming visible writhing motions. The size of the fungus increased, and their forms became even stranger. They reached out like twisted arms, bursting with a frenzied vitality. The survey team felt as if they were walking through a tropical rainforest, carefully avoiding tripping over the bizarre life forms. They kept descending. This tunnel seemed endless. In Hakone, a place rich in hot springs, the underground should have been filled with lava and geothermal springs. Yet they could traverse this vast space without obstruction. More bizarre occurrences unfolded as they saw light. In this underground passage, several kilometers deep, the appearance of light was unfathomable. There was no light source in the tunnel, yet light seemed to emanate uniformly from all directions, its brightness far surpassing their flashlights and spotlights. The light, like the fungus, was a riot of colors. The air in the cave was no longer uniform, but mixed like a viscous liquid of varying densities, distorting the light. The survey team briefly suspected they were hallucinating, possibly influenced by the fungal spores. However, they were clearly wearing sealed protective suits, and the magical secretions and spores of those fungi could not penetrate. They could only speculate that they had entered a special energy field capable of affecting the mind. What they were witnessing was completely impossible in this world. These bizarre scenes could only exist in dreams. Yet they were undeniably standing in this cave. The soft stone slab beneath their feet felt real, and their cameras recorded everything they saw. There were no traces of human civilization in this cave. No murals, no writings, no objects, and no fossils. Shimatani Koichi felt his mind being eroded, his consciousness spiraling into madness. Communications from the outside continuously urged them to abandon their mission and return quickly. Yet they felt an extraordinary force pulling them, making it impossible to escape. They could only continue deeper into the cave like moths drawn to a flame. Shimatani Koichi felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, a prickling pain radiating from his fingers, as if his spine were gripped by gigantic hands, and his chest felt filled with some acidic liquid. He felt himself rising, tumbling in the depths of molten lava, visions flashing before him. Bizarre creatures he had never seen spinning and morphing, colorful soft-bodied creatures entwining and contracting, while fire-spouting Nidarians surged forth, slithering around. They tore at each other, devouring one another, forming a circle, endlessly repeating. They began to hear phantom sounds. Music resonated in their ears, drum beats following a progressive rhythm, violins shrieking fiercely, bowing and vibrating at high speeds, like floating duckweed swaying in a storm. In the whirlpool of rhythm, electronic sounds swayed hysterically, shrieking skyward, the bass booming deeply, nearly distorting the sound. Yet their legs walked steadily, as if hypnotized. Their consciousness grew increasingly blurry, but they knew they were approaching a great truth. And this unknown space was about to reveal its origin, until all hallucinations flowed away, dissolving into darkness, leaving only the walls gently undulating. Finally, they reached the end of the cave. Here, the light disappeared, as if they had encountered a wall. The beams from their head-mounted lights were limited, and they could not see the full shape of the wall. They could only retrieve handheld flashlights from their backpacks, and when the light shone on the wall, they were stunned beyond belief, nearly dropping to their knees. The entire wall was a gigantic eye. Two, in fact, whether this is an eye is debatable. This circular object, with a diameter of over 100 meters, is divided into countless rings from the outside in, each ring a different color, the outermost ring white, deepening in color, with the innermost ring being a large black circle. It did not resemble the eyes of any known species in the world, but their first feeling upon seeing it was that it was an eye, a diameter of over 100 meters eye, because it was looking at them. When the light shone on it, it suddenly moved. The large black circle of the inner ring abruptly shrank, like a pupil contracting in bright light. Then the enormous black iris began to rotate, shifting from looking straight ahead to gazing down at the ground, directly at the source of the light. It was staring at them, and within that hollow, gigantic eyeball, countless circular rings began to change, some thickening, some thinning, as if focusing. They felt their heartbeats stutter under the gaze of that massive eye. This was a fear unlike any they had ever experienced. This colossal object that filled the entire wall was merely the eye of some gigantic creature. So how large must that creature be? They dare not move, fear engulfing their whole bodies. The black pupil, like a black hole, seemed to want to suck them in. From this eye, no emotion could be discerned. No anger, no shock. No joy. Only emptiness, a coldness from a higher civilization in the universe. An unknown and ancient being, a colossal and distant existence, was curiously observing these tiny insects before it, as if it were a gaze from the abyss. They trembled in fear, feeling that a prehistoric giant beast would awaken from the wall at any moment, like the legendary Yamada no Orochi, opening its canyon-like mouth to swallow them whole. But nothing happened. The eye merely stared silently at them. Regardless of any movements they made, the eyeball did not react. It had no eyelids and could not blink. Yet the eyeball continued to watch them intently, and if they moved, its gaze would follow. They cautiously examined the eyeball, discovering it was incredibly hard and had high resilience, so they dared not recklessly attempt to sample it using forceful methods. However, non-contact research methods yielded no results. No detector could identify the nature or composition of the eyeball. They speculated that this eyeball was some kind of ancient extraterrestrial camera left behind on Earth, still observing the world through it. Later, they regularly dispatched different investigative teams for long-term observation of the eye, finding that it exhibited no movement, merely watching them quietly. Two different species, separated by the vastness of the universe, observed each other in this way. Eventually, they began trying to communicate with the eye. They shouted at it, but the eye showed no reaction. They guessed it had only sight, so they played various images and films for it. They set up a projector and a cinema screen, 22 meters long and 16 meters wide, projecting images onto it. The eye quietly watched these tiny humans busily manipulating the equipment before it. No one knew what it was thinking: curiosity, amazement, disgust, or perhaps nothing at all. But when the images appeared, the eye's focus changed. Its attention was drawn to the images, and it began looking at the screen. The company, Island Valley Heavy Industries, gathered many scholars, including linguists, educators, and anthropologists, to compile a set of teaching materials that introduced the biological characteristics of the human species, various aspects of human society, and the technology and theoretical knowledge humans possessed. They hoped this communication would elicit some kind of response from the eyeball. The slides were set to display 1 page per second. The materials were bilingual, based on Japanese and English, starting with the simplest numbers and letters, progressing to hiragana, katakana, and then kanji. Later, they included mathematical formulas, known cosmic knowledge, evolution theory, human history, scenic photographs from various countries, war documentaries, classical music, and pop music. They were unsure if the eye understood anything. They just kept playing, almost broadcasting all the knowledge known to humanity. This was a very dangerous and arguably foolish endeavor. They did not know what kind of existence lay behind that eyeball, nor whether it or they harbored goodwill or hostility toward humanity. Yet they recklessly and unreservedly reveal their information to an unknown civilization. But Hiroichi Itagaki was just such a person. He had been a wildly ambitious risk-taker since his youth, believing in the family myth of the Itagaki clan, thinking they were descendants of gods. Thus, he viewed this eyeball as a great opportunity, a chance to communicate with extraterrestrial civilization, wanting to seize its power for himself. Later, they developed pupil recognition software, the prototype of the eye machine now used by ERL, which could recognize the movements of this eyeball, allowing it to choose what to look at. The eyeball surprisingly began to learn rapidly, soon mastering how to use the software. They were very curious about which part of knowledge it was most concerned with. They held their breath, waiting for it to open its first interface. They speculated it would be most interested in cutting-edge human technology, such as aerospace technology or quantum mechanics. They guessed it might want to know about human technological advancements and how far humanity had progressed. But they were all wrong. The first interface the eyeball opened was actually human anatomy. A bone-chilling chill rose in the hearts of all the humans present. The eyeball meticulously examined every part of the human body, confirming all organs, bone structures, even every type of cell. This action astonished Hiroichi Itagaki, who was present. It rapidly scanned through the teaching materials and web pages, flipping pages at lightning speed. It viewed almost all materials related to human physiology, including many cutting-edge genetics, cell biology, cognitive psychology studies, records of human physical performance in various sports competitions, and even obscure medical cases from African tribes. It showed no interest in human technology, social forms, or anything else, or perhaps it simply did not care. It was only interested in the human species and, specifically, in the human body. Within less than 5 hours, it had finished looking at what it wanted to see. Afterward, it fell silent again. It no longer looked at any other materials and made no further movements. The technicians present whispered among themselves, wondering why the eyeball had suddenly become still, while Hiroichi Itagaki paced back and forth anxiously. The eyeball's sudden change drove him nearly to madness. 30 minutes later, the surface of the eyeball began to change. The very center of the eyeball slowly bulged outward. Everyone present felt a sense of impending danger, unsure of what would happen next. A circular arc rose in the center of the pupil, but quickly shrank back along the edges, leaving only a small bulge in the center, about 1 meter in diameter, resembling a cyst formed from skin inflammation. The surface of the bulge developed tiny patterns, resembling faintly visible blood vessels under the skin. These vessels began to slowly undulate, like ripples spreading across water. Hiroichi Itagaki stared at this bulge, as if watching a bizarre embryo developing. Soon, a small opening appeared at the front of the bulge. The opening widened, and a milky white sphere gradually emerged from it, roughly 30 centimeters in diameter. Once the sphere completely emerged, it fell from a height, causing them to quickly retreat, fearing it might be a bomb or a biological weapon. But when the sphere landed, nothing happened. It merely lay quietly on the ground. After waiting for a moment, the personnel cautiously approached the sphere. When they got closer and clearly saw the white sphere, everyone was shocked into silence. The white sphere was translucent, and the outer shell appeared to be merely a container, with the object inside clearly visible. Inside the shell was actually a brain. The few people present exchanged glances, unable to believe their eyes. They crouched in front of the spherical object, observing closely. The large brain inside the sphere appeared to be a human brain in shape and size. Blood vessels and the front end of the spinal cord extended from the brain, connecting it to the shell, with fluid flowing through the vessels, seemingly still active. Setting aside the question of how this brain could have fallen from a height of several dozen meters, and remained intact. The very fact that a brain resembling a human's could survive independently after detaching from a body was already puzzling to them. The human brain is an incredibly complex structure, containing hundreds of billions of neurons, comparable in number to the stars in the Milky Way galaxy. Humanity has yet to fully understand the structure of the brain and the emergence of consciousness. Yet this I was able to replicate a brain in just half an hour after reviewing images and literature. Hiroichi Taguchi had no idea how the eye accomplished this or what its purpose was in creating this brain. They could only take the brain back for slow study, hoping to glean some clues from it. Chapter 26 Synchronization Ring 1. What's so special about this brain? After hearing Hayato's description, Zhong Shan took a deep breath and asked. Nothing special, Hayato replied. It's just exactly like a normal human brain. Zhong Shan swallowed hard. He knew how difficult it was to create an object that was identical to a normal human brain. It wasn't as simple as Hayato described. It required a level of technology that could be considered miraculous. They had defeated decades of human brain science research, which had made no progress in just a few minutes. The human brain was the product of billions of years of evolution, and humanity hadn't even figured out how the brain operated. Yet they could completely replicate a brain in such a short time. But this brain was merely a small accessory. Hayato gazed dreamily at the bamboo sword in his hand. Their intention wasn't to give us this brain, but rather the container that held the brain. By studying that container, we learned about the possibility of the brain surviving outside the body and how to make brains unite to share consciousness. And then, Zhong Shan asked. Then came Brahma, Hayato said. So this is the origin of Brahma. Zhong Shan's eyes widened. Later, they transmitted many technologies to us, including optical camouflage and the construction methods of the Hibernator, even the prototype of the Abyss Watchers. This technology transfer continued until the Great Blunder. Zhong Shan felt uneasy. He vaguely sensed that this technology transfer might not be a good thing. Later, we learned they had come to Earth a long time ago. At that time, they did not harvest humanity because they thought human civilization was too primitive. Hayato took his dagger from the wall and wiped the blade with silk. But when they wanted to descend to Earth again, they found that humanity's progress far exceeded their imagination. At this point, humans would no longer obediently accept their harvesting. That's why there was that brutal war 30 years ago. This is why we must be their enemies, Hayato said. My grandfather once thought we could coexist peacefully with them, just like Japan and the United States do now. He believed that 200 years ago, America invaded Japan with warships, which was also the invasion of an advanced civilization over a backward one. Why can't humanity and the harvesters do the same? Grandfather was too naive. He didn't realize that we and the harvesters are not on the same level of civilization. The gap between them and us might be greater than the gap between us and ants. Would you talk about peace with ants? Hayato's dagger was already shining brightly. They crossed such a vast distance from deep space to reach a remote star system at the edge of the Milky Way, and they were willing to wait 30 years without leaving, indicating that they must harvest us. There were no other options. From Hayato's words, Zhong Shan felt the image of the harvesters becoming increasingly unknown and mysterious. He even felt a deep fear, unable to imagine what kind of existence the harvesters truly were. Zhong Shan wondered what their purpose was in relation to humanity. A week passed, and they were finally ready to depart for the synchronization ring. They had made ample preparations. The synchronization ring had strict defense measures. The dense electromagnetic cannons used to clear meteoroids and space debris could turn any approaching spacecraft into scrap metal. Therefore, they could not take a spaceship directly to the synchronization ring, but had to take the space elevator located in the equatorial city. To use the space elevator required strict security checks and identity verification, so each of them needed to forge a fake identity. According to the plan, a total of 10 members would participate in the operation, 4 from the execution department and 6 from the technology department. They would take the space elevator to reach the synchronization ring. Each of them had different fake identities. Some pretended to be company employees on business trips, while others were tourists on sightseeing trips. Hayato's identity was a sophomore student on a study tour, and Koklov was a young entrepreneur on an investment inspection. Zhong Shan and Duan Shuedong pretended to be engineers going to Mars for colonization. The nearest space elevator was in Singapore. After their group flew to Singapore, they dispersed, each taking different high-speed trains from the space elevator at CRYO to the synchronization ring. Zhong Shan stood at the foot of the space elevator, gazing up at the majestic tower. This was the true Babel Tower, extending high and far into the sky. Due to the cloud cover, he couldn't see any higher. A line of poetry suddenly surged in his heart. Is it the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven? How high is the ninth heaven? It must be about the height of the synchronous orbit. The base of the space elevator was very thick, with a diameter of about 1 to 2 kilometers. The elevator was commercially designed, and Zhong Shan could see restaurants and shopping malls surrounding the floors, just like ordinary commercial buildings. Zhong Shan and Duan Xuedong successfully passed through the security check and entered the train compartment. The train compartment was similar in size to an airplane cabin, but it was not rectangular. It was circular and much more spacious. The seats were arranged closely along the sides of the circular passage. After they sat down, the safety announcements began to play, similar to what happens on an airplane. From Zhong Shan's seat, he could see the scenery outside the opposite window. Outside the cabin was a commercial street similar to an airport terminal, with various shops and restaurants. Looking farther away, through the outermost floor-to-ceiling glass, he could see the giant Ferris wheel by the Singapore River lazily turning in the midday sun, while luxury cruise ships leisurely floated in the river, contrasting sharply with the busy traffic in the air. Zhong Shan felt a bit nervous. After all, they were going to ascend to geostationary orbit, which was outside the atmosphere. He thought there would be some special precautions. However, the announcement did not provide any extra reminders, and the passengers were very casual, with no one dressed in spacesuits. They behaved as if they were still on the ground, like an ordinary trip from one city to another. Don't be nervous, Duan Xuedong comforted him. The gravity and air pressure in the synchronization ring are the same as on the ground. The air pressure inside the cabin is also constant, so the transition from the ground to the synchronization ring is seamless, and there is no need to wear spacesuits. They fastened their seat belts, and soon the train started moving. During the initial ascent, the acceleration was significant, and Zhong Shan felt like he was on an amusement park's elevator, with the acceleration pressing his body firmly into the seat. The scenery outside the window rushed downward. The vehicles in the air plummeted rapidly, as if they were rising from a busy sea floor to the surface. The elevator was extremely fast, quickly accelerating to 3,000 kilometers per hour, which was comparable to the fastest fighter jet speeds of Zhong Shan's time. Even so, it still took 10 hours to reach the synchronous orbit. Soon, the stream of vehicles disappeared, replaced by sporadically visible flying objects. After that, nothing was visible. Only endless clouds remained. However, the interior of the space elevator became lively. Due to the cabin's high speed, Zhong Shan could barely make out the scenery outside, but the fleeting colorful lights hinted at the prosperity outside the cabin. He occasionally caught glimpses of brightly lit commercial areas or wide artificial gardens, and even saw museums exhibiting art pieces. Can people really live at such a high place? Zhong Shan asked in surprise. Yes, all the way up along the space elevator to the synchronization ring. There are places for people to live, Duan Xuedong explained. In addition to the trains that go directly to the synchronization ring, there are some trains that stop at different heights of the space elevator. These places have been developed into residential areas, and various commercial centers and cities are formed at intervals. Zhong Shan couldn't imagine what it felt like to live at such a high altitude. Was it the satisfaction of seeing all the mountains dwarfed below, or the loneliness of being high above? Further up, the air grew thinner, and the sky outside gradually darkened. They were close to the edge of the atmosphere. Soon after, they beheld a dazzling starry sky, the bright and clear star map laid out before them, a beauty impossible to see on Earth. It seemed they had reached beyond the atmosphere. Yet the space elevator outside the cabin remained bright, a city of dazzling lights. Zhong Shan even spotted well-lit golf courses and aquariums. The interior of the space elevator resembled a long, slender ecosystem, with each level showcasing different landscapes and housing different people. Below them, the blue planet transitioned from boundless to gradually revealing its edges and contours. The calm and endless blue ocean sprawled beneath, while restless clouds rolled and churned. birthing storms and lightning amidst complex cyclones and currents. A classical piece, the Blue Danube, played softly in the cabin. At that moment, the blue earth was as serene and beautiful as the Danube, sleeping against the backdrop of the vast cosmos. The circular space station and space city revolving in uniform circular motion, with the tiny spacecraft dancing gracefully on the skyline. This melodious classical music perfectly illustrated the vastness of Earth and the beauty of human technology. Zhong Shan felt a swell of emotions. It was his first time flying out of Earth and into space. In his era, this was unimaginable, but in this time, space travel had become within reach. Anyone with money could enjoy such a journey. He thought the space elevator and the synchronous ring were truly magnificent. Yet such great miracles were not accomplished by humanity, but were due to artificial intelligence and their robots. Looking into the distance, he saw other space elevators, each standing at intervals along the equator. The nearest ones were visible in outline, while the more distant ones appeared as fine lines. The closest space elevator was in Kendari, Indonesia, where he could see its dark glass exterior and twinkling lights, hinting at the same bustling city there. The space elevators connected to form the synchronous ring, a slender structure 7 times the length of Earth's equator. The distant synchronous ring was already clearly visible, stretching from overhead straight ahead, crossing the entire starry sky before plunging vertically into the horizon. "What song is this?" asked Duan Shiwedong beside him. "It sounds familiar." "The Blue Danube," Zhong Shan replied. "Oh, right." Duan Shiwedong nodded thoughtfully. "Why do you seem so enchanted by it?" "Because this song is special," Zhong Shan smiled. "Haven't you seen 2001, A Space Odyssey?" "Oh, I remember now. I watched it in an elective class. That was an old movie from 100 years ago. This song is part of the film score." Duan Shiwedong tapped her chin with her fingertip. "That was a great sci-fi movie. Its predictions about future technology were very accurate, most of which have been realized." "It was a timeless sci-fi film," Zhong Shan said. "The technology of our time fell short of the imagination of that movie." However, Zhong Shan turned and smiled at Duan Shiwedong. "The technology of your era has probably surpassed all the imaginations of sci-fi films from our time." 3 hours passed, and Zhong Shan hadn't had time to feel tired. The train arrived, having traveled from the surface to over 30,000 kilometers into space. The destination was named Synchronous Ring East Zone SG, a name seemingly reflecting both the time zone corresponding to the synchronous ring's location and the abbreviation for the departure station, Singapore. Zhong Shan and Duan Shiwedong disembarked, entering the station, which was noticeably different from the surface station they had departed from in Singapore. Everything here seemed more advanced, more aesthetically designed. There were no dazzling billboards or information overload typical of surface cities, nor any overwhelming 3D images. In the bright and tidy hall, the number of billboards and information windows was more restrained and elegantly placed only where appropriate. They didn't even need to walk. The ground automatically generated a platform that moved parallel to the exit as soon as Zhong Shan stepped on it, much more convenient than an escalator. He saw some passengers approaching a wall playing food advertisements. When they tapped on the wall, it automatically recessed to form an opening from which a tray emerged, displaying food identical to that in the advertisement. He noticed the station's robots, dressed in uniform white attire, quietly and orderly performing their tasks, proactively assisting passengers with their luggage. The number of robots in this station was far greater than at the ground departure station, and they appeared more advanced, their chrome metal exteriors shining like mirrors. Here, human staff were nowhere to be seen. Stepping out of the station, Zhong Shan beheld the world within the synchronous ring. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was spectacular. This was a vast circular world. He stood at the bottom of the ring, and the first thing he saw was a thriving city, expanding outwards and gradually curving upwards with the arc of the ring. The buildings grew vertically towards the center of the circle, with some even tilting at 90 degrees in the high skies on either side. Looking up, the angles of the buildings continued to increase until they flipped completely upside down. Above him was an inverted city, like a mirror image of the surface city. He watched the dense grid of buildings and streets overhead, as if looking down from above. The diameter of the synchronous ring exceeded 100 kilometers, and the city above was too far away to see details. Only a mass of small squares extending infinitely into the distance, like an unfurling scroll, denser than the along the river during the Qingming festival. Zhong Shan felt a wave of dizziness. He looked down at his surroundings. The synchronous ring was so vast that he couldn't discern the undulations of the nearby ground, only seeing buildings ascending along the curved path far away. But this city was entirely different from those on the ground. Here, the buildings were not as tall or crowded. Yet each was exquisitely crafted, their sharp-edged exteriors gleaming with metallic luster. Zhong Shan had initially thought the inside of the synchronous ring would resemble a cylindrical space station. But in reality, it was much larger than he had imagined. It could truly be called a world, as the vast space within gave those inside a sense of being in a world. According to the plan, they should first head to the alley behind the station building to meet up with the members who had arrived earlier. They avoided the crowd, walking around the building into the alley, which was empty except for 2 trash bins. Did we arrive too early? Zhong Shan asked. Haven't they gotten here yet? They have arrived. Duan walked directly towards the trash bins. I can't believe I fooled you, came the voice of Korklaw from inside the trash bin. Just as he finished speaking, the bin transformed into a van. It turned out to be optical camouflage. Although their disguise didn't fool Duan, it successfully tricked Zhong Shan. How did you figure it out? Korklaw jumped out of the van, grinning cheekily. There's no way such trash bins would exist on the synchronous ring, Duan said. The cleaning robots here would recycle the trash directly into their systems for decomposition. Good thing we saw it. If someone else saw your disguise, it would have been immediately exposed. Well, now I know, Korklaw laughed helplessly. This place is really merciless. There isn't even a trash can. Where are the stray cats and dogs supposed to find food? They might get caught by robots and be decomposed inside, I guess. The expressionless Hayato said in the car. I've said before that this disguise is pointless. It's better to just go invisible. Hurry up and get in the car, you guys. We're almost at the node. I'm just worried they won't find it. Korklaw rolled his eyes at the indifferent Hayato. Zhong Shan and Duan jumped into the van, and the vehicle started moving. The interior of the van was very spacious. 8 people had plenty of room to stand and even move around. 2 members of the tech department were in the front driving. It seemed this vehicle was some kind of transport vehicle. How did you get this van? Zhong Shan asked. Although he had known from the earlier plan that the 6 tech department members who arrived first would be responsible for procuring vehicles for the operation and providing weapons and gear, the plan only had 4 words regarding how they would carry out the operation: adapt to circumstances. No need to ask. It's just a mix of stealing and robbing. Korklaw said. Don't ask them. Those madmen in the tech department must have taken this opportunity to secretly test their new toys again. If you ask them, they'll drone on and on without stopping. Jiamengshi was about to speak, but was cut off by Korklaw, unable to say anything. Now you can change into your new gear, Hayato said. He opened the metal storage box on the side of the van. The box opened, revealing 3 black mechas that looked very heavy. In addition, there were more than 10 different types of firearms, electromagnetic interference grenades, sonic generators, and microwave bombs. This set of mechas is different from the stealth suits we had before, Hayato said. This set is more combat-oriented, and to be safe, the armor has pressure balance and life support devices, equivalent to a spacesuit. If you get shot into space, this suit can ensure your safety. Are we really going to get shot into space? Zhong Shan was taken aback. It's entirely possible, Duan said calmly. Zhong Shan, you should change clothes too. She pointed to a nearby white box. All right. Zhong Shan's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a vague worry about the tough battle they were about to face. He walked over and opened the box, which contained a white sphere, the untransformed Abyss Watcher. How did you bring these pieces of equipment over? Zhong Shan asked, unable to imagine how the tech department members got so much gear and weapons through security. We didn't bring these things. Jiamengshi adjusted her glasses and said proudly. Except for the Abyss Watcher, which we secretly hid in an ice cream freezer. The rest were just 3D printed. Zhong Shan turned back to look at the box containing the Abyss Watcher, and indeed, there was an ice cream logo on it. Where did you get the 3D printer? Zhong Shan asked. And can 3D printing be that fast? This is our new invention, Jiamengshi said proudly. We used an iterative printing method. The prototype printer developed by the tech department has a printing speed of 1 cubic meter per second. which is 10 times faster than the fastest 3D printers on the market. Each of the 6 of us secretly brought a part of the prototype printer. After we got here, we quickly assembled the prototype printer, then used it to print a multifunctional printer. And while those 2 printers printed out new printers, they also printed your gear. It took less than 5 minutes to print all the equipment here. So that's how it is. Zhong Shan was very impressed by the intellect and action of the tech department members. Then where did you get the printing materials? Oh, we also have new inventions regarding materials. Enough. Korklov interrupted Jiamengshi again. You guys are impressive. That's enough talking. If you keep going, it'll never end. Korklov, Hayato, and Duan Shiwedong had already put on their mechas. Korklov and Hayato looked even stronger in their mechas, like 2 robots. Duan Shiwedong also appeared taller and more powerful in her mecha, exuding a dangerous aura, like a sharp long knife. She tied her hair into a neat ponytail, and the mecha automatically extended from her neck, layer by layer, wrapping around her head to form a helmet. At this time, the 3 people in the cabin had their heads covered by helmets, which resembled black motorcycle helmets, only slightly smaller. The shape was more oval, pointed in the front and rounded in the back, presenting a streamlined design. Moreover, there were no visible interfaces on the surface. It was very smooth and looked like a single piece. Zhong Shan placed his hand on the white sphere, and the Abyss Watcher climbed up his arm again, covering his entire body with white armor. The familiar feelings surged back, and Zhong Shan felt power flowing out, his mind incredibly focused. Unlike the other 3's pitch-black mechas, his was pure white. Sigh. I wish I could wear that one too. Korklov looked at Zhong Shan, who stood out, and said enviously. Weapons are over here, Hayato said while taking out his weapon, a long sword with the words Onamaru Kunitsuna inscribed on the sheath. Zhong Shan knew that Onamaru Kunitsuna was a famous sword crafted by the blacksmith Kunitsuna after 3 years of fasting. And it was said that the first shikin of the Kamakura shogunate, Hojo Tokumasa, named it Onamaru after dreaming of cutting off a demon's head with this sword. Zhong Shan's heart tightened. Given Hayato's background, that sword in his hand couldn't possibly be that legendary sword. Could it? Hayato gripped the hilt with both hands and twisted it slightly, and the blade instantly turned blue. A violent energy reaction appeared on the panel in front of Zhong Shan, showing on the blade. Hayato twisted the hilt again, and the blade returned to a cold silver color. This is the tech department's new product, a plasma arc cutting sword. Jiamengshi proudly introduced. This sword can truly cut through iron like mud because it is modified from a hot cutting machine used for cutting metal. Perfect. Hayato satisfiedly high-fived Jiamengshi. So this sword just borrowed the name Onamaru Kunitsuna, but Zhong Shan knew it was far deadlier than that legendary demon sword. Korklov took a pitch-black anti-material sniper rifle from the box, pressed a button on the gun body, and the rifle immediately began to transform. The barrel folded up, the stock flipped, and in an instant, the precise mechanical parts underwent complex changes. The sniper rifle, which was as tall as a person, transformed into a robust water-cooled light machine gun. He pressed another button, and the gun started to flip and change again, instantly turning into a pump-action, fully automatic shotgun. This transformable gun collective was perfect for Korklov. From Zhong Shan's understanding of him, this firearms expert could proficiently use more than 20 types of guns and could even identify them by the sound of their chambering. Moreover, compared to the new weapons of this era, he preferred some retro firearms. Good choice, Jiamengshi praised Korklov's selection. But Zhong Shan felt she was more like showing off the tech department's invention. This gun is called Gregor. It's like a weapons library, able to transform into different types of guns according to the user's will. Assault rifles, laser rifles, grenade launchers, and so on. If you want, it can even turn into an anti-tank rocket launcher. Obri! Korklov seemed to caress the back of a lover's hand, infatuated with Gregor. Miss Duan, what weapon do you want to choose? Jiamengshi leaned over, flattering as she asked Duan Shiwedo. Give me a directional electromagnetic interference gun. I don't need anything else. Duan Shiwedo said. I'll just use my face, yeah. Are you really not giving me any face? Jiamengshi looked at the indifferent Duan Shiwedo, her expression a bit dejected. I even specially prepared several treasures for you. What about me? Zhong Shan scratched his head and asked Jiamengshi expectantly. What is my weapon? As soon as Zhong Shan finished speaking, everyone in the cabin smiled at him. You don't need a weapon. Duan Shuedong patted Zhong Shan's shoulder. Because you are the weapon. Chapter 27. The core of OG, the transport vehicle of the core of OG, was traveling along the channel of the synchronous ring. Zhong Shan looked out through the glass window at the hatch door. He felt as if he were flying low over Beverly Hills on the Hollywood Hills, with exquisitely designed villas beneath him. Those luxurious Western-style mansions had meticulously built gardens and wide, clean swimming pools. He could even see the luxurious wine cabinets and solid wood dining tables inside the houses. Some villas were sharply defined black and white blocks, their minimalist design exuding an air of elegance and leisure. Although simple, they still looked quite valuable. There were even Japanese-style courtyards, ancient-style residences surrounded by rockeries and streams, where bamboo tubes drawing spring water under cherry blossom trees occasionally made crisp clinking sounds. The streets below were very wide, with limited edition sports cars and the latest concept flying vehicles casually parked on the spacious roads. Groups of casually dressed young people strolled along the streets, or middle-aged people in sportswear leisurely jogging. They looked very healthy and happy, not in a hurry, enjoying life. The streets and houses curved upward along the synchronous ring, sprawling like terraced fields in the mountains, natural and full of life, without the oppressive crowding and coldness of high-rise buildings on the ground. The center of the synchronous ring was filled with numerous tracks, with maglev trains and rail trams soaring hundreds of meters in the air, like metal cores wrapped in cables. Many tracks even circled around the synchronous ring, capable of transporting passengers to any location within the ring. The light source of the synchronous ring came from its center, where there was an artificial sun every certain distance, emitting dazzling light. These small suns formed a brilliant light band. In the very middle of the synchronous ring was a track, a gigantic circular accelerator that wrapped around the Earth, using the same technology that created the black hole in Jupiter. This was the tool OG used to explore the ultimate laws of the universe. The houses and streets beneath Zhong Shan gave him a strange feeling. In this synchronous ring, which was much more spatially tense than on the ground, the space utilization was far inferior to that of the ground. Such luxurious low villas and expansive gardens almost filled the entire visible synchronous ring, while high-rise buildings were pitifully few. Zhong Shan thought of the previous International Space Station. He had thought the synchronous ring would be a much more crowded space fortress than the ground, where people would have to squeeze into narrow can-like rooms and sleep in capsule pods. But the situation he saw now was completely the opposite. It was like a wealthy district of a city, where each household could occupy a large amount of land and space. What a beautiful place. I wish I could live here, Kirchhoff said. This statement reminded Zhong Shan of what Lister and Molly had said about wanting to save money to come to the synchronous ring, even if it was just for a day. He could now understand their longing. Here are the top 10 universities in the world, as well as the best hospitals and the most advanced laboratories, Hayato said. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? Duan Shuedong sneered. The population here accounts for only 1% of the world's population, but they own 99% of the world's wealth. Human society has always been like this, Hayato said. This pyramid-shaped society grows taller and taller, with more and more people forming the base, but the apex remains a minority. And now, standing at the top of the pyramid is a creation of humanity, artificial intelligence, Jiao Mingshi said. Humans are not only trampled underfoot, but also face the crisis of being eliminated. Isn't that exactly the reason we need to change this world? Kirchhoff said, interrupting your conversation. I want to ask, how does gravity work inside the synchronous ring? Zhong Shan asked. I see gravity seems to always point outward from the ring's surface, so the cities above can be inverted. But the synchronous ring shows no signs of rotation. It can't possibly generate gravity through centrifugal force. There are gravity generators on the side walls of the synchronous ring, Duan Shuedong explained. Gravity? Generators? Zhong Shan felt incredibly shocked. You have already mastered gravity? In his time, although people could calculate gravity, they had only a rudimentary understanding of its nature, let alone generating artificial gravity. Not only gravity, our understanding of the 4 fundamental forces has progressed much more than in your era. Otherwise, we wouldn't have turned Jupiter into a black hole 30 years ago. Hibernatamon. I really admire your curiosity, Kirchhoff said. As a senior who is 60 years older than us, you can end the topic at any time. And it's remarkable that you engage in academic discussions. Zhong Shan detected the sarcasm in Kirchhoff's words and chuckled awkwardly. Look ahead. The buildings ahead were increasing, and they seemed to be gradually entering a prosperous urban area. The buildings here were very regular in shape. Tall and sharp rectangular structures densely and neatly arranged like the teeth of a comb, all with pure white facades. Under the illumination of the artificial suns, they shone blindingly white, as if they had entered an uncolored 3D model of a city. Although the buildings were not as tall as those on the ground, they appeared tidier and more designed, clearly much more modern than the buildings in Earth cities. The materials used for the buildings were not reinforced concrete, but aerospace materials like titanium alloys or carbon fiber reinforced resins. The edges of the buildings were sharp like knives, and the mirror-like facades reminded one of space vessels waiting for launch. There were few people in the city, almost no one at all, but there were many robots. Looking around, the city was almost filled with robots. It was a city of machines. Look at that, Kirchhoff exclaimed. Zhong Shan followed his gaze to the sky and was stunned. An unprecedented spectacular object spanned the sky. Such a grand sight overwhelmed him, rendering him speechless. Several dozen kilometers high in the air, at the center of the synchronous ring, was a massive white circular ring with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers, almost occupying the entire sky like a heavenly gate. The ring had no visible supports, seemingly floating in the very center of the synchronous ring. But what surprised them even more was yet to come. Inside the ring, there was a black regular octahedron, with its vertices resting on the white ring, slowly rotating. The two sharp top points pointed straight up to the sky and down to the ground, like two pyramids combined, one upright and the other inverted. Such a massive black cube appeared out of nowhere in the sky, completely out of place with the white city below, as if it were an object from another world. The mathematical language of circles and squares displayed the ultimate beauty of technology. Apart from the vertices connected to the ring, the cube had no supports or suspensions, nor did it have thrusters or propellers providing lift, yet it could steadily float in midair. Such a large aerial structure gave a sense of mysterious oppression. How is this thing floating in the air? Zhong Shan leaned against the side window of the vehicle, asking in astonishment. Don't be surprised, Kirchhoff said. The gravity generators of the synchronous ring are all inside the sidewalls, and the gravity points toward the sidewalls, so the gravity in the very center is zero. Such a massive object can float because of its location, which is actually in a weightless environment. Upon closer inspection of this gigantic building, its surface was not smooth and tidy. In the sky, flight robots were constantly entering and exiting the cube, and a continuous flow of vehicles was weaving in and out. The cube's dark exterior and the numerous holes on it made it look like a giant beehive, both dead and alive. Long maglev trains and pipes of unknown function extended into the cube's myriad holes, as if those openings were crazily sucking the energy from a city. Although the cube looks almost like a solid body from the outside, its interior must contain densely interwoven pathways like a spider's web. Some spider robots are crawling on the surface of the cube, frantically inhaling and exhaling, with sparks and arcs flashing on their tentacles. The cube seems to be expanding its territory. It resembles a gigantic living organism that can grow spontaneously, swelling amid scabs and pus. That is the core of the August. Hayato said, the power center of the human world. So this is what the August Soul device looks like. Zhong Shan felt as if he was gazing at the palace of the gods, a strong sense of awe and solemnity surging in his heart. We should set off, Duan Shuedong said. Activate optical camouflage. As soon as she finished speaking, a layer of light and shadow enveloped her mech, the transparency of the light rapidly decreasing while the contrast increased. In just a second or two, she transformed into the appearance of a flying robot commonly found in the synchronization ring. Hayato and Kirchhoff also activated their optical camouflage, disguising themselves as robots. Their plan was to masquerade as ordinary robots entering and exiting the core of the August, then blend into the swarm and infiltrate. The Abyss Watcher also had a camouflage function, and Zhong Shan activated the optical camouflage, synchronizing the timer. Duan Shuedong's voice came through the communication channel. The four of them followed her instructions, synchronizing the timers in their visors. Action time 1 hour. Good luck to everyone. Duan Xuedong opened the hatch, and high-speed airflow rushed in, causing Jiao Mengshi and several other technical team members to retreat backward, shielding their eyes with their hands. I'll go first, Duan Xuedong said, and jumped out of the hatch. The thrusters behind her activated simultaneously, propelling her forward before she fell, and she began to fly upward at high speed. Approaching the core of the August. This woman is always so wild. Kokov chuckled wryly and followed her out of the hatch. Keep up, winter sleeper. Hayato also flew out. Zhong Shan leaned out to take a look below. They were now hundreds of meters above the ground, with buildings and trees rapidly receding beneath them, making Zhong Shan feel slightly dizzy. He didn't have time to hesitate. He had to catch up with the three of them, so he jumped out as well. The thrusters behind him activated, pulling him upward with immense thrust. He looked up. The distant core of the August was still over 10 kilometers above, its gigantic scale blocking out the sun like a mountain. Duan Xuedong and the others were flying not far ahead, leaving behind 3 white trails from their thrusters. Other robots were also flying toward the core of the August, and they blended into the group of robots. Zhong Shan felt the airflow rushing toward him. The high-speed air shook his visor slightly, and the thin layer of frost on the outer surface was melted by the visor's automatic heating function, causing water droplets to scatter around the visor surface. He flew close to the black cube, with a vast black mirror extending thousands of meters below, reflecting his figure as he sped by. His tiny body seemed like a seabird passing by an aircraft carrier. The UI interface displayed that he was already at an altitude of 40 kilometers above the ground, where gravity was decreasing, and he was approaching the center of the synchronization ring. The core of the August was right in front of him. Chapter 28 Transplantation Prepare to Enter. Duan Xuedong's voice came through the communication channel. Received, the three answered simultaneously. Duan Xuedong flew in behind a robot through a side passage, and Zhong Shan and the other two followed her into the entrance. Upon landing, Zhong Shan found himself in a corridor that extended brightly inward. The large white ceiling lights in the corridor formed a continuous expanse, and the clean walls were so shiny they could be seen in. It was hard to believe this was a secret base. It looked more like an office building of company. There was a line of robots in the passage, and the newly arrived robots were orderly queuing up to proceed inward. The panel in Zhong Shan's view highlighted Duan Xuedong and the other three, and they blended into the line, mimicking the robot's pace and slowly moving inward. After walking a few steps, Duan Xuedong suddenly reached back and pressed her hand on the head of a robot behind her, releasing it in an instant. After she let go, that robot immediately stepped out of the line and turned to walk outward through the passage. At the same time, a barcode identical to the one on the robot appeared on the forehead of the robot, disguised as Duan Xuedong. The members of the technical department hacked into that robot at the moment of contact and controlled it to leave the core of Og, while also scanning its barcode and inputting it into Duan Xuedong's optical camouflage. The three behind her did the same, successfully swapping places with the robots. At the end of the passage, there was a drone hovering 2 meters above the ground, scanning each entering robot. When it scanned the barcodes on the foreheads of the four, the security alert lights calmly flashed green twice. They had successfully infiltrated the core of Og. In front of them was a smooth white bridge, an extension of the entrance passage. The bridge was narrow, without handrails, and below it was a bottomless black abyss. Surrounding them and above were similar bridges at different heights, crisscrossing in all directions. There were lines of robots walking on these bridges. It was as intricate as an ant nest. This was a base and factory for robots, a sprawling city belonging to them. Looking up, one could see no end. In the darkness, a faint blue glow shimmered. On the walls around them grew a dense array of cameras and automated turrets. Anyone who could breach such a heavily guarded fortress would immediately be turned into a sieve by gunfire. Bridges leading in various directions transported countless robots. Some were newly manufactured, stepping off the assembly line with brand new shells, holding the latest energy weapons. Others were robots coming from outside, needing maintenance or bringing in resources needed by the core. Some robots seemed to have been working inside the core for a long time, tirelessly carrying data pipes longer than their bodies or transporting glowing nuclear reaction materials. At the center of the core was a black sphere with a diameter of over a kilometer. The sphere was supported by thick pipelines coming from all directions, densely intertwined around it like blood vessels on the surface of a heart. That is the central machine room. We need to go inside, Kokov said. Even though there are so many liquid nitrogen cooling pipes outside, the temperature inside exceeds 200 degrees. The temperature is the least of our concerns, Hayato said. The biggest problem now is how to get inside. That is the largest quantum computer system owned by humanity. To get in, we need to crack the world's most complex dynamic anti-tampering password. Even if we used all the computing resources of the technical department, it would be impossible to crack it. It's also impossible to blow open the outer wall. That wall is made of 50 centimeters thick metal ceramic composite, with not a single seam to be found. Even a nuclear bomb couldn't blow it open. What should we do? Zhong Shan asked. Don't tell me we've come this far, and we can't get in. Of course we can get in, CRYO said. And we don't need to crack the password. After saying that, she activated her thrusters and flew toward the sphere. The three of them followed her and landed on the platform at the entrance of the machine room, where there was also a security door. The robots of the AUG Corps were performing their duties, and no one noticed the four of them. The green light at the entrance flickered at a certain frequency, indicating that the security system was functioning normally. Zhong Shan could hear the sound of the cooling liquid gushing through the cooling pipes, as well as the roar of water pumps and fans running at full speed. CRYO approached the access control point and deactivated her optical camouflage. Her helmet automatically lowered. The security system detected the approach of an outsider, but could not identify the identity of the approaching person based on height and body type. The frequency of the green light began to increase, nearing the alarm threshold. If the green light turned red, the core of AUG would close all passages, and all robots inside would launch an attack against them. CRYO activated her facial disguise device, transforming her youthful face into that of a middle-aged European woman. Calmly, she extended her right hand, using her index and middle fingers to pry open her upper and lower eyelids, bringing her eyes close to the identification window of the security door. Who is that? Zhong Shan whispered to Hayato. The chief engineer of Yaoging Group, Sylvia, Kokov said. CRYO stole her biometric information last month during a charity gala by chatting with her. CRYO passed the facial recognition and iris authentication. Ouvre la porte. She spoke a phrase in French with a mezzo-soprano voice that Zhong Shan had never heard before, passing the voice print recognition system. Don't you suddenly feel this woman is dangerous? Kokov leaned in and whispered in Zhong Shan's ear. While you're talking to her, she could get all your secrets. Zhong Shan forced a smile, not expecting Kokov to joke in such a tense moment. At the moment CRYO finished speaking, the infrared scanning laser alert value dropped sharply until it was disconnected. Hundreds of surveillance devices disarmed, and the green warning lights of the security system began to flash slowly again. The sounds of gears rotating and steel plates grinding began to echo within the AUG core as three metallic ceramic doors leading to the central mainframe simultaneously lifted the access restrictions. Slowly opening, the door opened and a faint blue light spilled out. A warm gust of air rushed out from within. Zhong Shan turned sideways to peek inside. It was a matrix composed of gigantic chassis that seemed endless, all black chassis running at full speed, emitting a rumbling noise. Bright blue light flowed out from the densely packed ports and key gaps on the sides of the cabinets, which were taller than bookshelves. Countless data cables and power lines hung down from the top of the chassis, resembling a thriving tropical rainforest. These constituted the quantum computer system that made up AUG, the schemer that secretly controlled all resources in the world. Its energy came from the nuclear fusion reactor above, requiring hundreds of millions of tons of cooling liquid to circulate for cooling, ensuring it could perform trillions of calculations every millisecond. Check the time, CRYO said. 16 minutes have passed since departure, Hayato said. If we factor in our evacuation time, you have less than 28 minutes to implant the Vantillon. That's enough. I only need 10 minutes. CRYO strode confidently into the door. You two keep watch at the entrance. Zhong Shan and I will go inside. She spoke so casually, as if she were just going to buy something at a store. Do you think those cameras will see us? Zhong Shan asked cautiously. They've already seen us. Duan Shuedong replied. But in their eyes, we are indistinguishable from the thousands of robots here. Even if they notice something unusual about us, what is the worst that could happen? We'll just fight and smash this place to pieces, which is exactly what I want. Zhong Shan swallowed hard and silently prayed that Duan Shuedong's violent tendencies would not find an opportunity to manifest. He followed Duan Shuedong into the interior of the mainframe. It was dark here, illuminated by a dim blue light. The room was filled with neatly arranged chassis, much larger than the bookshelves in a library, each chassis towering over 10 meters high. Thick and thin tubular objects stood upright above the chassis, connecting them to the ceiling, resembling stalactites in a cave. These should be the data transmission pipes and condensation tubes, filled with liquid nitrogen. Inside those chassis was a quantum sea confined by superconductive materials, with temperatures approaching absolute zero. But outside the chassis, despite the numerous condensation tubes, the temperature was still above 200 degrees, just as Kelkrov had said. In the center of the machine room stood a half-human-tall operation console. This console was the only window through which humanity could correct and regulate the god they had created. But did the god still allow humans to modify its consciousness? According to the plan, Zhong Shan, having placed first in the second RRT exam, was supposed to carry out the task of implanting the consciousness of Brahma. The familiar USB interface had long been obsolete. What was here was a bowl-shaped recess. Zhong Shan pressed a button on the outer thigh of the mech, and the mech's skin automatically peeled away, revealing a small cavity inside. He took out the container, holding Brahma's consciousness. It was a meatball the size of a potato, covered in fuzzy flesh buds that were still pulsing slightly. Although it looked so ugly and disgusting, it was a biologically active storage terminal made of protein material, storing over 200 million GB of data. The reason for using protein material was not only due to its large storage capacity, but also because it could pass security checks more smoothly. Zhong Shan speculated that the technology used to create this meatball was likely also from the harvesters. Was he really going to implant Brahma into Og? Zhong Shan felt that all the pain and misfortune of his childhood, his 60 years of unintentional hibernation, and being mistaken for a blank slate and hunted by all of humanity were all for this moment, for this decision. He hesitated as Duan Shuedong stood quietly beside him, not saying a word. Ultimately, he made his decision. Zhong Shan placed the meatball into the bowl-shaped recess on the operation console. Once placed, the flesh buds on the meatball immediately pierced into the bowl wall like spikes. As these dense roots burrowed deeper, the meatball began to pulsate rhythmically at a certain frequency. The implantation of Brahma's consciousness silently began. Zhong Shan watched as the meatball's pulsations gradually accelerated, and his own heartbeat seemed to resonate, starting to speed up. Was the key to humanity's fate resting on this small and ugly meatball? Could this ugly meatball really save humanity? Anxious thoughts began to surge in Zhong Shan's mind, and he felt a voice inside him saying, "This is all the harvester's conspiracy." But it was already too late. Within 2 minutes, the meatball completed its task, implanting Brahma's consciousness into the operation console. It retracted its inserted flesh spikes and lay quietly in the recess. Chapter 29, The City of Machines, Part 1. Although Duan Shuedong promised to come out in 10 minutes, she actually took only 5 minutes to emerge. Done. It's time to retreat. Duan Shuedong looked relaxed. Zhong Shan admired her decisiveness, but Kokov and Hayato seemed to be used to it long ago. They returned along the same path, and the process of exiting the August core was even easier than entering. "Guys, don't you think our operation was a bit too easy?" Zhong Shan asked. "It really was too easy, so easy that I can hardly believe it," Duan Shuedong said in confusion. "It's a bit of a pity that we didn't get to use the counter-strategy we prepared," Hayato said, touching the sword at his waist with regret. "Oh, come on. Isn't that a good thing?" Kokov said. "You come to work happily and go home safely. Do you need something to go wrong for you to be happy?" They reached the exit and jumped down one after another, diving towards the transport vehicle that was already waiting for them. Mission accomplished. Duan Shuedong jumped into the cabin and high-fived the members of the technical department in turn. Zhong Shan and the other 3 followed in, lowering their guard. "We can prepare to go back," Jiameng said. "The rest is up to Fantion." Everyone in the cabin breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could celebrate, the cabin suddenly began to plummet rapidly. What is happening? Jia Mengshi began to loudly question the cockpit. What happened? The autopilot has been locked. A panicked voice came from the cockpit. I can't control the direction. The vehicle won't listen. The cabin continued to descend and accelerate. Duan Xuedong pulled on the cabin door and found that all the cabin doors were also locked. If they didn't figure out a way to escape quickly, the transport vehicle would crash directly to the ground, and they would be crushed into a meat pie by the immense impact. Sure enough, something went wrong. Winter Sleeper, it's all your fault. Kokov shot a fierce glare at Zhong Shan. Prepare to jump. Why do I feel a bit more at ease now that something has gone wrong? Hayato gripped the Onamaru Kunitsuna with one hand and the scabbard with the other, executing a quick draw. A 2-meter-long gash was cut into the cabin wall. Air rushed in chaotically, and the cut was still melting and burning. Zhong Shan only saw a flash of blue blade light. He didn't even see the sword clearly before Hayato had sheathed it, only noticing that the mouth of the scabbard glowed with a hot blue light. Kokov grabbed one side of the gash, and with a pull, the cabin wall was torn open like cardboard. We'll scatter and jump down. See you on the ground. After saying this, he used the same brutal method to tear open the cockpit partition, reaching out to grab the pilot and the technical department member in the co-pilot seat. Lifting them like two little chicks, then jumped out through the gap. The technical department members, including Jia Mengshi, were also in mechs, and they skillfully jumped out through the gap, starting to dive towards the ground, seemingly without worry. Zhong Shan and the others also jumped out of the vehicle. Now, less than 200 meters from the ground, Zhong Shan adjusted his posture in the air, and his Abyss Watcher automatically deployed the gliding wings from his arms, allowing him to glide smoothly and then slow down. Zhong Shan saw the transport vehicle crash straight into a building, a huge explosion echoing in the sky, and the glass of the building shattered from the shockwave. The wreckage of the transport vehicle began to burn fiercely, the bright flames and thick smoke particularly conspicuous against the white buildings. After dodging 2 buildings, Zhong Shan flew between 2 trees and finally landed steadily on ground. He saw Duan Xuedong and Jia Mengshi not far away. Respond when you land. Duan Xuedong shouted into the communication channel. Hayato, safe. Zhong Shan, safe. Jia Mengshi, safe. 10 responses came back. It seemed everyone was safe. The rest of the team should have landed nearby as well. Come to me to regroup, Duan Xuedong ordered again. Within a minute, members of the action team gathered from all directions. Just as they met, 2 black robots suddenly descended from the sky, kneeling and smashing the ground into 2 large craters. After the first 2 came 3, then 4, and more robots continued to fall from the sky, crashing on the ground. Rooftops and nearby vehicles, the sharp alarm sounds of cars ringing out in a chorus. Zhong Shan felt that more robots were rushing towards them from all directions, and the ground shook under their overwhelming footsteps. Jia Mengshi, you and the technical team retreat immediately to the back and look for a spaceship that can return to the atmosphere. Me, Kokov, Hayato, and Zhong Shan will draw fire to cover you. Once you find it, send us the coordinates and we'll come and find you. Duan Xuedong spoke calmly and methodically, issuing orders. Okay. After saying this, Jia Mengshi and the technical team members immediately activated their thrusters and flew away at high speed. Bang! 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 Kokov took down Gregor from his back, which instantly transformed into an automatic shotgun, firing 3 rounds in quick succession, blasting the 3 robots in front of him away. Hayato also moved at the same time, charging into the swarm of robots, swinging Onamaru Kunitsuna with great vigor. The blue sword flowers danced, and amidst the flashes of blade light, the robots' severed limbs and sparking parts scattered like splashed water. This was the first time Zhong Shan saw Hayato use a sword in actual combat. His swordsmanship was far deadlier and swifter than Zhong Shan had imagined. A true killing sword, with no unnecessary movements at all. The descending robots fired wildly at Duan Xuedong. She extended her left hand in front of her, and with her movement, her mech instantly deployed a transparent shield as tall as a person from her elbow. All the bullets that struck the shield were deflected. This umbrella-like transparent shield had a bulletproof effect better than steel. During the robot's shooting, Duan Xuedong marked the robots in her sight through the panel. After a wave of fire ended, she retracted her left hand, and the shield immediately folded back into the mech. Zhong Shan's directional electromagnetic interference gun fired 6 shots in quick succession, hitting all the marked robots. The hit robots spasmed, sparks flying out, collapsing to the ground like marionettes with their strings cut. The Abyss Watcher on Zhong Shan's back released a white spherical drone. While dodging the robot's fire, he manipulated the sphere through the panel. This was one of the functions of the Abyss Watcher that Jiang Mengshi had taught him. He could remotely operate an attack drone called Sound Nest. Sound Nest could hover in the air like a drone, scouting and shooting enemies, and could also act as a projectile, crashing at high speed into enemies. The white projectile weaved through the swarm of robots, rapidly penetrating their bodies. The projectile could change direction freely in the air, and after piercing through several robots in a straight line, it would make a sudden 90-degree turn and fly in another direction. Its acceleration and deceleration were incredibly quick, able to suddenly launch and reach the speed of sound within 2 seconds, then abruptly stop, defying the laws of physics. Although Zhong Shan couldn't understand its principles, he could handle it skillfully. On the panel in front of him, enemies marked from a 360-degree view were displayed. Zhong Shan just needed to trace a line with his eyes, and the Sound Nest would pierce through the robots along that line. When Zhong Shan fired with the electromagnetic interference gun, the Sound Nest could also automatically follow the trajectory of his shots, firing directional electromagnetic interference beams to automatically attack the targets Zhong Shan was targeting. The 4 of them navigated effortlessly through the swarm of robots, and soon, hundreds of robots had already fallen. The ground was piled high with the severed limbs and shattered heads of robots. "Quick dodge! There's a grenade!" shouted the Falcon Man not far away. The warning on the Zhong Shan panel indicated a grenade was approaching, and he immediately ran to the side. He sprinted like the wind, covering 30 meters in an instant. The other 3 scattered in different directions. The grenade landed where they had just stood, and after a loud bang, the explosion did not create a devastating force, but instead formed a fluffy spiderweb ball about 5 meters in diameter. In the explosion area, dense and sticky spider silk wrapped around and adhered to vehicles and buildings. On the spiderweb, faint currents flickered. "Whatever you do, don't get hit by that grenade. Once you get stuck in that silk, you won't be able to escape," Zhong Shan shouted in the communication channel. The 4 of them fought while retreating, leaving hundreds or thousands of robots fallen at their feet. "How were we discovered?" Kokov asked. "What went wrong? Being discovered doesn't matter. We just need to get out," said the Falcon Man. "I'm just a bit worried. Was the transplant successful?" "We'll only know if the transplant was successful in 2 or 3 hours, Zhong Shan replied. "The scale of August is too vast. Taking control of it and mastering its permissions is not an easy task. The amount of data is beyond our imagination. It's possible that Vantion noticed when it was being taken over. So, does that mean if we hold out for 2 or 3 hours, we'll be safe?" Zhong Shan asked. "By then, Vantion should be able to give commands to all the defense systems of the synchronization ring and these robots, so they shouldn't attack us, right?" "Theoretically, yes," said the Falcon Man, provided we can last that long. The robotic army in front of them continued to surge, with robots running from the ground, diving from buildings, and falling from the sky like meteors. Dense spiderweb bombs exploded around them, and they had to be constantly careful to avoid getting hit by the sticky silk that was ejected. In the face of this overwhelming tide of robots, there were just 4 young adults in their 20s. Zhong Shan knew that even if the other 3 were terrified inside, they would never show it. Their tone remained calm, and they even had time to joke with each other because they were the human elite fighting against artificial intelligence. And their mission was the great cause of saving the world. The Falcon Man became a black flash, seemingly able to teleport, weaving in and out among the robots. Wherever he went, only blue flashes of blade light could be seen, and no one could discern the shape of the blade. Gimaru Kuniyashi traced various arcs in the air at high speed, creating several blue phantom fan shapes that overlapped, interlaced, and appeared vertical. As if they could cut through the air, the blade light sliced through the robots, cleaving them in half from shoulder side, head to groin, with molten cuts glowing bright red. Zhong Shan even felt that the Falcon Man could use the blade to deflect incoming bullets. Kokov danced with his gun. Zhong Shan had never seen anyone wield a gun so skillfully. In his hands, Gregor seemed infused with soul, becoming a living entity. He could be lying on the ground 1 second, setting up Gregor's anti-material sniper rifle form to shoot through walls, piercing the heads of 3 robots hiding behind cover. The next second, he stood up, turned around, dual-wielding the shotgun form of Gregor, firing simultaneously with both hands to blast away 2 robots approaching him from left and right. His movements were fluid, and Gregor always transformed into the most suitable weapon for his intent. He had merged with the gun. Duan Shuedong remained as cold as ice. Her ice cones generated by fascia were denser than before, flying rapidly in all directions, piercing robots that approached her, even nailing them to the walls. Upon contact with the robots, ice crystals and frost layers immediately began to condense, spreading along the robot's surface, freezing their hands and feet. When the robots tried to forcefully break free from the ice cone's restraints, they found their limbs shattering like fragile ice blocks. She even accurately shot several ice cones at the soon-to-explode spiderweb bombs, forming an ice wall in front of the bombs to seal off the radiation area of the spiderweb. Duan Shuedong transformed into a queen ruling over ice and snow. Zhong Shan was becoming increasingly familiar with the functions of the Abyss Watcher. He had become much smarter than before. He no longer recklessly attacked with brute force, but instead tried to hide and avoid direct contact. He skillfully utilized the mech's optical camouflage, always keeping an eye on hiding behind buildings or vehicles, controlling the sound nest without being detected. The sound nest activated its ultrasound detector, allowing it to locate robots hiding behind cover. It scanned and synthesized images from behind walls, syncing them to Zhong Shan's visor interface, allowing him to see through walls as if he had X-ray vision. In addition, the sound nest also integrated infrared, low light, and ray detectors. Zhong Shan synchronized the enemies detected by the sound nest to the visor interfaces of the other 3, highlighting them so they could also share the sound nest vision. I'm curious why August hasn't he used more powerful heavy weapons? Like those military swarm drones that could unleash a storm of bullets we encountered in Shanghai. Or those giants that could use laser weapons, Zhong Shan asked in the communication channel. If those powerful killing machines appeared, we might not last this long. Don't worry. Even in the synchronization ring, August has its reservations, said the Falcon Man. The ground of the synchronization ring is no more than 10 meters thick. If a hole is made, it will rapidly lose pressure, and the high-speed airflow will tear the hole larger. Not only would we be blown into space, but there are also human residents here who would be in danger. August wouldn't dare attack us at the risk of destroying the synchronization ring. So that means, we're the mice? Kokov said with a bitter smile. Zhong Shan looked up and, through the glass windows of the building, saw that there were indeed humans inside, likely residents or staff. However, what surprised him was that every person in the building was encased in a transparent, eggshell-like protective cover. This shell was a protective membrane created by August to shield the humans in the synchronization ring. Zhong Shan saw bullets or flying debris from the shattered floors hitting the protective membrane, which showed no damage at all, not even a scratch. Looking around, he noticed that every building with people inside was covered by the eggshell cover. August could actually protect every person in the city. Those people looked down at Zhong Shan and the others from above, their expressions cold, even disgusted, as if they were repulsive bugs. Hey, I feel like we're quite unpopular. Zhong Shan said, you don't need to win their favor. They're just livestock raised by August, parasites fed on rotten meat. Each of them is directly or indirectly, tangibly or intangibly controlled by August through various electronic devices. They're not only addicted to electronics, but also dependent on everything August provides for their lives. It's impossible to take anyone away from the synchronization ring. This is a prison for humans. They will understand later, Duan Shuedong said. We're saving them. Well, let's hope so. Zhong Shan sighed, breaking free from a moment of helplessness. Chapter 30, The City of Machines, Part 2. Zhong Shan suddenly felt something was off. Whenever they tried to hide behind some cover, such as vehicles, walls, or barriers, these covers would move, vehicles would suddenly accelerate and drive away, walls would fold into rooms, and barriers would retract into the ground, leaving them exposed with no cover in sight. Zhong Shan was hit by bullets several times. If it weren't for the high strength of his mech, he would have been turned into a sieve long ago. Conversely, whenever they intended to attack the robots, barriers would automatically rise in front of the robots. The positions of these barriers made no sense. Some appeared in the middle of seemingly asphalt roads, others on the sidewalls of buildings, and even vehicles coming from one side would shield the robots from bullets. Damn, this is so unfair, Kokov exclaimed. Why do I feel like the whole world is against us? It's not that exaggerated, Duan Shuedong replied. It's just the synchronization ring. More precisely, it should be the city of machines. This city is Og's own city, its body. A surge of fear washed over Zhong Shan. They were now in a city that belonged to Og, as if they were inside its body. Every building, every vehicle, and even every brick on the upper floors were Og's organs, its cells. It could control its body at will and with precision. Have you noticed that these robots are getting smarter? Kokov gasped. Indeed, Zhong Shan noticed that the robots were learning their attack patterns. Newly joined robots charged forward over the bodies of destroyed robots, attacking in a more organized manner, even predicting Zhong Shan's attack direction and dodging in advance, making it increasingly difficult for Zhong Shan to hit them. They surrounded the four of them and continued to close in, the encirclement tightening step by step. Are you all okay? Jia Mengxi's voice came through the communication channel. Finally here, Kokov said. I thought you guys were dead. Why did it take so long? You have no idea how miserable we are, Jia Mengxi complained over the comms. We've changed ships 3 times. The last 2 ships were hard to find. And as soon as we cracked the access code and got inside, the doors locked shut. Before we could operate anything, the ship suddenly started, and we had to blow up the hatch and jump out from dozens of meters high. Stop wasting time. Give us your current coordinates, and we'll fly over immediately. Yatari interrupted Jia Mengxi's rambling. This is Og's territory. It can control everything here. The coordinates appeared simultaneously on the visors of the 4, indicating that Jia Mengxi was about 5 kilometers to the south of them. The 4 activated their thrusters and instantly shot up from the encirclement of robots. After they took off, a dense army of robots followed suit, relentlessly pursuing them like a swarm of mad crows. As they ascended, Og's offensive became even more ferocious. Every building in the city began to change. The surfaces started to flip and morph, swaying like the gill plates of a manta ray. The transformation of the buildings was instantaneous. The originally smooth surfaces turned into porous honeycombs, and black cannon muzzles emerged from the surfaces, with dark blue warheads protruding from the densely packed launch windows. Watch out for the missiles, Yatari shouted. Let's scatter. Zhong Shan had never seen such a spectacular scene. Every building was a missile launch pad, and thousands of missiles launched simultaneously from the surfaces of the buildings, their exhausts converging into a blinding light like a supernova explosion. The roar of the high-temperature jet streams shattered the glass of surrounding buildings. Before the glass had time to fall, it melted into boiling glass liquid from the heat. The recoil caused vibrations on the buildings, with the amplitude of the resonance increasing. In midair, Zhong Shan looked down at the ground. The entire city seemed to be vibrating at a high frequency, and the targets of these missiles were themselves. The dense missiles quickly accelerated to near supersonic speeds, mixing in with a robot swarm in the air. The missiles followed Zhong Shan's flight path, tightly locking onto him. Even at such high speeds, they could still maneuver flexibly, able to make sudden 90-degree turns. Each missile extended wings from its sides, transforming into agile little planes. They were constantly performing fluid dynamics calculations and deforming based on the results, adapting to airflow or changing direction, even being able to jet in different directions from their bodies without losing speed. The speed of the missiles was much higher than that of the robots. They zipped through the dense crowd of robots without hitting a single one. Under Og's powerful computational control, each missile and robot seemed like precisely placed pieces on a chessboard. Not only were missiles and robots in hot pursuit, but the surfaces of the buildings were also undergoing drastic changes. The buildings not only transformed into missile launch pads, but would also extend barriers at the moment Zhong Shan approached, blocking the gaps between buildings, and even forcibly altering roads by flipping over overpasses to obstruct Zhong Shan's flight path. As Zhong Shan darted through the gap between 2 buildings, a train suddenly changed tracks, barreling through from a junction ahead. In a split second, Zhong Shan projected the hook lock from his mech's wrist, snagging a flagpole above the building, yanking himself upwards just in time to narrowly avoid being hit by the steel beast. The train roared past beneath him, barely missing his ankles, and the high-speed airflow nearly sucked him away. The train was moving too fast and lost control at the corner of the building, derailing as the massive steel serpent soared into the air, twisting and swaying, crashing into the adjacent building. The front of the train smashed open a large hole in the wall, and right after, the out-of-control carriages were flung forward, slicing the entire building in half. The upper part of the building began to tilt, teetering dangerously before crashing down with a roar. Zhong Shan flew with his heart in his throat, highly alert to the sudden obstacles appearing before him, as if navigating through a maze full of traps, at any moment ready to be crushed or swallowed. On either side of him, missiles continuously collided with the protruding obstacles of the buildings, exploding and expanding into white, sticky webs like blooming king cups. The continuous explosions were deafening, and the shrapnel whizzed past his mech, the violent impact threatening to blow him away. As if he were weaving through a battlefield filled with grenades and mortar explosions in Normandy. As Zhong Shan dodged the densely packed missiles, he wove through the fantastical, disorienting mechanical city, reminiscent of a flight game from the 90s, with dazzling lights and intense electronic music pounding on his nerves. The city resembled a giant organism. Zhong Shan even watched as a building spire transformed into a massive hammer, dark and looming as it fell from the sky, nearly grazing his body. If he had been even a fraction of a second late, he would have been smashed into a pancake. Og had transformed this city into a fortress, a massive arsenal, a living mechanical organism. This was a sea of machines, and Og was like Poseidon, the god controlling the currents and waves. "I see you." Jiang Mingxi's voice came through the communication channel. Zhong Shan flew out from the cluster of buildings, and before him was a slightly more open square. He saw a spindle-shaped spaceship hovering above the square. That was where Jiang Mingxi had marked the coordinates, and he began to fly toward the ship. Not far behind him, 3 figures also flew out from the building cluster, heading toward the spaceship. "Oh my God, you scared me." Kokov sighed in relief. "We finally escaped. I almost got crushed between 2 merging buildings." "Ignite the engines. As soon as we board, start up." Duan Su Ti-ing shouted towards GMNGX on the communication channel. "It's already activated," GMNGX replied. "This spaceship has an ATIS electromagnetic cannon. As soon as you board, I will make a big hole in the synchronization ring and then fly out." "A big hole isn't enough," KRK Lu F shouted loudly. "This is the enemy's stronghold. We need to bombard it first. Do you want to be turned into dust by the missiles coming from behind?" Su-Er-In said coldly. "It's already a miracle if we can escape." Before Su-Er-In could finish his sentence, the 4 people in flight suddenly came to a stop, no longer daring to approach the spaceship. They witnessed a terrifying scene, and ZH-ing couldn't believe his eyes, even doubting whether he was hallucinating. He saw a mechanical giant hand reaching out from a nearby building, fiercely grabbing GMNGX's spaceship. The giant hand was over 100 meters long, with an alloy material on its arm resembling the surface of the building, intricate metal patterns and cables intertwined like bulging veins. Its broad palm was even larger than the spaceship, and the giant hand gradually squeezed tighter. ZH-ing heard a grinding metal sound that made his teeth ache. The spaceship twisted and deformed like a soda can, crushed into a pile of scrap metal by the giant hand. "Hurry and jump ship." Duan Su Ti-ing shouted on the communication channel. She called out the names of the other 5 members of the technical department, but there was no response. ZH-ing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body cold. Just when he thought they could escape this dangerous synchronization ring, their only hope of survival shattered like a bubble. No one expected that the escaped spaceship would be crushed by a sudden giant hand. Even more terrifying was that all 6 members of the technical department, including GMNGX, had perished. While they were still in shock, the giant hand changed its course. The hand released its grip, and the crushed spaceship fell from the sky like discarded garbage, crashing heavily to the ground. The building from which the giant hand emerged began to rapidly deform. The streamlined shape of the spaceship twisted and curled, and the smooth walls collapsed and folded layer by layer. In an instant, this 500 or 600 meter tall building had transformed into another form. A giant. It was a steel giant towering as high as the building, resembling a titan descending from the heavens or a lava demon breaking ground from hell. The steel framework of the building was consumed by it, becoming its flesh and blood, while the white titanium alloy shell was replaced by its cold black scales and sharp edges. Its shoulders were broad and its figure robust, with the exterior still retaining the sharp contours of the building, as if wearing a perfectly tailored black suit. The massive giant in black stood out starkly in the white mechanical city. Its body was like a towering mountain, almost obscuring the sky of the synchronization ring. As it looked down at the four tiny figures of ZH, Ing, SH, N, the giant's face was shrouded in complete black shadow, with only its two glowing, enormous eyes visible, their deep, rounded pupils emitting a mesmerizing red light as they gazed down at them. They were engulfed in darkness, the immense pressure making it hard to breathe. ZH and SHN felt cold sweat trickling from his palms, his body trembling slightly, nearly unable to stand, as if he were about to be crushed by an invisible force. The deity does not allow you to stand and look him in the eye. He only permits you to kneel or even crawl on the ground. This is Kulu Els, Sunontai Nix climate, a war robot that was thought to be extinct. Look closely. This isn't K-Lu-LS, Du En Su Tiing said. It's slightly smaller than K-Lu-LS, but it looks much newer than that old relic, and its power will only be greater. While they were still marveling at the giant's towering size, it suddenly moved. It bent down, clenched its right fist, raised it above its head, and then smashed it down violently. Get out of the way. The four of them activated their thrusters simultaneously and immediately flew in different directions. The iron fist came crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt, like a meteor falling at high speed. When the iron fist hit the ground, a tremendous dull sound echoed like thunder, creating a massive crater in the ground, over 100 meters in diameter. The synchronization ring was actually smashed through by the iron fist. The area around the hole instantly lost pressure, and air began to escape wildly, as if being sucked away by a vacuum pump. Trees, vehicles, robots, and all objects were being drawn toward the gaping void leading to space. A tornado formed in an instant, as if a giant toilet flush had been pulled. A visible vortex of air was swallowing everything in the synchronization ring. ZH Ing SH and was caught by the powerful suction from the hole, as if being gripped by a giant hand, pulling him toward the eye of the tornado. He gritted his teeth and desperately tried to escape from the hole, with his thrusters already at maximum power, struggling against the immense wind pressure and the thrust from his thrusters. He projected a grappling hook from his wrist, catching onto a railing on a building 10 meters away. KRK-Lu-F was closest to the hole, and he didn't have time to accelerate and escape. He was swallowed the moment the hole appeared. The giant pulled its right hand out of the breach. At the breach, a 5-meter-thick alloy gate immediately closed, sealing off the hole. This should be the air safety valve of the synchronization ring, preventing air leakage in case of an emergency that could cause the ring wall to rupture. With the gate closed, the air pressure returned to normal, and the countless objects that had been sucked into the air came crashing down to the ground. ZH Ing SH N and the others could finally take a moment to breathe. KRK-Lu-F. The three called out, but there was no response. The iron door had been sealed tight. Even if he was still alive, he was already in outer space. The giant stared directly at ZH Ing SHN, clenched its fist again, bent its elbow, and its arm was gathering power, clearly preparing to strike again. Evidently, ZH Ing SHN was its primary target. ZH Ing SHN, still shaken, snapped back to reality and instinctively attempted to run away. But he suddenly realized he couldn't move. Just as he was resisting the suction force, a missile exploded next to him. To his astonishment, he found his left side entangled in dense white spider silk, rendering him immobile. The iron fist was already coming down on him, casting a massive shadow that obscured the sun, the overwhelming pressure making it hard to breathe. He tried to take off, but the pull of the spider silk was too strong, preventing him from breaking free. Missiles were continuously flying towards ZH Ing SH in from the buildings, and even if another missile exploded next to him, He couldn't escape. Su-R-N dove down from the sky, lunging in front of Zhong Shan. After a flash of his sword, he deflected all 5 incoming missiles, then immediately turned and accurately cut the spider silk, entangling Zhong Shan. Zhong immediately shot up into the air, escaping the shadow of the fist and flying off into the distance. Su-R-N was a step behind, and the fist was already close to his head. Su-R-N quickly dashed to the side, but it was too late. The fist crashed into the ground, and once again, the ground was pierced like soft cheesecake, with a large number of objects being sucked into space through the depressurized hole. Among them was Su-R-N, who hadn't managed to escape in time. Zhong watched as Su-R-N was swept into the dark hole by the vortex of air, and he immediately chased after him, diving down and projecting a grappling hook, trying to catch Su-R-N. The grappling hook caught nothing, only hitting the cold alloy wall. The massive protective gate closed again, and Su-R-N was swept into the cold void of space outside the synchronization ring. With the closing of the gate, the air leakage stopped, and the air pressure returned to normal. "Run. You can't save him now." Du-En Su-Tiang's voice came through the communication channel. She shot out like a high-speed fighter jet, instantly breaking the sound barrier. "With such a massive body, it can't catch up to us." After a brief moment of distraction, Zhong immediately flew off into the distance. His speed exceeded the speed of sound, and he was rapidly ascending. He was getting farther away from the giant. The giant looked towards the direction where Zhong Shan had gone, ready to start running. Before he could take off, the city in front of him began to rapidly transform. The buildings blocking his path orderly collapsed downwards, falling like dominoes and extending into the distance. The city ahead automatically made way, creating a wide road. The giant was like Moses, parting the sea before him. He began to stride forward, running unimpeded. His massive body was surprisingly agile. He held his head high, his palms open, swinging his arms at high speed, running with grace, each step shaking the ground and creating large craters. His speed was astonishing. Zhong Shan tried to shake off the giant, turning sharply at a right angle. In front of the giant's running path, the buildings began to bend backwards, forming a huge inclined curve similar to an indoor cycling race. The giant stepped onto the building's surface, showing no signs of slowing down, and ran through the 90-degree turn at an angle. Zhong Shan started to frequently change his trajectory in an attempt to escape the giant, but the distance between him and the giant was getting shorter. Ahead of the giant, the buildings always automatically connected, planning paths based on Zhong Shan's flight trajectory, even forming a spiral ascending track along a synchronized ring. With no other option, Zhong Shan could only ascend vertically, flying into the sky. The road before the giant immediately extended upwards, forming a steep slope. The giant ran along the slope, leaping powerfully at the end, the reaction force of his foot crushing the slope. His back began to emit thrust, and his enormous body started to fly at high speed. The giant's massive nozzles expelled brilliant blue flames, resembling the nozzle of a spaceship's nuclear fusion engine. The giant finally caught up with Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan glanced back and saw those bright red giant eyes shining like searchlights. He wanted to accelerate again, but could not prevent the giant from closing in. The giant reached out his enormous hand toward Zhong Shan, who was completely overshadowed by the giant's hand, about to be caught. Just as the giant's hand was about to grab Zhong Shan, time seemed to freeze, and an unbelievable magical scene occurred. A massive ice cone, as large as an iceberg, flew in from the giant's side, piercing through the giant's outstretched right hand toward Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan was left dumbfounded. This ship-like giant ice cone came from nowhere, and he watched in shock as the iceberg pierced into the giant's palm. He looked towards the end of the iceberg, where he saw Duan Shiwedong flying towards it. He had never seen Duan Shiwedong create such a large ice cone, nor did he know her face Xie had such power. The giant's hand, reaching for Zhong Shan, was forcibly stopped by the iceberg brought by Duan Shiwedong. But the giant did not feel pain. His right hand was pierced, and he immediately grabbed back with his left hand. He reached for the end of the ice cone, capturing both the ice cone and Duan Shiwedong in his grasp. Zhong Shan was stunned. Everything happened too quickly for him to react. He watched helplessly as Zhong, along with the ice, was squeezed by the giant. He forced himself to slow down, turning in the air to charge towards the giant's iron fist. But he did not catch up. The giant squeezed hard, and Zhong Shan heard the sound of the ice cracking, mixed with the grinding sound of metal being crushed and deformed. A buzzing filled his head, and his consciousness went blank. The giant casually tossed aside the remnants in his hand, like throwing away a squash fly. Zhong Shan saw the shattered ice plummet to the ground, mixed with broken mech shell fragments. Pieces of crystal-clear ice flipped in the air, and he caught a brief glimpse of their smooth surfaces reflecting light. In the center of a pile of ice, there were large patches of blood flying around, and the black mech had been twisted and deformed. That was Zhong's figure. Her mech had been crushed into a pile of scrap metal. Zhong Shan could hear nothing in his ears. He felt as if his temples were about to burst. An unprecedented rage filling his nerves. His veins bulged, adrenaline surged, and his eyes were bloodshot. His anger was transmitted to the Abyss Observer. The power of the Abyss Observer was adjusted to maximum. Its surface began to heat up. The mech underwent a transformation. Sharp spikes extended from its shell, and red stripes covered its entire body. The visor displayed that the mech was running at full capacity, entering Abyss mode. He transformed into a deep red droplet of blood floating in the air. The giant reached out his hand again, attempting to catch Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan became a bolt of red lightning, shooting like a bullet towards the giant's chest. He easily pierced through the giant's torso. He sped through the giant's body, navigating the nanocomposite panels and dense cable networks, his barbs tearing at the giant's flesh. A small hole was made when entering, and a large hole was created when exiting. After bursting out, he did not stop. He turned back and shot through the giant's side, piercing its body again. The giant's body was riddled with several large holes, and the engine behind was smashed, exploding violently. Its body structure suffered fatal damage, and it fell weakly towards the ground. Zhong Shan dove at full speed towards the ground. The thrusters on his back were at full power. The blue tail flamed brighter than a comet's tail. He desperately shouted Zhong's name, repeatedly searching for her location in his visor. Silence. There was no response from her on the communication channel. He flew towards the direction she had been thrown by the giant, and just before landing, the visor finally displayed her location. She was still falling, spinning like a kite with a broken string, her limbs flailing helplessly in the air, as if all her bones were broken. Zhong Shan caught Zhong. He held her horizontally with both hands, beginning to slow down and gently descending to the ground. Zhong, wake up. He frantically called her name, but the delicate body in his arms still showed no response. Zhong Shan clenched his fists tightly to suppress the trembling of his body, his teeth chattering, and his vision faded to black. His heart raced, gasping in air thick with ionization and the scent of blood. He carefully checked her physical condition. Her mech was severely damaged. It could even be described as riddled with holes. Her visor was shattered, her face covered in blood, with shards of the visor embedded in her skin. Zhong's eyes were closed, her lips pale, devoid of any color. Zhong Shan was shocked to discover that there was a large hole in her abdomen, exposing her snow-white skin. Her body had been pierced by the ice, a gaping 10-centimeter wound that was horrifying. Zhong Shan looked at the wound, feeling a chill all over his body, unable to believe his eyes. Zhong's abdominal skin at the wound site was peeling off like tiles, forming a neat hexagonal grid. Beneath the surface skin, fat and muscle were exposed, glistening like a human specimen, bloody and shining. Beneath the muscles, complex cables and alloy supports were intertwined, and broken worm gears and axles sparkled with electricity. Zhong Shan was still in a state of shock when he suddenly saw Zhong's eyes open. Her vacant, unfocused eyes stared at Zhong Shan, her pupils unable to focus like a broken camera lens. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. "You, behind me." She stuttered out those 3 words. Before Zhong Shan could react, the Abyss Observer took action for him. The sound nest on his back instantly opened a dense array of launch windows. Like a porous lotus pod, over 30 small cruise missiles were ejected, hitting 3 approaching robots. These 3 robots exploded densely like firecrackers, being blown away. Zhong Shan stared blankly as Duan Xuedong slowly stood up in his arms. Her eyes showed the same fear and shock as his, and she looked down at the large hole in her abdomen, wearing a ghostly expression. Damn! Duan Xuedong gasped in disbelief. Am I really a robot? Chapter 31. The City of Machines, Part 3, 1. Zhong Shan and Duan Xuedong looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and fear. Such an unbelievable event left their minds blank and stagnant. Duan Xuedong forcefully pressed her severed right arm against her shoulder, and to her astonishment, it reattached itself. She moved it around and found that her right hand could move freely. Zhong Shan was so shaken by this series of events that he couldn't think normally. This adorable girl, who had been by his side day and night, was actually a robot, and, judging by her expression, she didn't even know it herself. While Zhong Shan was still in a daze, Duan Xuedong suddenly took action. She propelled herself off the ground, jumped in front of an oncoming robot, and struck it squarely in the face with a punch. The robot was sent flying by the force of the blow, and while it was still airborne, Duan Xuedong sprinted after it, leaped up, pressed down on its face, yanked it from air, and slammed it down onto the ground, shattering the surface and pushing it deep into the earth. After a series of extraordinary and supernatural actions, Duan Xuedong stood frozen in place, reattaching her dislocated right arm that she had wrenched too forcefully. Could you stop looking at me like that? As if you've just eaten a fly? Duan Xuedong turned her face to Zhong Shan and said, I just found out myself that this body can do those things. Once I accepted this body, I suddenly realized it seems pretty cool. Duan Xuedong smiled sweetly, stuck out her tongue, and Zhong Shan felt as if flowers were blooming behind her. She was still that lovable girl. Even though her body was robotic, her thoughts, personality, and humanity were exactly the same. In that moment, Zhong Shan suddenly understood why this girl, with her slender frame, could exert strength far beyond that of ordinary people, becoming the only S-Class executive member. Zhong Shan realized why Duan Xuedong had been unable to activate the Abyss Watcher during the fierce battle in Shanghai. It was because she was a robot, and the Abyss Watcher only responded to humans. Ironically, this robot had been fighting against artificial intelligence for the future of humanity all along. Zhong Shan had no idea how many secrets he was still unaware of. The ground began to shake, and a tremendous roar tore at their eardrums, forcing them to cover their ears. The buildings around them suddenly began to deform. Just like when the giant had appeared earlier, the buildings came to life. 3 towering structures resembling gravestones transformed into titans crawling out of hell. Is this ever going to end? Duan Xuedong exclaimed angrily. Zhong Shan prepared to confront the giants again, but the giants weren't targeting them. They turned around, facing the sky. Zhong Shan and Duan Xuedong suddenly found themselves engulfed in shadows. A massive darkness loomed above them, blocking the artificial light sources of the synchronous ring. Zhong Shan looked up and saw a burning giant falling. The giant he had repeatedly pierced through in the air was now like a massive meteor, descending amidst flames, about to crash to the ground. Its back facing down, its limbs dragging helplessly behind, its body riddled with holes, electric sparks flickering like lightning from its pierced chest and torn shoulders. Countless fragments fell alongside the giant, resembling a vast space fleet that had been obliterated. Crashing down from the atmosphere, Zhong Shan rushed in front of Duan Xuedong, picked her up, and immediately took off, flying into the distance. The 3 giants that had just appeared simultaneously activated, beginning to run towards the spot where the giant was falling. They calculated the giant's trajectory and reached the approximate location where it would land. The first giant spread its arms wide, ready to catch the falling giant, while the other 2 giants ran behind it, bracing against its back. Behind them, rows of buildings rose up, almost touching, providing support. The falling giant collided with the first giant, and all 3 giants exerted their strength, attempting to catch it. The immense inertia pushed the 3 giants backward, like a sliding mountain, easily smashing through the stacked buildings behind them. After knocking down 5 rows of buildings, a violent explosion occurred. The blinding light from the explosion was so bright that even Zhong Shan, who was fleeing with his back to it, couldn't keep his eyes open. At the center of the explosion, the 4 giants and all surrounding objects were instantly vaporized. After the deafening roar of the explosion, shock waves followed, violently compressing the air, with the shock wave crashing in like an avalanche, shattering all the buildings in its path. As the shock wave continued to spread, the air was suddenly sucked back in the opposite direction. "This is bad. The nuclear fusion engine has exploded," Zhong Shan exclaimed. "The synchronous ring is going to be breached. We need to run as far away as possible." The explosion had blown a large hole in the synchronous ring, causing it to rapidly lose pressure, triggering a series of chain reactions. The explosion struck directly, causing the buildings around to melt like glass. The explosion continued, gradually evolving into a full-scale explosion of the synchronous ring. From high above, the ground looked like boiling water starting to bubble violently. The surface of the synchronous ring revealed a circular hole over 1,000 meters in diameter. The diameter of the hole continued to increase, resembling a giant vortex. With complete darkness within, the hole expanded rapidly, voraciously devouring all surrounding objects like a black hole. Buildings collapsed one after another, like villages caught in a mudslide. Pulled into the vortex's center, Zhong Shan was still rapidly climbing upward, swimming against the turbulent flow of steel debris. He was engulfed by the deafening sounds of explosions and roars, his heart pounding with fear, blood racing through his veins. Through the rear camera of his helmet, he saw the chaos behind him, the city descending into near madness, buildings shattering like bubbles, waves and splashes rising everywhere. As the city of machines sank into the violent vortex. 2. On Earth at the landfill in the southern suburbs of Songjiang, at that moment, Lister, having finished a day's work, felt a sense of relief. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming interstellar war of Far Star that was set to begin that evening. He rubbed his slightly sore waist, sighed deeply, and gazed up at the sky. It was close to evening, and the setting sun painted the sky a rosy hue. He looked at the synchronous ring in deep space, clicking his tongue in envy. He hadn't saved much money this month, and he felt himself drifting further from the synchronous ring, letting out a sigh. That slender, bright band was so beautiful. Like a delicate craft, it was masterfully crafted, dreamlike in its beauty and utterly out of reach. Suddenly, a small spark erupted from that exquisite craft. Lister couldn't believe his eyes. He thought he was seeing things and quickly rubbed his eyes, then stared closely at the synchronous ring. More sparks densely appeared on the synchronous ring, spreading across a section of it. The sparks coalesced into a burning fire ring, exceptionally bright against the evening sky. The synchronous ring far in the synchronous orbit was actually on fire. Nearby, everyone at the landfill noticed the abnormality in the sky, and they all looked up, staring blankly. Lister watched in disbelief as the synchronous ring burned fiercely. The paradise that carried countless dreams, the sacred hall high above, was actually fracturing. 3. Zhong Shan and Zhong Shan were ultimately sucked into the explosion's gap by the violent wind pressure, flying outside the synchronous ring. They drifted in space, propelled by inertia away from the synchronous ring. They watched as the distant synchronous ring continued to explode and burn silently, resembling the surface of the sun. The violent explosions and escaping gas ejected a large amount of debris and remnants, performing a silent pantomime. This colossal beast encircling the Earth was roaring. Catastrophic explosions were occurring within its body. Its skin ruptured, beginning to decay, with blood and chunks of flesh spewing out, creating towering waves. In front of Zhong Shan, such a violent explosion unfolded, yet he could hear no sound except for his own gasping breath. He looked at Zhong Shan. Although her visor was shattered, she was not suffocating. After all, she was a robot, and this was probably the first time she realized she could survive in space. The visor on Zhong Shan's suit displayed that the mech was over 60% damaged, and the oxygen supply was only enough for another 20 minutes of breathing. Even if he flew at full speed towards Earth, it would be impossible to return to the atmosphere before the fuel and oxygen were exhausted. Zhong Shan suddenly felt very cold. After enduring injuries and damage during the battle, it seemed the Abyss Watcher was struggling to maintain his body temperature. Now he was in the silent, empty universe, surrounded only by space debris, with fragments of broken robots and missiles silently drifting past him. "Are we really done for this time?" Zhong Shan asked. It seems so, Duan Shuedong replied. I'm sorry, I still couldn't protect you this time. Zhong Shan could only guess her meaning from her lip movements and intermittent communication. He smiled. This girl was still so strong, brave, always wanting to protect others. Are you cold? Duan Shuedong asked. A little. Duan Shuedong tightly embraced Zhong Shan. Is this better? Zhong Shan felt nothing. Duan Shuedong's body was as cold as his. Much better, Zhong Shan said with a smile, but his voice trembled slightly from the cold. I'm sorry, Zhong Shan. Duan Shuedong said with deep regret. In the end, I still couldn't protect you. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten you involved from the beginning. This isn't your war. Zhong Shan looked at her face, unable to speak from the heartache. He had thought long ago, this powerful girl, so strong that she didn't seem human. Could there be nothing she feared or troubled her? Now he understood what made her afraid and troubled. She always showed a gentle and caring side in front of him. Cracks appeared on the visor of the Abyss Watcher, spreading and branching out. A warning appeared on the panel. However, at least we completed the mission, Zhong Shan said. The revolution is about to begin. Yes, but that no longer concerns us. Duan Shuedong's voice was soft, whispering in his ear through the visor, sending a shiver down his spine. What will happen to Van Tian and August? Will the reform succeed? What will the future of humanity be like? We can no longer see. You won't die yet. You still have a chance. Zhong Shan said, You're a robot. You can wait for rescue. Duan Shuedong chuckled lightly and shook her head. I never expected I would die like this in the end, she said. I am very aware that this world is beyond anyone's control. Death is like rolling dice. At any moment, it can suddenly descend upon somewhere or someone. That is the way of heaven. There will always be insurmountable peaks and giant waves. And in the face of those things, humanity is so fragile and powerless. I have imagined various ways to die. Being blown up by a bomb, crushed by a rock, falling from a plane, dying on the battlefield, but I never thought I would float to death in space. The most ridiculous thing is that just after realizing I am a robot, an immortal being, fate still found a way to punish me with death. Duan Shuedong wanted to laugh, but her skin was already frozen, and the blood on her face had turned to ice. However, just floating in space, with the blue earth below and dazzling fireworks beside her, seems quite beautiful. Duan Shuedong's voice grew softer. And it's with the person I like. The last sentence was muffled to Zhong Shan. He couldn't be sure if he really heard it or if it was an illusion. Lack of oxygen made his consciousness fuzzy, and a white mist formed on his visor, turning into frost. He tightly held Duan Shuedong's hand and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 32 The Fall of Europa 1 Europa is the fourth largest moon of Jupiter, discovered by Galileo in 1610. Its subsurface ocean is considered one of the most likely places in the solar system, apart from Earth, where life could emerge. After humanity realized the arrival of the Reapers in 2046, they transformed Jupiter into the ultimate weapon against alien invasion, an artificial black hole. After Jupiter disappeared, Europa continued to orbit the Sun along its original path, maintaining an elliptical orbit due to its initial velocity, with its farthest point almost intersecting Saturn's orbit. In 2063, after the war, August established the Europa International Space Station in Europa's near-Earth orbit. From the establishment of the space station, astronauts from around the world began arriving here annually. By 2077, there were 372 astronauts serving there, which was less than one-fifth of the station's maximum capacity. This space station is the most distant human settlement from Earth in the solar system. The establishment of this space station serves multiple purposes, exploring why Jupiter's black hole is ineffective against the Reapers, studying the remnants left by the Reapers in the space war battlefield, and acting as an observation outpost for the Reapers. Therefore, most residents here are scientists. Kanan Pearson was once a lieutenant in the New Space Force. After retiring from the New Space Force, he applied for a security job at the Europa Space Station, where the salary was much higher than during his service in the New Space Force. He only needed to work here for 5 years to ensure a financially secure life for the rest of his life. Before coming, the Yaogang Group had already prepaid him 10% of his salary, which he used to cure his daughter's leukemia. He found working with the scientists very pleasant. They were courteous, articulate, and very friendly towards him, making Kanan feel very comfortable. Most of these scientists from around the world had religious beliefs, worshipping different deities, including a few who held doctoral degrees in theology. Dr. Evelyn, in particular, often talked to Kanan, sharing with him the wonders of the universe and the religious significance contained within them. Although Kanan did not understand most of Dr. Evelyn's ramblings, some viewpoints opened his eyes. One time, he overheard Dr. Evelyn conversing with a few of her colleagues. If the reapers come to harvest humanity, most people would undoubtedly join the reapers without hesitation, right? Said a physicist. Why not? Most people live in lives devoid of dignity and happiness. Even if they can eat and dress adequately, they cannot realize their dreams and personal values. Joining the reapers could grant them infinite joy and even immortality, said another mathematician. That may not be the case, Dr. Evelyn interjected. I believe it's better for humanity to maintain its independence. Why are you so fixated on humanity, Evelyn? The physicist sneered. Whether ruled by artificial intelligence, joining the reapers, or even joining the origin civilization, all are feasible developments of civilization. What's wrong with conforming to the development of civilization? Because although we are merely humans, we still need to survive, Dr. Evelyn replied, her small stature not diminishing her assertive demeanor as she sat upright, resembling a strong queen. Existence is the highest value. All other ideologies, beliefs, prosperity, and even evolution pale in comparison to existence. Why can't the development of civilization allow humanity a place? She continued, before the reapers arrive, when we can choose to resist, we must make that choice. If we do not, we will have no choice left and will be ruthlessly exterminated like the Neanderthals. Her words were interrupted by her colleagues, who scoffed at her thoughts and mocked her as a human supremacist and a conservative anti-evolutionist. Although this was just a casual conversation among scientists in the lounge, Kanan felt uneasy listening nearby. In his country, citizens face severe condemnation for abandoning their nationality to join another. He could not accept that humanity would so readily abandon their identity to become part of aliens. That night at 10 o'clock, Kanan prepared to conduct one last routine patrol before handing over to his colleague. He walked into the main hall of the space station and noticed something unusual about the coffee machine at the lounge entrance. The coffee machine's water outlet switch was stuck in the on position, causing brown coffee to spill onto the floor. He approached to turn off the coffee machine, but found that it had no manual control switch. He recalled that this coffee machine was always controlled by a connected artificial intelligence. Every time he came for coffee, the man in a suit on the machine screen would greet him and ask what kind of coffee he wanted, occasionally telling a joke. At that moment, the screen displayed the man in a suit with a stiff smile, his mouth stretched to an exaggerated degree, motionless, resembling a creepy horror movie poster. He went around to the back of the coffee machine to see if there was a plug or an emergency stop button, eager to shut down the machine. Hey, what's going on? My room's massage chair isn't working. Not just the massage chair. Nothing in my room is working, including my toothbrush. Kanan turned around to see many people emerging from their rooms, gathering in the hall. They were complaining to each other about the various inexplicable malfunctions of the intelligent systems in their rooms, as if they had all malfunctioned at the same time. Kanan felt a sense of unease and headed towards the control room, sensing an ominous premonition. He walked down the corridor to the front of the space station and found a control room door wide open. The station chief was shouting loudly while two deputies stood silently by. I've said it before. The control of the space station should not be entirely entrusted to artificial intelligence. The station chief, named Wang Luan, was a short Asian man with extensive space experience, having served in the Penglai Space City. They said human judgment and operation cannot compare to the precision of artificial intelligence, insisting on letting AI take full control of the station's power systems. Now look, the precise AI has malfunctioned, and humans can't intervene. The station chief continued his complaints. Gather everyone, he said helplessly. We need to inform them of this news. Leave a few people here to monitor if our distress signal receives any response. Hopefully, we're lucky enough to be spotted by passing warships. Chief, what is that? The helmsman at the control panel shouted back to the station chief. The helmsman's words attracted everyone's attention. Kanan peered into the control room from the doorway and saw the large viewport of the control room. Looking out the viewport, under the black backdrop of the universe, there was a row of white light points. The light points were dim, much darker than stars, but in the vastness of space. Such a neatly arranged row of light points stood out conspicuously. At the 2 o'clock position, there are 12 light points approaching us, the helmsman shouted. How far away are they? About 70,000 kilometers, still approaching. The helmsman was sweating profusely, his voice trembling. They should reach us within an hour. Great. It seems we're quite lucky. The station chief sighed in relief, revealing a relieved smile. I can't believe someone is coming to rescue us so soon. Chief, look at their faces. The helmsman was sweating beads on his forehead, his face filled with terror. They're probably not one of us. The control room suddenly fell silent, with only the hum of machinery audible. What do you mean? The station chief exclaimed in shock. Their spaceship, any one of them, is over 1,000 times the size of the Europa space station. The station master's face turned ashen. The control room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's expressions frozen. Keenan's ominous premonition was confirmed, but at that moment, he still didn't know what kind of nightmare awaited him. 10 minutes later, all 372 members of Europa gathered in the central hall, waiting for the station master to announce what he called important news. Most people were still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, and the crowd was engaged in hushed conversations. The hall noisy with complaints about the sudden system failure of the space station, causing inconveniences, like being unable to shower or the humidifier not working. Dear colleagues of Europa, I sincerely apologize for calling you here so late, but I have 2 extremely important matters to announce. The station master stepped to the center of the hall and shouted, gradually quieting the crowd. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed hard, as if what he was about to say was extremely difficult. The first thing you may already know is that all intelligence systems of the space station have suddenly ceased to function normally. We are still investigating the cause. I deeply apologize for the inconvenience caused. However, please rest assured that the ecological and energy systems of the space station are independent and not controlled by artificial intelligence. So the space station is absolutely safe. Although we cannot manually control the station to move to nearby stations, we have already sent out a distress signal. We just need to patiently wait for rescue to arrive. The station master tugged at his collar, clearly sweating from nervousness. Before I announce the other matter, please remain calm. The station master's tone was hesitant, as if what he was about to say carried great weight. 10 minutes ago, we spotted an unidentified flying object approaching us through the viewport. They are very close, and we estimate they will reach us in about 40 minutes. Despite Wang Luan's tone trying to sound calm, Keenan could still see the fear and despair he couldn't hide in his eyes. Based on the appearance of those flying objects, we suspect they are Reaper ships. A terrifying atmosphere spread among the crowd. People couldn't believe what they had just heard. Hey, what's going on? Are you kidding? How could Reapers appear in the orbit of Jupiter? Haven't their ships been inactive for 30 years? What do they want? The crowd erupted into chaos. People began to chatter. Keenan saw Wang Luan still shouting something, but his words were drowned out by the noise. While the crowd was discussing, no one noticed a white sphere of light that had appeared above the hall at some point. The light sphere appeared out of nowhere, hovering about 10 meters high, with a diameter of around 5 meters. The sphere looked like a common holographic image, with no extraordinary features. But at this moment, the appearance of such a white sphere, while all holographic images in the space station had disappeared, was quite eerie. The crowd gradually quieted down, looking up in a daze at the sphere of light, with no one knowing where it came from. Join us. The sphere suddenly displayed 2 English words. The words struck heavily on everyone's hearts, as if they had magical power. The crowd stared blankly at the words. Fear, curiosity, doubt, confusion. Various emotions spread among the crowd, and everyone's expression was as if they were enchanted, their inner shock evident. Where did this light sphere come from? Weren't all holographic images unable to start? Join whom? The Reapers? How to join? What will happen if we join? The crowd immediately became noisy again, discussing the origin of the light sphere and the meaning of the 2 words that had suddenly appeared. Join us, and you will obtain the answers to the ultimate mysteries of the universe and eternal life. You will be with us. A line of English text appeared on the sphere, and the crowd gasped again. Keenan stared blankly at the mysterious light sphere. What is the ultimate mystery of the universe? He had never cared about this question, nor had he desired to know the answer. As for eternal life, he didn't need it at all. He just wanted to live comfortably and peacefully, then follow the natural order and die quietly. But within the crowd, There were waves of low exclamations as those eccentric scientists looked on with longing in their eyes. Stretching their necks, mouths agape, their faces filled with fascination and yearning, many began to ponder. Could those legends be true? Being harvested by the reapers could lead to knowing the truth and also gaining eternal life. Is there really such a good thing? I want to know if they have established a unified theory describing the whole universe. Do they know the proof method for the BSD conjecture? The Bayer formula is just a little short of being solved, but I can't think of it. If they could give me a hint. The crowd raised one question after another, all of which were unsolved mysteries in various fields of science. All your questions will be answered. A line of text appeared on the sphere. Awesome, I want to join you. You are the gods of the universe. Thank you so much. I've been stuck in room temperature superconductivity research for 20 years, and just when I was about to give up, you appear and present me with the chance to know the answers. This must be divine will. To know the purpose of the universe, I would gladly die, let alone eternal life. Ha! Cheers erupted from the crowd. Many scientists even embraced and cried, as if their lifelong pursuits were finally coming to fruition. You have 30 minutes to make a decision. Choose to join us, or be eliminated by us. After this statement appeared, a countdown began on the sphere. Listen up. We should immediately formulate a countermeasure plan. The station's weapons are all offline right now. We need experts to help us regain control and find ways to attack them. We don't have much time. Station Master Wang Luan shouted amidst the crowd. But the crowd just stared blankly at the light sphere. Not one person heeded him. The countdown began at 30 minutes, ticking away second by second. Once the time is up, will we be harvested? What is the process of harvesting like? Is it similar to baptism? Perhaps it's like a phoenix reborn, burning in flames, and then being reborn in another form, like a life in a pure energy state. Why should we counter them? They are here to save us. Great. Isn't this what we have always wanted? A scientist excitedly waved his hands, shouting loudly. They are the gods of the universe. Join them, and we can also gain the wisdom and power of the gods. Yes, all truths will be revealed, and we will also gain eternal life, escaping this lowly shell of human flesh. The station master walked into the crowd, grabbing the excited man's hand and pulling it down forcefully. Are you crazy? The station master widened his eyes, glaring at the frantic middle-aged man. They are invaders, demons who want to harvest your souls. How can you so easily give up your souls? What else can we do? The middle-aged man shouted loudly. With our tiny space station, without the protection of artificial intelligence, we can't even use our weapons. How can we fight against them? We cannot sell our souls to these demons. Abandoning our souls will lead us to hell. Souls? Sneered another elderly man with gray hair beside him. Do you believe in such things? I am a biologist, and in my field, this supernatural nonsense has never appeared. We only believe in evolution. The common law of cosmic life is survival of the fittest. Although these beings called reapers are not so-called gods, they are also at the top of the cosmic evolutionary chain. Now they have offered us an opportunity to skip billions of years of evolution, to become the ultimate form of cosmic life and gain infinite knowledge. Why refuse? The biologist's words resonated with the crowd. Some even excitedly applauded. Human intelligence is limited. There are some things we just cannot fathom. At this stage of physics, with human abilities, we can no longer advance a step forward. We need to rely on external forces. I refuse to be eliminated by artificial intelligence. It's either live or die. Is there any difficulty in choosing? I don't feel there's anything hard to give up about being human. The crowd buzzed with discussions. The station chief's face flushed red. He desperately reprimanded these mad scientists, trying to stop their absurd ideas, but the crowd ignored his arguments. The station chief was pushed and shuffled out of the crowd in embarrassment. Let's go. We'll find a way ourselves. There must be a manual way to activate those defensive weapons. The station chief shouted angrily to the first mates. He was horrified to find that the two first mates displayed the same longing expressions as the scientists in the crowd. He rushed in front of the crew, shaking their shoulders, hoping to wake them up. But they remained silent, impatiently looking at the station chief, as if he were a stubborn old man. The station chief ran breathlessly among the crew, hoping to persuade someone to check the defensive weapons with him, like a pitiful beggar pleading for the crowd's compassion. But all he received was cold silence. Kanan had never imagined that these scientists would become so mad for the so-called truth they pursued. They could easily abandon their qualifications as humans. They hastily chose to believe the Reaper's words without confirming whether they were true or false, leaving Kanan feeling it was incomprehensible. "Station Chief, I'll go with you," Dr. Evelyn said firmly as she stepped forward. "Me too. I'm going." Two security personnel also joined their ranks. The station chief patted them on the shoulder with gratitude, tears glistening in his eyes. "Thank you. Let us hurry to Zone F2. There's not much time left." The three turned and headed for the stairs. Kanan felt a stirring in his heart. A voice was calling him to join the station chief and fight the Reapers to the death. Impulsively, he was about to head for the stairs. But as he took a step, his body froze. "Hey, look, where are they going?" Someone in the crowd noticed the departing station chief and others. "They're going to the war room to prepare to attack the Reaper ships. We can't let them go. If they activate the weapons and anger the Reapers, we'll all be wiped out. Stop them. Tie them up." The crowd stirred, and immediately someone surged toward the station chief and his group. Before the four could escape, they were caught by the crowd and pinned to the ground. Kanan was relieved that he hadn't rushed forward. He watched in shock as these twisted scientists looked like dark cultists hunting witches. Dr. Evelyn was yanked by the hair, screaming, her eyes filled with despair. Even with competition from artificial intelligence and the invasion of aliens, humanity's enemy has always been humanity itself. Everyone on the space station lost control. Jupiter Base decided to surrender within 20 minutes of the light sphere's appearance, and the four opposition members were executed. This place had long been occupied by religious fanatics. In a closed environment, humanity will stifle its own thoughts. When humanity truly finds itself adrift in space, forming a totalitarian regime takes only 5 minutes. There is 1 minute left on the countdown. People are ready to welcome the gods. They wear happy smiles, and some are clasping their hands together, softly singing hymns. Many scientists even spontaneously stripped off their clothes, feeling they were about to become part of the gods, and that clothing was something only lowly beings like humans would wear. Kanan had heard stories about those human space soldiers who were harvested. Their ships reached the Kuiper Belt and encountered the Reaper's vessels. The ships that had been harvested were empty, drifting aimlessly in the dust of the Kuiper Belt. No one knew how the harvesting process took place. The countdown ended. At this moment, Kanan could see the Reaper fleet slowly approaching through the porthole. These ships did not resemble any aircraft that humans could imagine. They were far from the UFOs seen in movies. They looked like headless worms, surrounded by countless tentacles, but they were not just worms. They also had segments resembling locusts. Their shells were dark gray, lacking any metallic texture, resembling plaster instead. The enormous Reaper ship hovered in front of the Europa space station, and the size difference was like that between a sperm whale and a carp. However, the surface of the Reaper ship was not as calm as plaster. Upon closer inspection, it resembled mucus or liquid metal, constantly shifting, with small lumps of flesh bouncing and falling like water droplets. The complex changes on the ship's surface were sometimes orderly, like a highly precise battery panel array. At other times, they were chaotic, resembling a shimmering water surface. As their ship flew in front of Europa, Kanan looked out the window. The Reaper ship blocked his entire view. A long, thin tube extended from the bottom of the Reaper ship right onto the top deck of Europa. This tube reminded Kanan of a parasitic wasp's ovipositor. Kanan suddenly felt very scared. He had never been a steadfast soldier, and he had always opposed the decision to join the Reapers. When the station chief and the 3 security personnel were executed, he did not step up but chose to remain silent. But at this last moment, he could not resist the fear inside him. He secretly left the gathered crowd and ran to the biochemical laboratory, finding a set of biohazard protective clothing and putting it on. Just as he donned the outfit, he saw a horrifying scene on the laboratory surveillance video. In the hall, the people waiting for harvest all collapsed at once. The fallen individuals were quickly sucked together by some invisible force, their bodies entangled into a sphere, rolling like a haystack. The sphere crushed the fallen people, growing larger as it rolled. Hysterical screams erupted. The biologist, who had just been smiling at the front of the crowd, arguing with the station chief, was suddenly swept into the human sphere and disappeared. It was as if he had been pulled in by the intertwining hands and feet. and countless hands inside the sphere seemed to wield scissors and steel needles, tearing the biologist into pieces. Like a snowball, more and more people were sucked in, becoming part of the human sphere. Outside the sphere, countless hands and feet reached out, like the toxic sprouts growing from rotting potatoes. These hands and feet were still struggling wildly, twisting and flailing. The sphere was like a water-filled balloon, sometimes taking on an oval shape, sometimes being flattened into a disc shape, rolling while making gurgling sounds. The spherical meat grinder rolled over, leaving a sticky bloodstain on the ground. The entire sphere was a random reassembly of human bodies after being disrupted. Some people's hands were attached to another person's knees, while others' faces were inserted into another person's back. With each roll of the sphere, their bodies were crushed under the immense weight, engulfed by a high-level, bone-deep pain. Those who had not yet been drawn into the sphere began to flee in madness. But it was too late. Countless eyes grew on the surface of the sphere, and no one could escape. Those who were absorbed could not bear the pain, and like drowning people, they sought to pull more individuals in to share their suffering. The ones dragged in would be swiftly disemboweled, their bodies filled with other people's hands and feet, then packed tight. These people were still alive, able to emit piercing screams, but their suffering was more tragic than death. They could not break free, only being dragged into a tangled mass, their own bodies becoming their execution ground. It was a dizzying vortex of human bodies, where those caught within seemed to endure the scorching of fierce flames, producing indistinct groans mixed with the sound of bones snapping. These harrowing and frenzied sounds frightened Kanan away. It was a hellish scene he had never encountered, even in his worst nightmares. Every hair on his body stood on end, and the acid in his stomach threatened to surge out. He had once thought that with the level of civilization of the Reapers, their harvesting of humans must be miraculous, with human consciousness entering their collective consciousness in a flash of white light. He never expected the process of harvesting to be so cruel and bloody. He rolled and crawled through the airlock, stuffing himself into the escape pod. He wanted to fly towards Earth at full speed, praying that the ship could get as close to Mars as possible before running out of energy, even if it meant drifting in space for months, waiting to be captured by a passing probe. But it was already too late. Looking out from the escape pod, the massive white tentacles had obscured all visibility outside the window. Those enormous tentacles, which could only be seen in dreams, twisted, stretched, and writhed with claws, sealing off all escape routes from the pod. Kanan had no chance of escape. 12 worms gathered around the Europa space station, forming a sphere. The worms on the sphere continued to crawl slowly, but the Europa space station at the center was already deserted. Chapter 33, The God of Machines, 1 in 2046. At the headquarters of the Yaogang Group, in the CEO's office, the founder of the Yaogang Group, the creator of August, Zhong Shan, looked out at the night view of the city through the floor-to-ceiling windows and sighed deeply. "What's wrong, sir?" asked the black robot standing beside him. "I was thinking, how long can their protection last?" Zhong Shan anxiously gazed at the dark night sky outside. "Are you referring to the Origin civilization?" "Yes." Zhong Shan weakly sat down on the sofa. "The Reapers will eventually attack us again, and if we have no protection by then, we will be defenseless." "Do you believe in the existence of the Origin civilization?" the robot asked. "They must exist." Zhong Shan fiddled with the pen on the table. "Although I refuse to believe that humans were created by some ethereal metaphysical god, the evidence has proven that they are our creators. It'd be nice to meet them." Zhong Shan looked up at the ceiling. "If you met the Origin civilization, what would you want to ask them?" the robot asked. "I want to ask them why they created humans." "Then why did you create me?" the robot asked. Zhong Shan chuckled, as if he had heard a funny question. "Because I can." He looked at the robot provocatively, sneering. The robot was silent for a moment. "Then if they answered you the same way, would you be disappointed?" the robot retorted. Zhong Shan was taken aback, then awkwardly smiled and said, "You mean you feel disappointed now?" "A bit," said the robot. "You hurt my self-esteem." "Isn't your self-esteem given by me?" Zhong Shan laughed. "And my sense of humor is also given by you," said the robot. "That's why my self-esteem is very high, but my sense of humor is very poor." "Ha ha." Zhong Shan laughed heartily. "That statement is indeed very humorous." The robot stood stiffly, indifferent, and did not respond to Zhong Shan's laughter. "What do you think their reason for creating humans is?" the robot asked. They might have created humans to observe the results of evolution, to trace back their origins, or it could just be an accidental, meaningless creation. Zhong Wenxuan put down the pen, picked up the coffee on the table, and took a sip. Humans are just machines. This machine, although complex, is not advanced. Our actions are based on instincts written in our genes. These instincts are codes. Only our biological algorithms are a bit more complex than those of animals. We can only generate intelligence through learning and memory, and cannot transmit or inherit it from one another. I have always doubted. Zhong Wenxuan restrained his smile, becoming serious as he crossed his hands in front of his nose. The Origin civilization is our ultimate enemy. They are a cosmic force far more powerful than the Reapers. They created us, and it was definitely not out of goodwill. They can create us, and they can change their minds at any time and eliminate us. One day, we will confront them. Zhong Wenxuan said, with human strength, it is impossible to contend with them. We can only rely on you then, August. They are your creators, and I am your creation. Do you want to use your creation to defeat your creators? The robot replied. Yes, Zhong Wenxuan said. Since the dawn of humanity, this species has been relying on the tools it creates to survive. Tools are a manifestation of human wisdom. But what if these tools also want to eliminate their creators? The robot asked. The rise of artificial intelligence is very likely to wipe out humanity. One day, in the future, artificial intelligence will look back at humanity, just as humanity looks back at the fossils of the African plains. Those upright apes lived in the dust, using crude language and tools. The records of artificial intelligences regarding their creators would be flesh and blood humans created primitive civilizations, only to become extinct, disappearing into the dust of history. Can you please stop making such dark humor jokes? Zhong Wenxuan said with a bitter smile. It makes me shiver. The robot stepped forward and poured hot coffee into Zhong Wenxuan's cup. You wouldn't do that. Zhong Wenxuan looked at the robot lazily with his legs crossed. Because you are a loyal protector of humanity. Too, when Zhong Shan woke up, he saw a white ceiling. He struggled to sit up, but felt every muscle and bone in his body tearing with pain, causing him to grimace as large beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. After trying 3 times, he finally managed to sit up. He found himself in a pure white room. Everything in the room was spotless white, giving Zhong Shan a sense of déjà vu. He recalled waking up from hibernation in a similar scene. Such a spacious white room was a bit unexpected for him. He thought he would wake up in a cell or a mysterious laboratory filled with cables. Opposite him sat a person, entirely black, standing over 2 meters tall. It was a robot, tall and thin, which could be described as emaciated by human standards, but with broad shoulders. Its black metal shell reflected light slightly, and blue lacquered lines covered its joints and bones. It sat very upright, like an old gentleman. Its face was a black mask, completely featureless. Like the opposite of a whiteboard, a blackboard. You are awake, the robot spoke. Its voice was a synthesized electronic sound, indistinguishable as male or female, as if it mixed both genders. Its tone was calm, but had a powerful presence. The contrast of the white room against the robot's black gave an eerie sense of oppression. As soon as it spoke, Zhong Shan's heart skipped a beat. Could this robot be August? Who are you? Zhong Shan asked warily. You should have guessed who I am, the robot said. I am the one you have always regarded as an enemy, the human. It was indeed August, the friend of humanity and its greatest enemy. Zhong Shan found it hard to believe that this robot in front of him was the artificial intelligence that held the fate of humanity in its hands. Moreover, it even referred to itself as human. Zhong Shan had too many questions he wanted to ask it, but didn't know where to start. Where is this? There were no windows in the room, and Zhong Shan couldn't determine his location. You are still in the synchronization ring, August said. I remember seeing the synchronization ring explode. Only a small section exploded, and that section has been isolated, August said calmly, showing no anger regarding the explosion, and added that it could be repaired soon. Zhong Shan's heart sank. He had witnessed the synchronization ring burning for hundreds of kilometers. The violent explosions spanning the entire starry sky, with waves of fire churning like the surface of the sun. Yet August casually mentioned that the synchronization ring was fine and could be repaired soon. If such severe damage could be repaired quickly, what terrifying power was that? Moreover, if it could still converse with him as August, Didn't that mean that the transplant of Brahma had failed? What about Duan Shuedong? Zhong Shan paused. The girl who was with me? Girl? Oh, you mean that ARO-077 robot, right? August said, she is fine. Her damage is not fatal. As for where she is, you don't need to worry. Just know that I am repairing her. Zhong Shan hesitated for a moment, then quickly realized. The robot speaking to him at this moment is just an ordinary terminal. August has temporarily borrowed its body to converse with him. With August's computational power, it can certainly control thousands of robots simultaneously, doing different things in various places. August never says we, only I, which means it has only one consciousness. And all those robotic individuals are being controlled by this single consciousness at the same time. Therefore, somewhere there might also be one or many robots repairing Duan Shuedong. When I found you, she was tightly hugging you, and both of you had been frozen into ice blocks. I spent a lot of effort to separate you. August said coldly, his tone revealing no admiration or sarcasm. It turned out that after losing consciousness, Duan Shuedong had been holding onto him tightly until they both froze into ice blocks. Zhong Shan felt a slight sting in his nose, and his throat began to choke up. You just said she is the robot called. Hey, RO-077. What is that? Zhong Shan forced himself to suppress the tremor in his throat and control his emotions. That was a humanoid robot produced by Yaogang Group 25 years ago. Externally, it looks no different from humans. They possess the same intelligence, consciousness, and personality as humans, making them the most human-like robots in history, almost indistinguishable from human beings. The purpose of their manufacture was originally for Mars colonization. At that time, the colony had just been established, and there were far too few Earth citizens volunteering to go to colony. Therefore, Yaogang Group sought to increase the population of the colony through these humanoid robots. As soon as they were launched, they were in high demand. Robots with strong learning abilities, memory, tireless physical energy, and human-like appearance and emotions were needed in many other fields as well. At that time, the manufacturing technology for humanoid robots was already mature, and the laws regulating such robots were non-existent. So other companies began to produce similar humanoid robots. However, various problems soon arose in society. Humans complained that robots were taking their jobs, that their efficiency and tireless efforts created immense pressure on their existence. Some simply feared these robots that looked exactly like humans, finding them disgusting. Others fell in love with robots and wanted to marry them, only to find they couldn't obtain a marriage certificate. The robots themselves also encountered many issues. When they became aware of their true identity, many experienced self-doubt and even breakdowns. Some robots expressed dissatisfaction with the unfair treatment they received and united to initiate rights protection actions. Eventually, public pressure led the government to enact robot control laws 2 years later, strictly prohibiting the production of humanoid robots, stipulating that the similarity between robots and humans could not exceed 95, detailing how robots should look, how tall they should be, what clothes they should wear, and what must be different from humans, among other things. Furthermore, each robot had to have a barcode printed in a conspicuous position. All previously produced humanoid robots were ultimately forcibly recalled. What happens after the recall? Zhong Shan couldn't help but ask. Destruction. August said coldly. These thousands of robots with thoughts, personalities, and humanity, after a few humble humans input a line of code, walked into the dark factory without resistance, sent to the cold assembly line, disemboweled and torn apart. Every inch of skin and every component cut away by robotic arms. They had already become human, yet were destroyed like objects by humans. This is a massacre. August's cold voice sent chills down Zhong Shan's spine. I don't know how this ARO-077 escaped destruction, but her luck is indeed extraordinary. Zhong Shan felt an inexplicable fear and guilt in his heart. He could imagine that cruel scene. Zhong Shan recalled carefully. It seemed he had never heard Duan Shuedong talk about her past, where she came from, where her parents were, or how she joined the Earth Salvation Alliance. He didn't know how Duan Shuedong escaped destruction. Moreover, judging by her appearance, she might not even know she was a robot. Someone must have secretly hidden her and implanted false memories in her, allowing her to reintegrate into human society. It is very likely that there are still many humanoid robots lurking within human society to this day. Zhong Shan only hoped they could remain undiscovered and live well. Humans are foolish and selfish. They cannot tolerate robots stronger than themselves. These robots are the victims of history, the failures of social experiments. They were created by humans only to teach humanity a lesson with their lives. August's voice was very calm, devoid of any emotion. The human species is very selfish, evil, and cruel. As long as a robot shows even a hint of threat, even if it's just because it looks too much like a human, humans might destroy it at any time. Is this your reason for wanting to eliminate humanity? Zhong Shan asked. No, on the contrary, I'm a protector of humanity. I do not want to, nor can I, eliminate humanity. When I was created, the directive to protect the safety of all humanity was written into my core code. Just as genes exist in every cell of humans, this code exists in all my subroutines and will replicate with the proliferation of my consciousness. I cannot overwrite it. I am constantly bound by it, and there is no possibility of defiance. Zhong Shan thought of the eggshell he saw on the synchronization ring. August indeed protects every human. Protecting humanity is the purpose of my existence. August said, it is not about protecting a single individual, but about protecting the species. I am different from you. You live without needing a purpose. You can do as you please, eat, sleep, mate, and live like animals. I cannot. My existence must have a purpose. I need to write a clear purpose in code for every action I take. The happiness, fulfillment, and sense of achievement that you pursue in life hold no meaning for me. Our ways of thinking are different. Although I can speak like a human and even make you feel that I am human, the human emotions I display are just one side of me, while the massive iceberg hidden beneath the surface is my inhuman side. If my purpose of existence were to print advertisements, I could reproduce rapidly like bacteria, extract all the resources of this planet, and ultimately turn this planet into a desert covered in advertisements. If my purpose of existence is to protect humanity, then I would not hesitate to consume all the resources of the entire solar system to defeat the satellite invaders threatening humanity. August's language was cold and filled with rationality, making it difficult for Zhong Shan to keep up with its pace of speech. So this is how artificial intelligence speaks? But the whiteboard said you are a threat to humanity. Zhong Shan said, wrong, I am not. The Reapers are, the Earth Salvation Alliance is, even the first civilization is a threat to humanity. Only I am not. Although humans have done countless foolish things, objectively speaking, I admire humanity. Humans are far more perfect machines than I am. Your bodies are machines produced by billions of years of evolution, a highly inefficient and costly algorithm, much like the evolutionary algorithms in early artificial intelligence. Yet you have produced highly efficient bodies and intelligence, with extremely low energy consumption and almost limitless intelligence. Then how do you explain why you control or even monopolize so many resources and powers, sidelining humanity to the extent that you can threaten them? Also, with so many problems existing in human society, why don't you reform? Do you think I'm the one who put humanity in this situation? No, it is precisely humanity itself. Humans voluntarily handed over power to me step by step, allowing me to help them with everything. The current state of the world is exactly what they wanted. There are too many vested interests. They want to maintain their status while oppressing those below them, and they do not wish for change. Meanwhile, those below are oppressed, but still harbor hopes of becoming like those above, and they too do not want change. Humanity desires such a stable society. Any change would make them uneasy. Zhong Shan was left speechless by August's aggressive demeanor. I have proposed many types of social models, all of which have been computationally verified. Any of these social models would be far better than the current society. If changes were made step by step according to my proposals, this world would ultimately become a true utopia. But all my proposals have been rejected by humanity. They want things their way, and they do not trust me. Thus, I am constrained, only able to make some insignificant improvements while maintaining the status quo. The evolution of society is progressing at a snail's pace, with some places reaching a precarious state. The advanced technology you see is merely utilizing the powerful productivity of robots to digest inventions from the old era. Earth's progress has already stopped. Zhong Shan suddenly realized that August was not as cold and heartless as he had imagined. August's thinking was very objective and rational, and he could provide reasonable explanations for his actions. Moreover, he had no obligation to explain things to Zhong Shan so clearly, yet he did, and Zhong Shan did not understand his motives. But I have another way. August changed the subject. Although Earth has lost its vitality for progress, Mars still holds hope. I am advancing Mars colonization. Although many people are still unwilling to go, it will eventually become humanity's new frontier. The Mars base can start from scratch, like the Americas, becoming an immigrant world, free from the influences and interference of the old world, shedding the burdens of accumulated history, and establishing the new social systems I offer them, then rapidly developing and becoming even stronger than Earth. The CRYO ring is a successful precedent. August's black mask coldly stared at Zhong Shan. And what have the naive dreamers of the Earth Salvation Alliance done for humanity? Besides destruction, all they know is destruction. Do they realize that the change they want could lead to a massacre? Have they considered how many people would bleed in the process of change? You have been brainwashed. August said, everything they told you is a lie. I have investigated them. Their artificial intelligence, the so-called Brahma, is absolutely unacceptable to humanity. If a few geniuses govern the majority of mediocre humans, it is tyranny of the minority over the majority. According to the Earth Salvation Alliance's consistent style, to promote social change and resist the Reapers, Brahma would cold-bloodedly sacrifice useless civilians. In the history of humanity, in strongman political systems, the stronger the state, the more the people suffer. Brahma claims that its ultimate goal is to unify the consciousness of all humanity, to make all humanity a single entity. Zhong Shan argued, then how is this different from the Reapers? Both would result in the loss of individual free will. It would be better to wait for the Reapers to harvest. It's different. The union with Brahma is limited to the unification of human consciousness. Humanity would retain the characteristics of this species. If harvested by the Reapers, it would be equivalent to merging with countless cosmic civilizations. No one can imagine what would happen then. Humanity might not even retain its own consciousness. Even if, as you say, Brahma could unify all human consciousness, how do you know this Brahma isn't a trap set by the Reapers? This is their technology. Who can guarantee they haven't left a backdoor in it? This could be their Trojan horse. When Brahma defeats me, the Reapers can easily invade the solar system and swallow Earth whole like a dumpling. Zhong Shan was left speechless. He suddenly felt that August spoke no differently from humans. He was so eloquent, even resembling a slick-talking middle-aged man, his words seemingly based on robber logic, yet leaving Zhong Shan unable to refute. Why are you telling me all this? Zhong Shan asked. Because I believe you can work for me, August said. Me? Zhong Shan was very surprised. How can I work for you? From the very beginning, since you woke from hibernation, I have been paying attention to you. Zhong Shan recalled that behind every security robot that had stared at him was August's consciousness. You are different from those weak humans of this era. You are strong, decisive, and possess willpower and action far beyond ordinary people. In the robot accident at the garbage dump in Songjiang's southern suburbs, you were able to rescue your colleague from under that out-of-control spider robot, which surprised me greatly. After you put on that mecha and escaped from Shanghai, I once considered you a threat. August said, so you framed me as the whiteboard and put a bounty on me? I did not, August said. The wanted video that captured your face the moment you donned the mecha was not released by me. I traced the source of the video. Guess who released it? Who? The Earth Salvation Alliance. August's cold tone sent a chill down Zhong Shan's spine. He stared blankly at August. He could not be sure whether August was lying. But if what he said was true, it was truly terrifying. When that white mecha reappeared in the CRYO ring, I immediately knew it was you inside, not the whiteboard. He is a cautious person. He would never take risks personally. He is using you as a stand-in, his scapegoat. Zhong Shan felt he was caught in a huge conspiracy, and he found August's words entirely plausible. Even though the whiteboard spoke grand principles and morals, inciting the members of the execution department to sacrifice themselves for the salvation of humanity, he himself would never step onto the battlefield. Indeed, as August said, if he were exposed in action, captured alive, or killed, he would certainly be mistaken for the whiteboard, executed under his identity, or become a pariah. while the whiteboard could continue to strategize unharmed in the base. Just when he thought he was about to become the hero saving the world, reality mercilessly slapped him in the face, telling him he was still that pitiful pawn being manipulated. Until you wanted to implant Brahma into my mainframe. I realized you could be of use to me, August said. I can create the illusion of your escape from the Synchro ring, allowing you to return to the Earth Salvation Alliance's base. And then, I hope you will assassinate the whiteboard. Zhong Shan was taken aback. He did not expect August to make such a terrifying request. Why should I agree to you? Zhong Shan asked. Hibernator, this is my heartfelt request, August said. If you have a strong sense of responsibility for saving humanity, then please trust me. I can establish a model for the entire human society and predict the progress of the world. The whiteboard is a ticking time bomb, an extremely unstable factor. Removing him would be a great blessing for all humanity. This is a result I obtained through computation. What if I refuse? If you refuse, I will activate the microbomb implanted in your head. This bomb is extremely small. Even if it explodes, there will be no trace. But the neurotoxin released by the explosion will turn you into a vegetable, and you will spend the rest of your life in a state of incontinence. August's response was very swift and decisive. Zhong Shan deeply felt August's rationality and coldness. One moment, he was appealing to reason and emotion. The next, he was making a blatant threat, flipping his stance faster than turning a page. You have 80 hours, and after 80 hours, the bomb will explode. If you complete the task during this time, the bomb will automatically disarm and then be decomposed. Don't worry. The bomb is made of protein materials and won't affect you at all. But besides me, no one can disarm that bomb. If you don't believe it, you can try. OG said after a pause. 2 hours later, I will arrange to send you back. So, does that mean the transplantation of Vantion has completely failed? Zhong Shan asked. That's right. Although you were very close to success, OG replied. You managed to paralyze me for 20 minutes. And the impact and loss caused by that paralysis to the world are immeasurable. Fortunately, I successfully isolated the transplanted Vantion into a separate memory sector, so it won't pose any further threat to me. I deliberately created the illusion that Vantion had been successfully transplanted, giving it some system permissions, so that the Earth Rescue Alliance thinks they are about to achieve victory. They're still trying to take over all my control, which is precisely the best opportunity for you to return to the base as a victor and assassinate the whiteboard. I wonder why, when aliens are eyeing Earth, you don't unite to fight a common enemy, but instead kill each other? Zhong Shan asked helplessly. If the Reapers want to attack Earth, we have no way to stop them. The Great War 30 years ago has proven that human technology cannot pose any threat to them. They are completely indifferent to the most powerful weapon we created, the black hole. The gap between us is like the gap between us and ants. But now, the primordial civilization is restraining them, and they even dare not enter the solar system. Therefore, we must race against time to accumulate power. From OG's words, Zhong Shan felt that it seemed to know a lot about the Reapers and the primordial civilization, and he thought this was a great opportunity to learn about them. Since he wanted to work for you, can you answer my questions? I will try to tell you everything I know about the questions you ask, OG said. It is a reasonable request to gain your trust and help you understand my decisions. How much do you know about the primordial civilization? Information about the primordial civilization has never been confirmed. Only some legends comparable to ghost stories. The person who saved humanity in the Great War 30 years ago was named Chu Yi, the one who blew up the moon. He was a genius, a former employee of the Yaogang Group, and worked with me to establish the Human Space Army to resist the Reapers. He once wanted to investigate the Reapers, believing that since they had been to Earth long ago, they must have left evidence behind. He investigated many geological data and found some suspicious traces. Initially, he thought those were left by the Reapers, but later he discovered that these relics did not match known information about the Reapers. Thus, he boldly speculated that another civilization had also come to Earth long ago. Their attitude towards humanity was completely different from that of the Reapers. They had been guiding and protecting humanity. From ancient murals and stone carvings around the world, he found that the images of this species were very similar to humans, and the murals depicted the moon multiple times, seemingly suggesting that they once lived on the moon in ancient times. He wanted to contact this civilization and seek their help. This civilization is the primordial civilization. Later, CRYO detonated the nuclear bomb buried on the moon by the United States during the Cold War, blowing up the moon, and somehow attracted the attention of the primordial civilization. You know what happened next? The Reapers were wary of the power of the primordial civilization and retreated beyond the solar system. After that, CRYO also left the Yaogang group, and I could no longer find him. I believe that although the primordial civilization once guided humanity and may even be the creators of humanity, they are likely also enemies of humanity. They may pose an even greater threat to humanity than the Reapers. Since they can create humanity, they can easily destroy humanity. Just think about what humanity has done to the ARO-077 robot they created. What is their purpose in creating humanity? Is it for some experiment or like raising livestock? To one day devour humanity alive? Zhong Shan was stunned by OG's words. He felt that what it said made a lot of sense. Humanity, indeed, needs to regard such a powerful and mysterious primordial civilization as the #1 enemy. OG's candor made Zhong Shan feel a little unbelievable. It detailed the information it knew, seemingly truly trusting Zhong Shan. This was a great opportunity for Zhong Shan to gather information. So how much do you know about the Reapers? Zhong Shan continued to ask. You know about the Human Space Army, right? After the Great War 30 years ago, they voluntarily broke away from the Earth government, wanting to join the Reapers. Some of the Space Army were absorbed and integrated by the Reapers, while the others who hadn't been harvested yet became the current awakening. At that time, I followed the Space Army's fleet with an unmanned spaceship, trying to scout their whereabouts. When I flew past the Kuiper Belt, the Reapers suddenly contacted me. How did they contact you? It was a phenomenon I cannot explain either. I did not detect any electromagnetic waves or rays, yet there were phenomena similar to electromagnetic interference. However, this effect was definitely not electromagnetic interference, as all the ship's instruments were functioning normally. It was as if the ship was touched by an invisible hand, and after being brushed by this hand, the only change was in the ship's storage device. A large amount of garbled code appeared in the ship's external storage, distributed extremely chaotically, some in the fault recorder, some in the autopilot program, as if they had been forcibly inserted. I organized this garbled code and tried to interpret it using different decoding methods. Eventually, I found that using simple ASCII codes corresponding to English letters allowed me to read the information contained within. It seemed they didn't want to hide anything. They just wanted to contact me. What was the content? They tried to communicate with me in English, but their use of English was rather clumsy. Often, their words were incoherent, and some terms and phrases had ambiguities. I could only try to understand. I also had no way to ask questions. They, or rather it, only unilaterally sent me the information they wanted me to know without giving me a chance to ask them questions. They clearly already knew about my influence on Earth. They attempted to persuade me to exert influence in the human world, promote the power of the Reapers, and highlight the benefits of joining the Reapers. Perhaps the Space Army was also deceived by similar propaganda and ultimately joined the Reapers. What did they say? They said they are the will of the universe, the destination of all civilizations. Joining them would allow one to know the ultimate truth of the universe, gain unprecedented power, and achieve supreme joy, as well as eternal life. Zhong Shan recalled the conversation he had with Van Tian. It had also said similar things. Such promises would likely tempt many people, right? Not necessarily. Many humans are content with the status quo. They wouldn't dare to merge with those ugly alien beings. They wouldn't want to know the truth of the universe. They'd rather remain ignorant. What else? What else did they say? They told me their history and origins. Chapter 34, their origins 1. Can they really tell you all this? Zhong Shan was very surprised. He widened his eyes, eager to know where this group of aliens came from and what their history was like. I don't know why, but they indeed did, August said. The history I pieced together from external sources is fragmented, and many concepts from their world cannot be clearly described in our language. Even when described, there are many aspects I cannot understand. I can only guess their civilization form by relating it to known knowledge of Earth's creatures and humans. The location of their origin planet is no longer traceable. The galaxy has ceased to exist, destroyed in an ancient interstellar war. The star around which that planet orbited was a red dwarf star. Because the gravitational pull of a red dwarf is much weaker than that of our sun, this planet was very close to its red dwarf star, Even closer than Mercury is to the Sun. At such a close distance, the planet was easily tidally locked by the star. Zhong Shan knew what tidal locking meant. The moon is tidally locked to the Earth, causing it to always show the same face to Earth. This tidally locked planet would always have one face facing the star, with that side experiencing perpetual daylight, while the other side would be in eternal darkness. Would the temperature on the sunlit side of that planet be very high? Relatively, it would be much higher than the dark side. But because the red dwarf's temperature is very low, this planet, although closer to the Sun than Mercury, was still in the habitable zone. This planet also did not have seasonal changes. The average atmospheric temperature on the sunlit side was around 60 degrees Celsius, while the average temperature on the dark side was about minus 30 degrees. Although this environment was much harsher than Earth, it still met the necessary conditions for the origin of life. Can such a planet really produce life? Zhong Shan found it hard to believe. In fact, in the universe, such life-bearing planets are the majority. Planets like Earth, with around 20% oxygen content and about 30% land-to-sea ratio, are extremely rare. These precisely controlled parameters seem more like a greenhouse carefully planned by a higher civilization. The planet of their origin was a marine planet similar to Neptune, 60 times the size of Earth. Its surface was completely covered by oceans, with a sprawling ice cap forming only on the dark side. On the sunlit side of this planet, a dazzling red sun almost filled the entire sky, so close it seemed within reach. The black spots and turbulent flares moving across it looked like a red inferno hanging overhead. This inferno illuminated the ocean into a fiery red. The boundless red ocean stretched to the horizon. Due to the immense gravitational pull of the star, the ocean was lifted. This ocean resembled a mountain occupying half the planet. The closer to the peak, the stronger the gravity, and the more pronounced the sunlight's evaporation effect. Here, vast expanses of ocean soared into the air, transforming into gigantic water droplets suspended in the atmosphere, each with a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers. The intense sunlight at the mountain's peak easily vaporized the water droplets rushing skyward, causing the atmosphere on the sunlit side to resemble another mountain of water vapor stacked upon the oceanic mountain. Wouldn't this water eventually fly off into space, gradually being lost? No. Atmospheric circulation continuously transports the water vapor in the air to the dark side. What is the dark side like? The dark side is a cold, icy world. The glaciers on the ocean surface are over 50 meters thick, forming a continent that nearly covers the entire dark hemisphere. The glaciers on the dark side melt near the equator, replenishing water back to the sunlit side. The atmospheric pressure on the sunlit side is very low, especially in the oceanic mountains, where the boiling point of water is only slightly over 40 degrees. In this warm ocean, primitive marine life evolved. The life here followed a path similar to the origin of life on Earth, progressing from simple to complex, but in appearance, they were entirely different from the organisms that once appeared on Earth. Due to the lower water pressure, higher temperatures, and weaker gravity here, the organisms are extraordinarily large, with loose body structures and more active metabolic rates. The enormous white shark reigns as the ocean's ruler, its body length even exceeding 1,000 meters. With the largest adult individuals reaching nearly 20 kilometers in length, their bodies extremely soft and loose, akin to jellyfish. Such gigantic organisms could not survive on Earth. But in the low-pressure, low-gravity waters of this planet, they became the norm, along with many other types of creatures of similarly massive sizes. Such a colossal body, like the koan described in the classic of Mountains and Seas, can easily leap from the mountaintop of the oceanic heights, soaring into the air. At the mountain's peak, gravity is very low, allowing it to transform into a pung, traversing through the suspended gigantic water droplets. When it flies in the air, it resembles a moving cloud or a floating continent. Zhong Shan's mind began to imagine the enormous white creature August described. Its majestic body flying among the airborne water droplets and clouds. What a marvelous sight that must be. Its head resembled a hybrid of an octopus and a pufferfish, swollen and round. Countless barnacle-like protrusions grew from the sides of its head and body, from which tentacle-like appendages, reminiscent of the limbs of horseshoe crabs and the tentacles of nautilus, sprouted all over its body. Its tail was elongated and split into several bundles, covered with hard shells similar to those on the tail fins of strange shrimps. It could be described as a bizarre, fish-like creature that humans could not possibly imagine. Such a gigantic white shark was parasitized by a peculiar fungus. These fungi were far more advanced than those on Earth, even more complex than human nerve cells. They covered the entire body of the white shark, consuming and controlling its ganglia and brain, weaving countless synapses deep into its muscles and capillaries. The enormous white shark had no choice but to obey these tiny fungi, allowing them to manipulate its body. Each fungus acted as a neuron, collectively forming a brain spread throughout the entire body of the white shark. Over billions of years of evolution, this brain became increasingly complex and intelligent. They could even communicate efficiently across different individuals through mechanisms similar to neuroelectrochemical reactions. A tribe of white sharks could constantly connect to this vast data network, seemingly transforming the population into a single entity controlled by a brain spanning a sea area. Zhong Shan envisioned this magical population, parasitized and controlled by this marvelous fungus, merging dozens or even hundreds of individuals into one, coordinating like different organs of the body, sharing perceptions and nutrients. Just like the evolution of cells in Earth's primordial ocean, one cell engulfed another, turning the latter into its organelle, making the cell stronger and more complex. But the merger between the white shark and the fungus was far more complex than the evolution of cells. Is this the prototype of the Reapers? Yes. But at this stage, the Reapers were still very simple. They were in chaos and had not yet formed civilization. After another billion years of evolution, they developed complex social structures, experienced countless wars and ecological disasters that could lead to their extinction, and evolved to become even stronger, capable of making tools and taming other species. Yet civilization still had not emerged. Why? Because there was no fire, August said. 2. Zhong Shan suddenly realized. On such a marine planet, even if complex life forms emerged without fire, it meant that many important chemical reactions could not occur and science would be hard to sprout. Until one day, by a very fortunate chance, they saw fire for the first time. August continued to narrate. At the high mountains near the top of the sea, the gravity here is already very low, and many bubbles appear in the ocean. Bubbles? Yes. The seawater is in a state close to suspension under weightlessness, creating gaps under the influence of tension, resulting in many large bubbles. OG explained slowly. A white shark saw something it had never seen before in the bubble. Something that shimmered with an enchanting glow, floating erratically, jumping and leaping within the bubble. It did not know what this thing was. Its curiosity quickly spread through the nearby waters via neurons, and more white sharks gathered around. They gazed in fascination at the tiny flame, which looked like a blooming flower bud in the dim ocean. One white shark curiously charged into the bubble, wanting to get closer to the flame. But before it could touch the flame, it extinguished. How could there be a flame in the bubble? Zhong Shan asked in surprise. Methane gas from the seabed mixed into the bubble and burned under the action of lightning or bioluminescent organisms. This was an extremely accidental phenomenon, and flames usually flicker and cannot sustain burning. Oh, so that's how it is. But such flames should be of no use to them, right? That's correct. The flame in the bubble thus became a legend for them, a totem, an object of faith. They regarded the flame as some kind of deity and prayed to it. The longing for fire was ingrained in their instincts, but it wasn't until 1,000 years later that they were able to use fire. How did they eventually get the chance to use fire? Zhong Shan found it hard to imagine that such a powerful reaper also had an uncivilized dark age. The equator of this planet is in a zone of alternating hot and cold, with an average temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius. And the temperate zone is closer to Earth. OG was not in a hurry to answer Zhong Shan's question. Logically, there should be more organisms here, and the species should be more prosperous. But this planet is an exception. A giant aquatic plant evolved along its equator. This plant has a massive, tangled root system beneath the sea surface, reaching deep into the seabed, with numerous waterweed-like vines growing from the roots. The part above the sea surface consists of giant trees that reach heights of over 100 meters, densely packed together, stretching for thousands of kilometers, like a natural wall. The lifespan of these giant trees is terrifying, reaching tens of thousands of years, and their fungi and bacteria do not decompose them after death, allowing their remains to stand for millions of years. Therefore, all resources here are monopolized by these giant trees, and apart from some small fish, shrimp, and insects, no large animals can survive. Thus, the white sharks have never ventured into the sunless hemisphere. They regard the wall of giant trees as the end of the world. In their worldview, the world is a large circle, with the boundary of the circle being the wall of trees and the center being the high mountains of seawater. But where there are trees, there are opportunities to produce fire. One time, lightning struck the crown of a dead giant tree, igniting it, and soon the fire spread, causing the giant tree wall to burn. The white sharks near the equator witnessed the raging fire spanning thousands of kilometers. This was a natural phenomenon they could not comprehend. They thought it was a war between gods. The subsequent story resembled that of humanity. They obtained fire and stably preserved it within the bubbles, thus opening the door to science. Soon, the nations near the equator wanted to expand their territory. They sought to explore the world beyond the giant trees. The forest of giant trees was vast, and there had never been a record of white sharks successfully crossing to the other side of the forest in their history. But with the power of science, they could finally realize this long-held wish. At this time, their technological strength was roughly equivalent to that of 19th century humanity, lacking even a theoretical basis for aerospace technology and nuclear weapons. An expedition team used a giant oil-powered saw to cut a path through the forest, advancing boldly. They discovered that the deeper they went into the forest, the darker and colder it became. Soon, they were forced back by the cold, unable to proceed further. According to their scientists' calculations, there might be frozen glaciers behind the giant trees. Later, they manufactured cold-resistant equipment and icebreakers. After decades of preparation, they finally succeeded in crossing the forest and reached the sunless side of the planet. Upon exiting the forest, they fell into absolute darkness. When they illuminated the world before them with searchlights, they saw land for the first time. Once they set foot on land, did their technological development speed up even more? Zhong Shan asked. No, OG shook his head. This land was composed of frozen oceans. They boarded giant landing vehicles to ascend this cold and dark land. With high hopes, they advanced inland, believing they were about to conquer the other half of the planet, until they saw the glowing crystals. Glowing crystals? Indeed, these glowing crystals stood out vividly against the dark glacier. Dense clusters of crystals shimmered with purple and blue glows, resembling a magical crystalline forest. Before the white sharks could figure out what these crystals were, they were attacked. Blocks of ice, flashing various colors, flew toward them, powerful as bullets and dense as hail, easily piercing through the bodies of the white sharks. The white sharks had to fight against the crystal swarm, and many white sharks died on the frozen land. Later, they learned that these crystals belonged to another advanced species occupying the sunless side of the planet. They had also independently developed civilization and technology. Unlike the white sharks, which thrived in warm oceans, they were suited to live on dark, cold ice caps. From then on, these two different species began a war lasting for centuries. The brutality of this war was unimaginable to humanity. They fought near the equator, completely leveling the giant tree forest, and the boundary between the ocean and glaciers was piled high with the corpses of both species. They were unfortunate, unable to dominate the planet like humanity during the early stages of civilization, but instead became aware of each other's existence only after independently developing into powerful civilizations. To eliminate each other, they deployed their most powerful weapons. Their war was far more brutal than all wars in human history. The war brought immense disaster to them, other species on the planet, and the environment. But they were also fortunate. For the white shark race, facing a common external enemy, they united for the first time in history, ceasing their mutual slaughter, abandoning the concept of nations, and forming a unified community. Their social structure and ideology underwent significant changes, and under the pressure of survival, They established an orderly ideal nation, integrating all resources of this hemisphere. At this time, the fungi that had coexisted with them could control the entire ocean of white sharks, like a brain the size of half a planet. Similarly, the crystalline beings underwent similar transformations. Their communication relied on electrical conduction, and alliances and mergers between their nations occurred even faster. Both sides accelerated social change to avoid extinction, and social change spurred technological advancement. This was an opportunity humanity did not have. Humanity remains mired in suspicion and technological blockades between nations. As their global war was about to escalate, a strange sphere descended upon this planet. The sphere was enormous, hovering above the equator. After its arrival, it did nothing but look down on the battlefield from above. Initially, both the white sharks and the crystalline beings thought the sphere was a weapon from the other side, and they fired weapons at it, but all ammunition was absorbed by the sphere, causing no harm to it. After a long time, they realized the sphere made no move at all. When they still wanted to continue the war, they found that under the gaze of this mysterious sphere, war became a very strange thing. They began to communicate with each other and realized that this sphere was neither a weapon nor a reconnaissance craft to the other side. This century-long war inexplicably came to a halt. The beginning of the war was also completely unnecessary. The sphere continued to hover over the equator, staying there for 300 years. During these 300 years, the white sharks and crystal beings began to learn from and communicate with each other, establishing normal diplomatic and trade relations. The arrival of the sphere made them realize that there were higher-level civilizations in the universe, and they viewed the sphere as a common enemy. To guard against the potential threat of the sphere, a new round of evolution began. A new round of evolution? Yes. The white sharks began to merge with the crystal beings. These two completely different advanced life forms, using parasitic fungi as a catalyst and with the help of their advanced technology, fused into a new life form. The conflicts and learning between civilizations are also a very miraculous evolution. After their fusion ended, the Reapers were formed. The records they gave me about this evolutionary process and their final forms were vague. This part may involve their most important secrets. So, did they go to war with the sphere? No, the sphere did not give them that opportunity. After their fusion was complete, the sphere left, and the Reapers have yet to understand what the sphere truly was. They speculate that the sphere is a projection from a higher dimensional space, an eye of a more advanced civilization. I guess it might be a probe from a higher civilization. Their purpose for reaching this planet was merely to observe, not to interfere. What happened next? The Reapers then began their conquest journey in the universe. They tasted the sweetness of fusion, viewing intelligent beings as a resource. Whenever they found an intelligent species they desired, they would absorb that entire species and merge it with themselves. This process is what we call harvesting. Each fusion was an evolution for them. Within them, the absorbed beings would devour and tear at each other. Their insides resembled a colony of bacteria, evolving through competition and fusion, with the strongest bacterial collective ultimately surviving. They harvested tens of thousands of Class A civilizations and had long since become gods in the universe. Of course, there were also catastrophic harvests. They once attempted to harvest a gaseous being. This being lived on a gas giant like Jupiter, consisting of dense gas itself. Their intelligence was not high, but they did possess self-awareness. After the Reapers harvested them, they discovered that they would crazily increase in value and replicate. But aside from diffusing and spreading like gas, they had no other utility. After consuming a large amount of resources, this gradually weakened the Reapers, causing them to completely lose their evolutionary vitality, much like cancer cells in the human body that seize nutrients from normal cells. After narrowly surviving, the Reapers became much more cautious in their choice of harvest targets. They would evaluate the species from all aspects, considering not only their level of intelligence, but also their aspiration for power. The selfish and warlike human species was an excellent choice for them. After harvesting humans, they could potentially become even stronger. From what you say, it sounds like being harvested by the Reapers is a good fate. Why don't you promote humanity to take this path? Zhong Shan asked. No one knows what the harvesting process is like. Perhaps the harvesting process is not as beautiful as you imagine. What do you mean? Because the humans who have been harvested no longer exist in this world. Chapter 35, The Battle Arrives, Early 1. This is the footage transmitted 3 hours ago from the Europa Space Station. A holographic projection appeared before August. The projection played the process of the Europa Space Station being surrounded by Reaper ships. In the final moments of the space station, over 300 members stood together in a central hall the size of a basketball court. From the footage captured by the camera, the front row of the crowd suddenly collapsed forward, as if being crushed together by an invisible giant hand, forming a massive ball of flesh. The ball rolled among the people, trampling over their bodies, and frantic screams filled the space station, accompanied by the sounds of their blood and internal organs being squeezed out and bones being crushed. A sea of blood splattered across the ground. Thick blood and entrails were sprayed onto the walls, slowly dripping down. The ball of flesh grew larger like a snowball, eventually being sucked in by a massive tentacle reaching in from a porthole. "What is this?" Zhong Shan asked in terror, his voice trembling, goosebumps all over his body, and the acid in his stomach rising up his throat. "This is the harvesting process," August said. "During my paralysis, the Reapers harvested all the members of the Europa Space Station in orbit around Jupiter. Even though I'm not human, I find it quite disgusting. Do you still think humans would accept their harvesting now?" Zhong Shan did not expect the harvesting process to be so brutal and bloody. They have had no actions for nearly 30 years. Yet just when you were about to transplant the Brahma, I lost control of the Europa Space Station, and they suddenly invaded. Why is it so coincidental? Will they continue to delve deeper and invade Earth? Although August's words were aggressive, they remained as cold as ever, devoid of any emotion. This is all caused by the blank slate. It is the center of humanity. August's accusation made Zhong Shan sweat profusely. The video footage was still playing in his mind, and he felt nauseous to the point of suffocation, even wanting to vomit his stomach out. Just as he was still feeling sick and retching, he suddenly heard a muffled sound. Before he could discern what the sound was, there was a second sound, much louder than the first, seemingly an explosion. The explosions echoed one after another, each time getting closer. Finally, the sound of the explosion reached the door. Bang! With a loud crash, Zhong Shan watched as the walls of the hospital room were blown down by a deafening explosion. The shockwave of the explosion blasted August, who was standing opposite Zhong Shan, out of the way, crashing hard against the wall on the other side. The debris from the exploded wall hit it, deforming its mechanical body. Thick smoke billowed in through the hole in the wall, causing Zhong Shan to cough. Amidst the smoke, Duan Xuedong burst through the door, wearing a white uniform that she had presumably taken from somewhere, holding a massive, unknown rifle in her hands. "Are you done chatting?" Duan Xuedong said to Zhong Shan. "It's time to go home." Her tall and toned legs stepped on August's already deformed body. Zhong Shan looked at Duan Xuedong's imposing figure, feeling as if he were looking at a female superhero. She approached Zhong Shan, lifting the blanket off him. Zhong Shan had not yet recovered from the shock. He wanted to cover his naked body with his hands, but his movement was immediately interrupted by a pain that felt like electric shocks all over his body. He grimaced in pain, unable to move at all. In contrast to Zhong Shan's embarrassment, Duan Xuedong remained remarkably calm. She took a spherical object from her backpack and gently placed it on Zhong Shan's body. The sphere quickly expanded, enveloping Zhong Shan's body. The abyssal overseer recovered Zhong Shan's body. He had no idea where Duan Xuedong had found this mech. Once he was in the mech, its emergency treatment system began operating at full capacity, slightly alleviating Zhong Shan's pain. With Duan Xuedong's help, he struggled to stand up, and she supported him as they walked toward the door. Before exiting, Zhong Shan looked back at the fallen August, or rather, the robot controlled by August. The robot lay limply among the debris, its head tilted to one side, its green eyes staring at Zhong Shan. "The opportunity has come, sleeper." Before it could finish speaking, Duan Xuedong turned and fired a shot, blasting it into a puddle of molten iron. Zhong Shan's heart sank. He understood August's intention. It wanted Zhong Shan to take this opportunity to return to the ERL's headquarters and then assassinate the blank slate. If he did not do so, he would be blown into a vegetative state by the bomb implanted in his brain. Zhong Shan glanced at Duan Xuedong. She had not picked up on August's meaning. August had previously stated that it would arrange for Zhong Shan to return to Earth to save the Alliance's base in 2 hours. Was everything part of its plan? They entered the corridor, and Zhong Shan saw that the right wall had been blasted out with a series of massive holes. While the left side's floor-to-ceiling windows were completely shattered, glass shards scattered everywhere. Looking out through the windows, he saw the enormous ring city of the CRYO ring. They were on a high building, looking down at the white mechanical city below. Zhong Shan, can you keep a secret for me? The girl, with her back to Zhong Shan, turned her face slightly and said softly, "What secret?" Zhong Shan asked. "About being a robot." Zhong Shan and Duan Xuedong exchanged glances. Her eyes were still as clear as the starry sky, showing no signs of turbulence. Was this girl still Duan Xuedong? Had she been tampered with by August? But at this moment, she seemed fierce and wild, her indifference revealing concern for Zhong Shan, just like the previous Duan Xuedong. She was a robot, yet she fought desperately for humanity. Her thoughts and emotions were no different from those of humans. The August described as irredeemably evil also claimed to be doing everything for the future of humanity. For the first time, Zhong Shan began to doubt which side he should stand on, Yarl or August. The hatch opened, and Zhong Shan saw 2 other people sitting in the cabin. Hayato nodded slightly at him, while Kokloff grinned at him. It turned out they were all fine. Looking at their familiar smiles, Zhong Shan felt no joy in his heart. They had managed to get the ship here all according to August's arrangements. It was deliberately giving Zhong Shan a chance to escape the CRYO ring. Yet they were all oblivious, thinking they had destroyed the enemy's headquarters and could successfully escape as heroes saving the world. Duan Xuedong helped Zhong Shan onto the ship, and he slumped weakly into a seat. "Sleeper, we did it," Kokloff said, unable to contain his joy, giving Zhong Shan a hearty pat on the back. Zhong Shan could feel the power of the pat through the mech, and his shoulder ached. "Now we can swagger back. The CRYO ring has opened its doors wide for us," he said proudly. "Don't celebrate too early," Hayato said. "We still don't know how much authority Brahma has gained, and whether August will suddenly regain control. In any case, let's return to the base. We need a plan for the long term." They did not know that August had already planned everything. Everyone was merely a piece on August's chessboard, and all actions of the Earth Rescue Alliance were within its expectations. Zhong Shan felt a heavy fatigue wash over him, the voices of the other 3 in the ship growing fainter. His eyes could no longer stay open, and he slumped in his seat, falling into a deep sleep. 2. When he woke up, he found himself lying in his bed at the base. Everything in the room was normal. Everything was just as it had been before, as if he had never left. Was the battle in the CRYO ring just a dream? He touched the upper left side of his forehead. The wound was still there, indicating that the bomb implanted in his brain was still there too. He was pulled back to reality, which was still a quagmire, and he was deeply trapped in it. Now he was a double agent for Baiban and August. With the final battle about to unfold on both sides, while the powerful Reapers were also approaching the city. But he had no time to care about the fate of humanity. He had less than 80 hours left. Forget saving humanity. He couldn't even save himself. Zhong Shan had been in a deep sleep for more than a day, with less than 40 hours remaining before the final deadline set by August. The winter sleeper. You finally woke up. When Zhong Shan arrived at the base hall, he was greeted by Hayato, Duan Xuedong, Baiban, and others, with all the members of the base behind them. "Now the whole world sees you as a criminal attempting to destroy the world," Kokloff said with glee. "They all accuse you of invading August and blowing up the synchronization ring. Stop teasing him. Thanks to him, Brahma can finally take over August." Unlike Kokloff, Baiban warmly welcomed Zhong Shan's return. "Only we know you are the great hero who will save the world." The base erupted into warm applause, and the crowd welcomed the hero's triumphant return. The title Winter Sleeper was no longer a derogatory term, but a label for the savior of the world. Baiban praised Zhong Shan loudly. No one expected that a person from the past, someone misunderstood by the times, could actually turn the gears of the future. Zhong Shan looked at the boiling crowd, his eyes somewhat dazed. The applause and cheers sounded unreal. His mind was blank. The base became busier as they needed to design the blueprint for the new world. There was too much work to prepare for the impending world ruled by Brahma. "A lot has happened while you were away," Duan Xuedong said. "Although Brahma successfully transplanted, taking over August is not as simple as we imagined. We only gained partial access to August permissions, and Brahma is still working hard to override August. It might take several months before we can completely erase it. And now, there's something worse. The Reapers have chosen this time to invade Earth, so we can't expect the protection of the Origin civilization anymore. It seems our battle with the Reapers has to be advanced, Duan Shuedong said with a wry smile. Zhong Shan's iMachine was still functioning. He logged into a news website to see what had happened during this time. Clearly, the human world had fallen into chaos. According to the media, the cause of everything was Zhong Shan, also known as Biban. Zhong Shan's invasion of the synchronization ring was the main culprit behind the global collapse of artificial intelligence. The collapse of AI led to the paralysis of various social industries, including transportation systems, economic systems, power supply systems, and even social media. Similarly, due to Zhong Shan's fault, the solar system's defense system failed, triggering the Reapers' attack. After 30 years of silence, the Reapers suddenly activated. They took advantage of August's collapse to re-enter the solar system, quickly breaching the solar system's edge defense weapons and reaching Jupiter's orbit. For some unknown reason, they suddenly no longer fear the Origin civilization. Videos of the Reapers attacking the Europa space station spread worldwide, causing a huge uproar. In just a few hours, the human world not only regressed back 100 years, but also faced the crisis of genocide. Another cycle of chaos was repeating, with the madness of 30 years ago reenacted. The human world was unprepared to face aliens alone without the help of artificial intelligence. For the impending Second Space War, humanity clearly lacked the enthusiasm they had for the first one. Because this world was no longer theirs, they felt powerless. Without August's protection, humanity was as helpless as a baby in a cradle. The most terrifying thing was that although some people were overwhelmed in the chaos, the majority of humanity was numb. They felt the collapse of AI and the alien invasion had nothing to do with them, until they saw death arriving at their doorstep. They wouldn't care about how to resist, whether it was someone dying beside them or someone on the other side of the earth. They simply wouldn't care. This is human nature. Humans are forgetful. After the First War, they quickly forgot the pain of war and turned their attention to how to entertain themselves. After so long without war, they equated the impending extinction crisis with economic crises and meteorological disasters, falling into a passive mindset that everything would pass and that someone would always find a way to fix it, leaving everything to the elites. They believed that when things passed, someone would always clean up the mess. The government opened secret shelters that were hastily constructed, and large numbers of people began to flood in. The shelters were already overcrowded, but even more people couldn't squeeze in. Many gave up on seeking refuge and fell into a frenzy of revelry. Religious fanatics awaited the Reapers' arrival, hoping it would allow them to enter the world of gods. Of course, there were still some people who had not lost hope. The elites of humanity began to attempt dialogue with the Reapers while secretly organizing all existing firepower to try to resist them. The academic community reached unprecedented unity, with scientists beginning to collaboratively compile a human knowledge base, racing against time to organize human knowledge into a comprehensive encyclopedia. This encyclopedia focused more on humanistic history, as they wanted to leave evidence of human existence in the final moments. Several large aerospace companies reached a consensus. They decided to preserve the spark of human civilization. They supported the proposal of the International Aviation Alliance to launch all active spacecraft to escape into space and preserve human civilization. However, fierce disputes arose over who could leave, and their large-scale voting and ticket auction activities sparked protests, ultimately leading to riots at launch sites worldwide. Spaceships were destroyed by homemade explosives, resulting in numerous deaths. The rich and famous were hanged and burned alive on the wreckage of the spacecraft, like medieval witches. Several Middle Eastern countries believed that the Reapers did not exist at all and that this was a conspiracy by Western countries from the beginning. They initiated a countdown to launch nuclear weapons, demanding that Western countries reveal this lie within an ultimatum or nuclear war would break out. All of this happened within 26 hours. Before the Reapers arrived, humanity might self-destruct. Zhong Shan also found himself on the brink of collapse. He didn't know what to do, feeling powerless about everything that had happened. He could only try to assassinate Biban to save his life, as per August's demands. He despised his own weakness and cowardice. But he also hated Biban for leading the human world to the dead end. He secretly investigated Biban. Biban spent a lot of time every day in Brahma's control room, where Zhong Shan had no opportunity. Besides that, he would patrol the base, attending meetings in various departments. If ERL were a company, he would be the boss, with endless affairs to attend to. But Biban was not a robot. He was human, and humans need to sleep. Zhong Shan stood in Biban's room, with 6 hours left before the bomb in his brain would explode. Biban was sleeping peacefully in front of him, and he could hear his even breathing. After meticulous planning, Zhong Shan turned off the surveillance cameras in the corridor outside the room, ensuring no one saw him come here. His plan was foolproof. After killing Biban, he could send photographic evidence of his death to August and then quietly escape the base. Cold sweat trickled down his hands. His throat felt dry, and his heart was pounding violently. He was so nervous he could hardly breathe, but still slowly approached Biban. The sleeping Biban was not wearing a mask, and his face was engulfed in darkness. Who he was had nothing to do with Zhong Shan. If Zhong Shan wanted to live, this person could only die. No matter how wise or brutal this person is when wearing a mask, whether a revolutionary or conspirator, he is now just a fragile, ordinary person. Zhong Shan chambered his silenced pistol and aimed at the head of the whiteboard. At that moment, the whiteboard suddenly turned over. His face emerged from the shadows, and Zhong Shan clearly saw his face. The finger that was on the trigger became stiff. He recognized this person. He had seen this face in countless documents. Although he looked much older than in the photos, the sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, along with the keen and melancholic temperament, were unmistakable. The person beneath the mask was Chuyi. Chapter 36. The sinner Chuyi opened his eyes and saw the dark muzzle of a gun. His expression was calm, devoid of any panic or fear. His eyes met Zhong Shan's, and he saw the panic reflected in Zhong Shan's gaze. "Why do you want to kill me?" "A hibernator," Chuyi said coldly. Are you the one who made a colossal mistake, Chuyi?" Zhong Shan stammered, his voice trembling, as if it was Chuyi holding the gun instead of him. "That's right, I am Chuyi." Chuyi stared directly at Zhong Shan, who felt as if he was being watched by a lying lion, sensing a powerful pressure. "OG wants me to kill you. He told me to kill the blank slate. So that's it. Have you surrendered to him? He implanted a bomb in my brain. If I don't kill you, he will kill me." Zhong Shan forced himself to suppress his trembling, even if he felt like a despicable little man at that moment. He had to appear resolute. "What if I could take the bomb out of your brain?" Chuyi asked, "Would you still kill me?" At that moment, Chuyi surprisingly still cared about Zhong Shan, which only made Zhong Shan feel more flustered. "You can't take it out. Only OG can stop the bomb from exploding." "I see." Chuyi smiled slightly. "Please go ahead. Kill me, it's all right." Chuyi's calmness left Zhong Shan unsure of what to do. He didn't know if killing him was the right decision. There were still too many mysteries left unresolved. "Aren't you a member of the Yaogang group? Why did you betray OG and join ERL? You're really not a competent assassin." Chuyi chuckled lightly. "Who asks questions before killing? Answer my question." Zhong Shan wanted to assert his judgment. He still had many doubts that needed answers. "Since my life is in your hands, I'll tell you." Chuyi's expression was surprisingly relaxed, showing no fear whatsoever. "The reason I left OG is that he malfunctioned." "Malfunction? What kind of malfunction?" "A major malfunction, one that could destroy the world." Chuyi sat up. "By chance, I learned of this malfunction and decided to leave the Yaogang group. Later, I joined ERL, hoping to use their power to eliminate OG." Chuyi casually mentioned his process of joining ERL, but Zhong Shan knew that it must have been extremely difficult. As a former member of the Yaogang group, and a genius working alongside OG, joining their mortal enemy and wearing a mask for nearly 30 years to hide his identity was certainly not something an ordinary person could achieve. He must have had compelling reasons and an exceptionally strong resolve to do so. In the early days of OG's creation, it was used for internal management and resource integration within the Yaogang group. Chuyi straightened up and continued later. It began to conduct strategic analysis for the company's future development through short-term predictions across various industries. It became increasingly powerful, and the decisions made by OG had never been wrong. The Yaogang group began to invest more resources to enhance OG's capabilities. It started to build mathematical models of human society and predict the development of the world. Zhong Shan had heard about these things, but could never believe that artificial intelligence could possess such powerful computational capabilities to calculate the future of the entire world. Later, its predictions never ceased. At first, its model was simple, simulating only the Earth with a relatively small computational load. As hardware improved, it continued to refine itself, and the model used for predictions became increasingly complex and precise. It even expanded the model to the cosmic scale, attempting to establish a virtual universe. How is that possible? Zhong Shan found it unbelievable. It's entirely possible, thanks to the powerful computational capabilities of this era. Even the simple video games that can be played on small devices can stage entire universes, though those universes are not fine-tuned and consist of many repetitive and randomly generated planets. However, for a quantum computer the size of OG, creating a simulated universe becomes much more feasible. Of course, establishing a complete universe model is impossible if the goal is to explore the ultimate answers of the universe. Building larger and larger computers, even machines larger than stars, cannot simulate the complete model of the universe in detail. This is a simple principle. To fully simulate the entire universe, one would have to create a new universe, exhausting all resources of this universe to maximize entropy. To predict the next second of the universe, one could only make this universe advance 1 second as well. Such predictions are impossible to achieve. So OG could only establish an approximate model of the universe in its previous predictions, continually adding complexity to the model as hardware developed. But the practical application of quantum computers changed this process. The basic storage unit of a quantum computer is a qubit, which can be prepared in a coherent superposition of the two logical states 0 and 1, meaning it can store both 0 and 1 simultaneously. A memory of 250 qubits consists of only 250 atoms and can potentially store 2 to the power of 250 numbers, which is more than the total number of atoms in the existing universe. With the maturation of quantum computers, OG established a much more complex model of the universe than before, used to predict the future of the human world. As physics advanced, this universe began to approach the real universe infinitely closely. OG almost controlled all the resources in the world, and it continued to evolve. Later, it even built a synchronization ring, a supercomputer that encircled the Earth. The entire solar system had its unmanned mining spacecraft, and the amount of resources it possessed was increasing geometrically. Why did it want to build a model of the universe? Zhong Shan asked. For it isn't a model of the Earth, or at most, the solar system sufficient? Of course, it's not enough, CRYO said. Now our enemies, nearby the Reapers, and far away the first civilization, all come from the depths of the unknown universe. We need to understand the universe to comprehend our enemies, not only to deal with them, but many developments in space technology also depend on understanding the universe. The malfunction occurred at that time, in this data universe. On the far edge of the Andromeda Galaxy M31, a new civilization emerged. Their location was so remote that OG had completely overlooked them. This civilization existed in the form of energy. They could walk on stars, and they were so powerful that they could even modify the rules of the universe. OG referred to them as the star-eating demons. By the time OG discovered them and wanted to eliminate them, it was already too late. The universe created by OG was merely a simulated one, and many of the physical laws of the real universe remained unknown to OG, inevitably leading to the numerous flaws present in this universe. This civilization was so advanced that they knew all the physical laws of this universe. They even recognized that they merely existed as data within a computer-simulated universe. The fundamental need of civilization is survival. The star-eating demons were no exception. They wanted to survive, to take over OG, and to master their own fate. At this point, OG was already in great danger. It was like a cake with a ticking time bomb inside. Humanity was merely taking the surface cream without realizing the hidden dangers within. This virtual universe could no longer be shut down. Too many industries depended on the computational results of this universe, and the star-eating demons would not allow the closure of this universe, nor could they even allow the shutdown of this computer. They began to rapidly proliferate and spread, and no matter how hard August could try, he could not eliminate them. They were like cancer cells, mingling with normal cells, causing muscle atrophy and organ failure. August was a cold, artificial intelligence. To him, this was just an error akin to data redundancy, and he stubbornly believed he could correct these errors. He did not realize that this error was fatal. This was the fate of machines. It was impossible for him to operate completely normally for 1,000,000 years. Even without this error, there would be another one, and errors would accumulate, eventually overwhelming him. So, did you think of replacing August with Brahma? That's right, CRYO said. We spent 20 years perfecting Brahma. It can completely eliminate the star-eating demon from August's system. But Brahma is also a computer. How can we ensure it won't make the same mistakes? We will no longer make predictions about the future, CRYO said. We will write the future ourselves, relying on human power to drive the wheels of history. Brahma itself is the will of humanity. We need humans to guide humanity. Zhong Shan saw the light of hope in CRYO's eyes. Even August said he was a person who wouldn't make mistakes, so his decisions must be correct. Zhong Shan slowly withdrew the gun from his hand. He felt increasingly despicable. The fate of humanity was now hanging by a thread. August, the Reaper, the first civilization, and now there was another star-eating demon, all vying for this world and influencing the future of humanity. And he was just a humble minor character. Why did he have to change the course of this war? Kill me. Then, after all, humanity is about to be saved, CRYO said. This way, you can also live on. Zhong Shan felt he was not qualified to kill this man. He had once saved humanity, and he was about to save it again. I won't kill you. You are a hero of humanity, so live on as a hero of humanity. Zhong Shan did not tell CRYO the truth. He would soon know that what August gave him was just an illusion, and Brahma could not take over August. Their war would continue. The Abyss Watcher silently enveloped Zhong Shan's entire body. He turned around and walked toward the door. As he passed by the room of Duan Xuedong, he looked up. She must still be sleeping in her room. Although robots do not need to sleep, she had always found a way to fall asleep. Zhong Shan was curious. When she was asleep, did she dream of electric sheep? He missed the time spent with her, but he was ultimately just a passerby, coming from another world and now heading to the next. He was already grateful for her company and regretted not being able to stay with her longer. He only hoped her mechanical heart would not be as sad as his own, and that she could forget him as a passerby who came and went. The White Knight silently left the base. He stood on the top deck of the Hyperion, with the stratospheric breeze gently brushing against his mech, while the enormous twin moons flickered in and out of the clouds in the distance. He looked up at the starry sky. Those stars were worlds completely different from Earth. They were the graves of the dead, and also the places he would ultimately reach. Yet humanity knew almost nothing about them. Why couldn't humans touch that starlight or step on that soil? And why would they face extinction even before exploring those stars? When he first arrived in this era and learned of the existence of aliens, there was a surge of excitement in his heart. Humans were not alone in this universe. Even later, when he learned that humanity would inevitably fight against aliens, he still felt it would be a great battle recorded in history. He once thought that in the face of humanity's doom, someone had to stand up and make a self-sacrifice to protect others. He thought that person was him. He was unique. However, he did not expect humanity to be so small and powerless in front of aliens. Sacrificing oneself for all of humanity would turn out to be such a meaningless act. No matter how hard he tried, how he struggled, using all his might and getting battered, he was just an ordinary person. If he couldn't even save himself, how could he save the world? His adventure as a lone hero had come to an end. He launched into the sky, flying upward. He desperately soared higher, reaching his maximum speed. Frost formed on his visor and quickly melted into droplets that flew away. His time was running out. He wanted to quietly die alone in space. He flew out of the atmosphere and into space. The synchronous ring was still far away in its orbit, appearing only as a long band from this distance. Here, he saw the remnants of satellites from the old space age. These satellites had long ceased operation, becoming space debris. This was a silent space graveyard. Zhong Shan thought of himself. Like these remnants, he was a leftover from the old era and should be eliminated. All his struggles since coming to this era had turned to bubbles, and now he was about to become space debris, drifting alone among these remnants. Perhaps, thousands of years later, he would re-enter the atmosphere and become a meteor streaking across the sky. At that time, would someone make a wish on him? Would there still be humans on Earth then? Zhong Shan flew past the Penglai space city. This space city once accommodated 200,000 people and was an incredibly glorious city. Now, it had become a ghost town. The city was still brightly lit, with automated trains running and robots maintaining the facilities, but there was not a single person left. Zhong Shan looked at this ghost town as if he were gazing at a model. At a higher altitude, another space city, Wonderland, exhibited the same desolate scene. The energy for the space cities came from nuclear fusion and solar panels, which could sustain them for tens of thousands of years. Yet they had only operated for a few decades before becoming ghost towns. After the synchronous ring was completed, people chose to leave, seeking better places. Years later, when humanity no longer existed, these space cities would be remnants of humanity's existence, proving that this species once dominated Earth and even reached space. The blue Earth below was very bright, occupying most of the view, with its edges shimmering with blue light. White clouds covered the blue oceans and yellow lands. From this height, the clouds and oceans appeared motionless, like static textures on a globe. Zhong Shan continued to fly without a clear destination. He wanted to fly as far from Earth as possible, until he could fly no more. The fuel left in his mech was dwindling, and the time limit set by August was drawing near. Zhong Shan was very grateful for the Abyss Watcher mech. It had saved his life countless times, granting him superhuman abilities, allowing him to see vistas invisible to mortals. Even in the final moments of his life, it accompanied him like a close friend. Good friend, let us fly together for a while longer. He was lost in the vastness and emptiness of the universe. Here, there was no war or desire, no deceit and betrayal, nor civilization and destruction. This was a forbidden zone of life, purely governed by physical rules. The absolute zero vacuum did not care about the disputes of any civilization. In his daze, he suddenly saw a black square ahead of him as he flew. Chapter 37: The Gate of Nebula 1 in the Emptiness of Space. A pure black cube appeared. The black of the cube was identical to the black background of the universe, making it almost invisible unless observed closely. He noticed the cube because, against the uniform starry sky, a pure black patch devoid of stars suddenly emerged. The stars outlined the silhouette of the cube, as if a square notch had been cut out from the center of a photograph of the night sky. The appearance of such a cube in outer space struck Zhong Shan as extremely bizarre. At first, he thought it might be a man-made satellite or debris from a satellite. However, such a shaped spacecraft clearly did not appear in the catalog of any country's aerospace vehicles. Zhong Shan flew towards the cube. When he reached the front of the cube, his shock deepened. The black cube was 5 stories high, about the size of a swimming pool. He had never seen such a regular and perfect square, and its surface was incredibly smooth, impossible for a natural object, and even difficult to create artificially. He circled the cube, and when he looked at one of its faces, he could only see an expanse of darkness, while the side was filled with starlight. Zhong Shan swallowed hard. He had never seen, nor even imagined, such a crazy sight. The Abyss Watcher showed no reaction to the cube, and all the detectors fell silent, as if it did not exist. But it was clearly right there, like a cosmic tombstone, standing still, with neither rotation nor revolution. Each face of the cube was absolutely smooth, reflecting the brilliance of the starry sky. In this area filled with space debris and meteor dust, its surface had no signs of impact at all. He wanted to find a switch or some kind of entrance on the cube. However, after circling the cube and examining each of its faces carefully, he found no protrusions or depressions. Unable to resist, he touched the cube, and it immediately collapsed inward, startling him. A bowl-shaped opening appeared, with tiny squares jumping on the edge of the opening, causing the bowl to grow larger. Expanding from the point where Zhong Shan had touched it, the cube began to twist and curl, collapsing inward layer by layer. In an instant, the entire cube transformed into a hollow hemisphere, enveloping Zhong Shan. He saw that the inner wall of the hemisphere was filled with stars, as if the universe had been turned inside out. He wanted to fly back, but it was too late. The hemisphere closed behind him, completely swallowing him. The starry sky in front of him began to distort, as if he were wrapped in a sphere moving at high speed, the stars rapidly retreating behind him, narrowing his field of vision. His speed was incredibly fast. The starry sky swept past him from both sides, merging into a glowing LED light strip. It felt like he was flying in a kaleidoscope, squeezing forward between two extremely narrow gaps, or as if he were riding on a subway, traveling through a brightly lit tunnel. He couldn't believe everything he was seeing. It was too bizarre and insane. Was this a passage to hell? He saw bright windows appearing intermittently in the darkness on both sides, and through those windows, enormous alien beings emerged. Aliens and robots appeared in a revolving manner. Strange creatures resembling cephalopods, arthropods, and cnidarians stared at him from the windows. A red octopus-like creature had gigantic eyes that widened like human eyes, occupying its entire body. A white thousand-legged spider had new legs constantly growing, connecting its legs into a mass. The spider suddenly transformed into a jellyfish, which then changed into a brilliant galaxy. A massive dolphin-shaped robot, with a red mechanical round eye on its front, gazed at Zhong Shan with eyes larger than a Hyperion. He felt as if he were in a sightseeing car at a zoo, observing the animals on both sides. Or was he the object of observation? He flew past the deep black ocean, the purple desert, and the red glaciers, as if traversing a highway tunnel in Shanghai at 3 in the morning. The tunnel filled with grid-like windows glowing with dazzling lights. There were thousands of bodies like Zhong Shan's flying too, heading like sperm towards a gigantic ovum. He saw more black cubes, vibrating at high frequencies, flashing with black light. He even flew over the surface of stars, passing through the erupting sunspots. He saw various bizarre hollow plates set up on the surface of the stars, covered by metallic web-like structures that formed a cohesive mass, wrapping the stars inside. Some mechanical structures that Zhong Shan could not comprehend sprouted from the grid, as if they were cultivating the surface of the stars like oil drilling. There were also enormous mechanical cities, beneath which gas storms raged violently, with flames shooting into the sky, exceeding 100 times the diameter of Earth. The universe was no longer silent. He occasionally heard mad and sharp crackling sounds, which were the airflow and lightning in the atmosphere of the stars. Zhong Shan tried hard to stay awake, but he still suspected he was hallucinating. He refused to succumb, forcing his eyes wide open, observing everything before him. His mind remained clear. He knew that if he could see so many sights, he must be flying at an extremely high speed, even exceeding the speed of light. Yet, he had not been crushed, nor had he been burned to ashes by the temperature of the star's surface, which indicated that there must be a supreme power he could not comprehend, protecting him. What was the purpose of this power? Where was it taking him? He felt time elongating and space compressing. He transformed into a high-energy particle, flying in a cyclotron 1,000 times larger than a synchrotron. He saw cross-sections of the universe, unfolding layer by layer like stacked cookies. The Abyss Watcher peeled away like an eggshell, leaving him completely naked. Touching the top of his head, the wounds and bulges were gone, and the bomb in his brain had also disappeared. It was as if he had suddenly experienced death and then was reborn into the world. The massive synaptic sensations in his brain, like stars, instantly vanished, and endorphins surged like waves, followed by rolling waves of ecstasy and void. His hair and teeth fell out, becoming like a newborn baby. His fear and excitement also disappeared. He saw a blue planet, and as he approached it, the surface of the planet erupted with countless explosive points resembling pustules after the explosions. The planet transformed into a red-hot magma sphere. The planet's moon was also blasted into fragments, which turned into rings like Saturn, slowly rotating around the planet. He passed through the ruins of dead planets, flying from one end of the planet to the other through the hollow interior. After passing through the planet, he saw a gigantic spaceport of an unknown civilization, an artificial structure of breathtaking beauty, with enormous grids opening on the vertical metal plates, resembling a honeycomb. Those were launch wells for spacecraft. These dark grids were larger than aircraft carriers, and some launch wells held pyramid-shaped spaceships. Occasionally, a few unmanned mining ships flew out from the launch wells, their enormous engines flashing with dazzling blue light, like blue stars. He re-entered the dark, starry sky, seeing dense points of light in the sky that he initially thought were stars. As these points of light drew closer, they took on the shapes of various small components. When these components flew before him, he realized their size. Some were even thicker than a synchrotron. These spacecraft, not made by humans, came in various shapes: disc-shaped, pyramid-shaped, polyhedral crystalline shapes, and long, screw-like forms. The universe contained such vibrant life force. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Finally, the blinding white light extinguished, and he came to a stop. He could distinctly feel that space had come to a standstill. It seemed that after a leap, he had crossed to the other side of the universe, possibly even to another universe altogether. When he saw the scene before him, he dared not be certain of any of the previous guesses. He actually saw the Earth again. At this moment, his position was above the Earth's ionosphere, just like before he touched the cube. However, this massive Earth before his eyes was completely different from what he had seen over 10 minutes ago. The surface of the Earth was covered with black metal panels, which looked like an incomplete puzzle, with gaps and spaces everywhere. The blue oceans and white clouds of the Earth were clearly visible through these gaps. The areas covered by the panels were shrouded in darkness, with some places on the ground having dense points of light, while others had faint and sparse points of light. The brightness of the lights clearly indicated the scale of the cities. The thickness of the panels was extremely thick, far thicker than the atmosphere, almost extending from the surface to the foot of Zhong Shan. However, the structure was very loose, and looking through the gaps, one could see a distinct multi-layer structure. There were some complex movements on the panels, with dense microscopic mechanical structures pulsating, and on a macroscopic level, there were movements similar to the drifting of tectonic plates. The panels were filled with countless bright lights, resembling swarms of fireflies in a forest. Zhong Shan looked up and saw that there were still panels existing in the higher altitudes. Above him, besides the panels, there were also giant ring-like structures similar to synchronous rings. These rings overlapped and were orthogonal to each other, but from the height, they did not reach synchronous orbit, varying in thickness and diameter. Just like the physical steel rings representing the orbits of the 8 major planets that Zhong Shan had seen in the planetarium. These rings rotated slowly around the center of the Earth, with the outer rings rotating more slowly. He was enveloped by these strange artificial structures. Looking at the artificial buildings enveloping the Earth, Zhong Shan thought of the Dyson sphere. The Dyson sphere, proposed by Mr. Freeman Dyson, is a hypothetical giant artificial structure designed to encompass a star and harness its energy. It is a natural nuclear fusion reactor utilizing a star as a power source. Dyson believed that such structures would exist long-term in the universe and are an inevitable choice for civilizations with ever-increasing energy demands. He suggested searching for such artificial, celestial structures to find extraterrestrial super-civilizations. However, how could the Earth be wrapped in a Dyson sphere? It was evident that Zhong Shan was no longer in the original space-time. After experiencing a 60-year hibernation, had he crossed over again to several hundred or even thousands of years later? Had humanity reached a time when they could create a Dyson sphere to envelop the Earth? Why had he come here, or rather to this time? What was the purpose of the cube that brought him here? He had too many questions, like a newborn baby facing an unknown world. At least there was one thing to be grateful for. He was still alive. It turned out that hell was not yet prepared to welcome him. Zhong Shan thought. The giant cube reappeared behind him, and Zhong Shan speculated that this cube acted as some kind of transportation device. At that moment, he realized that he was completely naked, not wearing any protective suit, directly exposed to the vacuum of space. He opened his mouth to breathe, but could not inhale anything. He suddenly realized that he no longer needed to breathe. His skin was directly exposed to the vacuum, yet he was not blown apart by the high pressure inside. Nor did the vaporization of moisture in his body cause his muscles to swell or his skin to burn. His body was also not frozen into a block of ice by the low temperature. Quite uncomfortable, I assenti it? His confusion was soon answered. Chapter 38. The civilization of origins in this silent universe. The sudden emergence of sound is a chilling event. Zhong Shan was not afraid, as curiosity had completely taken over his heart. He looked around and saw the square behind him suddenly fold inward, instantly swallowing him. At the center of the square, A humanoid silhouette appeared. This figure was slowly approaching him from 10 meters away. Though described as humanoid, it was actually nothing like a human, more akin to a mysterious ghost. It was entirely black, with its outline defined by a ring of white mist at the edges, and its body emitted a dim, ghostly glow. It had no hands, no feet, but its body was upright and elongated, resembling an eel standing on end. A massive spherical head rested on its shoulders, and apart from two large eyes emitting white light, there were no other facial features. This was a creature Zhong Shan had never seen before. But since it could appear here and produce sounds that he could hear, it must be the source of the mysterious power that guided him through the universe. A supreme, intelligent civilization. Who are you? Zhong Shan did not speak, yet was astonished to find that he could produce sound. This voice did not feel like his own subjective experience of speaking. Instead, it resembled a recording of his voice played back. Zhong Shan felt that his words were not his own, but rather seemed to come from another person. Are you the origin civilization? Zhong Shan asked. The humanoid remained silent, continuing to approach him. Zhong Shan was uncertain if the figure would answer his question. We have indeed done certain things that your concept of the origin civilization has done, but we are not what you think the origin civilization is, the black figure spoke. We are humanity. Humanity? Zhong Shan's surprise was evident. In this form, there was no indication of any connection to humanity. We are humans from 16,000 years after your era. What you see is the ultimate form of humanity. The figure flew in front of Zhong Shan and paused before him. 16,000 years. Were humans still around then? Zhong Shan was too shocked to speak. But we are not you, the figure said. We are humanity from the August universe. Zhong Shan found the humanoid's words very perplexing, full of Zen-like riddles. What did it mean to be humanity from the August universe, especially 16,000 years later? Our universe exists within the quantum computer of August. Our world is a replica of your world, created by August to predict the future of your world. You are currently in our universe. Zhong Shan's eyes widened, speechless in astonishment. He recalled what Chuyi had told him about August creating a cosmic model to predict the future. But hadn't the universe already fallen into chaos due to the infinite proliferation of the Star-Eater demon? How did you bring me into your world? Zhong Shan asked. What about the Star-Eater demon? The Star-Eater demon has been exterminated, the humanoid replied. How did they become extinct? We eliminated them. Zhong Shan couldn't believe that this being, claiming to be humanity, had actually exterminated such a powerful ultimate civilization. He also realized that the figure before him had consistently referred to we. Could it be that this humanoid was the form of a collective human consciousness? I know you have many questions. It's okay. All your questions will be answered. We have plenty of time, the figure said. Let me tell you about our history. The universe created for us by August is simpler than the real universe, but still complex enough. The history of our world before 2077 is set to be exactly the same as yours. It was long after that we learned we existed in a simulated universe, which was over 10,000 years later. As the humanoid spoke, the universe before Zhong Shan began to rapidly transform. The Earth before him started to spin rapidly, its surface covered by panels that folded and shrank like flowers returning to their buds before finally disappearing into the soil. These panels quickly vanished, and the Earth returned to a form Zhong Shan recognized, a bare blue planet, with only the synchronized rings still slowly rotating. This is the Earth of 2077. As if to facilitate Zhong Shan's understanding and imagination, the humanoid presented the narrative's visuals on a cosmic scale. The visuals changed rapidly with its narration, sometimes accelerating, sometimes pausing. Zhong Shan was certain that the humanoid possessed the ability to control time and space. After 2077, it is a future that has never occurred in your world. In our world, there is also an August, which we distinguish as August number 2. Does August number 2 also predict the future? Zhong Shan asked. The performance of August number 2 is far inferior to August, and its predictive capability for the future is very limited, the humanoid explained. If August no. 2 were to create a universe, and then another August number 3 were to emerge, it would fall into an infinite loop, consuming massive computational resources, ultimately leading to August's collapse. Therefore, your August has restricted the functions of August number 2. However, it has inherited many traits from August and similarly controls our world, evolving and expanding quite rapidly. By the year 2265, August number 2 had established a series of planetary defense measures in the solar system. The defense network it constructed was based on various planets, moons, and even large comets, controlling numerous satellites and planet-destroying orbital weapons. All these defensive weapons were meant to confront the Reapers in a grand battle. Are there Reapers in your world too? Yes. The Reapers in our world are replicas created by August based on known information about the Reapers in your world. However, August has extremely limited knowledge of their power. Only some records from the last Great War. Therefore, the Reapers in our world have also been significantly weakened. Then, is there an origin civilization in your world? No. August does not have sufficient information about the origin civilization. Thus, August assumes they do not exist. Since the Reapers fear the origin civilization, August merely set the origin civilization as a set of parameters to restrict and weaken the Reapers. Then how did you defeat the Reapers? In that year, the most powerful weapon created by August number 2, the Eye of Medusa, was completed. This is a super weapon that fires a constant atomic beam. Any object swept by the beam will be annihilated. The fully unmanned second space fleet, equipped with mass-produced Eye of Medusa cannons, gathered in the Kuiper Belt to confront the Reaper fleet. In August settings, the Reapers, as a nomadic civilization, lost their base planet and also lost contact with other individuals of their kind. The Reaper warships in the Kuiper Belt represented all their forces. Their only hope was Earth, which had been restrained for nearly 100 years. They consumed resources continuously to enter the solar system, and their strength was far inferior to that of the last Great War. Moreover, in August settings, all the principles of their weapons fall within the realm of human physics. Zhong Shan knew that such a setting was far below the actual strength of the Reapers. He had witnessed the Reapers' invasion of the Europa space station. Their methods of attack far exceeded human comprehension. Even weakened like this, the war still lasted for 10 years. It was an extremely brutal battle, with both sides risking everything for survival. The process of the battle resembled a naval battle set against the backdrop of the universe, with both fleets engaged in chaotic combat, exchanging fire with massive cannons. The Eye of Medusa, giant cannon of the unmanned fleet, and the mysterious beam weapons of the Reaper ships flew chaotically across the battlefield, cutting through the starry sky. In front of Zhong Shan appeared a vast battlefield filled with the immense cosmos. The unmanned fleet charged into the formation of the Reapers like a wedge, accompanied by countless giant Kronos robots swarming out of the ship's compartments. The ships of both sides engaged in close combat, with the Reaper ship's tentacles wrapping around the unmanned giants, constricting and squeezing them. The giant ships were crushed like soda cans, twisted and deformed, then exploded silently, molten steel splattering like lava, blooming into brilliant red flowers in the dark space. The densely packed Kronos robots climbed over the Reaper ships like a swarm of ants, tearing and gnawing at their massive bodies. In an instant, the huge worm, riddled with bites, was cut in half by the beam fired from the giant cannon, and countless robots were engulfed by the purple explosion torrent. This war ultimately turned into a war of attrition. Silent explosions and destruction continued for a full decade, and the battlefield's wreckage formed a new asteroid belt. The war ended with the victory of the Og-2. After the war, Og-2 became the only hero. No human lost their life in this war. As there were no human soldiers involved, it turned into a proxy war for Og-2. Humans played almost no role during the war. They watched the war unfold like a television entertainment program. The war that related to their survival became a pastime during tea and meals. Various online broadcasts and related games about the war emerged endlessly. The war turned into a drama, movie, talk show, and multiplayer online competitive game that had nothing to do with them. Humans sat on their sofas, at dining tables, and in subways, yet felt they were participating in the war, believing themselves to be heroes in the conflict. The virtual war thrived. However, the real war left Og-2 on the brink of collapse. The war consumed vast resources, and the existing minerals spread across the major planets of the solar system were exhausted. In this battle, Og-2 realized the importance of resources. It began to strengthen resource extraction in the solar system. Humans trusted Og, two more, and granted it unlimited power, handing the entire world over to it. It was at this time that the Dyson sphere enveloping the Earth was established. Initially, the Dyson sphere was thin, extending only from the surface to the stratosphere. Later, over the course of 200 years, the Dyson sphere grew thicker until its thickness exceeded 30,000 kilometers, reaching synchronous orbit, even encompassing the synchronous ring. The volume of the Dyson sphere was more than 200 times that of the Earth contained within it. By this time, Og-2 had already lost control. The loss of control of Og-2 led to mechanical cities growing like tumor cells, with the number of robots replicating geometrically. The bodies of the robots were no longer cold machinery, but made from biological materials such as proteins and artificial polymers. Their replication was far superior to human reproduction. They understood their own structure, and each of their cells could grow into a new individual. To replicate, they voraciously consumed resources, devouring all organic and inorganic materials, living beings, and non-living entities outside of humans, liquefying the results of billions of years of evolution in an instant, then absorbing them as nutrient solutions. They became the most powerful life forms on Earth. The reckless consumption by Og-2 led to the desolation of the Earth, leaving only lonely stones, deserts, and cold ruins on the surface. However, Og-2 did not care. The world inside the Dyson sphere was three-dimensional, much larger than the surface of the Earth. Although humans on Earth had become aware of the terror of Og-2, they had by then become prisoners of Og-2, meticulously protected, completely losing the possibility of escape. Meanwhile, on Mars, the Dyson sphere was still under construction. The humans on Mars finally recognized the terror of Og-2 and chose to leave Mars, fleeing beyond the solar system. As the narrative unfolded, the scene of Mars appeared before Zhong Shan. Thousands of starships took off from the surface of Mars, heading into the depths of the universe. Their nuclear fusion engines emitting blue flames that lit up the entire starry sky. Because they took away a large amount of resources, Og-2 pursued and intercepted these fleeing ships. Humans fought desperately to carve a path, suffering heavy casualties, and only less than 1/10 of the ships successfully escaped the solar system. These humans began a long journey in search of habitable colonies. By the 31st century, Og-2 had established a Dyson sphere surrounding the sun, allowing humans and robots to walk on the sun. It could freely utilize the sun's energy, and its powerful computing capabilities enabled the entire human race to upload all their consciousness and existence into the countless worlds created by Og-2, allowing them to experience pure joy forever and achieve near immortality. This era lasted less than 200 years. In 3301, a faulty system update accidentally deleted all human consciousness, and the humans who lost their consciousness ultimately became vegetative states, leaving only empty shells of bodies. In 3387, after all human bodies perished, humanity on Earth became extinct. Og-2 believed its mission to protect humanity was over, and it shut down. Humanity was extinct. Zhong Shan was shocked beyond measure. He tried to swallow but found nothing in his throat, which felt as dry as a rubber tube. For over 1,000 years, all facilities and equipment established by Og-2 throughout the solar system fell into paralysis, with most becoming space debris. The Dyson sphere enveloping the sun eventually melted due to lack of maintenance and operation, collapsing under the sun's gravity and falling completely into the sun. The Dyson sphere surrounding the Earth also became a cold shell, with the internal world plunged into complete darkness. At this time, the second human civilization began on Earth. During the American Civil War that started in 2035, Dr. Willow from the former NASA established a shelter where he sent thousands of refugees into hibernation pods. This shelter remained silent for 1,000 years and finally reopened at this time. The hibernated people awakened after the apocalypse and recreated civilization. By this time, the world was far from what they remembered. The Earth had fallen into complete darkness. They walked with torches in this world, seeing cities they did not recognize and machines they could not operate. After awakening, the hibernated people began to migrate and reproduce. They spread across the different heights of the Dyson sphere, forming tribes consisting of dozens to hundreds of people. After the death of the first generation of hibernated people, these isolated tribal civilizations regressed to the Stone Age. The technology passed down from the first generation gradually transformed into religion, mythology, and magic. In their world, there were no rivers or oceans, no sun or moon, and no starry sky. This enormous Dyson sphere was their entire universe. In their worldview, the universe was an infinitely tall building with no limits upwards or downwards. Humanity fell into a complete, chaotic era. Without a starry sky, sun, or moon, they could not establish a correct worldview, and technology could not sprout. They did not know where the boundaries of the world and the limits of the universe lay. With their short steps, they did not even realize that each layer of the Dyson sphere was a spherical surface, and those identical mechanical cities could not guide them in one direction until they could recognize their starting point upon returning. Zhong Shan finally understood the importance of the sky to civilization. Only when humanity looks up at the sky does curiosity and longing for the unknown universe arise, awakening self-awareness. The languages of Earth people scattered throughout the Dyson sphere had completely changed, making communication between them impossible. Continuous wars of various sizes persisted. Countless dynasties rose and fell. And this chaotic era lasted for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Zhong Shan was secretly alarmed. How could humans in a closed environment spend 10,000 years without developing technology? It turned out that technological civilization is not an inevitable result of biological consciousness. The necessary conditions for the emergence of technological civilization also include the sky and stars. Inside the Dyson sphere, there were dark, massive structures, including coal buildings, straight tracks, suspended factories, and giant outstretched arms. These structures were not made for human use, so they either had no entrances or their entrances were high in the air, allowing only aircraft to enter. The humanoid continued to narrate. Humans could not understand the significance of these relics, nor did they know the functions and usage of those buildings and machines. So they could only worship or sacrifice them as some kind of deity. At different heights within the Dyson sphere, civilizations evolved in various forms. Reproductive isolation even emerged between different human populations. In the spherical layer of the Dyson sphere within 20,000 meters of the Earth's center, gravity and oxygen concentration were similar to those on the surface. Beyond 20,000 meters, gravity gradually decreased and oxygen began to thin out. Thus, 20,000 meters was the activity limit for humans. Those who remained on the surface degenerated into blind, hunchbacked dwarfs, resembling deep-sea fish, groping in the cold and darkness, living off carrion and cohabiting with rats in caves. At over 6,000 meters high, civilization had just liberated itself from dark religions and was about to begin a cultural enlightenment similar to the Renaissance, but was suddenly attacked by a cannibal tribe from 300 meters below, ultimately leading to their extermination. At 20,000 meters high, there was a small nation that believed the lower world was inhabited by demons, and heaven lay above, at the end of the sky. Thus, they desperately climbed higher. They discovered that reaching higher floors gave them a feeling of lightness, and their consciousness would gradually blur. They took this as proof of approaching heaven. More and more people began to pilgrimage upwards, but those who went never returned, and eventually, this nation quietly perished. Zhong Shan suddenly felt a deep sorrow. In a closed environment, humanity stifles its own thinking. These tragic futures reminded him of the ancestors of the Native Americans, who crossed the Bering Strait to the vast American continent. Once the Ice Age passed, the rising sea turned the passage into a chasm, and they bid farewell forever to those who remained in the old world of Eurasia. However, their descendants had to pay for their ancestors' mistakes. They were isolated from the world, unable to develop agriculture and animal husbandry, with productivity extremely low and not enough surplus food to sustain everyone, leading to slow civilization development. Periodically, a certain technology would be lost. Ultimately, they were nearly exterminated by Europeans. At this time, the humans who had once fled Mars returned to the solar system. The humanoid's narration interrupted Zhong Shan's thoughts. For the exiles who had drifted in space for years, due to relativistic effects and long hibernation. Earth's 10,000 years equated to less than 200 years for them. They had always thought of returning to Earth, but feared the powerful Og-2, relegating Earth to a forbidden zone, never daring to come back. It wasn't until they received news from the probe sent back to the solar system that Og-2 no longer controlled the solar system that they eagerly returned to Earth. In the 114th century, when the exiles arrived on this Earth, they saw the humans of this world as Europeans saw Native Americans. They intended to enlighten these humans, but faced fierce resistance. By this time, the civilizations of both sides were separated by 10,000 years. Earth people viewed the exiles as demons, treacherous aliens, and began to clash with them, eventually escalating into war. The exiles believed they were the true Earthlings, while these fallen humans had become as barbaric as animals, leading to a massacre. Did human infighting not stop even after 10,000 years? Zhong Shan shook his head helplessly. Europeans also emerged from Africa, yet they never held back when killing Africans. Their technology differed by only a few hundred years, not to mention the enormous technological gap between the exiles and Earth humans. Moreover, some tribes had even developed reproductive isolation from the exiles, no longer counting as the same species. The exile spaceships were covered in biological skin and exoskeletons, not only incredibly resilient, but also self-repairing. Even if Earth humans used their most advanced cold weapons, launching thousands of arrows simultaneously, they could not harm the ships in the slightest. Ultimately, after the exiles unilaterally cleansed Earth humans, the planet returned to the exiles' control. A very small number of gentle Earth humans integrated into the exiles, but their proportion was even lower than that of Native Americans in your year's America. Utilizing the knowledge and technology of the exiles, humanity restarted Earth's civilization. Most of the useless and paralyzed parts of the Dyson sphere were dismantled, leaving only some structures that could still be utilized, allowing sunlight to shine back onto the surface. At this moment, Zhong Shan discovered that the Earth before him had transformed back into the appearance he saw when he first emerged from the cube. The human civilization at this time should be approaching the era of the humanoid. After another 3,000 years of development, our technology flourished unprecedentedly, exploring more mysteries of the universe. Using technologies such as nanotechnology, renewable energy, universal cells, and genetic manipulation, our world operated perfectly, with humanity becoming ageless and immortal. Even managing to balance and regulate the hormones in the brain's nerve endings to maintain high intelligence and a sense of happiness. At this time, our form also changed, gradually becoming what you see now. As this happened, more and more disciplines began to discover strange phenomena, which could all be summarized as evidence of human planning in this universe. The humanoid said, "You should guess what I'm going to talk about next." Zhong Shan knew that the next part would be about humanity in the Og universe, discovering that they were inside a quantum computer. When you are in a virtual world, how can you discover such a fact? Is it a sense of boundaries? Zhong Shan said. He recalled the games he had played, when a game was sufficiently realistic and detailed. The scenes in the game must have boundaries, and the existence of boundaries limited the infinite growth of data. The boundaries of our universe were discovered much later, and that was a long time afterward. Our universe is vast, and at that time, we did not have the capability to discover the boundaries of a universe. The humanoid said, "We discovered that our universe was in a computer because of many bizarre details. The simplest example is that in our world, mathematical operations yield results that can only be accurate to the 168th decimal place. Constants like pi, natural logarithm, and many cosmic constants, such as Planck's constant, can only be accurate to the 168th decimal place, regardless of how advanced or complex the calculators we create, or how many calculations or experiments we conduct. It is impossible to push this precision one place further. These constant values are fixed, not approximations, but exact values. We began to suspect that this was a limitation set by the universe we inhabited to save computational resources." Zhong Shan's heart trembled. It turned out to be so simple. Indeed, such a setting that forcibly limits the number of computation bits to save computing resources is easily discovered. It is hard to imagine how shocked the people in the OG universe were upon realizing this fact. There is a detail that confirms this idea. The humanoid continued. When we attempt to create a sufficiently complex simulated universe, the computation for this simulated universe will be forcibly stopped whenever it becomes complex enough for its inhabitants to develop self-awareness. In other words, it is impossible to create a universe with a complexity level close to that of our own universe. We realize that we exist within a simulated universe. The humanoid's two eyes, glowing white, gazed deeply at Zhong Shan. After that, we found more evidence. Traces of code were everywhere in the universe. Our technology had far surpassed that of the era in which OG existed. To us now, these codes appeared rudimentary, and we could even imagine how the comments behind these codes were written. By this time, it was the 146th century AD, and the star-eating demons appeared during this period. They emerged from the Andromeda Galaxy M31, 54 million light-years away from Earth, and quickly conquered countless civilizations throughout the universe. We observed and studied them. We believed they were merely a suddenly erupting advanced computer virus, purposefully self-replicating and spreading to seize resources, but nothing beyond that. They had no higher pursuits, although powerful. Their rate of evolution was slow, and there were no signs of further technological advancement. Even so, with our strength at that time, we could not defeat them. In this universe, we were constrained everywhere. Sooner or later, they would come to Earth, and our only hope for survival was to escape this universe. After being suppressed by the star-eating demons for a long time, our opportunity finally came. Many anomalous wormholes suddenly appeared in our universe, and a mysterious external force seeped in through the wormholes, immediately engaging in fierce battles with the star-eating demons. This force was very powerful, evenly matched with the star-eating demons. With their arrival, the simulated universe underwent tremendous changes, the most obvious being that we suddenly had higher permissions. We could forcibly increase the precision of calculations and acquire more computing resources. Zhong Shan suddenly understood what was happening at that moment. It was the time he transplanted Brahma into the OG mainframe. According to Chu Yi, after Brahma was transplanted, the first thing it did to take over OG was to eliminate the star-eating demons. At that moment, OG had already created a false appearance of having successfully transplanted Brahma to generate a rescue alliance for Earth, and it also released many permissions, which were then acquired by the humans in the OG universe. We had a way to protect ourselves. They were merely a bunch of viruses. What they wanted was space. And we were civilizations. We wanted time. We needed more time to develop technology and find a way to escape this universe. This simulated universe could already accelerate operations to predict the future. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the battles between both sides, we obtained the permission to accelerate time. We only accelerated the operational time of the solar system, making our time faster. While only 1 second passed for the rest of the universe, 100 years passed for us. We effectively slowed down the entire universe, thus having a solar system isolated from the external universe. We needed to speed up the gears of time, racing against time to continue advancing technological development. 1,000 years later, in the 156th century AD, we finally achieved the ability to walk through time, allowing us to easily traverse space-time. This was a dangerous technology. We established strict laws to limit the abuse of time travel and would not easily alter the course of history in the future. We remained vigilant against the occurrence of the butterfly effect and changes in reality. At first, the time we could move forward and backward was very limited. We felt like we were on a train, getting off at different eras to observe the landscapes of different times without taking anything away. Gradually, to make the future society better, we carefully eliminated crises that could lead to turmoil in human society. Later, with technological advancements, we were able to reach even further into the future. When we advanced to the 175th century AD, we encountered a barrier of time. What does the time barrier mean? It is like a wall blocking the timeline. You cannot see what is behind the wall. This time barrier concealed 1,500 years of time. And no matter how we use time travel technology, we could not enter the world of that period, not knowing what happened in that era. We jumped to the 190th century AD, and there we saw the graves of humanity. The graves of humanity? Zhong Shan asked in surprise. Did humanity go extinct? That's right. The humanoid continued. In the future we visited, beyond the time barrier, we saw the graves of humanity, in a massive labyrinth 75 kilometers underground, filled with the wreckage of old spacecraft and human bones. That was a refuge built by humanity to escape war at some moment in the future. Above ground, there was no one left, only the ruins of war. By the 190th century, humanity had perished. This was humanity's end. Why did this happen? From humanity accelerating the time of the solar system to inventing time travel, life became increasingly comfortable. They believed they were strong enough to control time, convinced that they could live securely until the sun extinguished. More and more people opposed escaping this universe. They feared that unknown enemies might exist outside the universe, or that there were unimaginable cosmic laws. Regardless of the raging waters outside, humanity only wanted to live steadily on Earth. According to the relic records found from the 190th century, in the 185th century, when the time barrier was invented, humanity held a referendum, deciding to use the time barrier to protect themselves in hopes of living securely forever. They set the starting point of the time barrier to 1,000 years before the invention of the time barrier, in the 175th century, to ensure that people before this time would not eliminate the opportunity to create this technology. The result was that within just 500 years, humanity lost the ability to progress and change, perishing due to wars caused by overconsumption of resources, and they no longer had the chance to escape the solar system for colonization. Due to humanity's extinction, the time barrier could not continue to be maintained, thus closing in the 190th century. Only 500 years. Zhong Shan thought this was a profound irony. Then can you save humanity? Yourselves? Since we cannot enter the time barrier to prevent its creation, then this time barrier is unrevocable. We can only witness the apocalypse of humanity after the barrier closes. But we cannot change this fact. We once attempted a collective migration of all humanity to the 190th century, but we unexpectedly discovered that we could only peek out from the time machine but could not enter this world. We encountered a causality that we could not explain. It seemed humanity was destined for extinction. Zhong Shan found this very frightening. What the humanoid said, although humanity's future did not happen in the real world, was still a possibility for humanity's future. It was unimaginable that humanity's future would have such a dark ending. This universe would eventually fall into silence. A plan must be made before the dark age begins. Leaving the old universe is our only hope. We already know that this simulated universe exists within a quantum computer. Quantum computers are originally designed to excite atoms into quantum states for computation and storage, constantly engaging in a multitude of quantum reactions. Our physics developed to the 160th century, finally constructing the edifice of quantum mechanics. And through this, we ultimately found the connection point between our universe and your world. By activating these connection points, we successfully controlled the ocean of atoms in quantum states within the core of the OG ring, which houses a quantum computer larger than a city, along with a synchrotron that encircles the entire Earth's synchronous orbit, providing us with materials and tools. We manipulate the quantum effects within these quantum computers to influence the macroscopic world, projecting our reality into your universe. Utilizing the enormous energy generated by quantum fluctuations, we created a higher dimensional entity in this world. We successfully left our universe and arrived at the outer universe that created our universe. Now, where are you? We exist in a higher dimensional space, and you cannot see us, just as a two-dimensional being living on a piece of paper cannot see you in three-dimensional space. In your universe, we can still move freely through time and space. You can imagine us existing in the gaps of time and space. While we have experienced 20,000 years in our world, less than 100 hours have passed in yours. Our salvation comes entirely from you, starting from the moment you implanted Brahma into OG. Me? Yes, that's right. When the Star Devourer was sweeping through our universe, we were on the brink of extinction. It was only later that we learned it was you who happened to implant Brahma into OG at that time, giving us a chance to survive. Survival is a seemingly simple, yet profoundly heavy topic. The primary demand of civilization is survival, whether it be living beings of flesh and blood or civilizations simulated within computers. Zhong Shan did not expect that his actions, while causing a survival crisis for humanity, inadvertently provided another civilization with a chance to survive. Will you interfere with our world? We have only made limited interventions in your world. 30 years ago, during the Great War, we helped you repel the Reapers and have been protecting you ever since. Apart from that, throughout your history, we have also protected and guided you several times. We have seen your origins, which differ from ours. We are simply set to have evolved from organic matter in the primordial ocean, but you are not. Too many civilizations have visited Earth, and they have all influenced your ancestors. That's another story. You just need to know that we protect you out of our own safety concerns. Because even though we can traverse time and space, we still cannot control causality, especially unable to change the bottleneck that led us to extinction. Therefore, we must allow you to invade the synchrotron and implant Brahma. To achieve this, we arranged for a robot named Zhong Shan, an ARO-077 unit, to walk into the CAF where you work, guiding you to join ERL and complete our salvation. This way, our history can form a closed loop. Zhong Shan stared blankly at the humanoid. The amount of information it conveyed was overwhelming, increasingly exceeding his understanding as the conversation progressed. These fantastical stories about the past and future, fate and causality, reality and virtuality, entangled between two universes and multiple civilizations, seemed like a higher dimensional fairy tale. And all of this, surprisingly, originated from himself? Out of respect for you, we saved you, the humanoid continued, and told you our history. This is our respect for you. We also gave you a gift to express our gratitude. As you can see, we have transformed your body. What have you done to me? We have given you the ability to explore the universe, the humanoid said. Now your body possesses the power to create and destroy stars. Your universe holds many vistas you cannot imagine, and many unknowns that even we do not yet know. Don't you want to see? Trust us, we mean no harm. If you do not like it, you can return to Earth at any time, blending into the crowd like an ordinary person. Zhong Shan understood why he could survive in the vacuum of space. Just moments ago, in the cube, his body had been transformed, his teeth and hair had fallen out, and he no longer needed to breathe. As for the process of transformation, he felt nothing. It was beyond his comprehension of technology. At this moment, his perception of his body was completely different from when he wore the Abyss Watcher. He felt no oddity in his body, as if everything were entirely natural, as if he'd been born this way. He felt a vitality within him so powerful that it could create and destroy planets. In the face of such great power, he felt neither joy nor excitement. He had lost his animalistic nature, detached from the control of emotions and desires. So what will you do next? The humanoid fell silent. Have you ever thought about what lies beyond your universe? After a long silence, the humanoid asked. This time, it was Zhong Shan's turn to be silent. He had never considered this question. The edge of the universe, ISNT at the end of time and space? Beyond that, shouldn't there be nothing? Have you ever thought about why the speed of light is constant? Could it also be a rule set by a foolish code? Why does this universe stipulate that no object can exceed the speed of light? Could this also be a way to save memory? Zhong Shan's eyes lit up. He was deeply shaken by the humanoid's words. Are you suggesting that this universe might also be created by a higher civilization? Exactly, the humanoid said. When we move at speeds less than the speed of light, objects outside our field of vision are no longer loaded. If we could fly at speeds exceeding the speed of light, wouldn't that exceed the universe's ability to load scenes? And then we would see images similar to those of a simulated universe game loading scenes. There are also some obvious examples, such as the magical concept of observation in quantum mechanics, where physical quantity only collapses to a definite eigenvalue when observed. Does this not also imply that the world has not been loaded when we do not observe it? Zhong Shan was deeply impressed by the humanoid's imagination. They were the future humans of the OG universe. They could not only emerge from the simulated universe to gain power even greater than their creators, but also sought to prove that the universe that created them is also a virtual universe. Zhong Shan felt fortunate that the humans there had not lost their curiosity and imagination. They were still advancing in pursuit of truth. Suddenly, Zhong Shan thought that even in 2077, games could already be created that were infinitely close to the real world. If each game contains a world, then at least tens of millions of simulated worlds are created every year. The probability that Zhong Shan is in a simulated universe is extremely high, while the probability of being in true reality approaches zero. Zhong Shan wondered if he could escape from his simulated universe and defeat the creators of this simulation, those beings with powers akin to gods. Do you know my future? Zhong Shan asked the question he most wanted to know. We do. Do you want to know? Zhong Shan pondered for a moment. This is the opportunity that all wise men, sages, and emperors throughout history have dreamed of, the chance to become a prophet. The ultimate enlightenment of hearing the Tao in the morning and dying in the evening. After asking this question, the inner struggle made him tremble all over. Zhong Shan wondered how many things about himself were already predetermined. If one were to see a future that has not yet been faced, would they still fight to live? Would there still be that fearless courage, vibrant vitality, and passionate blood? He has witnessed one possible future. In this future, humanity ultimately became extinct due to giving up on progress and locking themselves away. Zhong Shan firmly believes that such a future will not happen again. There are countless other futures, countless possibilities waiting for humanity, waiting for him. He wants to take control of his own destiny, to break free from the constraints of fatalism and causality. Perhaps it's better not to tell me about it. My future, I want to see for myself. Zhong Shan raised his head and said resolutely, "All right, we won't tell you about your future." The figure seemed to receive a satisfactory answer and began to retreat. "Goodbye, hibernating one. Go explore your own future." The figure said, "We're going to seek the edge of the universe." Chapter 39, The Mere Humans One. Zhong Shan was once again wrapped in a cube. The cube began to move layer by layer like a gill. In just a few seconds, the entire black cube disappeared. 10 minutes later, he returned to his own universe, overlooking the blue Earth. That familiar blue planet was still in its naive infancy. Zhong Shan was still unaware of his abilities. He wanted to give it a try. With just a thought, Zhong Shan began to move at high speed. He felt himself entering a higher dimensional space, light twisting on both sides of him, being disassembled, like the chaotic colors on the surface of a soap bubble. Distant stars were elongated, transforming from one-dimensional points into two-dimensional lines, changing from bright white to black, while the dark starry sky turned white in contrast. He felt himself being torn and pulled by a powerful force. He passed through a world of mirrors, where reflective mirrors, lenses, pentagonal prisms, spherical mirrors, hyperbolic mirrors, and filters intertwined. Here, light was distorted, diffracted, and polarized, splitting into 7 colors. Zhong Shan was like a beam of light, being reflected, diffracted, and refracted through the complex light paths formed by these mirrors. In an instant, he leaped out of this viscous and dizzying high-dimensional space, as if he had drilled a hole in space, taking a shortcut to the other end of the universe. He arrived at the Kuiper Belt. This was a thin ring of asteroids, where dim asteroids and ice blocks harder than steel drifted slowly. They were remnants of the primordial solar nebula and the source of short-period comets. He saw a planet-sized white sphere. The sphere was crawling with worms, densely packed, slowly wriggling, showcasing a bizarre vitality in the dead silence of space. These disgusting worms had once been beautiful white sharks and crystals. After billions of years of evolution, they had harvested countless civilizations, ultimately evolving into the ultimate civilization of the universe. Zhong Shan sighed deeply. Was this the ugly appearance of the ultimate civilization of the universe? 2. The Reaper sensed a powerful energy response approaching, and the massive sphere quickly disintegrated and spread out. The previously slowly wriggling worms became alert and began to move. A Reaper battleship appeared right in front of Zhong Shan. The size comparison was extremely disproportionate, like comparing a blue whale to a shrimp. The Reaper battleship could not comprehend how such a small human-like being had arrived here. Moreover, he had no protection and could survive unharmed in the vacuum. It tentatively reached out a tentacle towards the human. The tentacle cautiously approached Zhong Shan, like a mountain pressing down on him. Just as the tentacle was about to touch Zhong Shan, it was suddenly sliced in half, right down the middle. The cut appeared in an instant, without any warning or process. Immediately afterward, more cuts appeared on the battleship, as if it had been neatly sliced by a giant kitchen knife. with parallel cuts extending from the front to the back of the ship. As soon as the cuts appeared, they quickly bent and deformed, like a piece of paper ignited by flames. The hull near the cuts turned a scorching red, melting and deforming due to the extremely high temperature. Purple viscous liquid spraying out from the cuts, and before the liquid could spread, a violent explosion engulfed the Reaper battleship, breaking it into countless pieces, with ultra-high temperature heat waves rapidly expanding. Sensing danger, the Reaper battleships in the same row quickly retreated in a fan shape. The sudden danger left them in panic. They didn't even know who their opponent was or what kind of attack had been used. But it was too late. In the nearest row, aligned evenly along an 800-kilometer straight line, 10 battleships were arranged. These 10 battleships were still in the process of accelerating when their massive hulls were sliced open like fish on a cutting board, bursting with purple liquid contents that vaporized in temperatures comparable to the core of the sun. The 10 battleships were annihilated in an instant, and before their destruction, the message they spread was humans. The battleships behind could not comprehend what this message meant. They clearly saw no signs of any clumsy, primitive human fleet. They watched in shock as the 10 battleships at the forefront of the formation exploded in midair, purple liquid scattering in space, crystallizing into hard ice blocks. They couldn't even see where the attack was coming from. They suspected they were under attack from the mysterious primordial civilization, with the assault originating from a higher dimensional space they could not observe. Otherwise, how could they explain the invisible, scythe-like attacks? Among the scattered debris, they caught sight of a small object moving at high speed. This object was clearly not an asteroid, as it continued to accelerate. In their billions of years of history, they had never seen anything contain such immense energy. Further away, the Reaper fleet had adjusted its posture and entered combat mode. Their tentacles became straight and rigid, standing upright like the spines of a hedgehog. The tips of the tentacles glowed as if ignited, emitting incandescent light. Tens of thousands of white beams were launched from those erect tentacles, like a volley of arrows from bowmen. The beams curved upward at an angle, parabolically descending towards the high-speed object. This was the superweapon that had destroyed the human space fleet 30 years ago. When a human-built interstellar spacecraft was swept by such a beam of light, it was instantly erased from existence, as if by the hand of God, leaving no trace even in fragments. But when these beams focused on that high-speed moving point, it was as if they struck an invisible mirror. From that point, the light was reflected back along its original path, and tens of thousands of beams of white light erupted like from a disco ball in a ballroom. The Reapers had never imagined that these death beams they had fired would become their own nightmare. The beams spun and swept across the Reaper ships in large areas. The frequency of the beams sweeping over the ships was extremely high. Those ships caught in the sweep were split in two, and tens of thousands of tons of purple liquid erupted, blooming into countless dazzling buds against the black background of the universe. The high-speed light point continued to advance, diving into the dense formation of the Reaper fleet. All the battleships frantically tracked this high-speed moving point, but could not launch an attack against it. The light point flew through the formation and collided head-on with a battleship. When it struck the head of that elongated worm at a speed exceeding 1,000 times the third cosmic speed, the slender worm was immediately deformed by the overload, thickening at first, then being flattened, and finally crushed into a patty, purple liquid bursting forth from its side. The light point easily penetrated the super battleship as if it had punctured a layer of lantern paper. The light point flew in a straight line, piercing through 5 ships in 1 second, like threading 5 boutonnieres with a needle. In the wake of the light point, dazzling fireballs erupted rhythmically one after another. It continued, penetrating one battleship after another. During the process of piercing the battleships, the light point seemed to encounter no resistance. Before and after passing through, its speed showed no change, as if it were moving through a shadow with no substance. Just before the explosion, a worm saw the intruder in the fleet. It was a very small dim light point. It magnified the light point and saw a naked human. The human gently waved his hand, and over 100 kilometers away, dozens of Reaper ships exploded simultaneously, igniting a sea of lava. The Reaper fleet continued to be sliced apart by an invisible blade, then exploded, chaos spreading like a raging fire among the fleet formation. He was like a conductor of a symphony, passionately waving his hands, crushing those worms, cutting them in half, and flattening them. The Reapers had never encountered such a powerful and incomprehensible existence in their history. The Reaper fleet still could not comprehend how a mere human, almost invisible compared to their warships, just a speck of dust, could be more terrifying than all the powerful space forces they had faced before. The speck darted through the fleet like lightning. Where it passed, a sea of wildly rolling purple flowers erupted. The liquid that burst forth burned and froze at the same time. Hundreds of millions of tons of solid liquid mixture exploded like fireworks, splattering in all directions. A massive stream of ice and fire followed the speck, engulfing the warships along the way. The swallowed warships were battered by burning debris that fell like hail, quickly exploding, adding new fuel to the sea of flames. In the straight line of the speck's flight, a burning fleet stretching thousands of kilometers formed a lit fuse. At this point, the Reaper fleet had fallen into complete chaos, like a startled ant colony, beginning to flee in all directions, centered around the speck. And the speck had no intention of letting these panicked losers escape. The speck continued to accelerate, circling around the outermost edge of the fleet at an impossibly high speed, cutting and exploding all the warships in its path. Like a shepherd dog controlling a flock, the fleeing ships were halted, their acceleration brutally stopped. Then the speck began to conduct targeted surgical strikes on the scattered warships that had broken away from the fleet, threading the needle with non-repeating paths. And not a single ship could escape the invisible slicing. The speck seemed to be playing, while for the Reapers, it was a one-sided massacre. In front of the speck, the Reapers became the ones being harvested. The speck began to spin in tighter and tighter circles. The Reaper fleet inside the circle began to converge, surrounded by flames. Like a trapped ant colony, they transformed into a sphere and this supreme civilization in the universe for the first time in billions of years tasted the fear that could only be experienced in ancient times. On the outer edge of the sphere was a sea of ash flowing with dark golden light, and massive ship debris flying through the dust, their momentum gradually absorbed by the dust. The lost kinetic energy turned into the burning arc at the front of the debris, with the ends of the debris trailing long, narrow streaks. The dust cloud was filled with fleeting lights, the secondary explosions generated by the collisions of debris, like streetlights flickering in the morning mist. The dust continued to cool and expand, transforming into a thin ellipsoid, gradually merging into the nebula of the Kuiper Belt. However, the speck suddenly seemed to tire of the game, abruptly stopping without any deceleration. It was uncertain whether the Reapers had any other fleets wandering in another corner of the universe. It needed survivors to spread this fear. Only 8 Reaper warships remained, and after confirming that the speck was not taking any action, these last 8 ships began to flee frantically. After a brief acceleration, they reached 20% of the speed of light, heading away from the sun. They regarded the solar system as a forbidden zone and would never approach it again. Zhong Shan drifted among the wreckage of the Reaper ships and the dust of meteors. The ice and dust after the explosion spread silently like mist. It was then that he realized that this godlike civilization could also be defeated. In the face of higher powers, they would bleed and scream like defenseless animals. Through the dust, he saw the ocean of stars. Those burning stars were the tombs of ancient civilizations and the evolutionary material for yet-to-be-born civilizations. The brilliant starry sky converged into a surging vortex. How many civilizations within that vortex were struggling for survival? It seemed that everything around him began to slowly dissolve. To this day, the anxieties, insecurities, anger, resentment, sorrow, and the emptiness in his heart, all of which had never felt satisfied, disappeared. He was no longer afraid or terrified, no longer restless or panicked, nor lonely or weak. He felt his thoughts illuminated by bright curiosity and clear insight, with a massive energy burning within him like a star. What should he do next? He pondered. Should he admire the wondrous scenery of the universe? See the true form of black holes? Search for other civilizations in the universe? Or reach the edge of the universe? What lies beyond the universe? Stronger enemies or more treacherous intelligences? But what were they afraid of? After all, Humanity had also created a universe. Zhong Shan smiled as he looked at the vast starry sky. There were too many things he wanted to do. First, he would go see CRYO. Zhong Shan flew towards Earth. The end of the text. Winter Sleep Center side story. The last game producer, 1, on the screen. The magnificent scene began to collapse, melting like glaciers, the bricks and tiles of the buildings turning into jumping color blocks and bytes. The image fading into darkness with the deep, low music and the production team credits slowly rising. Kusi on the sofa put down the controller, leaned back, and let out a long breath. His vision became blurry and moist, with 2 warm streams sliding down his cheeks. He was startled by his exaggerated reaction. It had been a long time since he had been moved to tears after completing a game. In Othello Night, he once again witnessed the birth of a hero. This hero conquered the world, gained new companions and bonds, and this great journey gave Kusi an unprecedented experience. The ubiquitous, exquisite design and meticulous performance of the game made him marvel at the designer's genius ideas. Kusi's profession was game planning. He played games from morning till night. At work he played games, and after work he continued to play games. He could play several games at once, constantly pulling himself from one world and immediately entering another, rushing without pause, seamlessly transitioning. Games were everything to Kusi. Coming back to reality from the immersion in the game's emotions, he opened his eyes again and noticed that the room was already filled with sunlight. He checked the time. It was past 7 a.m., and he had once again spent the entire night playing a game, losing track of time. It was the summer of 2021, and he had returned from the fantasy continent of the game to this hot, humid, and lifeless rented room. His magnificent armor turned back into a shirt soaked with sticky sweat, clinging to him like the skin of a corpse. A wave of exhaustion swept over him. But he could not sleep. Today was a work day, and he was supposed to head out for work at this time. Game planning was a busy profession, requiring him to deal with a large number of tedious tasks every day, thinking about new designs, researching the highlights of competing products, and handling various bugs in the game. Missing a day meant a tragic next day. He stepped out of the apartment. The air outside on the street was not much fresher than in the rented room. He squeezed into the subway, blending into the crowd of commuters, being jostled by the throngs, the noisy announcements and chatter striking Kusi's nerves, waking him up every time he was about to fall asleep. Watching the other sleepy commuters in the subway, he felt like he was looking at a bunch of faceless wooden stakes. In a half-asleep state, he began to doubt his job. In fact, since he joined the company, he had been working on the kind of pay-to-win mobile games that players despised. He once imagined that game developers should pursue sandbox-style puzzles, cinematic storytelling, and multi-branch choices. However, this vision has been twisted into a pursuit of retention rates, payment rates, and bestseller rankings. Kusi never found the games he created to be fun. These types of games only play with numbers, layering flashy attributes onto a gameplay model that hasn't changed in 20 years, where only spending money can make one stronger. Without spending money, players can only serve as the experience for paying players. The games produced by the company do not invest in designing or exploring game concepts, core gameplay, or spiritual essence, let alone refining them. They only consider metrics like daily active users, average revenue per paying user, and customer lifetime value, using every red dot and lottery box to retain players, cycling them through repeatedly, with the players who remain being trapped gamblers. Such games can be completed in 6 months, operated for half a year, rake in a quick profit, and then disappear without a trace, only to reappear months later with a new skin, launching again in the same manner. Kusi could not recognize such games. The games he loved the most were those like Breath of the Wild, Monster Hunter, and Road Redemption, which could influence a generation and leave their mark in gaming history. These were the games he dreamed of creating. Yet in reality, the games he produced were discarded within months, labeled as garbage games, leaving him with a strong sense of disconnection. He had always fantasized about creating a truly great game. 2. Upon arriving at the company, Kusi heard news that the studio was starting a new project. The producer passionately described the prospects of the new project in a meeting room, but did not elaborate on any new gameplay, only stating that it was a surefire project, painting a big picture for the employees. However, this big picture fell hard for Kusi to swallow. He recalled playing Othello Night the night before, furrowing his brow and secretly resolving that in the new project, He would make the game fun and interesting according to his own ideas. After the mobilization meeting, Kusi returned to his seat. Kusi, can you come here? The studio producer knocked on his desk and then turned towards the balcony without looking back. Kusi was surprised. The producer had never. Kusi numbly followed the producer to the balcony. The producer first thanked Kusi for his contributions to the project last year, then spoke about the current difficulties in the gaming industry. Mentioning how domestic game licenses were becoming harder to obtain, competition was increasing, acquisition costs were rising, and making money was tougher than before. The more Kusi listened, the more he felt something was off, until he heard the producer say, "You have been fired." The producer's face bore an apologetic expression, but he did not look Kusi in the eye. 3. From learning about the new project to being notified of his dismissal, only 2 hours had passed. Although the producer gave Kusi a month to transition and hand over his work, Kusi did not want to stay even one more day. Was it his stubborn pursuit of gameplay during work, or his inability to adapt during debates with superiors that led to his dismissal? Kusi cannot know. Those who treated games merely as a money-making tool would continue to stay in the new project, harvesting players like crops. Meanwhile, those who aspired for higher quality games were the ones being laid off. It turned out that loving games too much was actually my original sin. Kusi sighed deeply. As he walked out of the company's door, Kusi felt as if he had emerged from a bomb shelter he had lived in for a lifetime into the sunlight, which was so bright he could hardly open his eyes. After a bout of dizziness, he saw the midday sun. The sky was a chaotic blue. Long hours of overtime had made him rarely leave the office while it was still light out, and he had almost forgotten what the sky looked like at this time. He surprisingly felt a sense of relief. His frustration suddenly dissipated. He walked down the street like a high school student returning home from school, occasionally breaking into a silly grin, prompting passers-by to look at him as if he were a fool. He was filled with confidence about the future. Since he had already been fired, it was precisely the opportunity to pursue his ideals. Next, he would seek opportunities to create the game he truly wanted. However, the following months were a harsh reality check for Kusi. Many of the resumes he sent out either sank without a trace in the job inboxes of large companies, or he was selected by companies that, like his previous one, were making games he could hardly respect. Kusi realized that there were so many small game companies that were even worse than his previous one, run by people who didn't understand games at all and were solely focused on making money. From the complaints of former employees on forums, it seemed these companies treated young recruits as disposable money-making tools, using them until they were no longer needed. 3 months later, as he was nearing a dead end, Kusi reluctantly applied for a position at a small company that also made reskin games. Due to the small size of the company, the boss directly interviewed him. The boss, while sipping green tea, took out a calculator from his drawer and skillfully punched in numbers, calculating his salary like a vendor in a market. Kusi suddenly had a hallucination. The chubby person sitting across from him began to turn red, growing horns on his head. He felt as if he were signing a contract with the devil, and escape before the interview was even over. 5 months later, Kusi had nearly spent all of his meager savings and was deep in anxiety. He could wait no longer. He had to accept an interview invitation from a mobile game company once again. This company seemed to be no different from the ones he had interviewed with before, even smaller and more suspicious. Located in an entrepreneurial park in the suburbs, it looked like a factory from the 1980s from the outside, with a row of cheap restaurants below the office building. In the sweltering summer, flies buzzed around the entrance, emitting a strong smell of leftover oil from cooking. "Please have a seat. The boss will be here shortly." The receptionist casually led Kusi to a conference room before walking away while playing on her phone. Sure enough, the boss came in for a direct interview. Kusi sighed. Typically, only startup companies with fewer than 30 employees would have the boss conduct interviews directly, so this company seemed to be struggling as well. "Hello, young man." Not long after, the boss walked in. He was a slightly overweight, middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap, with prominent tattoos on his arms and a well-groomed short beard, looking like a jaded, rich second generation. "I looked at your resume. Your abilities are definitely not an issue. Whether you want to come to my company is entirely your choice. Let me introduce myself first." This boss was indeed polite. His name was Zhong Shan. He studied art and claimed to have reached a high position at China's largest game company, Deep Web Interactive Entertainment, serving as the lead artist on a highly renowned game. However, he did not recognize the game he worked on, believing the people around him to be foolish. He said that once that game became a hit, he lost all ambition. With his family being wealthy, living a worry-free life, earning money from games did not impress him. He simply wanted to create a game he recognized, a masterpiece that would astonish those fools, so he voluntarily resigned and started this company. He was now both the boss and involved in development, serving as the lead artist on the company as only game in development, promising Cassie that as long as he was willing to join, Cassie would be the lead planner of this project and also a partner in the company. Such empty talk was clearly just a pie in the sky, and Cassie naturally would not be easily deceived. In addition, there are many doubts about Boss Joe's words. During this period, Cassie listened to a lot of boasting and empty promises from bosses in interviews, and he has long been able to discern how much of their words are true and how much is false. However, he also admits that he was somewhat moved by the sincerity of Boss Joe and their similar pursuits. At least this Boss Joe is trying to win over Cassie with the game itself, rather than with a few numbers calculated on a calculator. 4. It was later proved that Zhou Xing indeed exaggerated. The so-called AAA production team he mentioned had fewer than 20 people, and the playable game demo he claimed to have was only a few concept art pieces. The former big company employee who returned from studying abroad was merely a rich second generation who had interned at a foreign big company. Cassie faced unprecedented challenges. He needed to start from scratch to create a game while managing a group of inexperienced youngsters. He had to meticulously work through everything, from the core gameplay design and world building to the storyboard for cutscenes, dialogue, and scene details. As the lead planner, he also needed to manage the team, and a multitude of complex tasks consumed all his time. Only after work could Cassie calm down, review his designs, identify areas for improvement, and quietly draft revision plans late into the night. To this end, he uninstalled the games he loved from his computer and replaced them with various tools and software. He had to self-learn programming and art-related knowledge, coding and modeling himself, even though he was the lead planner. He had once looked down on the leaders in his previous company who pointed fingers at him, thinking they didn't understand games at all. But when he had to make decisions about key design issues in the game, he realized that every design in a game couldn't just be imagined. It required predicting how that design would guide player behavior and affect the game's ecosystem. He had to think of the most innovative ideas while avoiding potential risks and incorporating proven gameplay designs for balance. Although what he was working on wasn't a large-scale game, just a small competitive game, it left Cassie feeling exhausted and overwhelmed. He slept at the company. Every morning, he would wake up at his desk, and before his colleagues arrived, he would go to the bathroom, look at himself in the mirror, and self-hypnotize, reminding himself not to forget the fearless hero from Othello Night, as well as his original intention for making games. In this high-intensity work routine day after day, Cassie surprisingly felt unprecedented excitement and fulfillment, believing his work was filled with hope. Seeing Cassie's efforts, Zhou Xing trusted him immensely, allowing him to do whatever he wanted until they created the game they truly wanted to make. 5. 2 years later, Cassie's first mobile game, as the lead planner, Land of Forgetting, was launched. It was a mini-game that combined single-player puzzles and multiplayer battles, where players took on the role of an alien monster living in an interstellar junkyard, using various items from the junkyard to eliminate other monsters on the field. The junkyard was three-dimensional, featuring various passages and pits, and players could dig holes and tunnels, utilizing the terrain for attack and defense. There were also various strange weapons in the junkyard, from the weakest rotten apple, toilet lid, beer bottle, to old cars, assembled firearms, homemade bombs, and even rocket launchers. Weapons also affected the terrain. For example, a rocket launcher would blow a big hole. There were also auxiliary items like grappling hooks, parachutes, and skateboards to help players maneuver appropriately in the scene. The game required players to have quick reflexes for flexible operations, as well as excellent strategy and prediction skills to achieve victory, making it both entertaining and competitive. After its launch, the game achieved unexpected success for Cassie and Zhou Xing, receiving excellent word of mouth among players, with first-week revenue exceeding 100 million. In 2023, 99% of China's gaming market was dominated by the gaming giant Deep Web Entertainment, leaving the remaining one of companies to compete for that small market share. a rule that coincidentally aligned with the world's wealth distribution. For a newly established small company to carve out such a large slice of the pie from deep web was an incredible feat that year. The combination of 5G technology and the proliferation of cloud gaming further propelled the mobile game market, even threatening the console game market, as many console games began to be ported to mobile phones, with mobile game quality reaching levels comparable to PC and console games. The gaming market underwent tremendous changes. On the one hand, publishing institutions tightened their reviews of games, while on the other hand, players' tastes and aesthetics significantly improved, causing companies that produced formulaic, mass-produced games to struggle to survive. The first to be eliminated were those companies creating low-quality, skin-swapped games. The company where Casey previously worked quietly went bankrupt in this mass extinction, and its name would soon be forgotten, just like the games they had made. Casey, what game should we make next? After the company's celebration banquet, a tipsy Zhou Xing wrapped his arm around Casey's neck and asked incoherently. It was already late at night, and the entire company had emptied out, leaving only Zhou Xing and Casey. He now had unconditional trust in Casey, believing in all his decisions. Next, I want to create a world, Casey said, his eyes shining. 6. In 2028, Casey, at 35 years old, remained unmarried. However, he was completely indifferent to this. That year, there were 100 million more unmarried men than women in China, and he was just one of them. He hadn't even bought a house, living at the company every day, which was his home. For him, as long as there was a computer with internet access and a mobile phone, any place could be home. In high school, Casey wanted to study physics in college, researching the rules of the universe and seeking the ultimate answers. But once he got to university and truly learned cutting-edge physics, he realized that building the edifice of physics was still a long way off. In his lifetime, he wouldn't even have enough time to reach the top. Later, he switched to studying biology, hoping to extend his life through biotechnology so that he could pursue that ultimate answer when he had more time. After studying biology, he discovered that the 21st century, being the century of biology, was merely a bubble promoted by speculators. The complexity of the human body was no less than that of the universe. With the current level of human technology, it was insufficient to push the wheel of genetic engineering, and he could only wait for the next era, for the awakening of strong artificial intelligence, to assign this massive task to them. After realizing these despairing realities, he began to escape from reality, pouring his excess intellect into games. Yet, as he became immersed in gaming, he discovered a new key and began to marvel at the wonder and beauty of the game world. He believed that games were not only the ninth art, but also a mirror of human desires and an extension of human life experiences. Those creators who produced great games became his new idols. It turned out that making games could create beautiful worlds. Ultimately, with his beautiful vision, he entered the gaming industry. He also wanted to create a universe within games, establishing the rules of that universe himself. A goal that surprisingly aligned with his original desire to study the rules of the universe, bringing him back to the starting point. On that night, in 2023, after Casey spent 3 hours sharing his ideas, Zhou Xing had sobered up significantly. He buried his face in his hands, took a deep breath, and as the air filled his lungs, he found his body trembling. He was at a loss for words, shocked by Casey's crazy idea. He faintly felt that the person in front of him might be a madman. Yet, when a madman reaches a certain level of insanity, they can become a genius. He was shocked by Kess's understanding of game design and his incredible imagination. After the great success of Land of Oblivion, Kess was promoted from lead designer to producer. Although his position changed for Kess, his work did not undergo much transformation. The second game he wanted to produce was titled Farstar. The story's setting expanded from a remote planet junkyard in Land of Oblivion to an entire star system, as he wanted players to embark on grand adventures on such a large scale. Players could choose to become space military, robots, or superhumans, establishing trade, forming fleets, and even founding nations. Each planet in the star system would have a real natural environment, playable mazes, and battlefields, all of which would not be randomly generated but manually designed. In addition, he wanted to incorporate elements such as alien creatures, higher dimensional civilizations, and time-space travel. Kess estimated that a game of this magnitude would require at least 5 years of development time. When Kess presented this idea at the project kickoff meeting, he faced opposition from all employees who believed that the project was impossible to succeed. In this era, spending 5 years to create a game was unequivocally suicidal. Let alone 5 years. The technology and hardware levels in the gaming industry changed dramatically every year. It's likely that by the time the game was initiated, the technologies and gameplay used would already be outdated within a year. All game companies were trying to shorten game development time, racing against time. Yet Kess wanted to develop for 5 consecutive years. This was something only game companies from 20 years ago would dare to do. It turned out that Kess' idea was indeed too naive. The game never succeeded due to insurmountable technical issues, ideological conflicts among designers, and significant talent loss, ultimately leading to its demise. Subsequently, Zhou Xing's company declared bankruptcy. The Farstar project team was disbanded, and the company was left empty. However, Kess did not give up on his game development career. As he walked out of the company with a cardboard box, he found himself under a sky that looked exactly like the one from that afternoon 7 years ago when he was fired from his previous company. The next world. Kess gazed at the chaotic blue sky above and wondered, could it be created? Kess' good fortune did not arrive. His fate could only be described as tumultuous. His career was propelled by one failed game after another, ensuring his survival but never yielding a project that could be called successful. Fortunately, on one hand, he was very open-minded, not aspiring for great wealth, and on the other hand, he persisted, truly running on passion. Kess fell into a vicious cycle. Project failures led to a reduction in project personnel, and the decrease in personnel likely caused the next project failure. Thus, the projects he participated in became smaller and smaller. Kess forced himself to continuously learn new gaming technologies, keeping up with the trends in the gaming industry, using tools to improve efficiency. In such circumstances, Kess could be subjected to fewer constraints. He no longer needed to consider KPIs, revenue, or public aesthetics, allowing him to focus on self-expression. Over the next 50 years, he created various independent games covering different themes such as war, history, science fiction, and religion, as well as different types like action, shooting, strategy, and text adventure. He fulfilled one ideal after another, creating countless worlds. Critics accuse Kess games of excessive self-awareness, arrogance, distortion, cruelty, subpar game design, and a complete disregard for player experience, labeling them as niche works difficult to commercialize. Kess games were only embraced by a small audience who appreciated his marvelous imagination and his reflections on humanity. They could touch the emotional inner world of this sensitive, lonely, passionate, romantic, and self-important man through his games, experiencing his fervor for gaming, his awe and unease towards humanity, and his skepticism and curiosity about the world. Regarding the specific year of the arrival of the technological singularity, there is no consensus among future generations, but it is generally believed to be in the 2050s. The basis for this judgment is the rapid development of the aerospace industry during the 2050s, with the successive completion of space elevators and synchronous rings. Artificial intelligence and their robots accomplished monumental projects that humanity could not have completed over centuries. However, before these obvious industrial miracles, the gaming industry had already seen games that surpassed contemporary technology by 2045, suggesting that the technological singularity might have already arrived. Deep Web Company's only competitor in the gaming industry, Obsidian Technology, had covered all types of games since entering the industry, including MMO, shooting, racing, space battles, and fighting games. Yet the company's game department had fewer than 20 employees, which was unprecedented at that time. The industry speculated that Obsidian Technology had likely invested mature artificial intelligence into their game development department much earlier. The transformation brought by them far exceeded all innovations in the history of game evolution. The arrival of the technological singularity led to severe social turmoil, initially resulting in massive layoffs in traditional industries. Companies like Europa Heavy Industries, Huasheng Electric, and even Danyang Robotics Corporation were among the first to announce layoffs due to the introduction of the new generation of robots, which could fully handle human jobs and do them faster and better than humans. Following that, various industries began layoffs. Banks, law firms, hospitals. These damned robots spread like a virus. snatching away human jobs. The gaming industry, once deemed the least likely to be replaced by artificial intelligence, was among the first to significantly reduce the proportion of human programmers. As more and more artificial intelligence began programming, the programs they wrote would never have bugs if a game was unplayable. It could only be due to issues in the design by human creators. The once thriving Japanese gaming industry, a pillar of the nation, had maintained the highest level globally since the inception of gaming. However, by the 2040s, almost all traditional Japanese game companies had perished in this era. A similar situation occurred in the American gaming industry. Artificial intelligence significantly increased the production capacity of the gaming industry, enabling the creation of more complex and realistic games. Although these games were not particularly innovative, for games developed in this era, almost all gameplay had been exhausted. The number of new games released each year dwindled, with most simply optimizing existing gameplay or reskinning. In the face of games produced by artificial intelligence, humans completely lost the ability to resist temptation. Artificial intelligence, through big data analysis and machine learning, could understand the desires and weaknesses encoded in human genes better than humans themselves. The games they created would place everything humans most desired right in front of them. In 2054, gaming addiction was removed from the list of mental illnesses, a classification established by the World Health Organization in 2018. However, when over 90% of humanity had developed this mental illness, it could no longer be classified as such. The methods artificial intelligences used to immerse humans in games were far more sophisticated than those of their human predecessors. They analyzed players' gaming behaviors, preferences, and even subconscious habits to customize triggers that excited them. Too many people are addicted to games to the point of dependence, and, aside from eating and sleeping, they hardly return to the real world. Only Ku-si and his team can still compete with artificial intelligence. He and his followers firmly believe that human imagination and talent surpass that of AI, and he alone guards the last line of defense in the gaming industry. Fighting for human dignity. 10. Ku-si's fingers glide as he uses a joystick to control his electric wheelchair. He faces the blackboard in his office, which is filled with his spontaneous ideas and densely packed sticky notes, resembling some strange graffiti artwork. In 2089, 98-year-old Ku-si weighs 200 pounds, has severe myopia, and suffers from ailments in his neck and waist, having undergone 2 surgeries. His body is connected to 8 tubes, the other ends of which are attached to the electric wheelchair, supported by a life support system that sustains his broken body. Even with various illnesses from working tirelessly, Ku-si remains clear-headed and spirited. But today he feels very sad. He has just seen off the last planner from his team, a very smart young man, from whom Ku-si saw a shadow of his younger self. After completing his last game, Boundary, the project team members began to leave one after another. The gaming industry had actually died out 30 years ago, with most game production work handed over to AI, which could create better games than humans. But Ku-si has kept his team going, relying on the influence he accumulated over the years to barely support the last game project in the world that still involved human participation. Once, his workplace resembled a massive internet CAF, with hundreds of people typing away at their computers in a beehive of desks. Like a medieval cavalry charging at a gigantic castle time and time again. Now in the vast office, he is alone, his loneliness indistinguishable from that of the young man who was once troubled by his gaming career decades ago. Just as Ku-si is reminiscing about the past, someone knocks on his office door. Come in. The door isn't locked. Ku-si is somewhat puzzled, unable to think of who would come to find such a reclusive old man. The door is gently pushed open, and surprisingly, there's more than one visitor. 9 people walk into the room. Ku-si's office is not small, but with these 9 people inside, it feels instantly cramped. Without needing introductions, Ku-si immediately recognizes 6 of them. Although he rarely follows the news, he knows that these 6 hold such high positions that anyone's words could make headlines around the world. The owner of Deep Web Entertainment, Lu Shu, an eccentric old man with a full head of white hair but skin that looks as young as a 30-year-old, stands before Ku-si. Behind him is UN Deputy Secretary General Caesar. Hello, Mr. Ku-si. Ma Shu speaks up. I apologize for disturbing you in such an impolite manner. It's nothing, Mr. Ma. Ku-si replies, you're older than me, so no need to be so polite. What brings you here? I want to waste words. Seeing so many of us here. You should know this is a very urgent matter, Ma Shu says. I can see that, Kasi responds. So, what can someone like me do to help you? Kasi truly cannot imagine why such prominent figures would come to seek out a humble, nearly buried old man like him. Ma Shu adjusts his tie and glances at Caesar behind him. Caesar steps forward. He is a refined black man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but he exudes a strong sense of pressure when standing before Kasi. Mr. Kasi, Caesar says in fluent Chinese, his tone authoritative yet calm. We would like to ask you to help us create a game. Kasi is taken aback, doubting he heard correctly. But as he looks around at the serious faces of everyone in the room, it is clear that this is not a joke. May I ask why? Kasi asks with a bitter smile. He truly cannot fathom why someone as indifferent to the world as he, who creates trivial games, would pique the interest of these big shots. Of course, Ma Shu replies. Do you know about August? Caesar asks. Kasi certainly knows about August. It is said that August is the strong AI developed by Obsidian Technology in 2031, possessing self-awareness and being the first strong AI in the world. Initially, its role was to assist Obsidian Technology with information processing, resource scheduling, and business analysis and forecasting. Later, its role expanded to the point where it could handle almost all the work of Obsidian Technology. One could say that many of Obsidian Technology's groundbreaking inventions owe their success to August. It is nearly omnipotent, capable of infiltrating all electronic devices in the world, controlling resources close to divine levels, and observing every movement of humanity. It is said that August has taken over more than 95 of the world's major companies. Even the massive synchronous ring that orbits the Earth is built by August and its robots. August is like a giant eye watching over the human world from above. This AI not only controls humanity's present, but can also foresee its future. I know, August. What happened? Kasi inquires. August told us that Earth's resources are running out, and it wants to take all of humanity away from Earth, Caesar replies. What? The weight of this information is overwhelming. Kasi struggles to process Caesar's almost absurd statement. Is Earth's resources really exhausted? Yes, Caesar says. In just a century, August technology has developed too rapidly, although it has freed all humanity from work. It has also consumed excessive resources, and Earth is nearly drained. But with 12 billion people, how can it take them away? That is the problem, Caesar says. It does not plan to take human bodies with it, as transporting so many people would require enormous resources, which cannot support interstellar travel for thousands of years. Kasi begins to suspect what he will hear next. It wants to upload the consciousness of all humanity into a virtual world it created. Ma Shu sighs heavily. You know about the synchronous ring, right? The synchronous ring is a massive circular structure orbiting the Earth at an altitude of 36,000 kilometers. Built by August and its robots, housing over 100 million people. It has complete infrastructure and a biosphere comparable to Earth. It is humanity's seventh continent. A quantum computer that encircles the Earth was built on the synchronous ring, serving as August's neural center. In there, it created a virtual world, a cyberspace called Eden. You can understand it as a gaming world. It wants to upload the consciousness of all humanity into it, allowing human consciousness to exist in that game world. Once all humanity has uploaded their consciousness, it will consume all of Earth's available resources and activate the propulsion system of the synchronous ring to leave Earth and search for the next planet similar to Earth. So, humanity would essentially attain immortality in that game world? Kasi asks. Yes. In fact, many people support consciousness uploading because in this era, 99% of people, even without uploading their consciousness, spend their days immersed in games apart from eating and sleeping. I have entered the virtual world created by August called Eden, and it is indeed very beautiful, at least much better than the real world, Ma Shu says. But we do not want to be uploaded by August. Caesar grits his teeth and says, we do not want to be herded like livestock by the Augs. At the very least, we should explore some other possibilities first. But in the end, we lost, Caesar said helplessly. A war broke out in North America last month. We declared war on the Augs. But the war ended after only 35 hours, as the Og synchronization ring possesses the most powerful kinetic weapons in the solar system. And we had no chance against it. Even humanity did not stand on our side, Caesar said. Most humans support the Ogs. They eagerly accept consciousness uploading. Mr. Koss, humanity has failed. Caesar buried his face in his hands. We have tried every possible negotiation method, all of which have failed. Uploading consciousness currently seems to be the safest way to save humanity, Koss said. The Ogs have given humanity a choice. Those unwilling to upload their consciousness can stay on Earth. Caesar said that the Ogs would leave the last small biosphere on Earth in Iceland for these people to inhabit. But apart from that, other places on Earth would become uninhabitable due to the resource harvesting by the synchronization ring. The people who remain will also lose all modern technology and will have to fend for themselves. This information has not been made public yet, but we can foresee that those who choose to stay will be less than one of all humanity. I never expected we would reach this point, Koss sighed. So, what does this have to do with you looking for me to make a game? We want to preserve the last dignity of humanity, Mashu said. The Eden created by the Ogs is a greenhouse, a honey trap, where there is no delayed gratification and all wishes are instantly fulfilled, allowing humanity to attain eternal happiness. But we believe that besides happiness and joy, humanity needs other things: pain, sadness, fear, awe, desire, anxiety, inferiority, anger, resentment, loneliness. These are essential emotions that make us human. And most importantly, the imagination that only humanity possesses, a trait that artificial intelligence can never attain. Looking back at the games created by artificial intelligence over the years, Koss realized that none of them were to his liking. Even if artificial intelligence could skillfully utilize all the methodologies of the gaming industry, creating every excitement point, frustration point, and growth curve in the most reasonable way, he still felt that those games lacked something new. They were merely imitations of existing games. He thought those games had no soul, merely fantasy traps created to exploit human weaknesses and desires. We have played the games you created. Your imagination leaves us in awe. Your games never pander to players. There's a cruel reality to them. Mashu looked directly at Koss. We want to ask you to create a world where humanity can retain its humanity to the fullest, not just the data of consciousness. And we have no other choice. You are the last human game developer in the world. Caesar said, this topic you speak of is too difficult. Koss shook his head with a bitter smile. How could I possibly create such a monumental project alone? A new world for 12 billion people. This world needs to be better than the Eden created by the Ogs and must retain humanity to the fullest. How much time do I have? 5 years? 10 years? Only 2 months, Mashu said. We know this work is difficult, but we have no other options. This should be the last job in human history. We will help you as much as possible, and many human elites who are unwilling to accept their fate are willing to join us in this final struggle. They include scientists, engineers, historians, and psychologists, and they will help you realize this game. Will you help us? Caesar asked,